My name is Yan Xiu. 1 year ago, when I was only 16 years old, I broke through to the 9th level of martial arts. My talent was amazing, like the sun shining across the sky, illuminating the entire martial arts academy. I was praised as a genius among thousands, and was highly regarded and expected by teachers and students. But who could have imagined that just 1 year later, my teacher sighed that I had run out of talent, and my classmates laughed at me and told me to stop dreaming of becoming a warrior, and advised me to drop out of school and go do some brick moving. All this is because this world is surrounded by ferocious beasts and martial arts is the most important. Martial artists are above everything else. As for me, my parents died tragically in a beast disaster that swept across the border, and I was also severely injured. My cultivation was completely wasted, my talent was greatly damaged, and my cultivation speed was not even 1/3 of what it used to be. The good friends who once drank and chatted with me are gradually drifting away. Who once showed me kindness is now sneering at me. I couldn't even afford the next semester's tuition and was about to be expelled from the college. Just when I was standing at the darkest valley of my life, a voice came to my ears: the infinite critical strike system is turned on. Any action of the host related to martial arts will receive a critical strike bonus of at least 3 times and up to an unlimited limit. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your training has triggered a 1,000,000-fold critical strike, and your progress has increased 1,000,000 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the attack has triggered a 10,000,000 times critical hit, and the power has increased 10,000,000 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your martial arts training has triggered 100,000,000 times critical strike, and your proficiency has soared 100,000,000 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, taking the elixir triggers a 100 billion times critical hit, and the efficacy of the medicine has skyrocketed by 100 billion times. Many years later, the end of the world came, the gods came from the sky, all living beings fell into despair, and the world was eclipsed. Under the overwhelming pressure of the god, everyone knelt and trembled. There was only one figure slowly emerging from the clouds. He casually slapped down with his palm, and the god who shook the sky was shattered. The students who witnessed this scene were completely furious. Didn't they say he was already disabled? Shit, this is a one-shot kill of a god? At this moment, a cold question came from the teacher's office. Why haven't you paid the tuition yet? Teacher Yang Xiaoxiong's tone was filled with impatience. The college has given you a lot of time, and I have fought for opportunities for you, but what about you? You haven't paid a penny, and you just keep delaying. He smiled coldly. Why don't you just drop out in your current state? Staying in the academy is just a waste of time. It's impossible for you to achieve anything. It's better for you to be an ordinary person and stop dreaming. That cold voice cut into my heart like a knife. I lowered my head, bit my lips, and my eyes were full of unwillingness. I clenched my fists and said in a hoarse but firm voice, Teacher Yang, I don't want to give up. Give me some more time, and I will definitely raise the tuition. Yang Xiaoxiong's eyes were cold. Is this still necessary? Yes, I whispered, but my voice was as firm as stone. This is a world surrounded by ferocious beasts. The weak can only survive. Only warriors can control their fate and live with dignity. But I am unwilling to live my life like a pig or a dog. Yang Xiaoxiong's expression froze, and he was silent for a moment. Finally, he sighed. 10 days. I'll give you another 10 days. If you still can't hand it in, you have to pack up and leave. I walked out of the office in a daze, mechanically attended 2 martial arts training classes and 1 ferocious beast anatomy class, but my mind was still empty. Going to hunt beasts for money? I chuckled, my face slightly grim. Now I am not even a first-level martial artist, going to the wilderness is tantamount to committing suicide. But if I want to stay in the academy, it seems I can only fight for my life. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. The infinite critical strike system is activated. Any martial arts-related behavior of the host will receive a minimum of 3 times and a maximum of unlimited critical strike bonus. I was stunned, and then my whole body was shaking with excitement. My golden finger finally arrived. Without hesitation, I immediately began to practice the academy's technique. 9 refinings of blood and qi. Focusing on tempering the blood and qi, a mysterious technique that can help people become warriors. Congratulations. This practice has triggered a triple critical strike. Congratulations. This practice has triggered a tenfold critical hit. Congratulations. This practice has triggered a 5-fold critical strike. Congratulations, you are lucky. This practice has triggered 1,000 times critical strike. In an instant, a surge of blood and energy burst out from my dantian and filled my whole body. I felt an endless supply of strength. 1,000 times critical strike? In other words, this 1 hour of training is equivalent to 40 days of sleepless training for others. I clenched my fists, my blood boiling. My current strength should be around 1,000 kilograms, that is, the standard of a first-level martial artist. After repeated confirmation, I was finally sure, I am back. In the next 3 days, in addition to attending required courses, I practiced almost non-stop. With the help of the system, my cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. 30 times critical strike. 10 times critical strike. 1,000 times critical strike. 100 times critical strike. Within 3 days, I triggered 3,000-fold critical hits and more than 1,000-fold critical hits. My strength reached the power of 3 elephants. Although I haven't broken through to the second level, my strength is already incomparable to before. What a pity! My talent has been damaged. Even with the help of the system, I can only use 1/3 of my efficiency. I gritted my teeth and swore in my heart that I would restore my talent one day. But right now, there is a more pressing matter: 50,000 yuan tuition fee. Now that I have become a warrior again and have the bonus of the system, it is time to step into the wilderness, hunt ferocious beasts, and exchange for rewards. The academy class that day was about the key points of 9 refinings of blood and qi. I listened absent-mindedly and prepared to go to the wilderness as soon as it was over. But as soon as I walked out of the classroom door, a familiar figure blocked my way. She was wearing a neat college uniform, had a pretty face and a cold expression, but her natural beauty could not be concealed. She was Ren Sha. The scene in my memory emerged. She once confessed her love to me in public, with candlelight and roses, but I was devoted to cultivation at that time and politely rejected her. Later, I became a useless person, while she rose to become a rising star among the 7th-level warriors and became the goddess of the academy. We never spoke again, but I still remember her cold yet slightly relieved look. I was planning to pretend I didn't see her and walk away like I always did, but I didn't expect her to suddenly say, "Hey!" I stopped, glanced at Ren Sha, and said nothing. She spoke calmly, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "What? Now you don't even dare to look me in the eye. You've lost all your cultivation, and you can't even maintain your most basic confidence?" I frowned and turned around. "We are not familiar with each other. Why should I look at you? Do you have something to ask me? Is there something wrong?" This sentence seemed to have touched a nerve in Ren Sha. In her eyes, I was nothing more than a useless person with no cultivation, while she was the hottest new star in the academy, the one with the most potential to break through to the realm of a warrior. She thought that her initiative would at least make me nervous, uneasy, or even regret my rejection. But she never expected that I would just give her a cold and perfunctory response. Ren Sha took a deep breath and tried to calm down. "I heard that Teacher Yang has given you an ultimatum. If you can't pay the tuition within 10 days, you will have to drop out." I just responded calmly. "Yeah. There's nothing wrong with dropping out of school," she continued. "Being an ordinary person means at least you don't have to worry about life and death with ferocious beasts all day long." "Thank you," I said calmly. Ren Sha was suddenly speechless. I nodded when I saw this. "If there is nothing else, then I have something else to do, so I will leave first." These words seemed to ignite the powder keg in her heart, and she instantly remembered the humiliation she felt when she was rejected a year ago. Her face twisted slightly as she said, "Do you know? Over the past year or so, I have been feeling lucky that you rejected me, lucky that I didn't become your girlfriend. Otherwise, not only will I become the laughing stock of the academy, but you will also drag me down for the rest of my life. You are about to be kicked out of the academy, and I will become a true warrior. The distance between us will only grow farther and farther, until you can only look up to me from behind." I looked at her, expression unchanged. "What do you want to say?" Ren Sha stared at me. "I just want to know, do you regret rejecting me?" Boring. Seeing more and more students gathering around, I was too lazy to continue being the subject of her hype, so I turned around and left. Ren Sha was stunned. He actually said she was boring? Watching me leave, she felt mixed emotions, not knowing whether it was shame or loss. She didn't understand why she took the initiative to speak today. Perhaps it was because my smile at that moment reminded her of the genius boy she once was. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "Are you still pretending? You are obviously regretting in your heart, regretting that you rejected me. How could you not regret it?" To be honest, I really don't understand what Ren Sha is thinking. She suddenly came to ask me if I regretted it. Isn't this crazy? After leaving the college, I was too lazy to think about it anymore. The next stop is the Underground Rail Center. Every hour, there is an underground rail train heading to the wilderness, which is the only way for all warriors to hunt ferocious beasts. I paid 200 yuan for the fare and got on the bus smoothly. "Brother, are we going to hunt ferocious beasts? Do you want to form a team?" "Little brother, what realm are you at?" Most of the people in the car were here to hunt ferocious beasts, so they naturally wanted to form a group of more people to ensure safety. I received several invitations and declined them all. More than an hour later, the underground track arrived at the foot of the city wall. As the huge steel gates slowly opened, the scene outside appeared before everyone's eyes. The distant mountains are majestic, the forests are like the sea, and occasionally the chilling growl of wild beasts can be heard in the wind. A reminder again, the safety zone is 200 kilometers in radius and is marked by flags. Do not cross the boundary. If you leave the warning area, the consequences will be at your own risk, the safety officer announced loudly in the car. The wilderness area is divided into 5 levels: safe zone, warning zone, danger zone, forbidden area, and desperate zone, and each level is divided into 3 levels. The safe zone is the outermost area, where first-level ferocious beasts move around. There are no second-level beasts, and it is cleared out by the Martial Arts Union for novices to train. I have been to the wilderness countless times, and even frequently visited the security zone when I was still at a high level, so I am very familiar with this place. After once again rejecting the invitations of several warriors to form a team, I headed alone in a familiar direction. The number of people around gradually decreased, but the roars of ferocious beasts became more frequent. Suddenly, a giant wolf covered in gray hair, nearly 1.5 meters tall and weighing 500 kilograms appeared, staring at me with fierce eyes. Gray wolf, first-class low-grade fierce beast. I squinted my eyes. The strength of this beast ranges greatly. The weak ones have the strength of 1 elephant, while the strong ones can burst out the strength of more than 25 elephants. The one in front of me is obviously not weak. And now, I only have the power of 3 elephants, and a head-on confrontation is quite dangerous. Ah! The gray wolf roared and pounced. I drew out my long sword, Guanhong, which was 3 feet long and 3 inches wide, emitting a cold light. This was the weapon awarded by the academy when I broke through to the 9th level of martial arts. It was extremely sharp, almost a refined weapon. I dodged the attack with a flash, and then slashed with a rainbow slash. Martial arts, 1 sword slash. Given the sharpness of Guanhong, this sword can only hurt the enemy at most. If we really want to win, we have to fight for at least an hour to see who can afford it. I was making a judgment in my mind. Suddenly, a reminder sounded. Congratulations, you have triggered 100 times critical strike, and your attack power has increased to 100 times the original. Swish! A sharp blade chopped down, and the huge rock in front broke with a sound. The gray wolf was also cut in half, deader than dead. I was silent for 3 seconds. 100 times the critical strike was equivalent to the power of 300 elephants. Even if a 9th-rank martial artist came, he would be killed on the spot. This luck is so rare. I squatted down and calmly searched for the spoils. There is a course in the academy that teaches how to extract materials from beasts. For me, this kind of thing is already a piece of cake. Not long after, I was able to decompose a first-level gray wolf. The final harvest, 100 milliliters of gray wolf blood and 2 eyeballs, with a total value of more than 3,000 yuan. The gray wolf's hide was difficult to carry, so I had to discard it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I had just put away the materials and was about to leave when a low spitting sound came from the woods. I looked up and saw a giant snake that was completely black, 10 meters long and more than half a meter thick, swimming out slowly, its eyes flashing with ferocity. Black Euro snake, a first-level low-grade vicious beast. Attracted by the smell of blood? I narrowed my eyes, smiled slightly, and took a fighting stance. Want to eat me? Come on, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Before he could finish his words, we had already started fighting. This battle was not easy. My 100-fold critical hit rate was limited after all, and the force of this black Euro snake when it exploded was as high as 12 or 13 tons, which was completely comparable to that of a second-level martial artist and should not be underestimated. However, I am not weak either. Starting from the power of 3 elephants, with a guaranteed triple crit, that is the power of 9 elephants, I have already entered the threshold of the second-level martial artist. And fighting is not just a test of strength. Combat skills, experience, reaction, strategy, and cheats can all determine victory or defeat. After fighting for 3 to 5 minutes, finally, congratulations, you gain a 30 times critical hit bonus for this attack. With a flash of cold light, I slashed down with my Guanhong sword, and the black Euro snake's head fell off. I stood there and said calmly, "You didn't expect my sword to be so powerful, did you?" Well, to be honest, I didn't expect it either. After dealing with the corpse and collecting materials, I set out again to look for the next prey. In a blink of an eye, it was almost dusk and it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Congratulations, you gain a 20-fold critical hit bonus for this attack. Congratulations, you gain a 50-fold critical hit bonus for this attack. Congratulations, you gain a 30-fold critical hit bonus for this attack. Relying on continuous critical hits, I made the ferocious beasts in the first-level safety zone terrified, and killed 10 ferocious beasts in a short time. The spoils included 2 black Euro snake gallbladders, 4 mountain bear eyeballs, 2 gray wolf eyes, and blood of various ferocious beasts, with a total value of nearly 30,000 yuan. And this is because the backpack could not hold all the materials and was forced to discard a large amount of inferior materials, otherwise the profit would have at least doubled. It's time to go back. The setting sun shone on my shoulders, and I smiled with satisfaction. This was the most fulfilling and enjoyable day since I traveled through time. On the way back, I was extra careful, not only from beasts but also from people. Although there are martial arts guilds stationed in the safe zone and there is order on the surface, there are always people who will take risks in the face of huge profits. They specialize in ambushing martial artists returning to the city in the wilderness. They are ruthless and fast, which is the most typical no-cost business. Fortunately, I didn't encounter it this time. After arriving safely in Tianling City, I got off the car and headed straight for the destination I had planned long ago, the alchemy shop. Wana Pavilion, this magnificent building is extremely conspicuous in the city center, and various drug information is scrolling on the huge electronic screen. Welcome, respected warrior, how may I help you? As soon as I entered the door, a pleasant greeting rang in my ears. The person who came was a young girl with a pretty face, skin as white as cream, black hair like a waterfall, a pleasant voice, and a faint smile, as if she had an immortal aura. I admit that she is very beautiful, even more beautiful than Ren Sha. The key is that her temperament is not like that of an ordinary waitress, but rather like that of a hidden big shot. However, my mood is different now. After more than a year of cold stares and hardships, I have long since smoothed over my impetuousness. I am amazed, but my heart is calm. I'm here to sell the ingredients. I poured all my harvest from the past few days onto the counter. The girl's expression remained unchanged as she quickly estimated the price. Gray wolf eyeballs are 1,000 each, 100 milliliters of blood are 1,000, black Euro snake gallbladders are 2,000 each, a total of 27,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to sell it? Sell. The materials were quickly taken away by a special person, and 27,000 yuan was deposited into the account. Is there anything else you need? I was about to say no, but suddenly paused. I had planned to save this money to pay for the tuition, but I thought that there were still 7 days left before the registration deadline, and now I could earn more than 20,000 yuan a day. That is, the tuition would be enough in 2 days. So I might as well use this time to improve my strength. My heart moved, and I immediately said, I want to buy the blood chi powder. A portion of Sweki powder costs 10,000 yuan. How many portions would you like? The waiter still smiled. 10,000? I twitched my lips and gritted my teeth. Give me 2. The 20,000 yuan was immediately deducted from me. I took the 2 packets of powder and turned away, unable to help but complain in my mind. This is so shady. At this moment, the waitress looked at my leaving back. Her standard business smile suddenly faded, her brows slightly furrowed, and there was a bit of weirdness and contemplation in her eyes. The next customer came in, saw her appearance, and instantly became excited and started chatting with her. But she had already dealt with it well, switched back to fake smile mode, and handled it with ease. When I got back to my residence, I took out the blood chi powder immediately, with a glimmer of anticipation in my eyes. Blood chi powder, a first-grade, low-grade elixir that can strengthen bones and nourish blood. It is a common choice for improving martial artists' blood chi, but it is expensive and only martial arts families or true disciples of martial arts schools can afford it. The reason why I dare to buy it is all because of my critical hit plugin. As long as I trigger 1,000-fold critical hit once, maybe I can break through to the second-level martial artist in one fell swoop. I dissolved the powder in water, stirred it, swallowed it, and immediately practiced the 9 refinings of blood and chi. Congratulations, the blood powder effect has gained a triple critical hit bonus. Congratulations, the blood chi powder effect has gained a 15-fold critical hit bonus. Although it didn't trigger 1,000 times, not even 100 times, I still smiled with satisfaction. The medicinal power rushed through the body like a flood, stirring the tendons and veins, and the strength of the whole body continued to increase. It is indeed a first-grade elixir. One serving is worth more than 10 days of hard training. The power of the 5 elements is achieved. These days, I spend most of my time hunting in the wilderness. Although it is called a safe zone, it is not actually safe. Even though most of the beasts there are only level 1, it is still a high-risk area for martial artists to die. More than a dozen martial artists die in the mouths of beasts every day, and countless others are injured. Fierce beasts are, after all, irrational monsters, cruel and cold-blooded. If you want to hunt them, you must be prepared to lose your life at any time. However, this set of rules doesn't seem to apply to me. With the power of the 5 elephants, plus the triple crit guarantee, even a casual attack from me can unleash the power of 15 elephants, pushing the limits of a 3rd-level martial artist. Once a 100-fold crit is triggered, even a 9th-level beast will die on the spot. Not to mention ordinary martial artists, even real martial artists would probably have to avoid his edge. Because of this, my hunting journey was almost unimpeded. I could easily kill more than a dozen beasts every day, and my daily income from selling materials alone was close to 30,000. That morning, as usual, I took the tram to leave the city. In the carriage, people were chatting excitedly. Have you heard? Recently, a perverted martial artist appeared in the safe zone. He can kill more than a dozen ferocious beasts every day, and he is still unscathed. I heard about it. It's ridiculously strong. And he used a sword. Some people nicknamed him the Killing Sword. So exaggerated? Could it be that he is a warrior in disguise? No, he didn't use his true energy at all. He must be a martial artist. He just practiced heaven-level skills or combat techniques, which is why his combat power is so amazing. If only I could be that strong. Don't dream. I saw him kill a violent tiger with one sword. The ground cracked open. It was so scary. I didn't think much of it at first, until I started to feel something was wrong as I listened. Killing a dozen a day? With a sword? This killing sword, why does it look so much like me? As soon as I got off the train and was about to leave the station, I accidentally let the Guanhong sword show a corner, and the next second, "Killing sword!" a voice exclaimed. All of a sudden, all the surrounding warriors looked over. I forced myself to smile and said, "Brother, you got the wrong person. I'm not you." "That's right," the man said firmly. "Although I have never seen the sword of killing himself, I have seen this sword. It is exactly the same as the one in your hand." He paused, then said firmly, "You are the sword of killing." I was speechless for a moment. Did I become famous just because I killed a lot of ferocious beasts? I was even given a nickname. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, I was too lazy to explain and just rushed out of the crowd. 10 minutes later, I stood at the edge of the wilderness and smiled softly. It's been a year. I never thought that one day I would be regarded as a strong man by others. I looked down at the sword in my hand and whispered, "Killing sword sounds good." I didn't stay too long that day. After hunting 7 ferocious beasts, I returned to Tianling City at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the car, I wrapped Guan Hong tightly to avoid any more trouble. When I arrived at Wana Pavilion, I put the materials I had ordered on the counter as usual. "Welcome, eh? It's you again." The waitress behind the counter looked up and a hint of complaint appeared on her face. "You didn't even say hello when you came. I thought you were a guest." During this period, I often came to Wanao Pavilion to buy ingredients, and I became familiar with this waitress who had a 95-point appearance. We would occasionally chat for a while. I smiled and said, "Since it's me, there's no need to say welcome, right? You are an old customer, so I don't need to be polite." She curled her lips and glanced at the materials. "Saber-toothed tiger blood, black euro snake gallbladder, dragon-winged bird heart, huh? You brought less this time. Are you in bad condition?" "No, I'm fine. I just had a little accident today." "I thought the killing sword didn't kill anymore." She deliberately stretched out her tone. I was startled and frowned. "You also know this nickname?" As I was talking, another 17,000 came in. Together with the previous amount, my total savings were close to 170,000. "Give me another 12 servings of blood chi powder." After handing over the materials, I was about to leave when she suddenly called me. "Hey, we have met a few times. Although we are not friends, we are acquaintances after all. I don't even know your name." I raised an eyebrow at her. "Isn't it the rule to give your own name before asking for someone else's?" She was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "Mu Shuan." Mu Shuan? The vice president of Tianling City's martial arts union, seems to also be named Mu. Seeing that I was silent for too long, she became a little anxious. "It's your turn." I raised the corner of my mouth and said, "My name is Sword of Killing. After saying that, without waiting for her to respond, I turned around and left. That night, in a luxurious villa that looked like a castle in the upper district of Tianling City, Mu Yinglong, the branch chairman of the Martial Arts Union and one of the few martial artists in Tianling City, had just returned home when he saw his granddaughter Mu Shuan sitting on the sofa with a puffy face and a sullen look on her face. He panicked immediately and walked over in 2 steps. "Who dares to mess with my precious granddaughter? Tell Grandpa who bullied you, and I will personally get back at you." Mu Shuan said angrily. "There is a person, he bullied me. Who? Tell me and I'll beat him to death." She puffed her cheeks, hesitated for a few seconds, and shook her head again. "Forget it, Grandpa, I will handle this matter myself." Mu Shuan kept saying that we were acquaintances and seemed to have a good relationship, but I didn't feel much of a stir in my heart, and even felt a little resistant. A year ago, I also had a lot of friends. We hunted together, fought hard together, and trusted each other. But after a beast tide, I was disabled and they all stayed away from me. Even if they met me on the street, they pretended not to know me. From then on, my heart was as cold as ice, and I no longer believed in the kindness of anyone. I only believed in myself. "Congratulations, your blood powder effect has gained a 5-fold critical hit bonus." "Congratulations, your blood powder effect has gained a triple critical hit bonus." "Congratulations, your blood powder effect has gained a 7-fold critical hit bonus." "Congratulations, your blood powder effect has gained a 100-fold critical hit bonus." "Congratulations, your blood powder effect has gained a 50-fold critical hit bonus." Swallowed all 12 portions of blood chi powder in one go. As the drug effect burst out, a series of critical hit prompts popped up one after another. What surprised me most was that there were 100x and 50x critical hits. Unfortunately, there was still no legendary 1000x critical hit. The violent medicinal power surged in my body. After a systematic and precise combing, I absorbed it all without any hindrance, and the strength in my body rose rapidly. 8 elephants, the power of 9 elephants. Breakthrough to the 2nd level of martial arts in one fell swoop. 10 elephants. 12 elephants. Finally, I stopped at the power of 15 elephants. I only need 3 elephants to enter the realm of a 3rd level warrior. I stood there, feeling the long-lost surge of power in my body, and I was so excited that I couldn't control myself. After a year, I finally felt like myself at my peak again. But after the excitement, a hint of loneliness came over me, and I sighed. If I hadn't been injured so badly that my martial arts talent was damaged, my strength could at least triple with just these 12 portions of blood chi powder, and even approach that of a 4th-level martial artist. I must find a way to repair my talent, otherwise my cultivation will only get slower and slower, and I am doomed to stop here. I cannot accept this. Night fell quietly, and the entire Tianling city was shrouded in a dark curtain. I lay on the bed, whispered good night to the bedside table, and then fell into a deep sleep. In the photo frame on the cabinet, a group photo stands quietly, a middle-aged woman with gentle eyes and brows, a kind man, and a young man with a bright smile that was me in the past. The next morning, I arrived at the college on time. As soon as I stepped into the classroom, all the students around me looked at me. Some were watching the fun, some were gloating, and most were playing with me and mocking me. I was too lazy to pay attention and walked straight to my seat. Today is a martial arts class, which talks about the practical application of combat skills. Halfway through the class, there was a knock on the door, and then the instructor Yan Xiu walked in with a normal look. "You, come with me to the office." I stood up silently and followed him out of the classroom. As soon as I left, the classroom started whispering. "It must be about tuition, right? Today is the deadline." "Yes, if he can't pay the tuition, he will definitely have to pack up and go home." He was so glorious back then. He was the first martial artist to break through to the 9th level. Even the dean praised him for his potential to become a martial artist before he turned 18. Who would have thought that he would become a useless person in the end? He was so arrogant at first that he ignored any of us. Now it's his turn to be in trouble. Haha, just wait and see, you'll see him packing up and leaving in shame. The teacher did not stop him and continued explaining the key points of martial arts on the electronic blackboard. In the office, Yang Xiu had a cold expression. His eyes were filled with a bit of suppressed pity. "Do you know why I called you here?" I nodded. "Yes, it's about tuition fees. The tuition fee is 50,000 yuan, pay it now. Otherwise, pack up and leave." His tone was surprisingly soft. "I advise you not to be obsessed with martial arts anymore. It might be a good thing to go back and be an ordinary person." I didn't respond, but took out 5 stacks of banknotes from my pocket and put them on the table. "Teacher, I brought the tuition." Yang Xiu was about to continue persuading him, but he suddenly stopped talking halfway and stared at the stacks of banknotes in a daze. You really raised the money?" "Impossible." His tone suddenly became urgent. "Your cultivation is wasted, and you can't hunt ferocious beasts at all. How can you possibly gather 50,000 yuan in such a short time?" There was a hint of worry in his eyes. "Is there any risk in this money? You have to tell me honestly." I shook my head and said calmly, "No problem, this money is clean, I got it myself." "But—" He wanted to say something else, but I interrupted him. "Teacher Yang, I have paid the tuition. If there is nothing else, I will go back to the classroom to attend class," I said and prepared to turn around. "Wait," he whispered. "It's useless to pay the tuition. The annual assessment will begin in half a month. You are not even a first-level martial arts apprentice now. There is no way you can pass it. You will be expelled." "Thank you for the reminder. I know what I'm doing." After saying that, I left the office without looking back and closed the door. On the way back, I felt a little complicated. "I know, Mr. Yang. The tuition fee was delayed until today because you helped me to negotiate with the dean behind the scenes. Forcing me to drop out was also for my own good. You didn't want me to be involved in martial arts disputes again. But you don't know, I don't want to be an ordinary person who lives a miserable life. I want to live with dignity." Blue Rain Middle School of Martial Arts. The courses in this school are not too heavy. In addition to the required courses, there are also elective and supplementary courses, but these are not free and require extra money. When I returned to the classroom, people around me found that I did not pack up and leave, and started talking about it. All kinds of outrageous speculations emerged, but more of them were a kind of sarcastic expectation. They felt that I could only last one class at most, and would never show up for the next required course. The class ended quickly and the students left one after another. Huh? Wang Lu? Why is he in our class? Why else? He must be here to see Yan Xiu. Oh, right. I had forgotten about it. During the academy competition, he was defeated by Yan Xiu in one move and lost face in front of everyone. I guess he heard that Yan Xiu was going to drop out of school, so he came here to get back at him, right? It's possible. He has been concentrating on training for the past year. I heard that he has already broken through to the 8th level of martial arts apprentice. He is just one step away from becoming a martial artist. He is one of the geniuses that the academy is focusing on training. Then he probably came here to step on someone this time. Haha, he deserves it. He was so arrogant before. As soon as I walked out of the classroom, I heard a lot of discussions. Before I could even take a detour to avoid them, I was stopped by someone. Hey, why do you want to run away when you see me? Are you scared? Afraid that I will see you dropping out of school and running away in a panic? Wang Lu raised the corner of his mouth, his face full of sarcasm. The surroundings fell into deathly silence, and the onlookers had different looks in their eyes. Some were watching the show, some were mocking, some were gloating, and so on. I frowned. Are you free? What? Wang Lu was stunned, wondering if he had heard it wrong. How dare this waste, who had wasted all his cultivation and couldn't even afford the tuition fees, mock him? He sneered. Do you still think you are the genius you once were? I said calmly. Didn't you hear me? Let me say it again, are you free? Instead of practicing hard, you come here to show off like a little kid. Little brat? Wang Lu's face suddenly darkened. How dare this loser who was about to be expelled from school belittle him? What's the point of being so tough? He sneered. You can't even pay the tuition now. You will be expelled soon and say goodbye to martial arts forever. You are destined to become ordinary and be lost in the crowd. And I am destined to be a powerful person standing high above everyone else. You are no longer that dazzling genius, but a piece of trash that I trample under my feet. Now, if I want to crush you to death, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. The students watching the fun around started to make a noise, their eyes full of ridicule and pleasure. Nothing could be more satisfying than seeing a former genius fall from grace. I slowly said, I'm sorry, I've already paid my tuition. This year, I'm still a student at Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy. What? Wang Lu suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief, and the surroundings instantly became quiet. I took out the payment receipt from my pocket and raised it gently. It seems that I have to disappoint you, Wang Lu. Not only did I not drop out of school, I even have a good affinity with martial arts. The crowd was in an uproar. He handed it in? Really? Then, wasn't Wang Lu's ridiculed just like a clown? Wang Lu's face turned pale and blue, and the anger in his eyes almost materialized. He didn't think he had done anything wrong, but instead thought that I should have explained it earlier, otherwise how could he be humiliated? He was determined to kill me, and I no longer hesitated. Now I have the power of 15 elephants, and starting with a triple crit, that's 45 elephants, equivalent to a 5th-level martial artist. If I can trigger a 10-fold crit in a fight, that's an astonishing 150 elephants, enough to turn defeat into victory. If a 100-fold critical strike were to come, then he might not even have a complete body left. I don't want to cause trouble, but if he insists on taking action, then let him experience complete defeat again. I want you to die. Wang Lu finally couldn't help but roar, his breath surged, and he was about to take action. I was nervous and ready for battle. Just when the atmosphere was tense, a cold voice broke the silence. What are you doing? Then, a powerful pressure came down, instantly defeating the murderous intent in Wang Lu. That aura was far beyond the level of a martial artist. Instructor Yan Xiu walked slowly towards him, his face stern and his eyes sharp as a knife, staring directly at Wang Lu. What do you want to do? Wang Lu looked embarrassed. He had tried to retaliate against me many times this year, but each time he was, coincidentally, seen by Yan Xiu, he returned empty-handed. Today, the same situation happened again. Nothing. Teacher, I just came to see a friend. Wang Lu gritted his teeth and whispered. Have you finished reading it? Yan Xiu's tone was calm but full of oppression. I've finished reading it, Wang Lu said, gritting his teeth. Then go. Who are you trying to threaten by staying here? I'm leaving now. Wang Lu left in disgrace, and before leaving he glared at me fiercely, full of murderous intent. This matter was obviously not over yet. I sighed in my heart, not knowing whether to be grateful or helpless when faced with Teacher Yang's help. I haven't paid your tuition yet, Yan Xiu suddenly said in a low voice. I'll give you 2 more days. If you want a refund during this period, come to me. He paused, and his tone softened a little. Use this money to start over and live an ordinary life. Don't stay in the academy. I can't protect you every time. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand to disperse the crowd and turned to leave. I looked at his receding back, and without saying anything more, I turned and left. I was going to the wilderness to continue hunting. The strength of a second-level warrior is far from enough. I want to become stronger. What? Yan Xiu paid the tuition? Where did he get so much money? Ren Sha was so shocked that she was speechless when she heard the news. 50,000 is not a small amount. Even a high-level martial artist would have to kill dozens of beasts to get enough. But how could Yan Xiu, an ordinary person who had lost all his cultivation, do it? Ren Xiu's friend was also surprised. Really? I saw him take out the receipt with my own eyes. It had the college's seal on it. Ren Sha was silent. She thought I would be persuaded to quit, and we would go our separate ways. But I managed to collect 50,000 yuan in adversity, and successfully stayed. This means that we will meet again. There will be intersections. Her mood suddenly became complicated. Oh, right. Ren Sha suddenly remembered. You said Wang Lu went to find him? Did they fight? Ren Xiao's friend joked. The he you are talking about, are you referring to Wang Lu or your he? She emphasized the name, Yan Xiu. Ren Xiaodai did not respond, but her eyes gradually became colder. My friend was startled and quickly waved his hands. It was just a joke, don't take it seriously. Teacher Yang is here, and there was no fight. Didn't do anything? Ren Xiaodai breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaodai, do you still like him? The friend winked and teased. Otherwise, why were you so nervous when you heard the news? Like Yan Xiu? Ren Xiu's heart was slightly moved, but her face quickly returned to indifference. Don't talk nonsense. He is nothing now. We will only get farther and farther apart. After all, we are just 2 parallel lines that will never intersect. In the wilderness, a figure walked alone with a sword in hand, walking through the wind and sand. Congratulations, your attack gains a 20-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack gains 15 times the critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack gains a 30-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack gains a 50-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack gains a 700-fold critical hit bonus. Breaking through the power of 15 elephants. My efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts has become more than 3 times faster than before. I have also already stepped out of the first-level safety zone and penetrated into the second and third-level areas, leaving traces of killing everywhere. The harvest was naturally unprecedentedly rich. 500 milliliters of blood from the Earth Asian bear. 5 bloodthirsty red python gallbladders. 10 violent lion teeth. In just half a day, the value of the materials obtained was as high as 40,000 gold coins. Unfortunately, I am alone and my backpack has limited capacity. After each hunt, I can only pick out the most valuable materials and have to reluctantly discard the rest. After killing a black wolf, my bag was finally full and I was planning to return to Tianling City. It would be great if there were weapons that could store items. I sighed in a low voice. Storage weapons are extremely rare and can open up subspace to store things. They are priceless. In the entire Tianling City, there are only a few people who have this thing. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard a noisy fighting sound coming from the front, mixed with angry shouting. How dare you kill people and steal treasures? Aren't you afraid that Tianling City will put you on the wanted list? Wanted? If we kill you all, who would know it was us? You will get your comeuppance. Ha ha ha, how much is retribution worth? We are doing a business with no cost. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw 7 martial artists besieging 2 wounded young men not far away. They were bleeding and had exposed bones. Their lives were hanging by a thread. Wilderness hunter? I glanced at him, my expression calm. When the two besieged people saw me, hope instantly ignited in their eyes and they shouted desperately, "Brother, save us! They are wilderness hunters!" I just replied coldly, "It's none of my business. We are both warriors from Tianling City. How could you just stand by and watch someone die without helping?" The other party was shocked and angry. I didn't respond. A year ago, I might have helped him. But after experiencing too many days of being mocked and not even able to pay for tuition, I already understood that the world is never fair. Now, I just want to become stronger. Emotional resonance is no longer a luxury. The 7 wilderness hunters mercilessly attacked them. The 2 disciples struggled hard, but were outnumbered. With a scream, their flesh and blood flew everywhere, leaving no trace of their bodies. The hunters were so excited as they harvested their trophies that they couldn't stop smiling. I remained indifferent and continued walking towards the subway station. At this time, a hunter looked greedy and whispered, "Brother, that kid over there has a bulging backpack and looks like a fat sheep." As he spoke, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. The eyes of the other people suddenly lit up and they looked eager to try. However, "Pa!" A crisp slap fell, and it was their boss, a 7th-level martial artist, with a gloomy face. "Idiot, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you." The man who was beaten was stunned on the spot, and the others were also puzzled. "Brother, that kid is so young and doesn't look like a powerful person. Why are you so cautious?" "Yeah, there are 7 of us fighting against one, so how can we be afraid of him?" "The backpack looks awfully full, maybe it's full of good stuff, we can make a fortune if we kill him." The boss didn't speak immediately. He just glanced around coldly with murderous intent, silencing everyone for a moment. He said coldly, "Do you think that a person who can return with a full load in the deep wilderness would be a soft persimmon? There is only one possibility: he is very strong, so strong that he is not afraid of any threat. That kind of person is the real nightmare." Everyone was still unwilling, their eyes full of doubt. The boss sighed and lowered his voice. "Didn't you see the sword on his back?" Sword, everyone was stunned. A 3-foot-long blade, shining with a cold light. "If I'm not mistaken, he is the one who has recently become famous in the wilderness, the Slayer Sword. As soon as these words came out, everyone took a deep breath. Killing Sword. The ruthless guy who can kill more than a dozen beasts in one day? A first-level beast is equivalent to a martial artist, or even more difficult to deal with. He can hunt more than a dozen in a day. In other words, he can easily kill more than a dozen people like them. This is not a fat sheep, it is clearly a Shura in human skin. "Boss, it's a good thing you managed to keep us steady, otherwise we would have been killed by the sword by now," a hunter said fearfully. After returning to Tianling City, I went straight to the Wana Pavilion. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a clear and sweet voice. Here, I'm here." I turned a blind eye with a blank expression on my face, walked straight to another counter, and dumped my heavy bag on the table. "Please help me count them, all of these are for sale." Next to me, Mu Shuan was staring at me with a puffy face, looking aggrieved. Since that day, every time I came to Wana Pavilion, I would deliberately avoid her and only go to other counters to buy materials. The granddaughter of the vice president of the Martial Arts Union and one of the few martial artists in Tianling City, Mu Shuan could still endure it at first, thinking that her status required her to be dignified and reserved. But this time, she couldn't hold it in any longer. She walked forward, her expression calm but her anger suppressed. "Sir, please move to my counter, thank you." Chapter 8, Level 3 Martial Apprentice. Mu Shuan looked quite polite, but her voice left no room for doubt. "Good." The receptionist at the counter stood up without any hesitation, and the process was quick and efficient, as if he was afraid that even a little bit of slowness would make Mu Shuan unhappy. Mu Shuan sat on it very naturally, with a look of pride on her face. "Sir, how can I help you?" Yan Xiu. After putting the materials back into his bag, Yan Xiu stood up and was about to go to other counters. Mu Shuan held down the beast material, and a hint of ferocity appeared on her beautiful face. "Don't go too far. Has anyone ever ignored me since I was a child? Now I have it." Yan Xiu's expression remained calm, and he was about to push away his hand that was pressing on the ferocious beast material. But the next moment, his expression changed slightly. This hand seemed thin and weak, but facing his 15 symbols power, there was no sign of being shaken, as if it were made of divine iron from outer space. This Mu Shuan is actually also a martial artist. And very strong. Seeing the surprise on the boy's face, Mu Shuan felt a little proud. He withdrew his hand and smiled softly but firmly. Don't waste your energy. Apart from me, no one else in Wana Pavilion will receive you. Of course, you can also go to other places as long as you are willing to accept the price they offer. Yan Xiu's expression froze slightly. Wana Pavilion is the largest store in Tianling City that sells martial arts elixirs. It recycles materials from ferocious beasts and offers the highest price, with a premium of about 10%. If you really sell it somewhere else, it is possible, but the loss in the middle is enough to make people vomit blood. Not to mention that the martial arts elixirs sold in Wana Pavilion are of the best quality. Go to other counters. As soon as this thought appeared in Yan Xiu's mind, he threw it away. From the attitude of the former waiter at the counter towards Mu Shuan just now, it can be seen that as long as she said a word, no one in Wana Pavilion would receive him. Money represents resources for cultivation. Yan Xiu would not go against money, so he sat down honestly and said, I will sell all these materials. Sorry for the trouble. Thank you. Don't worry about that for now, we still have some unsettled accounts between us. Mu Shuan gritted her teeth. What's your name? Don't say sort of killing, or I'll have the entire Wana Pavilion block you. Yan Xiu. Your grandfather is Mu Long. Yes, my grandfather. Mu Shuan suddenly realized that she was the one asking the question, so why did he answer her question? She immediately became furious. I'm asking you, not you. Tell me, what's your name? She was indeed the vice president of the Martial Arts Union, one of the few martial artists in Tianling City, and the granddaughter of Mu Long. That's right. Rumor has it that the owner of Wana Pavilion is also surnamed Mu. So Mu Shuan can really ban himself. My name is Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu. Mu Shuan muttered with a smug smile on her face. After being angered so many times, she finally got a point back. Looking at the dazzling array of materials, Mu Shuan became curious again. Where did you get these materials? Counting from the beginning, there are hundreds of them, and there are quite a few of them of medium-level first-grade quality. Yan Xiu had no expression on his face. This doesn't seem to be related to the business I'm currently handling. Answer honestly and I'll give you a 10% discount membership card of Wana Pavilion. Mu Shuan used his money ability. Yan Xiu. I hunted it myself. As the killing sword, he was not someone who would give in easily, but the 10% discount card was so tempting that Yan Xiu made the wisest decision without hesitation. That's true. Judging from your appearance, I can't tell that you are so strong, Mu Shuan said with a hint of sarcasm. Thank you for the compliment. Yan Xiu glanced at the time and reminded with some dissatisfaction. Let's not talk about this for now, Miss Mu, can we do something serious first? I still have to hurry back to practice. Oh, good. 500 milliliters of the blood of the Earth Asian bear, 5 bloodthirsty red python gallbladders, 10 violet lion teeth, a total of 42,100 yuan, has been deposited into your account. Mu Shuan also reacted and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She had never talked to a member of the opposite sex for such a long time in her life. She was angry at first but didn't think too much about it. But now that she was reminded, her cheeks couldn't stop getting hot. Soon, more than 40,000 yuan was deposited into the account, and the total assets reached 117,600 yuan, which was the result of these 3 days. Give me another 12 servings of blood chi powder. 120,000. Yan Xiu, your balance is not enough. You promised to give me a 10% discount card. Oh, yes. Soon a card was handed to him. Although there was some unhappiness between the two before, since he had made the promise, Mu Shuan did not intend to go back on his word and really gave it to him. 180,000 were quickly taken away, and 12 portions of blood chi powder were also delivered to Yan Xiu. Thanks. After saying hello, Yan Xiu prepared to leave. Mu Shuan was a little annoyed. Hey, even though we haven't known each other for a long time, We have exchanged a few words. We are acquaintances, and we are friends. Can you stop being so cold and be more enthusiastic and free and easy? Yan Xiu stopped, turned his head, and glanced back calmly. This sight made Mu Shuan suddenly stop talking and stood there in a daze, her heart deeply touched. Because she saw sadness, loneliness, and the indifference that concealed both emotions in Yan Xiu's eyes. Mu Shuan didn't understand. What kind of experience could allow a 17-year-old boy to have such eyes? I have no acquaintances, let alone friends. A voice without any emotional fluctuation was heard. Yan Xiu walked out of Wana Pavilion and his figure disappeared in the crowd. Mu Shuan looked at this scene and suddenly felt a little regretful. Facing her. Maybe I shouldn't be so willful. Yan Xiu was very calm and didn't care whether he would offend the daughter of Wana Pavilion. Acquaintance? Friend? It sounds very intimate, but if I am not the killing sword, but an ordinary person on the street who has no martial arts skills and can only hide in the base city to survive, will she still treat me as an acquaintance or a friend? Those good friends who had been through thick and thin together now regard themselves as a burden. Would she be different from them? After returning home, Yan Xiu sorted out his emotions and devoted himself to practicing. Drink the blood and chi powder gradually. Congratulations, your blood powder effect has gained a triple critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your blood powder effect has gained a 5-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your blood powder effect has gained a triple critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your blood powder effect has gained a 70-fold critical hit bonus. In a blink of an eye, 5 or 6 hours passed and all 12 portions of blood chi powder were used up. Unfortunately, there was no critical hit of more than 100 times, not even more than 10 times. Night falls in the dark room. Yan Xiu opened his eyes, ended his practice, took out a hand grip from the drawer, and began to exert his strength. The power of 17 elephants. The power of 19 elephants. The power of 21 elephants. The power of 22 elephants. Yan Xiu suddenly let go and showed a satisfied smile. Third level martial artist, accomplished. Chapter 9. Second level ferocious beast. In the wilderness, a man and a ferocious beast are fighting again. Congratulations, your attack gains a triple critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack gains a 5-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack gains a triple critical hit bonus. Yan Xiu held the guanhong in his hand, his eyes were stern, his movements were calm and unhurried, relying on the one-sword slash, cross-sword stab, yifengbu and other martial arts taught by the academy. He kept fighting with the fire leopard in front of him. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Congratulations, your attack has gained a 7,500-fold critical hit bonus. A high multiple critical hit finally appeared, and the sword energy suddenly surged. The cold light of the sword covered 14 states, and the sweeping flames were shattered. In the blink of an eye, the fire leopard was also cut in half. Yan Xiu exhaled. I don't know whether to say I'm lucky or unlucky. If I say I'm lucky, it took such a long time to get a critical hit. If I say I'm unlucky, this critical hit reached 7,500. Even if a second-level beast came, I'm afraid it would have suffered a bitter defeat. Without giving it much thought, Yan Xiu began to skillfully collect materials from the ferocious beasts. Soon the fire leopard was decomposed. This first level, mid-grade beast brought him a total of fire crystal 1 and flame blood 100 ml, which were worth about 7,000, which was a good income. Yan Xiu weighed his luggage and found that there was still a lot of space. If I kill 3 more beasts, my backpack should be full. I don't know which lucky guy I'll run into. A few minutes later, another ferocious beast fell under Yan Xiu's sword. It was very unlucky as it triggered a 100-fold critical hit right after the fight. It didn't even have time to make a humph before dying on the spot. Instead, more time was wasted on dismembering the ferocious beast and collecting materials. Roar, hiss. Low roars continued to be heard from all directions, but Yan Xiu did not pay much attention to them. After all, there were countless ferocious beasts wandering in the wilderness. But he soon realized something was wrong. Because these roars did not have the arrogance of the past, but were instead filled with anxiety and fear, as if they were afraid of something. Not only that, Yan Xiu also discovered that some warriors were fleeing in panic, not just one or two, but a large number, and almost from the same direction. What happened? Yan Xiu had a bad feeling in his heart. He was thinking about whether to stop hunting, but suddenly. Roar! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying roar was heard, the wind was blowing wildly, and the rocks were cracking. Its power was simply not comparable to that of a first-level ferocious beast. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it was. Immediately afterwards, a ferocious beast came into view. It was 3 meters tall and looked like a qiongqi, with thick scales on its body. Just by looking into its golden eyes, one would involuntarily feel a strong chill. This is a second-order ferocious beast, the violent qiongqi? How is this possible? This is a safe zone. The martial arts guild is there to clear the area, and martial arts soldiers are stationed at the border. It should be impossible for a second-level ferocious beast to appear here. Yan Xiu was filled with confusion. But now is obviously not the time to doubt. The violent qiongqi beast easily killed more than a dozen warriors within a radius of 100 meters. It chewed the flesh and blood in its mouth and swallowed it quickly. It even did not spare the ferocious beasts around it, and killed everything in front of it by either trampling on them or clapping its hands. Then, the violent qiongqi then set his sights on Yan Xiu. A chill instantly spread throughout his body. Without even a second thought, Yan Xiu turned around and fled madly, leaving behind all the materials for the ferocious beasts, including his backpack. A second-level ferocious beast is equivalent to a warrior. Although there is only one level difference between martial apprentices and martial artists, there are substantial differences in the level of martial arts. Martial artists: temper your blood and increase your strength. Warrior: absorb the violent spiritual energy, sink it into Dantian, and condense the true essence. The gap between the two is like the difference between heaven and earth. A warrior can easily kill 10 or even 29th level warriors, or even easily escape from hundreds or thousands of warriors. That's exactly why. Above the 9th level martial artist is not the 10th level martial artist, but a warrior. If he were facing a first-order ferocious beast, even if it possessed more power than 100 elephants, and was stronger than a 9th-order warrior, Yan Xiu still had the courage to rely on the critical strike system and roaming to engage in a fight with it. But if it were a second-level ferocious beast and they were confronted head-on, they would probably be slapped to death before they could even deliver a high multiple critical hit. Yan Xiu therefore fled without hesitation. Congratulations, your wind walk has gained a triple critical strike bonus. Congratulations, your wind walk has gained a 5-fold critical strike bonus. Congratulations, your wind walk has gained a triple critical strike bonus. Run quickly, we will be safe as long as we reach the subway station. Yan Xiu fled frantically, trying to escape the sight of this violent qiongqi. But the next moment, roar! Along with the horrific howl, the ground shook violently and a strong smell of blood came from behind. The thing Yan Xiu least wanted to happen happened. He being targeted by the violent qiongqi. It's poisonous, right? There are so many martial artists around, why did it target me? Yan Xiu looked very unhappy and was running for his life. The chase between the man and the beast has been going on for more than 10 minutes. As a second-level ferocious beast, the furious Qiqiu not only has despairing combat power, but also has a speed that is far beyond the reach of any martial artist. Although Yan Xiu had triple critical strike as a guarantee and his martial arts skill Yufengbu was also extremely powerful, he was still too slow in front of the violent qiongqi, and the difference was more than one level. But it must be said that Yan Xiu has enough luck. Every time when the violent qiongqi was about to catch up with him, there would be at least 100 times critical strike effect, which would quickly increase the distance between the two sides and allow him to escape. Otherwise, don't even think about persisting for more than 10 minutes. I'm afraid that in the blink of an eye, he will become food for the violent qiongqi like other warriors. We can't go on like this. Yan Xiu's face had become extremely distorted because of its hideousness. High critical strike cannot always appear at the critical moment. If the violent qiongqi catches up with you and you fail to trigger the 100-fold critical strike, you will die without a burial place. The subway station could no longer be reached. In order to avoid the violent qiongqi, he was forced to change direction. Now Not only was he getting farther and farther away from there, he was also approaching the warning area. There are more second-level ferocious beasts there, which are 100 times more dangerous than the safe zone. You have to save yourself. A trapped beast will still fight. When people are in despair, they always fall into madness, and Yan Xiu is no exception. As he ran, he picked up stones from the ground and threw them at the violent Xiongqi with all his strength. Congratulations, your attack gains 15 times the critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack gains a 10-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack gains a triple critical hit bonus. Unfortunately, this attack obviously could not threaten the violent Xiongqi. The stone shattered when it hit it, and did not cause any damage at all. On the contrary, because of this delay, he was almost caught up by this second-level ferocious beast. Fortunately, he managed to trigger a 100-fold critical strike and create some distance between himself and himself, thus escaping death. Yan Xiu did not give up and continued to throw stones and make insignificant attacks. Just like this, one chasing and one fleeing. The two came to the edge of the cliff. Chapter 10: Secret Realm of Martial Arts. Yan Xiu stopped running. The peak stood dangerously high, the winds were howling fiercely, and the bottom of the cliff was out of sight. Even if one has the strength of 22 elephants and is a third-level martial artist, if he falls down, he will surely be smashed to pieces. Rather than falling to death, it would be better to point the sword at the ferocious beast and fight to the death, which would be more satisfying. When the violent Xiongqi saw the prey stop, he also slowed down, with a look of mockery on his ferocious face, just like a cat catching a mouse. It was not in a hurry to kill it, but to play with it for fun first. There's only one chance of a sword. Yan Xiu raised Guanhong, a look of determination on his face. It was this action that completely infuriated the violent Xiongqi. It seemed as if it had never expected that this human, as tiny as an ant, would dare to point a sword at it. Ouch! A terrifying roar resounded, the mountains and forests shook, the earth trembled, and the violent Xiongqi pounced forward. This time Yan Xiu did not retreat, but took the initiative to meet him, swinging his sword with a ferocious expression and roaring hysterically. Come on! The next moment, the man and the beast collided. The terrifying force surged like a flood, and Yan Xiu couldn't help but vomit blood. Unable to resist the attack of the violent Xiongqi, he fainted on the spot. Before his consciousness fell into darkness, he vaguely heard a hint. Congratulations, your attack gains a 3,500-fold critical hit bonus. After an unknown amount of time, Yan Xiu woke up from his coma. The intense pain made him gasp. I'm not dead yet. This is the bottom of a cliff, surrounded by clouds and mist, with towering stone walls, and the mountain cannot be seen. There was something soft and tender beneath his body, and there was faintly some hot liquid. Looking closely, he saw that it was the violent Xiongqi under him, cut in half, and deader than dead. Yan Xiu quickly figured out the reason. The sword I swung triggered a 3,500-fold critical hit bonus, killing the violent Xiongqi. However, due to the impact of the collision, I fell off the cliff with this second-level beast. Luckily, the violent Xiongqi was underneath me, acting as a cushion, so I didn't fall to pieces. Luckily I survived. Yan Xiu was very grateful. This was the most dangerous crisis he had encountered since he had acquired the infinite critical hit system. If it hadn't been for the last strike, which triggered a 3,500-fold critical hit, and if it hadn't been for the corpse of the violent Xiongqi serving as a meat cushion, I was afraid that I had been torn to pieces and was dead beyond death. What on earth are those people from the Martial Arts Guild doing? They actually allowed a second-level beast to appear in the safe zone. No wonder Yan Xiu felt resentful. In the wilderness, the safe zone is different from the warning zone, dangerous zone, and other areas. It is a relatively safe area that has been cleared by the Martial Arts Union and isolated by martial arts soldiers. Only first-level ferocious beasts will appear there. Normally, second-level ferocious beasts at the warrior level will never appear. But now, not only did they appear, they also slaughtered people on a large scale, killing nearly 100 warriors. Most importantly, he was almost killed. After resting for a few minutes, Yan Xiu felt much better. His injury was not serious to begin with, he just suffered a minor impact. After resting for a while and recovering his strength, he would be fine. The materials on the second-level beasts are very valuable, so Yan Xiu certainly won't let them go. He picked up the guanhong and made a simple bag with the skin of the violent Xiongqi, and began to collect them. Violent Xiongqi blood essence, violent Xiongqi claw, violent Xiongqi fang, violent Xiongqi meat, etc., etc. If it weren't for the limited amount that can be carried. Yan Xiu wished he could move the entire body of the violent Xiongqi back. The harvest is over. Yan Xiu smiled. If we can get these beast materials to the Wana Pavilion, we'll have to sell them for at least 300,000 or 400,000, which is considered a big profit. But then he thought that if he went to Wana Pavilion, he would inevitably run into Mu Shuan, and he couldn't help feeling a headache. Yan Xiu didn't dislike the granddaughter of the vice-chairman of the martial arts union and the eldest daughter of a martial arts family, but he didn't want to have a close relationship with her either. Nowadays, he is very resistant to relationships like acquaintances and friends. Let's get out of here first. Yan Xiu looked around and was immediately attracted by the scene in front of him. At the bottom of the cliff, there is a lake, emitting a hazy, colorful halo. The spiritual energy is like a substance, turning into mist and diffusing in the vicinity, like a fairyland on earth. Secret place? These two words subconsciously appeared in Yan Xiu's mind. Spiritual energy has been revived for more than 5,000 years, and martial arts have become extremely brilliant. It is rumored that when a martial artist practices to a very high level, he can become a spirit and display all kinds of incredible powers. These top-notch experts either create the secret realm themselves, or intentionally evolve the secret realm after their death, in order to leave behind a legacy for the right people. Yan Xiu had only heard of it before but had never seen it. No. Not only had he never seen it, even the teachers in the academy, those real warriors, had probably never seen it. Yan Xiu still clearly remembered the envy and yearning in Yang Xiaoxiong's eyes when he was explaining the knowledge related to the secret realm, and said that every secret realm represented a great opportunity. Really? Could it really be a secret place? Even with Yan Xiu's temperament, he couldn't help but tremble and walked over cautiously. The air was filled with mist, and the spiritual energy was not as violent as that in the outside world. It gently washed over Yan Xiu's body, making him feel very comfortable. Soon he arrived in front of the lake. Just then, a shadow appeared, and the voice was full of vicissitudes. Another junior is coming? Yan Xiu did not dare to neglect him and said, Junior Yan Xiu, I pay my respects to you, senior. Okay. The shadow said okay 3 times in a row, and it was obvious that he was very pleased. His words became much softer. I have fallen for many years. I have only left a trace of my divine consciousness here to select a destined person to inherit my mantle and pass on my martial arts. It is indeed a secret place. Yan Xiu was very excited, and his eyes showed some anticipation. He said, I, the younger generation, dare to ask how to become the successor of the elders. Although I was not invincible during my lifetime, I was also very famous. Although you and I are destined to be together, it is not easy to be my successor. You must pass 2 tests, pass the preliminaries, and wait until you become a warrior. Then you go to my burial place and compete with other preliminaries. Only when you defeat all competitors and stand out, you are eligible to inherit. Are there any other candidates? Of course, my skills are amazing and rare in ancient and modern times. Naturally, I want to pass them on to the strongest genius. I have left a total of 31 secret realms like this. 31? In other words, after passing 2 tests and obtaining the preliminary qualification, one must defeat 30 competitors before one can obtain the true inheritance. Certainly, 30 is the most. If there are relics that have not been activated, the number of competitors will naturally be smaller. Yan Xiu felt a little hopeful and bowed again. May I ask, Senior, how can I pass the first 2 tests? Chapter 11 Monster. The shadow pointed towards the lake, and then the water began to boil and a stone tablet slowly appeared. This stone tablet was made from the skull of the giant beast I killed in the sky. It records a heavenly level technique and a heavenly level martial art. If you can comprehend the secrets and get a glimpse of the entry point within 3 days, you will have completed the first test. Heaven level technique? Even though Yan Xiu was mentally prepared, his pupils still couldn't help but shrink. The skills are divided into 4 levels: yellow, black, earth, and heaven. You should know that in Blue Rain Academy, ordinary students only practice yellow level skills. Someone like him, who was once the top genius in the academy, was so gifted and brilliant that the dean specially taught him the mysterious skills. As for the earth level skills, they are already a secret of the martial arts family that cannot be passed down, no matter how much money you have. Heaven level skills are even rarer, and once they appear, they will inevitably cause a bloody storm. But such a high-level martial arts technique was only used for the first level test in the hands of this senior. I couldn't imagine how terrifying the martial arts technique he majored in was. What if we failed to complete the test? Yan Xiu asked. His martial arts talent was damaged, so he was not very confident about this test. There was no emotion in the Shadow's words. If you fail to complete the test, your memory of the secret realm will be erased, but your heavenly skills and martial arts will be kept as gifts for those who are destined to be with you. Yan Xiu felt a little relieved after hearing this. He was really worried that if he failed to complete the test, he would be severely punished. Even execution. Then the juniors will begin. After getting the consent, Yan Xiu turned his gaze to the stone tablet. It didn't matter what he saw, his mind was quickly immersed in it. The name of the heavenly level cultivation method is 8 Extremes Fighting Heaven, which is taken from Between Heaven and Earth, the 8 extremes of the 9 states, meaning to absorb power from all directions and be able to fight against the sky. Its exquisiteness is hundreds of times more advanced than the mysterious level method 9 refinings of blood and qi. Subconsciously, Yan Xiu then began to practice the 8 Extremes Fighting Heavenly skill. Congratulations, you have gained a 5-fold critical hit bonus from this comprehension. Congratulations, you have gained a 20-fold critical hit bonus from this comprehension. Congratulations, you have gained a 700-fold critical hit bonus from this comprehension. Comprehending the technique can actually give you a critical hit bonus? Yan Xiu was pleasantly surprised and stared at the stone tablet, concentrating even more. The words on the stone tablet seemed to come alive, and countless martial arts secrets poured into his mind like a flood and were quickly decomposed and digested. At this moment, Yan Xiu was like a sponge, absorbing moisture madly. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed. Finally, congratulations, you have gained a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus from this comprehension. It actually triggered a 10,000 times critical hit. Yan Xiu was very surprised. This was the first time a 5-digit critical hit occurred. What made him even happier was that, with the triggering of this 10,000 times critical strike, his comprehension of the 8 Extremes Fighting Heavenly Power was also completely integrated. This heavenly level martial art is no longer a secret in front of Yan Xiu. This is not the end. As 8 Extremes Fighting Heavenly skill replaced 9 refining of blood and qi, and became the main practice method, Yan Xiu's own blood and energy became countless times stronger than before. Although the strength has not increased, it is still the strength of 22 elephants. But there is a bit more Baji fighting heaven spirit in his blood, and his endurance is endless and his toughness is far beyond before. The key is, Yan Xiu had just finished comprehending and had not yet truly practiced. Once you truly begin to practice Baji Batian Gong, it can be foreseen that your own blood and energy will undergo a complete transformation. How? The shadow asked calmly when he saw the boy opposite him open his eyes. Yan Xiu cupped his hands and said, I have completed my comprehension. How much have you understood? All. All? The shadow's voice suddenly rose, no longer calm and composed as before. Junior, you need to think carefully before answering. If you dare to deceive me, not only will your heaven-level skills be in jeopardy, even your life will be in danger. Yan Xiu smiled and said, How dare I speak nonsense in front of you, senior? Show me how to do it. Yes. Yan Xiu concentrated his energy in his dantian, held his breath and focused his mind, and began to practice according to the essence of the 8 Extremes Fighting Heavenly Power. In an instant, the power of the 9 provinces and 8 extremes emanated from his body, and even the surrounding plants seemed to sense it and swayed. The phantom couldn't help but open his eyes wide, and fortunately the mist covered them so he didn't look out of place. No wonder he was so surprised. 8 Extremes Fighting the Sky skill is extremely profound, far surpassing ordinary heaven-level skills, and even far surpassing some of the skills above the heaven level. The most brilliant genius he had ever come into contact with during his lifetime also went into seclusion for a whole month before he fully understood 8 Extremes Fighting the Sky skill. But the kid in front of me actually completed this step in just a few hours. Besides, I just let you have a glimpse of the method, I didn't let you master it, right? Senior, how is it? After finishing the rehearsal and preparing for the closing move, Yan Xiu couldn't help but smile. Are you a monster? The Phantom almost blurted out this sentence, but finally held back, not wanting to lose his composure in front of the younger generation. Well, not bad. Among the geniuses I have seen in my lifetime, it is considered to be above average. Just upper middle class? Yan Xiu's heart sank. He didn't expect that even with the help of the critical hit system, he could only get a mediocre evaluation. It turned out that one should not underestimate the people in the world. Then I will continue to comprehend the heavenly martial arts. Well, go ahead. The heavenly level martial arts skill is called Baji Fighting Heaven Strike, which includes several essentials such as boxing, swordsmanship, and leg techniques. It complements Baji Fighting Heaven skill, and the two obviously have the same origin. Congratulations, you have gained a triple critical hit bonus for this comprehension. Congratulations, you have gained a 10-fold critical hit bonus from this comprehension. Congratulations, you have gained a 20-fold critical hit bonus from this comprehension. Congratulations, you have gained a 400-fold critical hit bonus from this comprehension. There was no 10,000 times critical strike this time, but with 8 Extremes Fighting the Sky as the foundation, plus the critical strike effect, 8 Extremes Fighting the Sky progressed extremely quickly, and just as the hazy night fell, he had already comprehended it thoroughly. Okay, Senior, do you want me to demonstrate for you? Yan Xiu opened his eyes, tightly grasped Guanhong, and seemed eager to try. The shadow shook his head and said, No need. There was indeed no need for that, because during the process of comprehension, Yan Xiu had already exuded a very strong sense of ambition, which was enough to show that he had completely mastered this heavenly level martial art. In less than a day, he actually understood the 8 Extremes Fighting Heavenly skill and 8 Extremes Fighting Heavenly strike. What a monster this is! Unfortunately, I am not the real body, but just a wisp of divine consciousness. Otherwise, there would be no need to test him, and he would directly accept him as a disciple and inherit his mantle to ensure that he would not tarnish his reputation. Congratulations, kid, you've successfully passed the first test. Chapter 12, Small Qianquan Ring. This is a reward. You can use it by dripping blood on it. The Phantom waved his sleeves, and the lake's surface began to boil again. A ring emitting a crystal luster appeared, floated in front of the young man, and floated in the mist. This is... Yan Xiu guessed what it was and was so excited that he bit his finger and dripped blood on it with trembling hands. Soon a piece of information appeared in my mind. Small Qianquan Ring, heavenly grade, a storage weapon with 10 cubic meters of subspace. It turned out to be a storage-type weapon. Yan Xiu quickly put on the ring and put his mind into it. Then he saw a gray space. Thank you, Senior. The shadow waved his hand. No, this is what you deserve. Leave now, and come back to take the second test after you break through to the 7th level of martial arts. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Xiu felt the world spinning around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the cliff. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. But, after seeing the ring in his hand, Yan Xiu knew that it was not a dream. 7th level martial artist? With a critical strike system, it shouldn't take long. Yan Xiu suddenly remembered something and patted his head subconsciously. Oh, I forgot to ask what to address you, Senior. Let's wait until next time we meet. In the secret realm. After sending the boy away, the shadow finally couldn't hold it anymore. In less than a day, he actually comprehended the 8 Extremes Fighting Heavenly Power and the 8 Extremes Fighting Heavenly Strike. Where did this monster come from? No, this is more than a monster, it's simply a demon. If those old guys knew about this, they would go crazy and fight over it. It's a pity that I am just a wisp of divine consciousness and have no right to interfere with the process of selecting a successor, otherwise I would have to kidnap him. If he can break through one day. That. As if he had thought of something, a hint of anticipation appeared in the Shadow's eyes. I don't know when this kid will be able to break through to the 7th level of martial arts. Even if he is extremely talented, it will take at least half a year. Have a good sleep first. Looking forward to meeting this guy next time. That night, Wana Pavilion had closed and the employees were leaving get off work one after another. Only Mu Shuan frowned slightly, as if he was wondering about something. It's strange. Usually at this time, Yan Xiu would have come to sell materials for the beasts. Why haven't we seen him today? Could it be that what I said last time really made him angry? So you don't plan to come to Wana Pavilion? Mu Shuan's heart tightened. Somehow, she felt inexplicably sad when she thought that she might never be able to meet Yan Xiu again. At this time, I heard the sound of two people talking. Did you hear about that? What? In the wilderness, I heard that somehow a 2nd-level beast broke into the safe zone and killed dozens of martial artists. The scene was so tragic. Is this true? It's unlikely that a 2nd-level beast would appear in a safe zone. A 2nd-level beast appeared in the safe zone? Mu Shuan was shocked. Thinking that Yan Xiu was active in the safe zone, he felt uneasy. He hurried to the two colleagues and said anxiously, Were you serious just now? The two were startled, looked at each other, and nodded in unison. It's true, it's spread all over the wilderness. As soon as she returned home, Mu Shuan locked herself in her room. No matter how her grandfather Mu Long shouted at her, she refused to open the door. She looked at the starry sky outside the window with only one thought in her mind. The safe zone is huge, and the wilderness is even bigger. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. He is a sort of killing. How could he die so easily? Early the next morning, Yan Xiu stretched hard. Yesterday, I was chased by a 2nd-level ferocious beast and then accepted a test in a secret realm. I was exhausted. After returning home, I fell asleep and did not wake up until noon. After washing his face, getting dressed, and eating, Yan Xiu rushed to the Wana Pavilion. The 2nd-level materials of the violent Qiongqi are still in the small Qianquan ring. It is obviously too troublesome to use them to refine medicine or forge weapons, and there is also a lack of corresponding spells. Therefore, selling and cashing in as soon as possible is the best option. Pity. He obtained the small Qianquan ring after passing the test in the secret realm. He did not have time to take away the entire body of the violent Qiongqi, otherwise the selling price would have doubled or tripled, which would have been enough for him to break through to the 5th-level martial artist. If you are lucky enough to trigger a 10,000 times critical hit, it is not impossible to break through to the 6th level of martial artist. It didn't take long for Yan Xiu to arrive at the Wana Pavilion. He did not go in immediately, but first went to a deserted place and took out the materials. The reason was that storage-type weapons were too rare, and if they were displayed on the spot, they would inevitably be coveted by others. Although Yan Xiu was not afraid. But I don't want to cause trouble. Yan Xiu! As soon as Yan Xiu entered the Wana Pavilion, a slightly excited voice was heard. Knowing that he couldn't avoid it, Yan Xiu simply didn't go to other counters, but walked straight to Mu Shuan. Seeing that she looked relieved, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's wrong? We haven't seen each other for just one day, you shouldn't be so excited. Who is excited? I am not. Mu Shuan was unwilling to admit it, but also felt very strange. He and this kid didn't have a very good relationship, on the contrary, they even had some hatred. Why did he become inexplicably nervous when he heard that he might be attacked by a 2nd-level ferocious beast? It must be because I am too kind and cannot bear to see my friend die tragically. Yeah, that must be it. Oh right. Mu Shuan suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly. I heard that a 2nd-level beast appeared in the safe zone yesterday and killed many martial artists. Did you see it? Yes. That's right, you definitely didn't encounter it, otherwise you wouldn't be standing here unscathed. Wait, what did you say? Did you encounter it? At first Mu Shuan didn't hear it clearly, but when she reacted, she couldn't help but open her eyes wide, with an expression of disbelief. Yan Xiu once again gave his affirmation. I did run into it. Mu Shuan. Since you were spotted and you are unharmed, it seems that the 2nd-level beast did not find you. Not bad, Yan Xiu, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Yan Xiu. That second-level beast has discovered me. And then, it didn't chase you? No, it chased. Didn't catch up? Caught up. Ha ha ha, Yan Xiu, you really know how to joke. That's a second-level ferocious beast. If you were really caught up, you would still be alive here. Mu Shuan's words stopped abruptly. Yan Xiu threw the package onto the counter and took out the contents one by one. Violent Zhongqi's blood, Violent Zhongqi's eyes, Violent Zhongqi's teeth, Violent Zhongqi's bones, and so on. Mu Shuan's expression became increasingly silent and stiff, and in the end she couldn't help but wonder why she was so worried about this person yesterday. Finally, Yan Xiu stopped moving. Mu Shuan also asked in a dry voice, You killed the beast? Chapter 13, 4th Level Martial Apprentice. No wonder Mu Shuan was surprised. It was really exaggerated that a martial artist could surpass his level and kill a second-level ferocious beast. It was like an ant killing an elephant, almost like a myth. If the materials of the second-level ferocious beast had not been placed in front of her, she would not have made such an astonishing guess. Yan Xiu replied ambiguously. About the same. It was really you who killed him. Mu Shuan took a breath of cold air. Didn't Wana Pavilion declare that protecting the privacy of its customers is its duty? When did they become so interested in the origins of the materials of the fierce beasts? Yan Xiu also knew what it meant for a martial artist to kill a second-level fierce beast. He was unwilling to say more and immediately pretended to take back the materials. If you don't want to recycle it, forget it. I'll go somewhere else and ask for the price. Bang. The same scene happened again. Mu Shuan pressed the beast materials, cheeks puffed up. I'm just asking casually, why are you so stingy? Take it, take it, take it, it's not okay. Furious Zhongqi blood essence 200 milliliters, Furious Zhongqi eyes a pair, Furious Zhongqi teeth 13 pieces. The total value is 312,000 and has been transferred to your account. The account suddenly had 6 more digits, all starting with 3, and Yan Xiu was very satisfied. I want. Yan Xiu was about to speak when he was interrupted by Mu Shuan. Blood chi powder, right? 10,000 per copy. You have 310,000 in your account, so 30 copies will do. No need to bargain. I'll give it to you right away. There is a bit of personal grudge in the words. Wait a moment. Why, Mr. Shashingjian, don't you usually use your money to buy blood and energy powder? Did you change your mind this time? That's not the case, it's just. Yan Xiu took out a card. You forgot I still have a 10% discount card, so it's not 31 copies, but 35 copies, thank you. Mu Shuan. It's another day that I regret giving out the 10% discount card. Mu Shuan gritted his teeth and, with a bit of resentment, sent over 35 portions of blood energy. After finishing these, Mu Shuan couldn't help but ask, Did you really kill this second-level beast? You guess. After teasing for a while, Yan Xiu ignored the murderous look behind him, took the 35 portions of blood chi powder, and left the Wanyao Pavilion. I could vaguely hear angry voices coming from behind me. Guess again, go to hell. Congratulations, your blood powder effect has gained a 5-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your blood powder effect has gained a 7-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your blood powder effect has gained a triple critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your blood powder effect has gained a 200-fold critical hit bonus. The growth of strength is not smooth sailing, but becomes more difficult as time goes by. For an ordinary martial artist, it may only take 10 days to increase from the strength of 1 elephant to the strength of 9 elephants. However, it may take 1, 2, or even 3 years to upgrade from the power of 9 elephants to the power of 18 elephants. As for the back, that was an even longer period of time. After taking 34 portions of blood and energy powder and practicing the 8 extremes fighting heavenly skill, his own strength began to rise. The power of 25 elephants. The power of 27 elephants, a 4th-level warrior, is accomplished. The power of 30 elephants. Finally, it stopped at the power of 33 elephants. At this moment, Yan Xiu's entire body was red and filled with steam. He was like a furnace of flesh and blood. The 8 extremes fighting heavens will spread unconsciously, and his eyes seemed to have flames. His momentum was as majestic as that of a 5th-level warrior. Until Yan Xiu finished his practice. The Baji fighting heavenly powers slowly stopped functioning, and the body's surface gradually returned to normal. What a pity! The effect of blood chi powder is not that obvious for a 4th-level martial artist, and the 100-fold critical strike only occurs once. Otherwise, the strength should be able to be pushed to more than 36 elephants. Although he did not break through to the 5th level of martial arts, Yan Xiu was already very satisfied. After all, it took less than a month for him to go from having nothing to breaking through to the 4th-level martial artist. If this were told to the outside world, it would be shocking enough. Then, Yan Xiu started practicing the 8 extremes fighting heavenly strike again. Understanding thoroughly is one thing, and practicing it is another. Although Yan Xiu has already understood all the subtleties, it will still take a long time to hone his skills if he wants to master it. Certainly. This is assuming there are no plugins. Congratulations, your martial arts training this time has triggered a triple critical bonus. Congratulations, your martial arts training this time has triggered a 10-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your martial arts training this time has triggered a 300-fold critical hit bonus. At dusk, in a red room, a figure was practicing hard. Even though he was exhausted and sweat was pouring down his body, he still persisted. In a luxurious villa. Grandpa, do you think it's possible for a martial artist to kill a 2nd-level ferocious beast? Mu Shuan supported his chin with his hand, frowned slightly, and fell into great confusion. Mu Yinglong was practicing. When he heard his granddaughter's question, he answered without thinking. Absolutely not. Mu Shuan opened her mouth wide. Is there no possibility at all? Mu Yinglong. Not at all possible. After a pause, Mu Yinglong continued. My dear granddaughter, if you want to say that an 8th-level martial artist can kill a 9th-level martial artist, no, even if a 1st-level martial artist kills a 9th-level martial artist, it is possible, because in terms of strength, you can use skills, martial arts weapons, and even elixirs to make up for it. But it is absolutely impossible for a 9th-level martial artist to kill a martial artist of a higher level. Because the two are qualitatively different. The warrior absorbs the violent spiritual energy, sinks it into the dantian, condenses the true essence, and breaks the flesh and blood of the warrior as easily as tearing paper. Perhaps in the highest level base cities like Tianjing, Shangjing, and Duheng, there are geniuses who can kill enemies at a higher level, but at least your grandfather has never heard of such a thing. Is that so? Seeing her grandfather's certainty, Mu Shuan was shaken, but when she thought of Yan Xiu's evil smile, she had a strong premonition. He was the one who killed that 2nd-level ferocious beast. What happened, my dear granddaughter? Why do you suddenly ask this? Mu Yinglong never tried to find out what his granddaughter was thinking, but this time he couldn't help himself. Oh, Grandpa, this is it. Mu Shuan thought for a moment, and decided to tell the story of Yan Xiu killing a 2nd-level ferocious beast, but she did not mention the name. Unexpectedly, Mu Yinglong showed great shock on his face, and said in a voice full of disbelief. What? A martial artist hunting a 2nd-level beast? I never thought that there would be such a genius in Tianling City. No wonder my granddaughter is so obsessed with him and worried about him. Mu Shuan glared at him with murderous intent. Grandpa, be serious. What's the point of sleeping on straw and tasting gall? Oh, aren't you just kidding your most precious granddaughter? Mu Yinglong laughed awkwardly, then said seriously. I still say that it is absolutely impossible for a martial artist to kill a 2nd-level beast, including the kid you mentioned. Chapter 14, Former Friends. Mu Shuan was somewhat unwilling. But that person did bring a lot of 2nd-level ferocious beast materials. Mu Yinglong smiled and said, What's so strange about this? A martial artist can never kill a 2nd-level beast, but that doesn't mean he can't find something. The beast may have encountered a powerful enemy of the same level, or it has fallen into a desperate situation, or it has encountered. In short, in this world, it's not a rare thing for a martial artist to come up with materials for a 2nd-level beast. It turns out to be a lucky find? Mu Shuan remembered that Yan Xiu had never directly admitted it. Instead, he always gave ambiguous answers like, About the same. And guess. But I don't know why. She always felt something was wrong. My dear granddaughter, Grandpa will remind you of one more thing. Mu Winglong said in a deep voice. I don't know who the boy you are talking about is, but judging from your appearance, he should be a very important friend. No. Mu Shuan subconsciously wanted to deny it, and was a little angry. Mu Winglong didn't care about that and continued. I'm reminding you, don't tell anyone that he took out the second-level beast materials. Materials of this level are very valuable, exceeding 6 figures. Even warriors will be jealous. If the news gets out, your friend will most likely be targeted and suffer a disaster. Mu Shuan's heart trembled. Before, I was only thinking about whether Yan Xiu had killed the second-level ferocious beast, and I really didn't consider these things. I know, Grandpa. Mu Winglong changed the subject and said with a smile. So, my dear granddaughter, when can I meet your friend? Mu Shuan glared at him unhappily. He is not a friend, but an enemy, and even more so a rival. That's why I won't let Grandpa see him. After that, without caring about Mu Winglong's glare, he turned around and ran back to the room. The appearance of a second-level ferocious beast in the safe zone caused quite a stir in the wilderness, making many martial artists panic. The Martial Arts Union also immediately dispatched warriors to conduct a large-scale search, intending to encircle and kill it. Unfortunately, for several days the warriors did not find any trace of the second-level beast. There are rumors that the second-level beast has returned to the warning area. There are also rumors that a martial artist from another city who was passing by could not bear to see the beast slaughtering fellow martial artists, so he killed it. Etc. There are many rumors. As for where the second-level ferocious beast went, no one knew. However, the Martial Arts Guild assured that there were no second-level ferocious beasts in the safe zone, which gradually calmed the panic of the martial artists, and they gradually became active again in the wilderness. Yan Xiu sighed. In the next few days, he lived a repetitive life. During the day, he either went to the academy to attend required courses, or went to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts and sell them at the Wana Pavilion. At night, he would practice the heavenly martial art, 8 extremes body and strike. Congratulations, your martial arts training this time has triggered a triple critical bonus. Congratulations, your martial arts training this time has triggered a 10-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your martial arts training this time has triggered a 5-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your martial arts training this time has triggered a 30-fold critical hit bonus. After this period of training, and with the bonus of the critical hit system, Yan Xiu has made good progress and can now perform the 8 extremes body and strike. It is only one step away from small success. On this day, Yan Xiu did not go hunting in the wilderness again, but came to the academy. The annual assessment is about to begin. Hey, look, is that person Yan Xiu? It's really him. Is he going to take part in the annual assessment? No way, no way. I remember that his cultivation was destroyed. He is not even a first-level martial artist. How could he possibly pass the exam? If you asked me, just drop out. Staying in the academy will only make you a laughing stock. That's right. If it were me, I would have left in disgrace long ago instead of embarrassing myself here. I really don't know what he's thinking. As soon as I entered the academy, I heard whispering all around. Yan Xiu's expression was calm, and there were not many waves in his heart. In the past year, he had been subjected to all kinds of ridicule and mockery. From the initial anger and resentment, now, all that was left was indifference. But suddenly, Yan Xiu stopped and looked at the entrance of the academy, and some ripples appeared in his originally dead heart. 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the academy. There are 2 men and 1 woman among them. There is a boy with blonde hair and purple eyes, exuding a strong aura. There is a handsome boy with a gentle smile on his face. There is also a girl with long flowing hair, wearing a white shirt, and a tender look when she looks back. Wow, it's Li Xian, Blue Rain's #1 genius. I never thought I'd run into him. Li Xian broke through to the 9th level of martial arts apprentice half a year ago. I heard that the dean intends to accept him as a disciple. He is the most promising genius in the academy who will break through to the 9th level of martial arts apprentice before the age of 20. He is simply the reincarnation of Yan Xiu from a year ago. It's not just Li Xian. There are also the siblings Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi. I heard they both broke through to the 9th level of martial arts apprentices. Although they are a little weaker than Li Xian in terms of strength, they are also capable of breaking through to martial arts before the age of 20. I'm so envious. If I could have half of their talent, I'd be satisfied. Don't even think about it. There are thousands of students in Blue Rain Academy, but only a few of them are here. Just practice diligently, break through to become a warrior in your lifetime, and get a good job. That will make your life complete. By the way, I heard that Yan Xiu and the 3 of them were best friends in the past. When you mention it, I remember it. That's right. Yan Xiu, Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, and Luo Shi were the 4 geniuses of Blue Rain. Not only that, Yan Xiu and Luo Shi had an ambiguous relationship at the beginning. There were rumors that they were a couple. The reason why Yan Xiu rejected Ren Sha's confession was because of her. Is this true? Of course it's true. How come we've become strangers all of a sudden? It's because Yan Xiu's martial arts skills have been completely lost. These 3 geniuses are afraid of being dragged down, so they gradually distance themselves from each other. This is too disloyal? Brother, are you okay? What does loyalty mean in this world? Can it stop a vicious beast? Loyalty is based on strength. There were voices of discussion all around. Yan Xiu looked at them calmly. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi. The 3 who were once his best friends were also the ones who became distant the fastest after he lost all his skills. If the sarcasm and ridicule from others only made Yan Xiu feel devastated, then the estrangement from the 3 of them was what made him feel the most devastated. The past is like the wind, but it is extremely profound. The 3 of them also saw Yan Xiu standing not far away. They frowned slightly, but had no intention of going forward to greet him. Instead, they glanced at him, pretended not to see him, and continued walking towards the academy. Li Xian also whispered, I heard that he has paid the tuition. Wouldn't it be better to keep the money? Since he can't become a warrior, why does he have to stay in the academy? There was disdain in his words. Chapter 15. Didn't he lose all his cultivation? There is only one item in the annual assessment, testing strength. The examination room is in the martial arts building, located at the back of the academy, and is equipped with professional testing equipment. When Yan Xiu arrived, quite a few students had already gathered here. There was a huge crowd. The teacher called out the names at the door, and the students whose names were called entered with great anticipation. Suddenly, the huge screen in midair refreshed the rankings. Wang Lu, power of 70 elephants, rating, excellent, current ranking 3. There was a sudden commotion at the scene, and someone exclaimed in surprise. The power of 70 elephants, this is almost approaching the 9th level of martial arts. I didn't expect Wang Lu to be so strong. Of course, don't you see who his father is? Who is it? You really don't know. Wang Tianshi, the owner of Shitian Martial Arts School, one of the vice presidents of the Martial Arts Union, and one of the few martial artists in Tianling City. So powerful? I see. If I had a father like this, I wouldn't be worse than Wang Lu. Brother, what are you talking about? Be careful what you say. Wang Lu was also in this examination room? Yan Xiu frowned. Although he was not afraid of trouble, he did not want to cause trouble either. He thought about changing the examination room. But before he could make any move, a figure walked out from the opening, with a strong aura and a little bit rough, looking around with cold eyes. As a result, his eyes were fixed on Yan Xiu. The students around had a bad feeling and made way for fear of being affected. Hey, look, who do I see? Isn't this the famous Yan Xiu from Blue Rain Academy? Wang Lu walked over, his eyes full of sarcasm and provocation. By the way, your cultivation has been abolished, you don't even have the power of an elephant, and you're actually here to participate in the annual assessment? Are you worried that our assessment is too boring, so you come here to amuse us? Ha 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 ha. There was laughter all around, and some brave people even whistled. Not far away, Li Xian, Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi also saw this scene. This Wang Lu is going too far. Luo Shi was a little indignant. She gritted her teeth and was about to go up to stop it. Suddenly, a hand clasped her shoulder. It was her brother Luo Qinghe. He shook his head and said, Wang Lu comes from one of the martial arts families in Tianling City. He has a good background. It's not worth it to stand up for Yan Xiu and make enemies with him. But... Luo Shi's voice became much softer, and she looked hesitant. She still had some nostalgia for their past friendship, but Wang Luyang's background did make her quite wary. No buts, Luo Shi. Li Xian spoke at this time, his words full of complaints. Yan Xiu is already useless. It doesn't make any sense for him to come to the annual assessment, or even continue to stay in the academy, except for causing trouble for others. This is his own fault, and it has nothing to do with us. There is no need to stand up for his troubles. Yes. This was trouble caused by Yan Xiu himself. What did it have to do with him? They all got along well before, but everything was different now. There was no need to offend Wang Lu, who had a good background, for him. Luo Shi's expression gradually relaxed, and she nodded. I see. On the other side, Yan Xiu had a blank expression on his face. You know what, Wang Lu, many times, the person who treats others as a joke is the joke himself. Oh, you said I was a joke? Although Wang Lu was laughing, his face had turned cold. Thinking of the embarrassment he had made last time, he was filled with murderous intent. Believe it or not, if I kill you now, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Are we finally going to take action? A hint of murderous intent also emerged in Yan Xiu's heart. He was not afraid of Wang Lu. The reason why he did not take action at the beginning was that he was waiting. If he killed Wang Lu at that time, he would not be the one at fault, either in terms of reason or in other aspects. It possesses the power of 33 elephants, along with a triple critical hit guarantee and the martial art 8 extremes fighting. Yan Xiu is sure. Just one move is enough to kill Wang Lu. But at this moment, a powerful pressure swept over, and an aura appeared, instantly defeating Wang Lu's murderous intent, and a cold voice sounded. This is an important place in the academy, an annual assessment. What are you going to do? Yan Xiaoxiong walked between the two of them, protecting Yan Xiu behind him, and stared at Wang Lu. Who were you targeting when you used your strength just now? This guy again? Wang Lu's face turned pale, and a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. Although he came from a martial arts family, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of a martial artist, so he waved his hands immediately. No, Mr. Yang, he and I were just joking. Oh, is it true? Real. Your assessment is over. Leave quickly and don't delay the next person. Yang Xiaoxing looked impatient, and waved his hand to drive people away. Wang Lu nodded quickly and left. When he passed by Yan Xiu, he gritted his teeth and whispered, I just don't believe that Teacher Yang can protect you forever. After that, Wang Lu left the examination room. In fact, it was Teacher Yang who protected you, Yan Xiu muttered in his heart, silently dissipating the 8 extremes Batian power. Yang Xiaoxiong also left. There were many students at the scene and he was still needed to maintain order. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind Yan Xiu. Stay away from Wang Lu from now on and don't cause me any more trouble. The other side. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi, seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch, also walked towards the martial arts arena. As geniuses of Blue Rain Academy, they naturally had privileges. They did not have to queue up and walked directly to the front, greeted the teacher, and went in. Before going in, Luo Qinghe turned around to look at Yan Xiu and sighed secretly. How stupid! Your cultivation has been wasted, yet you still go and provoke Wang Lu again and again. You will definitely be retaliated against in the future. The assessment continues. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi came up with the results very quickly. There were 80 elephant powers, 79 elephant powers and 75 elephant powers respectively, ranking first, second and third. Wang Lu was squeezed to 6th place. Next won Yan Xiu. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally Yan Xiu's turn. The testing machine is a sand-resistant column. By punching it hard, the strength of the force can be displayed. The first passing criterion for the annual assessment is the power of the 9 elephants. The better the score, the higher the ranking. The top 10 students in the previous life will also receive additional rewards from the academy. Originally, Yan Xiu also wanted to fight for it. But after obtaining the 8 extremes fighting heavenly power and 8 extremes fighting heavenly strike, he became a little indifferent to the assessment rewards. He walked to the stone pillar and tapped it lightly. Congratulations, you get a triple critical hit bonus for this attack. The big screen outside is refreshed. Yan Xiu, 11 elephant power, ranking 1032. Many students saw this scene and were stunned, causing quite a stir. Yan Xiu? The power of 11 elephants? Didn't he lose all his cultivation? Chapter 16 Teacher Yang. The power of 11 elephants. I am not mistaken. Wasn't Yan Xiu already useless? He actually became a martial arts apprentice again and even passed the annual assessment. No wonder you came to participate, it turns out you were well prepared. Haha, Wang Lu must be furious now. After all, he said that Yan Xiu came to participate in the annual assessment just to make people laugh, but he didn't expect that he would be the clown himself. Ha. The students began to whisper to each other, with expressions of surprise, shock, gloating, etc. Li Xian also noticed the results on the screen and was very surprised. I see. Yan Xiu did not give up his practice and still persisted in practicing martial arts. He then thought of something and sighed. Unfortunately, during the beast tide, not only did he lose all his cultivation, but his martial arts talent was also damaged. His cultivation speed is less than 1/3 of what it was before. I'm afraid that he has already reached the limit of being able to cultivate to the power of 11 elephants in 1 year. It will be difficult for him to achieve great things in the future. Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi also shook their heads and sighed. His martial arts talent has been damaged, which has a huge impact on his practice. No matter how hard he tries, he can never become the brilliant genius Yan Xiu he once was. He and we are no longer on the same path after all. The other sighed. Compared to the size of the 3 people, Wang Lu had an ugly expression and gritted teeth in his eyes. It's like this again. It's like this again. Last time, you had already paid the tuition, but you pretended to be so. You made me lose face. It's the same this time. He has already cultivated back to the power of the 11 elephants, but he pretends to be innocent. He makes me a laughing stock once again. Yan Xiu. Don't fall into my hands, or I will let you know what it means to be unable to live or die. After the test was over and he walked out of the martial arts arena, Yan Xiu could clearly feel the strange looks from his classmates. Hee. It's me who has become a martial artist again. You are surprised, right? After all, I am a loser. How can I return to martial arts and pass the annual assessment? Yan Xiu laughed for no apparent reason. Not long after I walked out of the examination room, a figure blocked my way. It was Yang Xiaoxiong. His expression seemed a little complicated. He asked, "When did you break through to the second-level martial arts apprentice?" "Not long ago." While answering, Yan Xiu silently added in his heart, he is not a second-level martial artist, but a fourth-level martial artist. It must have been a lot of hardship. Good. You are still like this. No matter how wronged or distressed you are unwilling to show it. Forehead. Yan Xiu wanted to correct it. This was the truth. With the critical hit system, his road to recovery was indeed not difficult. But Yang Xiaoxiong did not give him this opportunity. He shook his head helplessly and said, "In fact, you shouldn't have shown it, and you shouldn't have passed the test. Too many people are jealous of you, and too many people hate you, especially Wang Lu. You made him look bad again this time. As long as he has the chance, he will definitely not let you go." A warm feeling surged in Yan Xiu's heart. He knew very well that although Yang Xiaoxiong was usually very cold and would occasionally speak harshly to him, he was very protective of him in private. If it weren't for Teacher Yang, who advocated with the dean, the tuition issue would not have been delayed for so long. If it weren't for Teacher Yang, who secretly protected me, Wang Lu and others, those people who had once been my enemies, might have taken revenge on me in this year. Without him. Therefore, Yan Xiu had respect for Yang Xiaoxiong. But respect is respect, but there are some roads that you just have to walk on. Don't worry, Teacher Yang, I know what I'm doing. Yang Xiaoxiong sighed. Oh, I hope you really know. After saying goodbye to Teacher Yang, Yan Xiu left the academy and planned to go to the wilderness to continue hunting. The road of martial arts practice is full of ups and downs, and it cannot be achieved by simply burying your head in practice. Pills, techniques, martial arts, etc. are all indispensable. The fastest way to raise wealth is to hunt ferocious beasts and obtain precious materials. As soon as he left the academy gate, Yan Xiu saw an acquaintance. Ren Sha. She had just arrived at the college, ready to take the test. Yan Xiu's gaze only paused for a moment, then quickly moved away, without even the most basic nod, and quickly disappeared to the other side of the road. When Ren Sha saw Yan Xiu leaving, she couldn't help but be distracted for a few seconds. Has he finished the exam? I don't know if he passed it. Oh, what am I thinking about? Of course not. Yan Xiu is no longer the genius he once was. He has lost all his skills and is not even a first-level martial artist. How could he possibly pass the annual assessment? Looking at the way he left in such a hurry, he must have been expelled from school. That's fine. I don't have to see him again, nor do I have to think about the confession that night. Thinking of this, Ren Sha felt relaxed all over and a smile appeared on her lips. But when she walked into the academy and heard the students around her talking about it, she was stunned to know that Yan Xiu had passed the test with the power of 11 elephants. She found her best friend and couldn't wait to ask him questions as soon as they met. I heard that Yan Xiu has passed the assessment? The friend looked annoyed. You just found out, Xiao. This matter has spread. Speaking of which, Yan Xiu is quite amazing. Even though his martial arts talent was damaged, he did not give up and cultivated the power of the 11 elephants. It is hard to imagine how much suffering he went through during this period. It was actually true. Ren Xiao's heart was stirred again. The friend obviously knew Ren Xiao very well. He smiled strangely and said pretentiously, Excuse me, our goddess Ren, the boy you once admired has passed the annual assessment and was not expelled. How do you feel now? Ren Xiao wanted to say something like, I'm not in the mood. He and I are not familiar with each other. We are not the same kind of people. But when the words came to her lips, her heart was inexplicably touched, and thousands of words turned into one sentence. I have no idea. The friend shook his head and patted Ren Xiao on the shoulder. Actually, you know everything, but you just won't admit it. After the episode of college assessment, Yan Xiu returned to his previous routine of attending required classes, hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness, and selling them at Wana Pavilion. In the wilderness, although the second-level ferocious beast disappeared, the turmoil it caused did not subside, and all kinds of outrageous rumors continued to circulate. This morning, Yan Xiu took the subway as usual, planning to go to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. Just found a seat and sat down. He heard voices of conversation coming from nearby. The Martial Arts Guild has been searching for so long but still hasn't found the second-level beast. We don't know if it has returned to the warning area, or if it was really killed by a passing martial artist as the rumors say. I have heard a rumor, do you want to know? What? Tell me now. Don't keep us in suspense, or we'll all beat you up together. Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't say anything. The man muttered a few words, and then said mysteriously, I heard that the second-level beast was indeed killed by someone, but it was not a passing martial artist or warrior, but the famous sword of killing who has been gaining popularity recently. Cut! As soon as these words were spoken, they were met with boos. Someone even said bluntly, What are you talking about? No matter how famous the killing sword is, he is just a martial artist. To kill a second-level beast, I'm afraid he must have dreamed about something. Chapter 17 Revenge. The man was not convinced. Why not? The killing sword is a ruthless man who roams the safe zone. He has hunted and killed no less than 100 ferocious beasts. So what if he kills a second-level ferocious beast? These words attracted even more laughter. Some martial artists even held their stomachs and laughed so hard that they couldn't stand up straight. Brother, you are probably not an orthodox martial artist who graduated from the academy. You have not received any systematic education and do not understand the martial artist's power system, right? So what? That's right. Do you know how big the gap is between a martial artist and a martial artist? How big? It's as wide as 108,000 miles. Ah? It seems that you still don't have a clear idea. Let's put it this way. A warrior can easily kill more than 20 martial artists. Even if he is besieged by hundreds of martial artists, he could easily break out of the siege without any effort. A second-level beast is equal to a warrior. Now think about it again. Is it possible for the killing sword to kill a second-level beast? Aye. The man's face flushed red and he sat down dejectedly, obviously suffering a great blow. He was obviously telling the truth, so why didn't anyone believe him? As the executioner who killed the second-level beast, the famous sword of killing, Yan Xiu felt a little emotional. He didn't notice that on the other side of the tram, there was a person glancing at this side out of the corner of his eye and sending messages continuously. The huge steel gate slowly opened, and the tram drove out of Tianling City, heading into the wilderness. In the wilderness, Wang Lu stared in the direction of Tianling City, his expression distorted by ferocity, and his eyes full of murderous intent. That's right. He came to the wilderness this time not to hunt ferocious beasts, but to wait for someone. Yan Xiu. Ever since the end of the annual assessment, every time Wang Lu closed his eyes, he would subconsciously think of how he was teased by this loser and became a laughing stock in the academy. No matter where he went, he would be looked at strangely. As time goes by, the hatred in Wang Lu's heart grew stronger. Like an erupting volcano, he could no longer control it and was almost going crazy. So he wanted to find Yan Xiu and take back all the humiliation that this waste had inflicted on him. In the camp at this time, there were several figures gathered in front of the campfire, chatting with each other. Brother Yang, will that idiot really come to the wilderness? That's unlikely. Even if Yan Xiu has broken through to the martial arts apprentice level again, he only has the power of 11 elephants. At best, he is a second-level martial arts apprentice. Wandering in the wilderness, even in a safe zone, is no different from seeking death. Besides, the wilderness is so vast. Even if that bastard really comes, can we find him with just a few of us? Brother Yang. Wang Lu's eyes swept across the faces of these 4 people. They are all Lan Yu students. Their cultivation is not bad. The youngest one is above the 6th-level martial artist. They follow his lead in the academy. This time, they were all called over for one purpose, to help him find Yan Xiu. Wang Lu had a ferocious expression, and his words were filled with murderous intent. Don't worry, I've asked someone to follow Yan Xiu. The latest news is that he has boarded the underground tram and will soon arrive in the wilderness. The 4 martial artists were all excited when they heard this. As expected of Brother Yang, you are so thoughtful. Ha ha, that loser actually dared to go against Brother Yang. I really don't know how he died. Don't worry, Brother Yang. If Yan Xiu dares to come to the wilderness, we will definitely bring him to you and let you vent your anger. At this time, a martial artist said meaningfully, By the way, Brother Yang, the thing you promised us. There was a flash of displeasure in Wang Lu's eyes, but he didn't show it, because it would depend on them to find Yan Xiu's trace in the vast wilderness. Don't forget who my father is. Don't worry. After the matter is done, I will give each of you a mysterious martial art. I will never break my promise. After hearing this, the 4 of them were very excited. Brother Yang is generous. Brother Yang is mighty. Follow Brother Yang and you'll have meat to eat. Wang Lu was obviously pleased to be praised by his subordinates, and a smile appeared on his face. Not long after, a text message alert sounded. Wang Lu took a look and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Yan Xiu has entered the wilderness. Divide the troops into 5 groups and find him. Yan Xiu didn't know yet that he was being targeted. After arriving in the wilderness, he did not immediately hunt indiscriminately, but instead found a relatively secluded place and lured out a ferocious beast. Roar. A roar sounded, shaking the mountains and forests. A huge tiger appeared, about 2 meters and 2 meters tall, exuding a bloody smell. Bloodthirsty tiger, a first-class, top-grade ferocious beast. A ferocious beast is naturally a ferocious beast. But this time, the bloodthirsty tiger did not pounce on its prey without hesitation as usual. Instead, it let out an uneasy growl and slowly retreated. Because it smelled blood. That is the smell left behind by the same kind being killed. I was actually scared. Yan Xiu was a little surprised, but then he laughed again. It's a first-grade upper grade 1, the strength is pretty good, just right to try out the 8 extremes Bo Tianji. That's right. Yan Xiu wanted to try out his skills on this ferocious beast. Finally, its ferocity overwhelmed its uneasiness. The bloodthirsty tiger roared, shaking the mountains and forests. Its 2 meter tall body pounds forward like a small mountain. Good to come! Yan Xiu shouted, exerting force on his heels, waist, and fingertips, and rushed forward to attack. The essence of Baji fighting Heaven Strike is that the force can reach faraway places in all directions, with the might of shaking the arms to knock down the sky, and stomping the feet to shake the 9 provinces. Although Yan Xiu had only been practicing for a short time, his moves already contained a hint of the essence. Congratulations, your attack gains a 10-fold critical hit bonus. The two collided. With a howl of pain, the bloodthirsty tiger was killed in one blow. Yan Xiu looked thoughtful and smiled. Sure enough, gaining insights during battle is much more effective than practicing 8 extremes fighting Heaven Strike alone. In the following period of time, Yan Xiu used the 8 extremes fighting Heavenly Strike, either with his fists, palms, or sword, to kill the many ferocious beasts he encountered. As the battle progressed, his mastery of this heavenly level martial art was further improved. During this period, naturally a lot of ferocious beast materials fell into the small Qianquan ring. Pity. With the critical strike system in place, first-order beasts basically have no power to resist, and most of them are killed in one strike. Even the strong ones cannot survive more than 3 rounds. There is no thrilling life-and-death fight at all, and naturally they cannot unleash the true power of the 8 extremes fighting Heavenly Strike. Do you want to go to the security zone? A bold idea came to Yan Xiu's mind, but he quickly threw it out. Having witnessed the horror of the violent Qiongqi, he knew very well that challenging a second-level ferocious beast with the strength of a martial artist was too risky, and he would almost die. After all, it is impossible for me to trigger a 1,000-fold critical strike every time. Afternoon. Yan Xiu killed another ferocious beast and was wandering in the wilderness, looking for his next target. Not long after leaving, then a shouting was heard. Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu looked over and saw a boy walking over with a stick-like weapon on his shoulder. He said with a teasing look in his eyes, "It's true. I didn't expect that the first person to find you would be me. Ha ha ha, I'm going to make a fortune now." A student from Blue Rain Academy? Yan Xiu glanced at the other person's school uniform and frowned slightly. Did you come to see me on purpose? Congratulations, you got it right, the boy said cynically. To be more precise, it wasn't me who asked you out, it was Brother Wang Lu who asked you out, I just gave him a hand. Chapter 18, Qi Treasure Clothes. Wang Lu? Yan Xiu thought about it for a moment, and understood what was going on. What if I don't want to? The man sighed and said, Yan Xiu, you were once the #1 genius of Blue Rain Academy, how could you be so stupid? I am not here to discuss this with you, but to take you away by force. Of course, the method may be a bit extreme, breaking your arms and legs. This will save a lot of trouble. After saying this, he swung the stick-like weapon in his hand, creating a strong gust of wind, and walked forward with a murderous look on his face and a hideous smile. Yan Xiu also sighed. You are the one who is not smart. What? Have you ever thought about why I dare to come to the wilderness alone? Why? The man frowned, feeling uneasy. Yan Xiu is already a waste. This view has been deeply rooted in the minds of people in Blue Rain Academy. He has never really thought about why the other party dared to come to the wilderness alone. Yan Xiu slowly took out the guanhong and said indifferently, Have you ever heard of the Killing Sword? Killing Sword? The mysterious and unfathomable swordsman who killed hundreds of first-level ferocious beasts in the wilderness? As the sword was pulled out from the void, the cold light slowly flowed and flashed across the man's eyes, and a strong fear arose in his heart. No, you can't be the Killing Sword. The next moment, there was a flash of sword light, which turned into eternity in an instant, and the power of the 9 provinces and 8 poles spread out. When it appeared again, Yan Xiu had already come behind this person. Congratulations, you gain 15 times the critical hit bonus for this attack. Bloodstains appeared on the neck, gradually becoming darker. Then blood gushed out and the head fell to the ground. Yan Xiu slowly put away his sword. No, you are wrong. I am the sword of killing. Yan Xiu searched the corpse, but found nothing of value except some money, yellow-level skills, and ordinary weapons. However, they were all worth some money, so he put them all into the small Qianquan ring. Oh yes, and a talkie. Yan Xiu originally had no intention of taking up space, until a voice came from inside. I am in safe zone number 682846, coordinates 200:173, and I did not see Yan Xiu. I was in safe zone number 682091, coordinates 110:361, and did not find Yan Xiu. I am here. Yan Xiu narrowed his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled. I was just worrying about how to find you, and you came here on your own. Yes, it's time to put an end to the grudge between us. 4 or 5 hours passed in a flash. As the wailing sound was heard, a first-level ferocious beast named Black Fawn Wolf fell to the ground with a loud bang. Wang Lu walked out from the dust with an ugly look on his face, showing no joy at all from killing the ferocious beast. Damn it, the diameter of the safe zone is only 200 kilometers in total. 5 people searched in 5 directions. 5 or 6 hours have passed, and there is still no news. After a break, Wang Lu took out the intercom. Hey, Zhang Qiaoyu, report your location. Please reply if you receive it. Yan Xing, please reply if you get it. Li Tsuni, what are you doing? Hurry up and answer the question. What are you bastards doing? There was a crackling sound coming from the phone, and Wang Lu was very annoyed. Since 4 hours ago, those people had lost contact one after another, and no one responded no matter how he called. Wang Lu also wondered if these people had met with an accident. But on second thought, I felt that it shouldn't be the case. After all, the weakest among them has the strength of a 6th-level warrior, so even if they encounter a 1st-level top-grade ferocious beast, they can escape even if they cannot defeat it. Besides, 4 people were in danger at the same time. The probability is too small. Wang Lu angrily cursed. You can't even handle such a small thing, and you still want a Xian-level technique? Go eat shit. Just then, a voice with a hint of amusement came out. You want to make those people eat shit? I'm afraid there's no chance of that. Wang Lu turned around suddenly. Stare at the direction where the sound comes from. He was very familiar with this voice. He had remembered it deeply since his disastrous defeat on the martial arts stage a year ago. As time went by, this memory became more and more profound. Until now. Then, a figure walked out from the forest with a cold expression and no emotion in his eyes. What do you mean by that? You'll know for yourself if you see it. Yan Xiu threw the 4 walkie-talkies casually onto the ground, which were stained with blood and made a crackling sound. In an instant, Wang Lu's pupils shrank, revealing disbelief. You killed them all. It's impossible. Your cultivation is already ruined. How could you kill them? Yan Xiu had a cold expression on his face, and slowly took out the guanhong. Wang Lu, have you ever thought about this? I am just one person. Why do I dare to come to the wilderness alone? I have asked this question to 4 other people. Now it's your turn. Wang Lu suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Yes, Yan Xiu was a waste. How dare he come to the wilderness alone? Like everyone else, the idea that Yan Xiu was already a waste had already penetrated his bones, so when he learned that he was going to the wilderness, he just thought he wanted to take risks, hunt 1st-level low-grade beasts, obtain materials, and exchange them for money. After all, it is not uncommon to see 2nd-level warriors taking risks like this. But now it seems that that's not the case at all. At this moment, Wang Lu noticed the guanhong sword and a surprising guess emerged in his mind. You are the killing sword. That's right, you are smarter than those people. As soon as the words fell, a cold light flashed, and in an instant the sword tip had reached in front of Wang Lu, but it stopped abruptly here, unable to move forward at all. He saw that the hedgehog armor he was wearing was giving rise to true energy, forming an air shield that protected Wang Lu inside. Yan Xiu frowned. Refined level weapon? Wang Lu breathed a sigh of relief. The sword just now was so terrifying. It contained the power of fighting against the sky and made him feel as if his body was shattered. Then his expression suddenly became ferocious. Yan Xiu, it turns out that you are not disabled. You deceived everyone. You hid it very well. But it doesn't matter. I have discovered your secret. This precious chi robe was made by my father himself. Even if a true warrior comes, he will not be able to break it in a short time. Once this weapon is triggered, my father will know that I am in danger and will rush here at the first opportunity. Wait. I will make sure you die without a burial place. Yan Xiu's brows furrowed even tighter, but after thinking for a moment, they suddenly relaxed. It takes at least an hour for a martial artist to get here from Tianling City. Wang Lu, do you think I can break your gas shield and kill you during this time? Ha 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 ha. Wang Lu was startled, then burst into laughter, as if he had heard a great joke. Did I hear you right, Yan Xiu? You are just a martial artist, but you want to break the gas shield made of true essence. Moreover, this gas shield contains a trace of divine will left by my father. Even if I let you attack for 3 days and 3 nights, you can't break it. Oh, really? Yan Xiu showed a meaningful smile, holding the piercing rainbow, and took a stance. The blood in his body was boiling like a raging fire, exuding the intention of the 8 extremes fighting the sky. Then I'm going to give it a try. Chapter 19 Kill. Wang Lu's eyes were full of disdain. The Qi treasure cloth is a refined level weapon. When in danger, it can release a Qi shield that will prevent any warrior from breaking through it in a short period of time. He is the owner of Shitian Martial Arts School and one of the vice presidents of the Martial Arts Union. He is also his father. Gave it to Wang Lu personally to save his life. For Yan Xiu, a mere martial artist, to break the gas shield is like throwing an egg at a stone, which is simply impossible. But the next moment, Wang Lu's expression suddenly changed. Boom! Guanhong fell, causing a strong shock. The gas shield, which was supposed to be indestructible, actually had some ripples at this moment, as it was shaken by a warrior. No, it's impossible. How can a mere martial artist shake the true essence? Yan Xiu stared at the gas shield, frowned slightly, and his eyes were slightly solemn. 8 extremes fighting heaven power, plus 20 times the critical strike, it only shook a little. The gap between martial apprentices and martial artists is really huge. But Yan Xiu was not discouraged, but excited instead. He was just worrying about not being able to find a target, so he could use the 8 extremes fighting heavenly strike to his heart's content and comprehend this heavenly level martial art in battle, but he didn't expect a live target to appear. Come again. Yan Xiu continued to swing his sword. Congratulations, you gain 15 times the critical hit bonus for this attack. Congratulations, you have gained a 10-fold critical hit bonus from practicing martial arts this time. Congratulations, you gain a 7-fold critical hit bonus for this attack. Congratulations, you have gained a 20-fold critical hit bonus from practicing martial arts this time. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yan Xiu was immersed in a state of selflessness, constantly swinging the guanhong. His mastery of the Baji fighting heaven strike was also constantly improving, and was close to achieving minor success. On the other side, seeing that the air shield was only causing ripples and there was no sign of breaking, Wang Lu's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. What followed was a strong jealousy. As a martial artist, being able to shake the true essence, what a terrifying force this is. Even if one condenses the power of 81 symbols, reaches the 9th level perfection, and is equipped with earth-level martial arts, it is still impossible to do it. Such a terrifying talent. Not to mention in the small, Tianling city, even if it is placed in the highest level base cities such as Shangjing, Tianjing, and Duhang, it will have a place among the younger generation. Why is it that he is the one with this talent instead of me? Why? Yan Xiu, you liar and fraudster, it turns out that not only did you not lose all your cultivation, but you also took advantage of the beast tide to further improve your cultivation, breaking through the boundaries of martial arts apprentices and mastering the power of hundreds of thousands of elephants. But it doesn't matter. My father will be here soon, and you, a genius, will also fall in the small city of Tianling. Ha 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 ha. Yan Xiu gave a mysterious smile. Are you so sure? The next moment. Congratulations, you have gained a 4,100 times critical hit bonus for this attack. Crunch. Clatter. Guanhong couldn't withstand such a powerful impact, and let out a wail, suddenly collapsing. As the broken sword fell, the true energy shield also shattered violently, scattering like snowflakes. Wang Luyang's eyes were dull, and he felt a strong sense of horror in his heart. Broken? The life-saving weapon given by his father, the Qi robe, which even warriors could not easily break, emitted a true energy shield, but was actually shattered by Yan Xiu. Dream, this is a dream, it must be a dream. This is not true. It was not until footsteps sounded and shadows fell that Wang Luyang came back to his senses. He was extremely terrified and kept backing away. No, don't kill me. My father is Wang Tianshi. He is the owner of Shitian Martial Arts School, one of the vice presidents of the Martial Arts Union, and a true martial artist. Kill me, my father won't let you go. Please let me go. I beg you. As long as you let me go, I won't tell anyone about what happened today, and I will follow your lead from now on. No, don't come over here. At this time, Wang Luyang's face was extremely distorted, with snot and tears running down his face. There was also a faint smell coming from his nose, which turned out to be that he had urinated. Yan Xiu's eyes were cold as he asked, "If you were in another position, would you let me go?" Wang Luyang wanted to say something, but unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. The broken sword Guanhong was swung, and a flash of cold light passed by. A faint blood mark first appeared on the neck of the Academy genius, and then gradually expanded. Blood gushed out, and his head rolled to the ground. His face was covered with snot, tears, and fear. As the son of a martial artist, Wang Luyang should have a lot of good stuff on him. Yan Xiu searched for the spoils, including the true Qi treasure robe and so on. He did not have time to take inventory and put them all into the small Qianquan ring. After doing this, Yan Xiu didn't want to be bumped into by Wang Luyang's father, the vice president, so he quickly left the spot. Not long after he left. Boom! A terrifying figure dropped from the sky, with black hair dancing wildly behind him. His powerful aura made the first-level ferocious beasts within 10 miles tremble in fear, and some of the weaker ones were even scared to death. When he saw the corpse on the ground and the head that had been separated from the body, with tears and snot and fear in its eyes, he went completely crazy. Who is it? There were more than 100 ferocious beasts within a radius of several miles, but they were actually shocked to death by this roar. Hysterical shouts echoed throughout the entire safe zone. No matter who you are, if you dare to kill my son, I will tear you into pieces even if you are at the ends of the earth. Torn into pieces? Fuck, this is too exaggerated. Yan Xiu was swept away by the gust of air coming from far away. He didn't expect that Wang Luyang's father was so terrifying. He was worthy of being the vice president of the Martial Arts Union, and one of the few strong men in Tianling City. Fortunately, I ran fast just now, otherwise I would have been stuck. Even with the infinite critical strike system, I would have suffered a bitter defeat. Yan Xiu steadied himself and began to review the situation. The Qi treasure robe has the function of positioning, but it does not have the ability to transmit information. Wang Luyang did not have time to send a message to tell Wang Tianshi the identity of the real murderer before I killed him. So I shouldn't have been exposed. That vice president of the Martial Arts Union won't be able to find me for a while. When Yan Xiu thought of this, his tense nerves relaxed slightly. However, he did not completely relax. The hatred for his son's murder was irreconcilable. Wang Tianshi would definitely thoroughly investigate all those who had a grudge against his son, including himself. Unless you leave Tianling City, no matter how you try to escape, one day you will have to face this powerful enemy. This also made Yan Xiu more eager for power. Taking the subway train back to his residence, Yan Xiu poured out all the spoils from hunting down Wang Luyang and the others. He was immediately pleasantly surprised. There is actually a blood qi pill? Does Wang Luyang usually use this precious medicine to practice? It's really a waste of God's gift. Chapter 20 Seed Special Class. Different from blood and qi powder. The blood qi pill is made from the essence and blood of dozens of first-level ferocious beasts. It has a more powerful medicinal property, and its effect is several times stronger. It is the main martial arts pill taken by martial artists above the 7th level. This thing is very expensive. An ordinary 9th level warrior would have to accumulate money for a long time if he wants to buy one. Only the children of martial arts families. Only then can you treat the blood chi pills as beans and use them for daily practice. Now these martial arts pills, they all belong to Yan Xiu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there are actually 12. Yan Xiu was surprised. I originally thought that Wang Lu's martial arts talent was outstanding, but now it seems that it was all due to the pills. Yan Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Having a powerful dad is different. In addition to the blood chi pill, there are also 3 martial arts weapons, 4 martial arts techniques, 2 martial arts skills, and some cash. In the military, there were cracks on the surface of the chi treasure robe, and its true essence was dim. It no longer had the pressure of a refined level warrior. It was hit by Yan Xiu's sword with 1,000 times critical strike, and suffered extremely serious damage. In addition, the remaining 2 items are common items, a sword and a ring. The former is extremely sharp, even sharper than the guanhong. The latter can stimulate blood and qi, and burst out with greater power. In the warrior stage, they are all rarefied products. Unfortunately, these 3 weapons are stolen goods. Let alone using them, it would be risky to sell them. After all, Wang Lu's father, the top martial artist in Tianling City, the vice president of the Martial Arts Union, and martial artist Wang Tianshi, is still searching the world for the murderer who killed his son. Put it away first. I'll go to other cities when I have the chance and find a way to sell it. Yan Xiu turned his attention to the skills and martial arts again. Among the techniques, 3 are of Xian level, 1 is of D level, and there is no Tian level. Among the martial arts, 1 is at the mysterious level, and the other is at the local level. If it were any other time, Yan Xiu might have been a little excited, but now, after learning the 8 extremes fighting heavenly power and 8 extremes fighting heavenly strength, he no longer cared much about earth-level martial arts. Finally, there was cash, a total of 37,000. This is Wang Lu's entire fortune. Except for the blood energy pills and cash, the rest are useless and can't be sold. All in all, the harvest is not bad. With the blood chi pill in hand, Yan Xiu naturally would not let it sit idle. He put his other martial arts and weapons back into the small Qiankun ring, ate 1 pill first, and then started to practice the 8 extremes fighting heavenly skill. Congratulations, you have triggered a 5-fold critical hit by taking the elixir this time. Strength, 34 images. Yan Xiu's eyes flashed with surprise. Only 1 blood chi pill is equivalent to 7 or 8 blood chi powders. It is indeed the best among the first-grade elixirs. Continue to take. 1, 2, 3, 4. Congratulations, you have triggered a 12-fold critical hit by taking the elixir this time. Congratulations, you have triggered a 25x critical hit with the pill you took this time. Congratulations, you have triggered a 7-fold critical hit by taking the elixir this time. Yan Xiu's strength was also rising steadily. The power of 35 elephants. The power of 36 elephants, a 5th-level warrior. The power of 38 elephants. When Yan Xiu consumed all the blood chi pills, his strength reached the level of 41, approaching the level of a 6th-rank martial artist. Yan Xiu opened his eyes. There was a flash of joy in his eyes. 41 elephant powers, guarantee triple critical hits, which means that now every strike I make has 123 elephant powers, far exceeding the limit of a 9th-level martial artist. Not to mention that it can trigger a higher multiplier critical hit. Now I can be regarded as the number 1 person among warriors in the true sense. Ha ha! That night Yan Xiu slept particularly soundly. Within a day, Wang Lu was tragically killed and the murderer disappeared. This news spread throughout Tianling City. In order to find the murderer, martial artist Wang Tianshi launched a massive war and massacred all his enemies. In less than 2 days, he slaughtered hundreds of people, some of whom were beaten into pieces in their homes in Tianling City. He did not care about the order of the base city at all. This also caused great panic. Warriors who had more or less some conflicts with the Wang family left Tianling City and sought refuge in other places. In the end, it was the president of the Martial Arts Guild, the guardian of Tianling City, and the only great martial artist who stepped in to suppress one Tianshi, and the killing stopped. But everyone knows that this matter is not over yet. Wan Tianshi will not give up until he finds the murderer who killed his son. When Yan Xiu heard the news, he was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the other party to be so crazy that he killed hundreds of warriors in one day. He secretly decided in his heart that he had to stay away until he was sure of how to deal with it. This morning, Yan Xiu attended the required courses normally, and a piece of news spread throughout the college. The school is going to set up a special seed class. I heard that they were preparing for the competition among the 7 martial arts academies in Tianling City in the near future. I heard that students who are selected into the seed special class will not only be taught Earth-level martial arts, but the dean will also personally guide and teach them the essentials of martial arts. Fuck, no way, the salary is so high. What do you think? The 7 colleges competition is related to the college's ranking in Tianling City. How can the dean not take it seriously? I don't know who can get in. It seems that several people have been selected, namely Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and Ren Sha. As for them, that's not surprising. After all, these people are the top talents in the academy. It's a pity that Wang Lu died, otherwise he would definitely be able to enter the seed special class. Hush, brother, speak softly. Haven't you heard that Wang Lu's father has gone crazy with killing? Hundreds of people have died at his hands, including many warriors. Do you want to be beaten to death? Hiss. Tianling City has a population of millions, and Blue Rain is not the only martial arts academy, but 7 in total. Every 5 years, the 7 colleges will hold a competition to determine the rankings. Of course, if students achieve good rankings, they will also receive extremely generous rewards. Therefore, the competition between colleges will be very fierce in every major competition. Not being selected into the special seed class was something Yan Xiu had expected, and he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After all, who would choose a waste to participate in such an important competition? Besides, Yan Xiu had no interest in participating. If you have that much time, you might as well hunt more ferocious beasts, and exchange them for blood pills, which is more practical. There were no compulsory courses in the academy that morning, but Yan Xiu still came to the academy and went straight to the library to borrow books related to the second-order ferocious beast. That's right. As his strength increased, he once again had the urge to explore the warning area and began to prepare for it. Yan Xiu quickly borrowed the book and turned to walk towards his seat. Unexpectedly, he ran into 3 acquaintances. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi. The 3 men obviously did not expect to run into Yan Xiu in the library. They looked at each other with some embarrassment on their faces. Chapter 21 Warning Zone. Just like every time we met. Yan Xiu didn't plan to say hello. He just turned sideways with the book in his hand and walked towards his seat. A year of estrangement has buried all past friendships. As for Li Xian and the others, it is not that they hate them very much, but rather, there is no longer any ripple in their hearts. A familiar stranger. This may be the best interpretation of the relationship between the 2 sides. Unexpectedly, among the 3, Luo Shi, who usually avoided him, took the initiative to greet him this time. Yan Xiu, congratulations, you have made another breakthrough and become a martial arts apprentice. Li Xian and Luo Qinghe frowned, but did not stop him. Yan Xiu was also a little surprised and nodded. Thanks. I thought you would not be able to withstand the blow and never recover from it. Luo Shi's words revealed an inexplicable feeling. You must have suffered a lot in retraining in martial arts. Good. I'm not just saying this perfunctorily. With the infinite critical strike system, it's really not hard to rebuild the martial arts path. As for before, Yan Xiu had tried hard and fought hard, but unfortunately, his talent in martial arts was damaged, the impact was too great, and with various blows coming one after another, after a year, he had not even cultivated the power of an elephant. There is no need to talk about these sufferings and difficulties. Is that so? Luo Shi wanted to say something else. Suddenly, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Luo Qinghe walked up to her and said, Xiao Shi, the dean is waiting for us. Don't waste time. If you have anything to say, we can talk next time. Oh, okay, got it, bro. Luo Shi looked at Yan Xiu with a hint of apology in her eyes. Yan Xiu's expression remained calm. He did not think that he would be accepted again by his former friends just by showing the strength of a second-level martial artist. Besides, he doesn't want it either. Soon Li Xian, Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi were about to leave. As the two sides passed each other, Li Xian whispered, "Yan Xiu, be careful. Wang Lu is dead, and his father, martial artist Wang Tianshi, is frantically searching for the murderer. Although you are at a low level and will not be considered the murderer, you still have a grudge against each other." Forehead. Thanks for the reminder, the person who killed Wang Lu was me. Yan Xiu remained calm on the surface. No. Then the two sides passed each other and completely separated, one towards the seat and the other towards the door, walking in two directions, south and north. After they separated, Luo Qinghe scolded, "Little sister, why did you greet Yan Xiu? He and Wang Lu had a grudge and he may have been targeted by Wang Tianshi. If we get too close to him, or even get entangled by him, our situation will become quite troublesome. But we used to be best friends." Luo Shi felt a little aggrieved. Luo Qinghe. Not now. After a pause, Luo Qinghe sighed. "Little sister, I know you have feelings for Yan Xiu, but you have to be clear. You like the Yan Xiu who was once the top genius of the academy, the dazzling and brilliant Yan Xiu, who has gathered thousands of halos in one body, not the Yan Xiu who has lost all his cultivation, his martial arts talent has been damaged, and will eventually fall into dust." Sadness flowed from Luo Shi's eyes. A year ago, many people in the academy thought that she and Yan Xiu were a couple, but in fact they were not. It was Luo Shi who liked Yan Xiu. At that time, Yan Xiu also had a great liking for Luo Shi. If nothing unexpected happened, after they broke through to become warriors, the two might naturally become boyfriend and girlfriend. Unfortunately, an accident happened, and now the two of them are like strangers. If Yan Xiu hadn't encountered that beast Hyde, he would have been admitted to the special seed class. Luo Shi murmured to himself. She knew that her brother was right. If she got too close to Yan Xiu now, it would only bring trouble, not to mention that he and Wang Lu had a grudge in the past, and that martial artist Wang Tianshi was frantically looking for the murderer of his son. In Koroshi's heart, "I just feel very uncomfortable." In the next few days, apart from occasionally going to the wilderness safe zone to hunt a few first-level ferocious beasts and practice, Yan Xiu spent the rest of his time in the library, cramming the precautions in the warning area and the information on second-level ferocious beasts. Unlike the safe zone, the martial arts guild no longer has full control over the warning zone and is only focusing on blockade to prevent the second-level ferocious beasts from entering the safe zone. This morning, Yan Xiu took the ground tram and set foot in the wilderness again. It didn't take long before he arrived at the border of the safe zone. What came into view was a huge sword, 20 meters high, covering the sky and the sun, emitting sword energy, and connected to another giant sword 10 kilometers away. It was the weapon that separated the warning area and prevented the second-level ferocious beasts from entering the safe zone. According to legend, this military base was not built by Tianling City, but was arranged with the help of Tianlong City, a higher-level base city. There has never been any problem in the past few hundred years. Does not include the last time. The sword energy emitted by the giant sword will only target ferocious beasts, and will not cause any harm to humans passing by. On the side, there was also a sign that read, Warning Area 43651. Each warning area is divided by a serial number. Not only a warning zone. There are also safe zones, dangerous zones, and restricted zones, but the former have too many numbers and no one cares about them, while the latter are not easily accessible to ordinary warriors. Yan Xiu easily passed through the wall of sword energy. Just as they entered the security zone, several low roars were heard from far away, as if a terrifying beast was secretly watching them, making people feel their scalps tingle. "I just arrived at the warning area, and I'm at the very edge. I shouldn't be targeted by a second-level beast." Yan Xiu took 2 deep breaths to calm his tense nerves. He took in the scene before him. The safe zone and the warning zone are obviously different, as if they are 2 different worlds. The wilderness in the safe zone is mostly hills and plains. There are also forests, but they are not dense. While maintaining the natural and original ecology, There are also traces of human intervention. But in the warning area, it's completely different. 30-meter-high towering trees come into view. The plants and trees appear unusually strong under the baptism of spiritual energy, and the air exudes an unusual scent. There was a moment. Yan Xiu even wanted to retreat back to the safe zone. But he still suppressed the impulse, knowing that this was necessary training. A second-level beast already has a sense of territory, but it is not yet strong. It will subconsciously drive away enemies that pose a threat to it. The stronger the second-level beast, the stronger its territorial awareness will be. The area of the territory will also be larger. So if you don't encounter a second-level beast for a long time in the warning area, it's not a good sign, because there may be an extremely terrifying guy nearby, and you must try to avoid it. On the contrary, if the second-level beasts appear frequently, it means that the danger of this area is much lower. These are the required courses in the academy, plus the knowledge learned from borrowing books from the library. Yan Xiu made sufficient preparations for this expedition to the warning zone. Adjusted the status. Yan Xiu held his breath and stepped into the security zone. And from the depths of the warning zone, terrible roars were heard, resounding through the sky and shaking the mountains and forests, as if welcoming another fearless human being who had set foot here. Chapter 22, Second-Level Ferocious Beast. As we went deeper into the warning zone, the figures of ferocious beasts appeared one after another. The warning area is not full of second-level ferocious beasts. On the contrary, most of the ferocious beasts are still at the first level. It's just that here, they have changed from predators to prey, and are hunted by second-level ferocious beasts. Congratulations, your attack triggers a 15x critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack triggers a 30 times critical hit bonus. Congratulations. Congratulations. Now, Yan Xiu's casual attack has the strength of 123 elephants. With the domineering power of the heavenly level martial art. 8 extremes Batian strike. Killing a first-level ferocious beast is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. But Yan Xiu did not kill wantonly like he did in the safe zone, but moved forward quietly, trying not to take action if possible. If he was really surrounded by ferocious beasts, and could not get around, he would get rid of them all in the shortest time possible with as little noise as possible. The reason is simple. He didn't want to attract a second-level ferocious beast. Although the purpose of entering the warning area this time is to challenge the second-level ferocious beasts, there are huge differences between second-level ferocious beasts. Yan Xiu's target was a second-order, low-grade ferocious beast, preferably one with a strength equivalent to that of a warrior who had just broken through. If he made too much noise and attracted a second-order, high-grade ferocious beast, he would probably have to turn around and run away. You may not be able to escape. Oh. A wolf howl was heard from a distance. Yan Xiu's eyes lit up. Based on the sound of the howl, he quickly determined that compared to other second-level ferocious beasts, this one was weaker. Just a good target for training. After dealing with a few first-level ferocious beasts that he couldn't avoid, Yan Xiu moved forward carefully and finally arrived near Wolf Howl. As the bushes were pushed aside, a little wolf came into view. It was about 1 meter tall, with green fur all over its body. In terms of size, it was smaller than many first-level ferocious beasts. At this time, the little wolf was lowering its head and gnawing on a huge ferocious beast. Blue Wind Wolf? Yan Xiu's face changed. The Green Wind Wolf is a second-order low-grade ferocious beast. It is naturally friendly to wind, has the ability to control the wind, and is extremely fast. Although it is of low grade, many high-level warriors are unwilling to provoke it because of its speed. I didn't expect that the first second-level ferocious beast I encountered would be so tricky. Are we really going to fight? Yan Xiu shook his head and finally gave up. The Green Wind Wolf excelled at speed and it would be difficult to escape if it was entangled. In comparison, it would be a better choice to find a bulky second-level inferior beast to practice with. Slowly withdrawing from the Chiefone Wolf territory, Yan Xiu began to look for his next target. Not long after, another second-level ferocious beast was found. This ferocious beast looked like a giant bear, with earthy yellow skin, and was 7 meters tall. When it stood up, it was as tall as a 3-story building. Just a slight stomp of its feet could cause the earth to tremble violently. Its power was many times stronger than that of the green wind wolf. Yan Xiu's eyes lit up and he whispered. Data bear. The earth bear is a second-order low-grade ferocious beast with invincible power, comparable to a second-order mid-grade beast. It is naturally earth-friendly, has thick skin and flesh, and has a dominant position in the same realm. However, the earth bear has obvious shortcomings. It is naturally slow and has slow reactions. In terms of threat level, it is not even one-third of the blue wind wolf. It's a perfect training object. For a moment, Yan Xiu almost rushed forward and had a thrilling battle. But he finally endured it. I thought of continuing the exploration first, and then starting after I have figured out all the second-level ferocious beasts in this area, and understood their habitats and their usual activities. Time passed little by little, dusk arrived, and the setting sun made the forest a fiery red. After 5 or 6 hours of hard work, Yan Xiu finally figured out all the second-level beasts in this area. There were 11 of them, including the blue wind wolf, the great earth bear, the black water snake, etc. Because the territorial consciousness gradually awakens. These second-level ferocious beasts would occasionally fight with each other, but they were all equally powerful and no one could do anything to the other. They were also worried that if they were seriously injured, other ferocious beasts would take advantage of them, so they tried to restrain themselves as much as possible and maintain a delicate balance among each other. It was getting dark. Yan Xiu slowly withdrew from the warning area, passed through the wall of sword energy, returned to the safe area, and set up camp nearby. Leaning on the wooden stakes that fixed the tent, looking up at the starry sky, and listening to the roars of ferocious beasts coming from the surroundings, Yan Xiu suddenly laughed. He thought of Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi. I thought of Ren Sha again. And everyone in Blue Rain Academy who knows me. You all thought that I had lost all my cultivation, my martial arts talent was damaged, and that I had become completely useless. But you can't imagine that I have already entered the warning area, preparing to fight against the second-level beasts, tempering myself, and preparing to embark on the road of invincibility. You didn't abandon me. But I am far superior to you. When one day I show my true strength, what will your expressions be? It's fun to think about it. Early the next morning, Yan Xiu passed through the wall of sword energy, entered the security zone, and once again came to the habitat of the great earth bear. At this time, the giant bear was lying on the ground beside a large rock, sleeping. Its loud snoring could be heard 100 meters away. Stupid bear, take this! A roar was heard, and a figure rushed over like a meteor, swinging the sword in his hand. The sword was extremely sharp, and the words, Eclipse, were engraved on the sword. It was the weapon looted from Wang Lu. Congratulations, your attack has received 7 times the critical hit. The 8 extremes fighting heavens will suddenly burst out, the sword blade slashed on the khaki skin, and then, nothing happened. The extremely sharp eclipse. It was stuck suddenly, leaving only a faint white mark on the bare skin, without even a wound. So hard? Yan Xiu's face changed drastically. The next moment, roar! A terrifying roar resounded, and the earth bear woke up in shock. It slammed its huge paw out fiercely. Before its palm reached Yan Xiu, Gang Ke had already made Yan Xiu's cheek hurt. More than 10 minutes later, Yan Xiu escaped from the habitat of the earth Asian bear in a panic. While running away, he couldn't help cursing. You are such a lucky bear. You have been using more than 20 swords, but you haven't even triggered 100 times critical strike once. Your luck is as hard as a meteorite. After making sure that the earth bear had not chased him and the situation was safe, Yan Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he smiled again. This was the most dangerous battle Yan Xiu had ever faced since he obtained the critical strike system. It must be said that the second-level beast and the first-level beast are basically the same concept. This great earth bear not only has amazing defense, but also terrifying strength. A casual swing has at least the power of 1,000 elephants. Not to mention a direct hit, even a slight touch could cause a person to be crushed to pieces. The reason why Yan Xiu was able to cope with it was, it mainly relies on the speed bonus brought by the guaranteed triple crit, and the earth bear is clumsy and not good at speed. If it was Qingfeng Wolf, I don't know how many times I'd died. Stupid bear, this is just the beginning. Let's continue after the halftime break. Chapter 23, Killing the Great Earth Bear. Congratulations, you gain a 20-fold critical hit bonus for this attack. Congratulations, you have gained a 10-fold critical hit bonus for your martial arts training this time. Congratulations, you gain 15 times the critical hit bonus for this attack. Congratulations, you have gained a 7-fold critical strike bonus for this martial arts training. In the following time, Yan Xiu focused his main energy on the battle with the Great Earth Bear. As the fight progressed, with the help of the infinite critical strike system, the progress of practicing Baji Batianji is getting faster and faster, and it has reached a small success. Fist, palm, sword, kick, every strike has the power to shake the world. What a pity. I don't know whether it was because Earth Bear was extremely lucky, or because Yan Xiu was just unlucky. After so many attacks, not once did he trigger a critical hit of more than 1,000 times. Although the fight between the man and the bear was fierce, the Great Earth Bear was not even scratched. But Yan Xiu, although he was not hit head-on, the bear's paws blew over him, creating a strong gust of wind that tore his entire body in pain. If you truce again, I won't believe it. Your hands are so dirty every time. At the same time, at the border of the safe zone, a group of people were passing through the wall of sword energy and entering the warning zone. The team was led by a middle-aged man wearing a white combat uniform with blue edges. He had sharp eyes and exuded a subtle and fierce aura. Not a single feather could fall on him, and no fly or insect could get on him. Behind him were 6 men and women, all about 16 or 17 years old. They have firm gazes and steady movements. Although still young, they already possess the qualities of a dragon and a phoenix. Remember, this time we come to the warning zone, not for hunting, but just to let you experience the power of a second-level beast. So remember, don't make any noise, and don't show any hostility. A second-level beast is naturally friendly to spiritual energy and extremely perceptive. Perhaps it could be discovered with just a casual glance. The middle-aged man gave instructions while also observing his surroundings. The 6 of them were all startled. One of the tall boys bowed and whispered, "Teacher Zhou, why don't the Martial Arts Union clear out the second-level beasts in this area and let the sword energy wall expand outward to gain more safe areas?" Seeing that the questioner was one of the top 3 geniuses in Hongyang College, the middle-aged man's expression softened a lot. "Xiao Shang, do you think the Martial Arts Association doesn't want to? But we can't do this. The warning area is too close to the danger zone. If a martial artist takes action and makes a big noise, it is likely to attract an attack from a third-level beast. In more serious cases, it may even trigger a beast tide. The current safe zone has been expanded to its limit after measurements and calculations by the Martial Arts Union." Shang Yingming nodded. Everyone also showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Another handsome young man asked, "Teacher Zhou, if we are really targeted by a second-level beast, how can we escape?" Teacher Zhou looked at this person and his expression softened. "Because he ranks first in Hongyang College. There's only one way, run." "Run?" Lu Yunxing frowned. "What if I can't escape?" "Wait for death." Teacher Zhou spread his hands and joked. "Maybe you can also do a sliding tackle." "Everyone," Teacher Zhou said solemnly. "In short, this time we come to the warning area to let you feel the pressure of the second-level beast and prepare for the breakthrough of the warriors. Also, before you become a warrior, if you encounter a second-level beast, run as far as you can and never think of fighting it head-on." "Yes." Teacher Zhou was obviously very familiar with this area. Quietly and methodically, he led the students through one habitat of second-level ferocious beasts after another. Green winged wolf, black water mystic snake, iron-eating bird, etc. Lu Yunxing, Shang Yingming and other students all turned pale. The pressure from the second-level ferocious beast made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was just a quick glance and I didn't really face it. Everyone took a breath. Soon it was the turn of the 8th second-level ferocious beast, and Teacher Zhou's expression became a little more solemn than before. "The beast we're going to see this time is called the Great Earth Bear. Don't underestimate it because it's only a low-grade second-level beast, and its movements are slow and clumsy. But in my opinion, it's more difficult to deal with than many middle-grade second-level beasts. The reasons are as follows. The Earth Bear is naturally earth-friendly, with thick skin and flesh. Even high-level warriors have difficulty breaking it. It is like a tortoise shell, and its strength is terrifying. Just a touch of it can cause a warrior's skin to break and bones to be killed. Facing the Green-Winged Wolf, I only need to use 30 moves to defeat it. But facing the Earth Bear, even if I use 100 or 1,000 attacks, I can't cause fatal damage. On the contrary, if I am hit by it once and survive, it means I have saved my life. The geniuses of Hongyang Academy were in awe and remembered the horror of the Earth Bear. Not long after, they came to the habitat of this second-level ferocious beast. However, as they walked out of the bushes and saw the scene before them, they were all stunned. The Earth Bear, which Teacher Zhou had mentioned was even more difficult to deal with than a second-level mid-level beast, was extremely terrifying and powerful. It was now lying on the ground, its body cut in half. And beside, a young man holding a sword was standing nearby, the sun shining on him. His expression was cold, his aura was imposing and terrifying. Yan Xiu felt relaxed all over. After 3 hours of fighting, he didn't know how many times he had been in danger, so much so that he couldn't help but wonder if this Earth Bear was too lucky and couldn't trigger a high multiple critical hit. Fine. Just when Yan Xiu was about to give up and switch to another second-level ferocious beast to practice, the cute voice finally came. Congratulations, you have gained a 17,000-fold critical hit bonus for this attack. 17,000 times critical hit? No wonder there were only dozens before. It turns out he was holding back for a big move. No matter how hard the skin of the Earth Bear was, it was as brittle as thin paper when facing the power of hundreds of thousands of elephants. When the eclipse fell, it was cut into 2 sections on the spot. Finally, it's done. Yan Xiu let out a long sigh and was about to put the body into the small Qiankun ring. Then, he saw a few people wearing Hongyang College uniforms who appeared out of nowhere and were stunned. Yan Xiu was considering whether to kill the person to silence him. After thinking about it, I decided to give up. Since these people appeared in the warning area, they must be led by a warrior. Although he relied on high critical strike to kill the Earth Bear. But after all, I am not a warrior. If a conflict really breaks out, it's hard to say who will suffer. The killing intent was extinguished, and Yan Xiu calmed down instead. He said in a deep voice, "When did you come?" What Yan Xiu didn't expect was the reaction from Hongyang College was countless times more intense than his. Oh my god, am I seeing things right? This brother is about the same age as us, right? He actually killed the great Earth Bear that even Teacher Zhou found difficult to deal with. No, that's not right. There is no true energy fluctuation in this person. He is not a warrior. How is that possible? Chapter 24 God on the Mountain. A warrior usually keeps his true energy restrained and calm, so it cannot be seen from his outward appearance. But once he made a move, his true energy would leak out like a raging storm, and it would not dissipate in a short time. But the young man in front of him had no true energy fluctuations, and his body was stained with blood. There was no sign of his ability to not let a feather fall, and not let flies or insects attack him. This made the geniuses of Hongyang Academy immediately realize that the other party was not a warrior at all, but a martial artist? But how is this possible? At the level of a martial artist, he was able to kill a low-grade second-order beast, a more difficult one at that, the Great Earth Bear. It was so terrifying that it was beyond their comprehension. This Great Earth Bear, did you kill it? Lu Yunxing could not hide his shock in his words. The others also looked over, waiting for an answer. Yan Xiu's expression was as gloomy as water. I'm asking you, when did you come? Many geniuses of Hongyang College were stunned, and felt a strong pressure from the young man in front of them. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little off, Teacher Zhou said hurriedly. Little brother, don't get me wrong. We just arrived too and didn't see how you killed the Earth Bear. We have no ill intentions, so you don't need to be so vigilant. After saying, there was a flash of fear in Teacher Zhou's eyes. This young man was able to kill a second-order low-grade ferocious beast. No matter what method he used or whether he was a martial artist or not, it was enough to show that he had the means to threaten martial artists. Teacher Xiu is not afraid of fighting, but he is surrounded by the geniuses of Hongyang College, so he cannot afford to make any mistakes. Yan Xiu's expression eased slightly, but he noticed the school uniforms on these people and frowned slightly. Are you from Hongyang College? Good. Teacher Xiu nodded. Hongyang College, along with Blue Rain, is one of the 7 martial arts colleges in Tianling City. In terms of ranking, it is even higher up, at 3rd. Lu Yunxing and the team saw the young man holding a sword, standing next to a second-level ferocious beast, with such extraordinary demeanor that he couldn't help but be impressed and wanted to make friends with him. My name is Lu Yunxing, monitor of the special class of Hongyang College, and a 9th-level martial artist. May I ask what your name is, brother? Shang Yingming also had the same idea and said, Brother, if you are from Tianling City, you can come to me and I will buy you a drink. Want to make friends? Yan Xiu recalled the past. In the past, he was a well-known figure in Blue Rain Academy because of his extraordinary talent in martial arts and rapid progress in cultivation. He attracted many people to follow him. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi took the initiative to make friends with him. But when his martial arts talent was damaged and he lost his skills, they became the first people to distance themselves from him. There is no true friendship in the world. It's just false support brought by power. No. After replying coldly, Yan Xiu put the corpse of the earth bear back into the small Qianquan ring and turned to leave. Storage-type weapons? The pupils of everyone in Hongyang College constricted, and a hint of horror flashed in their eyes. Brother! Lu Yunxing truly admired him and wanted to make friends with him, so when he saw him trying to leave, he subconsciously wanted to stop him. Teacher Zhou reached out to stop him. Don't chase him. That boy is not an ordinary person. He has a heart of a tiger and a nose for a rose. He is still very wary of us. If we act rashly, he may be regarded as an enemy and attacked. Lu Yunxing calmed down and just looked at the figure getting farther and farther away, feeling very sorry. Teacher, it is impossible for a martial artist to kill a second-level ferocious beast by jumping above his level. Isn't this a truth recognized by the martial arts world? Why, that brother was able to do it. Shang Yingming's voice couldn't stop shaking as he said this. The remaining students. There was also surprise in their eyes. The warrior surpassed his level and killed a second-level ferocious beast. This broke their common sense. It is indeed a truth recognized by the martial arts world that one cannot challenge a higher level. However, Teacher Zhou took a deep breath. Isn't truth meant to be broken? Truth is meant to be broken. But how many people in this world can break common sense? Thinking of how that man killed a level 2 ferocious beast with his martial arts skills, the geniuses of Hongyang Academy felt a sense of frustration. Teacher Zhou advised. Don't be discouraged. You are undoubtedly true geniuses. Even if you were placed in a high-level base city, you would not be inferior to those children of big families. It's just that the boy can't be judged by common sense. To kill a second-level beast with the power of a warrior is like a myth even if it is placed in a high-level, highest base city. He has surpassed and towered over everyone. There is naturally no competition between the gods on the mountain and the people below the mountain. Just be yourself. Yes. How can the people living at the foot of the mountain compare with the gods on the mountain? There is no competitive relationship between the two. After such consolation, the genius from Hongyang College felt much more relieved. Oh, teacher! Lu Yunxing suddenly thought of something. Who do you think that person could be? He can cross a great realm and kill the enemy. He should not be an unknown person. Why have I never heard of him? Curiosity also appeared on the faces of others. Not sure. Teacher Zhou shook his head, but his expression quickly turned serious as he said. But one thing is certain, he should be a citizen of Tianling City, and he is in one of the 7 colleges. As soon as these words came out, Lu Yunxing and others were shocked. It's unfortunate that I was caught. I have never shown my face at Hongyang College. That warrior and the other students should not be able to recognize me. There is no need to worry about exposing my identity. That being said, but let's go to other areas next time to avoid running into them again. After leaving the habitat of the Earth Asian bear, Yan Xiu did not stay in the warning area any longer. Instead, he passed through the wall of sword energy, returned to the safe zone, and took the subway back to the city. He actually doesn't mind having his strength exposed. It is undoubtedly extremely exaggerated that a martial artist can surpass his level and kill a second-level ferocious beast. Once it is spread out, it will inevitably cause a huge storm and shock countless people. But a storm is a storm. Yan Xiu thought it through thoroughly. At worst, he could just leave Tianling City and go to other base cities, or simply hide in the wilderness, away from the hustle and bustle. After all, his parents were both dead, he had no relatives or friends, and was free from all worries. Back to Tianling City. Yan Xiu went to Wana Pavilion as soon as possible. Mu Shuan was leaning on the counter in a daze. When she saw someone approaching, she subconsciously wanted to greet him. However, as soon as she looked up, she was startled. "Oh my god, Yan Xiu, what did you do to become like this?" Yan Xiu looked very shabby at this moment. He had stayed in the wilderness for 2 days, crawling through bushes, going out in wind and rain, and had not washed yet. It was already considered that he was in good shape to be recognized. "I've been hanging out in the wilderness for a while. Let's not talk about this for now. Is there a separate room? I want to sell materials." Chapter 25 6th Level Martial Apprentice. "Yes, come with me." Mu Shuan was straightforward and got up and left immediately. The two soon came to a separate room with a huge interior space and extremely luxurious decoration. The carpet was made of the skin of the second-level ferocious beast Jinging Tiger, and the chandelier was made of the bones of the second-level ferocious beast Sanglong. Any one of the items inside was worth 6 figures. Yan Xiu was dumbfounded. "Can this room be used casually?" "Of course not." Mu Shuan was shocked to see this dignified sword of death, and felt very happy in her heart. "This is the highest level VIP room of Wana Pavilion. Only transactions involving millions can be applied for. It is not certain whether it will be approved or not." "Then how can you use it?" Yan Xiu subconsciously wanted to ask, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he remembered that this person was the granddaughter of Mu Yinglong and the daughter of Wana Pavilion. If he wanted to use her, it would only take a word. The evil Wu San Ai. "What kind of material is so mysterious that it requires a separate room? Don't tease me with something that is only worth a few thousand or tens of thousands." "It's not worth thousands or tens of thousands, it's just a little big, and—" Yan Xiu looked around. "This VIP room may need to be made a little dirty." "A bit big? Dirty?" Mu Shuan suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, and subconsciously wanted to stop the person in front of her. "Pity. It's too late." Yan Xiu waved his hand, and a huge corpse appeared in the room. It was a huge yellow bear, which was cut into 2 halves. Blood and flesh were flowing in all directions. Fortunately, the VIP room was big enough and the ceiling was 6 or 7 meters high, otherwise the room would have burst. "My VIP room!" Mu Shuan couldn't help but wail. Seeing the room being ruined, the cleaning fee alone would be at least hundreds of thousands. But soon she was stunned, staring at the huge corpse in front of her. Her eyes gradually widened, her pupils quickly contracted, and her voice was filled with shock that could not be concealed. "A second-level fierce beast, the Earth Bear?" "Yes." "Where did you pick it up?" "I didn't pick it up." "Don't be ridiculous. It wasn't picked up. Did you kill it with your own hands?" There was a hint of sarcasm in Mu Shuan's voice at the beginning, but as time went on, her voice became lower and the shock in her eyes became more intense. Because she saw that Yan Xiu's eyes were very calm, and he was not at all disturbed when facing the corpse of the second-level ferocious beast. An incredible thought emerged in my mind. Could it be that? Was this Earth Bear really killed by Yan Xiu? Could you please count it as soon as possible and tell us how much this giant Earth Bear can be sold for? Seeing that the rich young lady was in a daze and showed no signs of coming back to her senses for a long time, Yan Xiu could not help but frown and give her a reminder. Mu Shuan finally reacted. "Oh, okay, please wait a moment. I can't handle such a large beast corpse by myself. I need someone to help me." Not long after, Mu Shuan found 3 warriors. They were very fast and had obviously been dealing with the corpses of ferocious beasts for years. It didn't take long before the Earth Sub-Bear was dismantled into pieces. Earth Bear Bile 1, Earth Bear Blood Essence 2000 ml, Earth Bear Bone 3.5 tons, Earth Bear I2, Earth Bear Heart 1. The total value of these materials is 1.72 million. Mu Shuan quickly finished the inventory, took a deep breath, and finally suppressed the shock in her heart. Still the same as before, are we all going to buy the blood chi powder? More than 1 million? Yan Xiu had never seen so much money in his life, and he couldn't help but feel very happy. He shook his head. No need to disperse the blood. Mu Shuan nodded. Oh, okay, I'll have someone deposit the money into your account right away. Yan Xiu. I want to buy blood chi pills. Mu Shuan said angrily. You did it on purpose, can you please not breathe so heavily when you speak next time? Among the first-level martial arts pills, the blood chi pill is of extremely high quality, far superior to the blood chi powder. Naturally, the price is not cheap either. Each pill costs 80,000 yuan, which is more expensive than 1 year's tuition. Even if you have a 10% discount card. With the value of this second-level ferocious beast, it can only be exchanged for 23 blood pills. Not long after, a sealed jade bottle was handed to Yan Xiu. After deducting the expenses, the remaining balance was also transferred to the account. Thanks. Yan Xiu was in a good mood. More than 20 blood and energy pills were enough for his strength to break through to a higher level. Mu Shuan accepted it without hesitation. After all, it was not easy to get this guy to thank her. Then he thought of the sudden appearance of the earth bear in the room. He frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he couldn't help but be curious. Yan Xiu, do you have any storage weapons? Yan Xiu's face turned slightly cold, and he narrowed his eyes and asked. Why, Miss Mu is moved. My heart is beating, ha! Mu Shuan seemed to be laughing, but in fact she looked unhappy. You underestimate me too much. Others may be jealous of storage weapons, but to me, they are really not a good thing. So arrogant? Yan Xiu didn't believe it. Storage-type weapons were extremely rare. Even warriors would be jealous of them. Even martial artists might not have them. Mu Shuan smiled faintly and said, It's not that I'm arrogant, but my background is even greater than you think. Yan Xiu was silent for a moment, then slowly stood up and said, Keep it a secret from me. Does this count as you owing me a favor? Calculate. Mu Shuan smiled brightly and proudly. After knowing each other for such a long time, she finally got back on track. I didn't expect that I would be controlled by a little girl. When Yan Xiu returned home, he was helpless. The earth bear was too huge. He couldn't bring it back without the small Qianquan ring. It would be a pity to throw it away, but by accident he owed Mu Shuan a favor. Get rid of distracting thoughts. Yan Xiu took out a jade bottle from the storage space. It contains 24 blood energy pills that were exchanged for the corpse of the great earth bear. I hope I can get lucky and trigger a 10,000-fold critical strike, pushing my strength to the 7th level martial arts disciple. Then I can go to the secret realm and accept the second test. With anticipation, Yan Xiu began to practice again. Congratulations, you get a 5-fold critical hit bonus from taking this elixir. Congratulations, you have gained 15 times the critical hit bonus from taking the elixir this time. Congratulations, you get a triple critical hit bonus from taking the elixir this time. Congratulations, you gained a 27-fold critical hit bonus from taking the elixir this time. Congratulations. I don't know if it was because of the killing of the great earth bear that triggered the 10,000x critical strike and exhausted all my luck, or if it was because Yan Xiu had been experiencing Mercury retrograde recently, and his luck was extremely bad. After taking 23 blood energy pills, he didn't even trigger a 1000x critical strike. The highest critical strike is only 180 times. As the medicinal power of the blood chi pill was digested in his body, Yan Xiu's strength began to increase steadily. The power of 43 elephants. The power of 44 elephants. The power of 45 elephants, breakthrough, 6th level warrior. The power of 48 elephants. The power of 49 elephants. It finally settled at the level of 50 symbol power. Chapter 26, A Big Deal? Did he fail to break through to the 7th level of martial arts in the end? Yan Xiu sighed softly and slowly ended his practice. If my martial arts talent had not been damaged and was still at its peak, after taking so many pills, I would have the potential to break through to not only the 7th level martial artist, but even the 8th and 9th levels. Why did the foundation get damaged? Yan Xiu's expression was slightly grim, and he secretly swore to himself that he must find a way to restore his martial arts foundation. Only in this way. Only then can you reach the pinnacle of martial arts. That night, at the Mu family. My dear granddaughter, I heard that you received a big client today and reached a deal worth millions. Ha ha ha, my Zi Xuan is really amazing. He is not only a martial arts genius, but also a business expert. As soon as Mu Yinglong returned home, he couldn't help praising his granddaughter. It was obvious that he knew about the transaction in the VIP room. Mu Zixuan looked thoughtful, as if she couldn't figure out something. She only replied calmly to her grandfather's praise. Yeah, it's okay. Mu Yinglong was not annoyed, on the contrary, he was a little curious. My dear granddaughter, what are you thinking about? Even Grandpa ignored you. Nothing. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but ask again. Grandpa, do you think it's really impossible for a martial artist to surpass his level and kill a 2nd level beast? Absolutely not. Mu Yinglong was about to answer this, but suddenly he noticed a hint of disbelief in his granddaughter's eyes, and realized that things were not simple. Granddaughter, what happened? Mu Zixuan hesitated for a moment, then told what happened in Wana Pavilion. This is what happened, Grandpa. My friend came again today. Mu Yinglong listened carefully, his expression no longer as casual as it was at first, and gradually became solemn. Until the granddaughter finished speaking. His expression also turned completely serious. Are you saying that the great earth bear traded today was actually brought by your friend? Good. Mu Yinglong took a deep breath and frowned. If a martial artist only sells materials of a 2nd level ferocious beast at one time, it can be said that he has found a bargain. It is a gift from nature, and he is very lucky. But if twice, 3 times, 4 times, being able to produce 2nd level ferocious beast materials every time has a different meaning behind it. Not to mention a complete corpse of a 2nd level ferocious beast. People can't always be so lucky that they can pick up 2nd level ferocious beast materials just by going out, unless these 2nd level ferocious beast materials were killed by him personally. But how is it possible? No matter how powerful a martial artist is, it is impossible for him to kill a 2nd order ferocious beast by jumping above his level. The two are simply not on the same level. This is a matter recognized by the entire martial arts community. Could it be that my granddaughter's friend can really break common sense and kill the 2nd level ferocious beast as a martial artist? The idea that Mu Yinglong originally held was gradually wavering. Suddenly he thought of another thing. The great earth bear is huge. When it stands up, it is 6 or 7 meters tall. Your friend couldn't have carried such a huge body back from the wilderness. Mu Zixuan remained silent because she had promised Yan Xiu to keep it a secret. Mu Yinglong said in a deep voice. He has a storage weapon? Granddaughter, your friend probably has a very powerful background, even more powerful than we can imagine. Why do you say that? Mu Yinglong pondered for a moment, and then expressed his guess. Look, your friend was able to bring back materials of 2nd level beasts twice, which means that even if he didn't kill these 2 2nd level beasts himself, he still had a great influence on them. He has something extremely rare, such as a storage weapon. All the signs indicate that there is a master behind him. He should be a master, teacher, senior or something like that. He is very powerful, so powerful that he can even teach disciples who can kill enemies at a higher level. Mu Zixuan was stunned for a long time. She was previously only shocked that Yan Xiu might have killed a 2nd level ferocious beast, and she had never thought about the various meanings behind it. Is there a powerful teacher behind it? A strange look flashed across Mu Zixuan's eyes, but she quickly withdrew and frowned slightly. So, my friend is very important? I'm not sure yet, but it's almost certain. Mu Yinglong warned. My dear granddaughter, I have no objection to you making friends with him, but you must be careful and protect yourself. Don't make enemies or cause conflicts. Mu Zixuan nodded. Yes, Grandpa, I understand. The grandfather and grandson chatted for a while, and Mu Zixuan felt sleepy, so he went back to his room to rest. In the luxurious and spacious living room, Mu Zixuan hesitated for a moment, picked up a mobile phone, and dialed the number. "Help me check someone." At the same time, Hongyang College, President's Office. "Old Joe, are you serious? A martial artist killed the Great Earth Bear. Did you see it with your own eyes?" A shocked voice rang out, and the dean opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. It's no wonder that the dean of a martial arts academy would lose his composure. Just half an hour ago, Teacher Zhou found him and told him the whole process of taking the special class students to the security zone for training. The content at the beginning was quite normal, thrilling yet somewhat reasonable, until the part about the Great Earth Bear. This second-level beast was a problem even for mid-level warriors. He was actually killed by a young martial artist. If he hadn't pinched his arm and could still feel the pain, Dean Hongyang would have thought he was dreaming. The warrior killed the second-level ferocious beast. "This is so magical, almost mythical," Teacher Zhou said solemnly. "It can't be considered as seeing it, because when I went there, the Great Earth Bear had already been killed, but it's almost certain, because he was the only one beside this second-level beast, and the blood of the beast was still flowing on the sword." Dean Hongyang took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. "But I couldn't bear it. You just said that this young man lives in Tianling City, and is very likely a student of one of the 7 colleges." "That's right." Teacher Zhou nodded and said, "The boy is very young, about 16 or 17 years old. I don't have any evidence, but I just have this feeling." Dean Hongyang thought for a moment and said, "Old Zhou, don't make this public for now. Send someone to secretly look for this mysterious young martial arts swordsman." "Okay, I understand." Teacher Zhou nodded, then looked puzzled again. "After you find it, what are you going to do?" Dean Hongyang smiled. "Of course we dug it up." Yan Xiu didn't know yet that the act of beheading the Earth Bear had caused quite a stir, and a vice president of a martial arts union and a dean of a martial arts academy had already become interested in him. The next day. There are compulsory classes today, so Yan Xiu came to the college very early. Bathed in the warm breeze, he looked very comfortable. Chapter 27, Horrible Murder. Walking on the road to the college, Yan Xiu suddenly felt emotional. He once faced the prospect of dropping out of school because he could not afford the tuition. If he left the school at that time, it would mean that he would no longer have any connection with martial arts, and would never be able to become a martial artist again. To this end, he gritted his teeth and persisted, trying like crazy to raise enough money for tuition. But now, with the help of the infinite critical hit system, he not only broke through to the 6th-level martial arts apprentice, but also practiced the heaven-level skills and mastered the heaven-level martial arts. It's really fate that plays tricks on us. In fact, the current academy, apart from the needs of Yan Xiu in terms of martial arts experience and classification of vicious beasts, is not of much help in terms of cultivation. The reason why I come to every required class is that. Maybe it's because of remembrance. Perhaps it was because he had demonstrated the strength of a second-level warrior in the annual assessment, or perhaps it was because he had a conflict with Wang Lu, and his father was looking for the murderer all over the world, fearing that he would be implicated. There are fewer discussions about Yan Xiu in the academy now. Most of the topics are focused on the Seed Special Class and the upcoming 7 colleges competition. Soon Yan Xiu arrived at the class. The lecturer of this compulsory course is Yang Xiu, and the main content is the application of martial arts and the grasp of timing in combat. Soon Teacher Yang arrived. When he saw Yan Xiu sitting under the podium, his eyes softened a lot and he nodded slightly, but did not say anything. Instead, he focused on teaching. While Yan Xiu was listening to the lecture, his thoughts could not help but wander. The reward for the first test of the secret realm is a storage weapon. I believe the reward for the second test will be even more amazing. A 7th-level martial artist? As long as we kill one more second-level beast, we should be able to collect enough blood energy pills. I've killed the Great Earth Bear. Who should I choose as my next target? The black water serpent lives in the evil water pond. I'm not good at underwater combat. The blue winged wolf is too fast and can manipulate the wind to a certain extent. It's a tough opponent. The iron bird is a sky unit and is easy to be kite. Yes. 36 miles into the security zone, there is a tree where a bang. Just as Yanjing was thinking, The classroom door suddenly shattered and splashed everywhere, obviously blown open by an extremely strong force. The students were startled. Yang Xiu also had a solemn expression on his face, staring at the door intently. It was obvious that he had sensed the terror of the person who had come from the aura just now. Tread tap tap. The sound of footsteps came from the corridor, and every time it sounded, it was like the beating of a drum, making everyone's heart tremble. In just a few seconds, it seemed as if a very long time had passed. Finally, the person who came showed up. He was a middle-aged man with long black hair dancing wildly in the wind. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from his body. Even the walls made of reinforced concrete could not withstand it, and were deformed. He swept his eyes across the classroom and said with murderous intent, "Who among you is Yan Xiu?" Brush, brush, brush. The students in the classroom subconsciously turned their eyes to the same place. That's bad. Yan Xiu's heart sank, and he had already guessed the identity of the person who came. The owner of Shutian Martial Arts School, vice president of the Martial Arts Union, one of the few martial artists in Tianling City, and Wang Luyang's father, Wang Tianshi. Although I had expected this day to come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. This is none of your business. Get out of here. Wang Tianshi was extremely overbearing. He didn't care what the occasion was. It was as if he was chasing a puppy. Crash. Dozens of students rushed out of the classroom, fearing that they would lose their lives if they were a little late, but they were frightened out of their wits. Wang Tianshi's eyes also fell on a figure on the desk, and murderous intent gradually emerged in his eyes. Yan Xiu, is that so? I heard that you and my son have a feud, and the last time he went to the wilderness was to seek revenge on you. Yes. Knowing that this martial artist must have conducted a detailed investigation before coming, it was useless to deny it, so Yan Xiu nodded decisively. The next moment, an unspeakable terrifying pressure surged over, and Yan Xiu was instantly submerged, as if he was hit by a 1,000-meter-high wave. He was instantly forced into a corner, unable to move, and had difficulty breathing, as if the air had solidified. What are you doing? This is Blue Rain Academy. An angry voice sounded, and Yang Xiu suddenly appeared, standing in front to resist this terrible power. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Wang Tianshi's eyes. I told you to get out. The martial artist snapped his fingers and a terrifying aura broke through the air and landed on Yang Xiu, instantly breaking the true energy emanating from his body. He vomited blood and was seriously injured. But Wang Tianshi seemed to have no concerns and did not kill him. He swept Yang Xiu away like dust and turned his attention to Yan Xiu. Boy, I have investigated you. You were the top genius of Blue Rain Academy. But in the beast tide a year ago, you were attacked by a second-level beast. Not only did you lose all your cultivation, but your martial arts foundation was also severely damaged. It took you a year to rebuild your strength to the level of 11 elephants. It's impossible for you to kill my son. It won't hurt him at all. Sorry, you guessed wrong. Not only did I hurt him, I also cut off his head. Yan Xiu gritted his teeth and said, Since you know everything, why did you come to me? Wang Tianshi said. Of course it's for Xiaoyang. In fact, I didn't interfere too much with my son. I always felt that it would be difficult for him to grow up under the protection of his parents. So when he was wronged or bullied, I never stepped in. But I didn't expect it. When he said this, Wang Tianshi's expression suddenly became ferocious. My son died in such an unclear way. He is my only son. When Xiaoyang was alive, I was a very incompetent father. I failed to take good care of him, and he suffered a lot. Now that he is gone, I want to make everyone who has bullied Xiaoyang and opposed him go to hell. The frenzied momentum raged, hitting the entire classroom. Yan Xiu could not bear the pressure and spit out blood as if he had been hit hard. He was horrified. He never expected that a martial artist's anger could be so terrifying. He could get hurt just by anger without using any strength or mobilizing his true energy. Is the only option left to me? Yan Xiu gritted his teeth. Wang Tianshi was so terrifying that if he wanted to severely injure him, repel him, or even kill him, a 10,000 times critical hit would obviously not be enough. It would require at least hundreds of thousands of times, or even millions of times. And there is only one chance to strike. In the nearly 1 month since I got the infinite critical hit system, I have never scored a critical hit above 6 digits. Is it really possible this time? Yan Xiu's face became extremely ferocious. Chapter 28 Burden. Knowing that Wang Tianshi would not let him go, Yan Xiu had a ferocious expression, and his life and death depended on the millionfold critical hit whose probability was infinitely close to 0. Only one chance to strike. It must succeed. Oh, brother, that's too much. Suddenly a sigh was heard. I don't know when, there was another person in the classroom. He had white hair and a youthful face, was tall and thin, and had a slight hunchback. And with his appearance, the terrifying aura raging in the classroom was swept away in an instant. Dean, cough, cough, cough. Yang Xiaoxiong was seriously injured. He started coughing up blood after saying just 2 words. However, he seemed to have found a backbone and suddenly relaxed. The dean is here? It seems that there is no need to gamble life and death on a millionfold critical hit. Yan Xiu also recognized this figure, and his tense nerves were relieved. Compared to the relaxation of the two, Wang Tianxi's expression was very unpleasant. He looked at the figure in front of him with a hint of fear in his eyes. Old Manly, didn't you go to the Martial Arts Union to discuss the 7th Academy competition? Why are you still here? Dean Lanyu chuckled and said, I was going to go, but something delayed me. I didn't expect to run into you. You want to stop me? I can't watch you kill my students in the academy. You're going against me for a piece of trash. No matter if he is a waste or not, as long as he is still in Blue Rain Academy, he is my student. What if I insist on killing you? You can try. Dean Lanyu narrowed his eyes. It just so happens that my old bones haven't moved for a long time, so I don't mind stretching them. Wang Tianxi's face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to take action several times, but stopped abruptly, as if he was hesitating about something. Dean Lanyu suddenly sighed. Brother Wang, I understand the pain of losing your son, but you should also know that this man named Yan Xiu was severely injured in the last beast tide. His martial arts foundation was damaged and his cultivation was lost. He could not be the real murderer of your son. In order to avenge Lu Yang, you have killed enough. If you continue to kill, it will arouse public anger. Snort. A cold snort sounded, and Wang Tianshi knew that with this old man around, it would be impossible for him to kill Yan Xiu, so he simply dispersed his arrogance, turned around and left without saying anything. When he reached the classroom door, he turned around abruptly, and stared at the old man in front of him. You can't protect this kid forever. Dean Lanyu said. At least in the academy, I can protect him. In other words, as long as it's outside the academy, they won't care? Wang Tianshi looked at Yan Xiu thoughtfully, showing a meaningful look, and then disappeared. Call. Yan Xiucheng breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, he really thought he was going to die. Fortunately. Thank you, Presidently. Yan Xiu bowed to express his gratitude. Surprisingly, the dean acted very indifferent, saying lightly without even raising his head. Instead, he walked up to Yang Xiaoxiong and advised him with a complaining tone. If you encounter such a thing in the future, don't be stubborn. It's not worth it to risk your life. No, it's worth it. Yang Xiaoxiong's eyes were firm. Yan Xiu is my student. As a teacher, I have the obligation to protect him. Dean Lanyu sighed and said, Alas, you are such a stubborn person. Let's go and take you to heal your wounds. The two men then left. From beginning to end, the old man who forced Wang Tianshi to retreat never even looked at Yan Xiu. Are you treating me as a burden? In other words, he was expressing his dissatisfaction with me, blaming me for continuing to stay in Blue Rain Academy and causing trouble for Wang Tianshi. Yan Xiu stood in the empty classroom, expressionless. The gratitude that had just risen in his heart was gone. He has understood. The reason why the dean saved me was not because of his duty, but because he was worried that the news would get out and it would be bad for the reputation of the college. Ha 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 ha. Ha ho 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 ha ha. Wang Tianshi showed up at the academy and wanted to kill Yan Xiu, but was stopped by the dean. The news soon spread. The students were discussing. Hey, did you hear that the owner of Shitian Martial Arts School, Martial Master Wang Tianshi, has come to look for Yan Xiu after all? Not only did I hear about it, this matter caused a lot of uproar. I also know that teacher Yang was seriously injured in order to protect this loser, and he is still recuperating. If you asked me, Yan Xiu is really a jinx. He knew that he would be retaliated by Wang Tianshi after provoking Wang Lu, but he still stayed in the academy and almost killed the teacher. That's right. It's really unlucky. If the dean hadn't shown up in time, Yan Xiu would have become a corpse. Corpse? You underestimate the martial artist. Wang Tianshi only needs to move his fingers and Yan Xiu will be blown to pieces. There will be no corpse left. I guess this idiot won't live long. He doesn't even know who Wang Tianshi is. If he gets targeted by him, he might die suddenly one day. I also think Yan Xiu won't live for too long. I agree. +1. +2. +10,086. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi also heard the news, but they were not surprised. On the contrary, they were secretly glad that they had drawn a clear line between themselves and Yan Xiu long ago, otherwise they would probably have been implicated as well. As the discussion progressed, Blue Rain's students quickly reached a consensus. Being spotted by Wang Tianshi, Yan Xiu will definitely not live for much longer. After that day, Wang Tianshi did not appear again. Yan Xiu was a little worried at first, wondering if the other party was plotting something behind his back. Later he found out that the martial artist was going to look for other enemies. After all, with Wang Liang's character, there are many people who have grudges. Despite this, Yan Xiu would still disguise himself every time he went out, just in case. During this period, he seldom went to the academy, and was mainly active in the warning area in the wilderness, honing his martial arts in the fights with the second-level ferocious beasts. If he was lucky enough to trigger a high critical hit, he would just be able to harvest a wave of materials. Pity. The chance of triggering a high critical hit was too low, and fighting a second-level ferocious beast was extremely risky. After 2 days, he only killed a relatively bulky, killing rhino. Also, because the fight was too noisy, it attracted 2 second-level ferocious beasts. They were forced to flee before they could put the corpses into the small Qianquan ring. The results are also very good. The 8 Extreme Strike is gradually becoming perfect, and my combat experience has greatly increased. I am also becoming more and more adept at dealing with second-level ferocious beasts. Yan Xiu even had the urge. Find a real martial artist to practice with. This morning, Blue Rain College. A girl suddenly arrived. She was wearing a purple gown, her eyes were like stars, her skin was like autumn water, and she was walking in the academy with a slight smile on her face, looking expectantly, as if she was looking for something. Many boys have gathered around her, either intentionally or unintentionally. They looked at the girl's beautiful face. Can't bear to look away. Chapter 29 Uninvited. Why hasn't that guy come yet? Mu Shuan frowned slightly, feeling both expectant and a little nervous. Ever since that night, knowing that Yan Xiu might have a very powerful background and a master standing behind him, she became extremely curious and wanted to ask him about it when Yan Xiu came to Wana Pavilion again. But for 2 or 3 days, that guy didn't show up. In fact, this is not uncommon. As Yan Xiu explored the warning area, he often lived in the wilderness, so it was normal not to go to Wana Pavilion for several days. In the past, Mu Shuan didn't care too much about it. But this time it was different. This question was like a cat scratching in her heart, itching, and she kept thinking about it over and over again. In the end, Mu Shuan couldn't wait any longer, so he took the initiative to find out about a person named Yan Xiu in Tianling City. As the daughter of Wana Pavilion and the granddaughter of the vice-chairman of the Martial Arts Union, it was not a problem for her to just use her grandfather's connections. In less than 2 hours, photos of all the people named Yan Xiu in the city appeared in front of her. Then through comparison, Mu Shuan found Blue Rain Academy easily. At this time, more and more boys are attracted to her, either inadvertently, secretly, or openly, admiring the girl in the wind. I was still amazed. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? Mu Shuan didn't care much about this. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been the apple of everyone's eye. She became the focus of everyone wherever she went, and she had long been used to it. What should I say when I see that guy? Just ask him if there's someone behind him? Forget it. That guy is very alert and doesn't trust anyone. If you ask him that, he will definitely get furious. That's right. Mu Shuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of a good idea. I can go to the wilderness with him, and see how this guy killed the second-level beast. Then I can figure it out. That's a really good idea. At the entrance of the academy, more and more students gathered, and it was already crowded. They all came to see this otherworldly beauty. But the girl was so beautiful, with an extraordinary temperament, and she looked like she was standing on the top of a mountain, overlooking all the other mountains. As a result, after more than an hour, no one dared to go up and talk to her. I passed by it on my first day in college, but I was also attracted by this beautiful scenery. Only then did the deadlock break. Hello? Mu Shuan frowned slightly. The person who came was not Yan Xiu, but a young man with golden hair, purple eyes, and a strong aura. She didn't want to care. But suddenly a thought came to my mind. I have known Yan Xiu for such a long time, but I still know nothing about this guy. Since they are students of the same martial arts academy, maybe they know something about Yan Xiu. With this in mind, Mu Shuan quickly made a decision and said with a faint smile, Hello? The person who came was Li Xian. He was not with the Luo brothers and sisters today. He originally planned to go to the Seed Special class to receive guidance from the dean. However, when he passed by, he saw a lot of people gathered here. He was curious and went forward to take a look. When he took a look, he saw Mu Shuan and was immediately struck by her beauty. As the top genius in the academy, Li Xian is surrounded by beautiful girls, but compared with the one in front of him, they all pale in comparison. In front of Mu Shuan, being the top student in the martial arts academy, he actually developed a bit of inferiority complex. This time I took the initiative to talk. It was Li Xian who mustered up the courage. Unexpectedly, the girl actually responded. Li Xian was so surprised that he even stuttered when he spoke. Classmate, you look unfamiliar. You shouldn't be from Blue Rain. What's the matter with you coming here? Tell me. I might be able to help you. Mu Shuan reacted very calmly, but she was used to it and was not surprised. I'm here to look for someone. Looking for someone, who is it? Li Xian immediately became motivated. Tell me, maybe I know him. Mu Shuan. His name is Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu? Li Xian was stunned, his mind full of question marks. Why would this otherworldly girl come to find that loser? What do you want him for? Mu Shuan was about to answer, but then she changed her mind and felt evil again. She pretended to be slightly angry and said, I'm here to seek revenge on him. Revenge? Li Xian was trembling all over. Did that idiot offend you? That's right. Mu Shuan gritted her teeth and said, That guy is pretending to be deaf and dumb, pretending. In short, he is not a good person. Li Xian had a face full of questions. Although he had not been in contact with Yan Xiu for a long time, they were once good friends after all. In his opinion, that guy was not such a person, right? Seeing that the atmosphere was set, Mu Shuan stopped, slandering, and asked, Classmate, you know Yan Xiu, right? Can you tell me what kind of person he is? Li Xian had already been attracted by Mu Shuan, and without giving it much thought, he told her what he knew about Yan Xiu. What a coincidence, Mississippi. In the entire Blue Rain Academy, if you were to ask who knows Yan Xiu best, I'd be second. No one dares to claim first. He was once the top genius of the academy. But now he's a complete waste. Waste? Mu Shuan couldn't help but feel surprised. Why do you say that? Li Xian showed disdain on his face. In the beast tied a year ago, he was attacked by a second-level beast. Not only did he lose all his cultivation, but even his martial arts talent was damaged. After a year of hard training, he has just broken through to the second-level martial arts apprentice. What else can he be but a waste? Mu Shuan didn't believe it at first, but when she saw the expressions of the students around her, she knew that the other party was not lying. This made her feel incredible. Yan Xiu is a waste? How is this possible? He is obviously a genius. No, it should be said that he is a potential dragon. With the strength of a warrior, he killed a second-level ferocious beast by leaps and bounds. Such a young man, such a genius, is rare even in the highest base city. It is like a myth. Once you cross the Dragon Gate, you will be able to soar into the sky and reach heights that none of you can reach. Such Yan Xiu. How could it be trash? Oh right. Mu Shuan suddenly thought of another thing. You know Yan Xiu so well, what is your relationship with him? This? Li Xian was suddenly embarrassed. He couldn't say that he used to be Yan Xiu's best friend, but he distanced himself from him because he despised him for losing all his skills and becoming a waste. You don't need to think about it. This will definitely leave a bad impression on girls. Just as Li Xian was thinking about what kind of excuse he could use to get away with it smoothly, a slightly cold voice came over. His name is Li Xian, and he used to be my best friend. Next, a familiar figure appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 30. Don't understand? When the students around saw this person appear, they all looked strange. Li Xian looked a little embarrassed. Mu Shuan's eyes lit up, and she greeted him cheerfully. Yan Xiu, I'm here. Why did you just come out? It doesn't look like they have made enemies. Yan Xiu walked forward, frowned slightly, and said in surprise. How did you find this place? As for Li Xian, he didn't say hello or even look at him. You haven't come to Wana Pavilion these few days. I have no choice but to come to you on my own initiative. Mu Shuan looked smiling, and this look was the first time she showed it since she came to Blue Rain Academy. Yan Xiu covered his face. He had been hanging around in the cordon-off zone for the past few days, and apart from some first-level ferocious beast materials, he hadn't gained much more. He was too lazy to go to the Wana Pavilion to exchange them, but he didn't expect that this rich young lady would come here on her own initiative. When Li Xian saw this scene, he was surprised. Wait, don't you and Yan Xiu have a grudge against each other? How? At this moment, Mu Shuan had an extremely poor impression of the so-called number one genius of Blue Rain Academy. Because she understood what Yan Xiu meant just now. We used to be best friends, but now we are not. When thinking about how he described Yan Xiu as a waste with disdain on his face, how could the extremely smart Mu Shuan not understand what was going on? Yes, there is a grudge. Look at his disgusted expression. It makes me so angry. But... Well, classmate, thank you for what you did just now. Now everything is fine. Go and do your own thing. Li Xian opened his eyes wide. Somehow, he heard a hint of flirting in these words. Yan Xiu frowned. He had to admit that Mu Shuan was incredibly beautiful, much better than Luo Shi and Ren Sha. Her temperament was also excellent, attracting more and more people to watch. Since the incident a year ago, he didn't like crowds in the first place, and he didn't want to be the center of attention anymore. Seeing more and more attention coming from all around, he said without thinking. Let's go, let's leave here first. Good. Soon the two left the academy, Yan Xiu in front and Mu Shuan behind. Look at this look. It was as if Yan Xiu was the one being chased. This also caused a great uproar in the surrounding area, and many students talked about it. What did I see? Such a beautiful girl actually came to see Yan Xiu. It's more than just a simple visit. Didn't you see that the girl was very positive when facing Yan Xiu, but Yan Xiu seemed to be disgusted? Could it be that the two are a couple? No, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. How could such a beautiful girl fall for a loser like Yan Xiu? But when she left, the girl ran after Yan Xiu. At this time, a student with a good background and someone in his family working in the martial arts union felt that Mu Shuan was very familiar the more he thought about it. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind and he thought of something and quickly took out his mobile phone. This look. The whole person suddenly became excited. It's her indeed. This sound immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Who is it? Who is it? Brother, do you know that girl? What's her name? Tell me quickly. I have never seen such a beautiful girl in my life. Don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up or I'll beat you up. The man took a deep breath, A hint of disbelief flashed across his eyes, and then he didn't keep the secret any longer, and said in a deep voice. She is Mu Shuan, the granddaughter of Mu Long, the vice president of the Martial Arts Union, and the daughter of the owner of Wana Pavilion. As soon as these words came out, there was a huge commotion among the crowd. They had thought that the girl had an extraordinary background, but they didn't expect it to be so extraordinary. Her grandfather was Mu Long, and her father was the owner of Wana Pavilion. With this background, they were already considered a top martial arts family in Tianling City. What puzzles these students the most is, how could the granddaughter of a martial arts master and the daughter of a martial arts family fall in love with Yan Xiu, who had lost all his skills and become a waste? This includes Li Xian. Mu Shuan? He stared blankly at the two people leaving, and couldn't understand what means that loser had used to establish such a good relationship with the daughter of the Mu family. Even in the relationship between the two sides, they take the initiative. Li Xian didn't understand. Why does that rubbish do that? The other sighed. After the two left the academy, Yan Xiu walked towards the center of the underground rail, thinking of taking the tram to the wilderness warning area. Mu Shuan caught up from behind. Yan Xiu, I originally thought you were a very cold person, the kind that couldn't fit in with the world and kept people at a distance, but I didn't expect you to have such a bad taste. The daughter of the Mu family smiled, as if she had some leverage, her face full of pride. You are a dignified swordsman, so powerful that you can kill even a second-level beast, but you pretend to be useless in the academy and let people around you look down on you. I can guess your next plot. Are you planning to reveal your true strength at an appropriate time and shout out, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west? Yan Xiu. I'm not pretending. Ah, what? Because the traffic was too dense and the noise was too loud, Mu Shuan couldn't hear clearly for a moment. Yan Xiu said expressionlessly. Quote, I said that's not fake, quote. A year ago, I really lost all my cultivation and my martial arts talent was damaged. It is for this reason that my former best friend, fearing that he would be dragged down, drew a line between us immediately. Those who admired and supported me also turned around and laughed at me harshly. Mu Shuan stopped smiling and talking. She stared blankly at Yan Xiu's gaze at this moment, feeling deeply touched in her heart. No wonder he always looks so lonely. No wonder he said that he had no friends, let alone acquaintances. No wonder he was so resistant to my advances. It turned out that in the previous year, he had experienced the pain of losing everything, endured the betrayal of his friends, and suffered the contempt of his classmates. Mu Shuan originally wanted to comfort Yan Xiu, but suddenly she found that there was no hatred for the past in his eyes, and she instantly understood something. Yes. This young man is a true dragon cub, a genius, and a strong man. He doesn't need it. There is no need to accept comfort from anyone. The Wolf King always licks his wounds alone, and a truly strong man never lives in the past. Therefore, Mu Shuan didn't say anything else, but just followed Yan Xiu silently. Wherever he went, she followed. Until Yan Xiu couldn't stand it anymore and turned around suddenly. I've been following you all the way. How long are you going to follow me? Tell me what you want from me. Chapter 31 7 Killing Swords. Yan Xiu really couldn't understand it. Mu Shuan has a strong background, is beautiful, and has great strength. In comparison, he was just an orphan whose parents died in the beast tide. Apart from occasionally taking out some materials from the second-level ferocious beasts, there was nothing else worth showing off. Why did he become interested in me? It would have been fine if he had just happened at Wana Pavilion, but he suddenly ran to the school and caused quite a commotion. I have been following you all the way. Yan Xiu finally couldn't help it. I've been following you all the way. How long are you going to follow me? Tell me what you want from me. Why are you so fierce? I don't mean any harm to you. Mu Shuan acted very aggrieved, but a hint of cunning could be seen from the corner of her eyes. Yan Xiu. Could you pretend a little more? Seeing that she couldn't pretend any more, Mu Shuan smiled and said, Oh, actually, it's nothing. I just want to go to the wilderness with you to explore. I wonder if Mr. Killing Sword is willing to give me this opportunity. No. Yan Xiu answered quickly, without even the slightest hesitation when saying these two words. It happened again. Mu Shuan gritted her teeth and said, "Why? Give me a reason." Yan Xiu had a blank expression on his face. "No reason. If you don't talk nicely, the 10% discount card will be taken back, the price of recycled materials in Wana Pavilion will be reduced by 10%, and some martial arts pills will no longer be sold. I don't like to get too close to people. Does that count?" Mu Shuan's indignant expression froze. Thinking of the conversation just now, regret suddenly surged in her heart. Yes, how could I forget that Yan Xiu was different from others? He had fallen to the bottom, was alienated by his best friend, and received countless cold stares and ridicules. Such experience. It made his nerves extremely sensitive. Like a wounded lion, it is full of hostility towards any creature that approaches, whether friendly or not. Perhaps it's time to change the way we communicate. I have a refined longsword named 7 Kills, which matches your nickname quite well. If you are willing to take me to the wilderness, I will give you this sword. Yan Xiu stared at him without saying anything. Is it not enough? Mu Shuan's heart was lifted. You know, refined weapons are not common. They can only be used by warriors. Each one is worth at least 1 million. And this 7 Kills is considered to be of top quality. Even high-level warriors would be tempted by it. Even with Mu Shuan's identity and background, being able to come up with such a refined grade weapon was a huge investment. I really can't give out any more. Just when Mu Shuan was hesitating about what to add to the stakes, a voice that was as restrained as possible but still trembling a little came. Just this once. What? Mu Shuan raised her head, surprise in her eyes. Yan Xiu was helpless. He also wanted to be rich and powerful, but what this young lady gave him was too much, a refined grade sword. Just right. As he fought against the second-level beast, the eclipse he seized from Wang Lu became less and less useful, and he urgently needed a replacement weapon. So Yan Xiu hesitated for a long time, and finally agreed. I said just this once. After a pause, Yan Xiu added, Besides, I want this 7 Kills now. Yes, yes. Unexpectedly, the turn happened so quickly. Mu Shuan was pleasantly surprised and nodded without hesitation. Then he stretched out his hand lightly and a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Yan Xiu's pupils shrank slightly. You also have a storage weapon? I told you. Mu Shuan revealed a hint of pride. My origins are much greater than you can imagine. After that, Mu Shuan waved his hand again and threw the sword over. Let's check the goods. Yan Xiu took it in his hand and pulled out the sword. Suddenly, a terrible murderous intent rushed towards him. The temperature around him dropped sharply, and there was even a sign of frost. The sword was dark blue all over, 3 feet and 7 inches long, with the words, 7 Kills, engraved on the sword. There was a faint flow of true energy. Whether it was the previous, Guanhong, or the later, Eclipse, nothing compares to this sword. What a good sword! Yan Xiu couldn't let it go and admired it in his heart. It was indeed a refined grade weapon. Hey, a beautiful woman like me standing in front of you is not as attractive as a sword. Mu Shuan felt very uncomfortable and glared at him. This 7-killing sword was made by a sword-making master in Tianlong City using meteorite iron from outer space and the blood and bones of 11 fierce beasts. When the true essence is infused into it, it can release the 7-killing sword chi. Of course, you are not a warrior yet, and you don't have the true essence, so don't think about it. Just treat it as a sharp sword. This sword actually came from Tianlong City? Yan Xiu was a little surprised. More than 5,000 years ago, in the early stage of the revival of spiritual energy, the ferocious beasts were baptized by the essence of the sun and the moon, and they became extremely powerful, and human survival was in jeopardy. Later, some extremely talented people combined ancient martial arts to create the path of martial arts, and martial artists were able to shine. However, due to the rampant ferocious beasts, the original city is no longer safe and may be attacked at any time. For this reason, powerful warriors responded to the call of the Federation and established base cities to resist the invasion of ferocious beasts. Now 5,000 years have passed. The base city system has also matured, with a total of 3 levels of atmosphere: ordinary, advanced, and highest. Tianlong City is a high-level base city and the superior city of Tianling City. Compared with the prosperity of Tianlong City, Tianling City is more like a countryside. Whether it is the training of warriors, the overall combat power, or the scale of wealth, the two are incomparable. Certainly, as a high-level base city, Tianlong City will naturally face a more terrifying threat from beast tides. It is said that occasionally even ferocious beasts from the restricted area will appear. I didn't expect that. Mu Shuan actually had a refined grade weapon from Tianlong City, and was able to give it to himself. Yan Xiu was slightly surprised. He put the 7 killing swords into the small Qianquan ring and said, "When we get to the wilderness, you must listen to me and not act on your own." "Got it, greedy ghost." "What did you call me?" "Greedy devil." Mu Shuan's cheeks were puffed with anger. Thinking of giving away the 7 killing sword, she felt very distressed and even a little regretful. "As a friend, I asked you to take me to the wilderness, but you refused. I asked you to take a refined weapon, and you agreed without hesitation. If this isn't greed, what is it?" "No," Yan Xiu said seriously. "This is a reward." Mu Shuan. Soon the two arrived at the subway station. The Mu family had a separate train, so Mu Shuan naturally would not squeeze into the tram. She brought Yan Xiu along as well, and the two soon arrived in the wilderness. Soon after they left, another independent tram quickly followed. In the car, there were 2 people, a man and a woman, staring ahead with murderous eyes. Chapter 32: The Twin Devils. The road is rugged, the mountains and fields are dense, and occasionally there are creepy roars. This is the wilderness, the world of ferocious beasts. Yan Xiu did not go through the wall of sword energy to the warning area as he did in the past, but wandered around in the safe area. Occasionally, when he encountered a first-level ferocious beast, he would kill it instantly, as if he was taking a leisurely outing. After a while, Mu Shuan couldn't stand it anymore. "Hey Yan Xiu, are we just hanging around in the safe zone?" Yan Xiu blinked. "What else?" "Of course I went to the warning area to find trouble with the second-level beast." Mu Shuan was very annoyed. "I paid a refined level warrior, not to watch you bully the weak." "I'm sorry, there may be a misunderstanding between us." "What?" Yanjing said angrily. "I am just a martial arts apprentice. How can I be a match for a second-level beast? If you want to go to the warning area for training, you may have found the wrong person." "Are you kidding?" He knew how shocking it was for a martial artist to fight against a second-level ferocious beast. The reason why he agreed to bring Mu Shuan to the wilderness this time was not only because the 7 killing swords were indeed attractive enough, but also because he had originally intended to just hang out in the safe zone and send this rich young lady back. Obviously Mu Shuan also figured out the key point. His eyes widened and filled with anger. "You're kidding me. I'm a girl, and I even took out a refined level weapon. How could you have the heart to do this to me?" Yan Xiu looked sincere. "No, I am not bringing you to the wilderness." "You..." Mu Shuan went crazy. She was determined to fight this hateful guy to the death today, even if it meant revealing some of her cards. But before she could say anything, a hand suddenly blocked her way. Yan Xiu lost his casualness and looked extremely serious. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes. What's wrong?" Mu Shuan was startled. She had never seen this guy so nervous. Yan Xiu took a deep breath and said, "You too, since you have locked your energy on me, what's the point of hiding? Come out. You are not here to see if I am handsome or not, are you?" The next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared and rushed towards the two of them. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, the leaves rustled, and the temperature around them seemed to drop a few degrees. 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked out. They were a man and a woman, one fat and one thin. They exuded the fluctuation of true energy, and were looking at the 2 people with a teasing look as if they were prey. "Warrior?" Mu Shuan's face darkened, thinking that they were here to look for her, and she immediately took a half-step forward, protecting Yan Xiu behind her. "It has nothing to do with him. Come to me if you have any problem." Yan Xiu. Tall and thin man. Short and fat woman. The 3 people's expressions were very strange, which made Mu Shuan subconsciously touch his face, wondering if there was something wrong. "You are wrong, they are here to find me." Yan Xiu stared at the two of them, already having some guesses about their origins. A strange laugh sounded, and the short, fat woman licked her lower lip. Boy, you are quite self-aware. Then just kill yourself quickly and don't waste our energy. You can also leave a whole body for yourself. The tall and thin man also stretched his muscles. In the past 2 or 3 years, I haven't received such an easy commission. The target is just a second-level martial artist, and the reward is not bad. Since the employer is so generous, we naturally have to satisfy him. The tall and thin man's face suddenly became ferocious, like a demon. I'll make you die in pain. Yan Xiu's face was extremely gloomy. If there was only one warrior, he could still rely on critical strikes to fight back. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill him. But if there are two, then the chances of winning are very slim, and the best way is to run as fast as possible. I love Zishuan. Just when Yan Xiu was in trouble, a low voice suddenly sounded. Run! Mu Zishuan suddenly had a ball in his hand and threw it towards the two warriors. The tall and thin man's face changed immediately, and he said in disbelief. 9 martial imprisonment ball, how could you have such a thing? The next moment, the iron ball exploded suddenly, and the vast true energy mixed with countless silk threads, like a big net, covered the two people. A man and a woman knew that they could not be caught in the net, so they circulated their true energy frantically, trying desperately to get out. Unfortunately, the speed of the 9 martial confinement ball was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, the silk thread covered them. Don't even think about running. You can't escape. I will drain your blood drop by drop, crush your bones bit by bit, and make you unable to live or die. The terrifying roar echoed in the wilderness. The two of them were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had run 100 meters away. Yan Xiu looked at Mu Zishuan, his eyes full of strangeness. He had heard of the 9 warriors' imprisonment ball, a disposable weapon that could lock up more than 3 warriors. It was one of the few refined weapons that could be triggered without using true energy. The value is also extremely expensive, at least more than 7 figures. I didn't expect this rich lady to take it out so casually. Is this the Mu family's foundation? Mu Zishuan suddenly became furious. Damn it, damn it, damn it! My 9 martial imprisonment ball was used up like this. I am so heartbroken. Well, even for Miss Mu, it's not casual. Mu Zishuan also looked at Yan Xiu at this time, with a strange look in her eyes. Who did you offend to be hunted down by the 2 evil spirits of heaven and earth? The twin devils of heaven and earth? It was the first time that Yan Xiu heard this name. Mu Zishuan said solemnly. These 2 are famous killers in the black market. They are not very strong. On the contrary, they are just low-level warriors. They are just famous for their cruelty, killing, and brutality. Someone hired them, which must be with deep hatred, not wanting the target to die too easily. Yan Xiu had long expected that Wang Tianshi would not let him go easily, but he did not expect that he would actually look for such a notorious killer. It is still unknown that Wang Liang was killed by him. If you know, I'm afraid he'll go crazy. Now that you mention it, I remember. Yan Xiu's eyes were deep. I did offend someone. His name is Wang Tianshi. Wang Tianshi, wait, who are you talking about? Mu Zishuan opened her eyes wide, filled with disbelief. The Wang Tianshi you are talking about is the owner of the Shitian Martial Arts Hall, the vice president of the Martial Arts Union, and one of the few martial artists in Tianling City, that Wang Tianshi. Yan Xiu nodded. Yes, that's him. Hiss. Mu Zishuan took a deep breath. This Wang Tianshi is a domineering person. Even my grandfather finds it difficult to deal with him. How did you offend this guy? It's hard to put it into words. Yan Xiu roughly recounted what had happened in the classroom a few days ago. Chapter 33, Chasing. Mu Zishuan listened quietly and then said, Actually, you were the one who killed Wang Liang. Yan Xiu's expression remained calm, neither admitting nor denying. What do you think? If you don't want to admit it, forget it. Mu Zishuan glared at him unhappily. Everyone thought that Yan Xiu was severely injured in the beast tide and was now only a second-level martial artist, and was already useless. But she knew clearly that this guy had another adventure and might have become a disciple of an unimaginable master. Not only did he recover his cultivation, but he could even kill warriors above his level. If Wang Lu went to the wilderness to really cause trouble for this guy, it would be easy to guess by using reverse thinking. Wang Lu was killed by him. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly occurred, accompanied by an earth-shaking roar. Little girl, you dared to trick us, do you think you can get away? Oh no, the two evil spirits of heaven and earth have escaped. Mu Shuan's face changed drastically. She knew very well that with the speed of a warrior, it wouldn't take much time to catch up with the two of them. With a wave of his hand, he killed the first-level beast that was blocking the way. Yan Xiu had already made a decision. He glanced at the girl beside him calmly and said, The twin evil spirits of heaven and earth are coming for me. They have nothing to do with you. There is no need to involve you. Let's act separately. Unexpectedly, these words were strongly opposed by Mu Shuan. What are you talking about, Yan Xiu? Since we came here together, of course we should go back together. Besides, I've already said that I'm not a burden. I'm very strong. Seeing the girl so excited, Yan Xiu looked strange. You are not in love with me, are you? Well? Mu Shuan was startled. Her cheeks turned red in an instant, and her whole body became extremely ferocious because of shame and anger. Asshole, I treat you as a friend, you actually, dare to say such nonsense again. Believe it or not, I will chop you down with a sword without using the two evil spirits of heaven and earth. That means I don't like it. That. Since you have no feelings for me and there's no other interest relationship between us, why should you get involved? Yan Xiu's voice was very calm, without any ripples, as if he was saying that 1 + 1 = 2, expressing that, from a normal logical point of view, you should leave. Mu Shuan stared at him blankly. Somehow, a nameless anger suddenly rose in her heart. She couldn't help but said excitedly, Yan Xiu, who do you think I am? Li Xian and the others? Just because they encounter danger and for their own safety, they can abandon their friends and ignore them. You underestimate me, Mu Shuan. Yan Xiu frowned slightly, as if he didn't expect Mu Shuan to have such a big reaction. Did you underestimate it? No, I'm just stating the facts. This matter really has nothing to do with you and you shouldn't be dragged into this. Boy, little girl, you guys run pretty fast, but what's the use? If you don't condense your true essence and become a warrior, you will ultimately be just an ordinary person with a little more strength. Stop now and accept your death. A sinister voice came from behind them, and the two evil spirits of heaven and earth were already very close to them. Yan Xiu, fight with them, I still have a little. Before Mu Shuan finished her words, suddenly, a fist appeared and hit her with the intention of fighting against the sky. Even with her strength, she couldn't help but feel horrified when facing this attack. It was too late to dodge, and Mu Shuan had no choice but to resist. As a result, he was thrown far away by a huge force and deviated from his original position. Yan Xiu, what are you doing? This matter has nothing to do with you. I don't like to get involved. Don't chase me, otherwise I will never go to Wana Pavilion again. A faint lingering sound was heard, and Yan Xiu had already run a long way with the force of this punch. Not long after, a voice full of arrogance came from the direction where Yan Xiu was running away. Two evil spirits of heaven and earth, you are so slow, you are embarrassing the warriors, come and chase me, I am right here. Boy, you are so brave. If you fall into my hands, I will tear your skin off. You need to dig out your eyeballs too. Leave this to me. A sinister voice was heard from the forest, and then two figures, one tall and one short, flashed past quickly. Hateful. Mu Shuan cursed inwardly and wanted to chase after them immediately, but just as he made a move, 4 or 5 first-grade top-grade ferocious beasts suddenly appeared. They naturally posed no threat to Mu Shuan and were wiped out in a few moves. But because of this delay, Yan Xiu had already run very far and could no longer be caught up. Yan Xiu, you bastard, please don't die. Mu Shuan looked anxious. He took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Hey, Grandpa, someone is bullying me. I believe you mean it, but I have to do it anyway. Because you're around. I can't show my true strength. At this time, the two evil spirits of heaven and earth also noticed something was wrong. The boy was running too fast, which was not the speed of a second-level warrior at all. Occasionally, when he burst out, he would even exceed the level of a warrior. The two of them felt a little uneasy. However, due to their own powerful strength and the absolute suppression of their blood and energy by their martial arts essence, they chased after him without hesitation. One chasing and the other fleeing, the two sides soon arrived at the border of the safe zone, along with a 10-meter-high giant sword coming into view. It was completely different from a first-level ferocious beast, as if it came from the wilderness, revealing an incomparable sense of oppression. "Oh no, he's going into the security zone. Is this kid crazy? If he encounters a second-level beast, he will be the first to die." The two evil spirits of heaven and earth were quite afraid of the warning zone and did not want to encounter a second-level ferocious beast, so they immediately activated their true energy and tried to stop the boy. However, he never expected that the target's speed would suddenly and strangely increase. In just a blink of an eye, it ran 100 meters, passed through the wall of sword energy, and came to the warning area. "What should we do? Should we continue to chase him?" asked the short and fat woman. "Chase?" The tall and thin man gritted his teeth. "If we let this guy run away, not only will we not get paid, but the employer will blame us, and we will suffer as well." "Good." Then the two evil spirits of heaven and earth, one in front and one behind, passed through the wall of sword energy and entered the warning area. "Did they follow me in?" A grim smile appeared on Yan Xiu's face. He walked through the bushes, walked along the familiar route, came to a swamp, and hid behind a tree quietly. The sleeping black water snake was not awakened. Not long after, two figures, one tall and one short, also caught up. "The Chi is nearby. That kid shouldn't be able to run too far. Be careful of the second-level beast and find him out. Damn it, this guy is really capable of causing trouble, but this is the end of it." A hint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the two evil spirits of heaven and earth, and then they began to search. But at this moment, boom! There was a loud noise in the water, and a huge black snake suddenly appeared. It wrapped its body around the tall and thin man and dragged him into the water in the blink of an eye. The whole process was so quick that he didn't even have time to make a sound. At almost the same time, a cold light suddenly appeared and fell towards the short and fat woman. Chapter 34: Killing Warriors. Damn it! The sudden change happened too quickly. The short and fat woman had no time to react and subconsciously raised her whip to block. Sizzle. 7 kills is indeed a refined grade weapon. Even without true essence, the sharpness of the 7 kills sword energy is far beyond the reach of ordinary weapons. As the sword blade passed by, it actually left a white mark on the short and fat woman's weapon. But this obviously does not pose much threat to a warrior. The short and fat woman had a ferocious look on her face. She swung the whip, attached her true energy to it, and attacked Yan Xiu. She was confident that with the speed enhanced by her true energy, a mere martial artist would definitely not be able to dodge it. He would definitely be drained of blood, have broken bones, or even torn in half on the spot. It was not impossible. But soon the short and fat woman's expression froze. The boy in front of him suddenly twisted his body and dodged the whip very edgily, as if he had predicted it in advance, and the strange acceleration burst out again, and in the blink of an eye, he actually opened up a safe distance. What kind of skill is this that can produce such a strong burst of speed? Boom! In the water, the strong impact of true energy caused huge ripples to erupt on the water surface. The roars of the giant black water snake and the tall and thin man could be faintly heard. It's bad. Yan Sha is not good at fighting in water. He was dragged into the swamp by the giant black water snake. His situation is extremely bad. If he is dragged on any longer, he will most likely be killed. The short and fat woman was anxious and was about to jump into the water to support the tall and thin man. Brush. But at this moment, a cold light flashed, and the ghostly 7 kills appeared again, following like a shadow, carrying the power of Baji Batian, and stabbed towards the short and fat woman's face at an extremely domineering but tricky angle. Damn rat! After being harassed repeatedly, the short and fat woman was so frustrated that she vomited blood, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't just watch her head being pierced, so she finally raised the whip and easily blocked the sword. But just like this delay, the tall and thin man was dragged back into the swamp by the giant black water snake and disappeared. And that damn boy, like a slippery loach, hid far away again without waiting for the short and fat woman to react. Damn it, if you have the guts, don't run. The short and fat woman lost her balance and finally couldn't hold it anymore. Her true energy danced wildly, her face became ferocious, and she swung the whip to kill. Congratulations, you gain 15 times the critical hit bonus for this attack. Congratulations, you get a triple critical hit bonus for this attack. Congratulations, you gain a 40-fold critical hit bonus for this attack. Yan Xiu felt helpless that he failed to trigger a critical hit of more than 100 times. That's right, this was his entire plan. He would use the black water serpent to hold back one of the twin devils, and then rely on his speed to fight with the other one. Having had many experiences in fighting against second-level ferocious beasts, this time he was able to deal with the Disho with ease and familiarity. What a pity! The critical hit multiplier was too low. With his current strength of 50 elephants, even with a critical hit multiplier of 40, it was only a strength of 1,200 elephants. He would kill a 9th-level martial artist instantly, but if he faced a martial artist who had refined his true essence, he could only barely fight against him. This is because the realm of the twin evils of heaven and earth is not high, and they can only be regarded as the weakest among the warriors. If I meet someone stronger, even if it triggers 100 times critical hit, I'm afraid it won't cause any damage. This is the gap between a martial artist and a martial artist, the difference between true energy and heaven and earth. But it doesn't matter. This short and thin woman is not good at speed. She is only slightly faster than the earth bear. If we keep the current pace, it will only take a short time to kill her. Yan Xiu's rationality was as calm as ice. He had a heart of a tiger but could still smell the roses. He always maintained the correct moves and did not allow himself to make any mistakes. At this time, the short and fat woman finally realized that something was wrong. Although the kid in front of him had no true energy and was only at the martial arts apprentice stage, his strength was extremely strange. Sometimes it was so weak that it was almost negligible, and sometimes it was so strong that it could shake his true energy and almost hurt him. It was simply beyond his comprehension. She yelled like crazy. Impossible, impossible. The information given by the employer clearly states that you are only a second-level martial artist with a strength of 11 elephants at most. How could you be so powerful and display the power of true energy with your own flesh and blood? I know. Yan Xiu, you are not a waste at all. You have deceived Wang Tianshi and everyone else. You are very strong and have the capital to fight with warriors. You also killed Wang Lu, am I right? Wang Tianshi killed a large number of people in revenge for his son, and this incident caused a sensation in Tianling City. As black market killers, the two evil spirits naturally knew why the employer would issue such a task that was almost not cost-effective. I just didn't expect that. The useless guy who seemed to be easily killed was actually the most terrifying one, and there was a high probability that he was the real murderer who killed Wang Lu. At this time, the two sides exchanged a few more moves, with sword shadows and long whips intertwined, but unfortunately, no one could do anything to the other. Seeing the boiling water and her husband's situation unknown, the short and fat woman gritted her teeth and said, I give up the mission and promise not to reveal your true strength. You let me rescue Yan Sha, and we will keep out of each other's way in the future. Yan Xiu's face was calm as he used his Baji fighting heavenly power and continued swinging his sword. Do you think I will believe it? I can swear to it. What's the point of swearing? I can easily swear hundreds of oaths. For me, only the dead can keep secrets. Dead man. The short and fat woman was startled, then amused. She said in a cold voice, I admit that your attacks are very strange, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, but at most they are equivalent to those of a warrior. If you hadn't dodged quickly enough, you would have died under my whip. You want to kill me? Ha, don't be ridiculous. You can't even break my body protection essence? As long as I run away and tell Wang Tianshi your secret, how long do you think you can survive facing the pursuit of a martial artist? Indeed, I am not yet a match for Wang Tianshi. Yan Xiu admitted generously, and then a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But you are wrong about one thing. I can kill you. The sword shadow flickered, and Shisha fell again. Having had experience a few times before, the short and fat woman didn't take it too seriously. Just like before, she raised her whip, added her true energy, and tried to resist. But the next moment, her pupils suddenly contracted. The sword light that should have been easily blocked was seen to be expanding, and expanding. An extremely strong blood energy gushed out. It was difficult to measure it with elephants. It was a terrifying force that had never been seen before. Her whip was breaking, her true energy was collapsing, her body was shattering. Before consciousness fell into darkness, the short and thin woman had only one thought. Isn't he a martial artist? How could he possibly exert such terrifying power? Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 3,100-fold critical hit bonus. Yan Xiu looked at the front that had been blown up and turned into blood mist, with not even a trace left. His voice was full of coldness. Now, do you think I have the strength to kill you? After doing this, he turned his gaze back to the water, and the battle between the tall and thin man and the black water snake was nearing its end. Chapter 35 Bloody Sword. Damn it! The water surface suddenly exploded, splashing water, and a figure rushed out from it. The tall and thin man was covered in blood, with a deep wound on his chest that exposed his bones. His expression became extremely ferocious due to the severe pain, but it was at a huge cost that he was able to break free from the black water snake. Disha, what's wrong with you? It's been so long, and you still haven't dealt with that kid. Just when he was halfway through his words, the tall and thin man's expression suddenly froze, his eyes widened, filled with horror. He saw a large bloodstain near the woods not far away. A long whip was broken into pieces, part of a human face was still hanging on the treetops, and part of the short and fat woman's face could be vaguely seen. Disha is actually dead. And he was beaten to death. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. That boy is just a second-level martial artist. How could he be a match for the martial artist Disha? In theory, one round. He should be able to be subdued easily. At this moment, a cold light flashed, and the 7-killing sword fell from a high place, and in the blink of an eye it arrived in front of the door of the short and thin man. Without any fluctuation of true energy and relying only on the mere strength of blood and energy, you want to challenge a warrior head-on? You're courting death. The short and thin man sneered. Although he didn't know how his wife died tragically, it definitely couldn't have been this guy. After all, a martial artist can kill a martial artist above his level. This was too unbelievable, like a myth, and beyond his understanding. However, the tall and thin man was still not careless. The tragic death of the short and fat woman meant that there were other dangers around, and even more terrifying, there might be other second-level medium-grade ferocious beasts lurking around. He immediately stretched out his hand, attached his true energy, and while resisting the attack, he wanted to control the boy in the shortest time possible, and quickly escape from here. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "How can the power be so terrifying?" It turned out that at the moment the sword fell, the tall and thin man only felt an extremely terrifying force surging, at least above Wang Lu, and even shook his true essence, which was simply unimaginably powerful. Along with it, there was a cold voice. "Your battle with the black water snake isn't over yet, go back into the water." No. The tall and thin man had a bad feeling and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The terrifying force pressed down upon him, and he was caught off guard, and he was like a cannonball, and was knocked back into the water again. The next moment, the water surface was surging, and a giant black snake was looming. It had already entangled the tall and thin man. The man and the ferocious beast started a fierce battle underwater again. Yan Xiu landed on the edge of the water, his tense nerves slightly relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. With just one strike, you hit a high critical hit. I have to say, compared with the Earth Bear, your luck is really not bad. Congratulations, you gain a 350-fold critical hit bonus for this attack. The black water mystical snake is not considered strong among the second-level low-grade ferocious beasts, and is in the lower middle level. However, because it is in the water, it has the advantage of geographical location and is obviously superior. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, the tall and thin man fought on like a trapped beast, erupting with terrifying fighting power, risking his life. The man and the ferocious beast were in a stalemate for about 20 minutes. In the end, the underwater environment greatly limited the strength of the tall and thin man, and it was difficult for him to truly escape from the black water mystic snake. His bones and flesh were crushed. I only had time to yell no. The head was bitten off, and the person was dead beyond death. The black water snake's fate was not good either. Faced with the desperate counterattack of the tall and thin man, he suffered extremely serious injuries, his body was covered with scars, and his life force was extremely weak. It originally wanted to recuperate underwater, but just as it was about to move, it saw an expressionless boy suddenly appear in front of it, holding a blood-stained sword in his hand. "Thank you for your help. I will set you free right away." Yan Xiu came out of the water, all wet, and sat on the grass. Thinking back to the experience of being chased, he still felt a lingering fear. This was the biggest crisis he had encountered since he had obtained the infinite critical hit system, since he had started practicing. He was chased by 2 warriors and encountered danger several times, almost dying. If the 2 devils of heaven and earth had not hidden their tracks and launched a sneak attack in secret, but had directly shown up. If they had not underestimated the enemy. If they were not familiar with the warning zone and did not know that the black water snake lived here. Yan Xiu was afraid that he really couldn't escape this disaster. But there are not so many, if nots, in this world. In the end, the 2 evils of heaven and earth died, but he was still alive and well, and he picked up a 2nd-level ferocious beast, the black water mystical snake. I don't know if they have anything good. Yan Xiu was looking forward to the fact that after killing the 2 evil spirits, all their belongings would naturally be looted, including the long whip used by the short and fat woman. However, as they were in the wilderness and the danger had not been resolved, he had not had time to count the belongings. After taking a breath, Yan Xiu stood up and said, "I don't know what happened to Mu Shuan. With her strength, she shouldn't be hurt by a 1st-level beast. Forget it. After all, she came to the wilderness with me this time. If something went wrong, it would be hard to explain. Let's go back and look for her." In the wilderness, in the safe zone. Mu Shuan walked back and forth, looking around from time to time, as if she was anxiously waiting for something. Suddenly 2 urgent voices came. "Xiao Mu, are you okay? Don't be afraid, your Uncle Zhang is here." Thank God, little girl, you are okay, otherwise your grandfather would have chopped us both to pieces when we got back." The wind was surging, ferocious beasts were wailing, and 2 figures were seen rushing over at an extremely fast speed, emitting extremely strong true energy, far surpassing the 2 evil spirits of heaven and earth. When they arrived in front of Mu Shuan, they looked her up and down, and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that she was safe and sound. Seeing these 2 warriors, Mu Shuan felt relieved and greeted them. "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Dong." They are both members of the Martial Arts Union, one is called Zhang Tianbai and the other is called Dong Rui. They have a close relationship with the Mu family, and Mu Yinglong has been very kind to both of them. Upon learning that Mu Shuan was in danger and being chased by warriors, the 2 became extremely anxious and rushed over without stopping. Until I saw that the eldest lady of the Mu family was intact. The hanging heart finally let go. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Zhang Tianbai's eyes. "The 2 evil spirits are so bold that they even dared to attack Miss Mu. I will go and capture them and see if these 2 are really brave enough." And Wang Tianshi. Dong Rui's face also revealed resentment. He avenged his son and settled accounts with his enemies, causing a stir in the city, but this time he even went after little Mu. Just wait and see, Grandpa Mu will definitely not let him go. Mu Shuan felt a little guilty. In a way, this matter was really related to her. Who made her be with the real murderer who killed Wang Liang? Although Wang Tianshi didn't know that the seemingly abandoned Yan Xiu was actually the real murderer. By the way, Yan Xiu. Mu Shuan's face suddenly became anxious. "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Dong, although I'm fine, my friend is still being hunted by the heaven and earth demons. We have to go and rescue him quickly." Chapter 36, Heroes Emerge Young. "Xiao Mu, don't worry. Your Uncle Dong and I are here. Your friend will be fine. Do you remember which way they ran?" Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui hurriedly tried to comfort her. Although that was what they said, they did not think that the young lady's friend had any chance of survival. After all, they were warriors, and two of them. It is really very easy to catch a martial artist. Mu Shuan didn't know what the two were thinking. She just wanted to find Yan Xiu as soon as possible, so she quickly said in one direction. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Dong, they are heading in this direction, But the eldest daughter of the Mu family was suddenly stuck when she was halfway through her words. There was surprise in her eyes, but also a hint of disbelief. Not only her. Even Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui turned their gazes in that direction, with strange looks in their eyes. Rustle, rustle. Just then, there was a sound of friction between the treetops, and a figure that was wet, a little embarrassed, but also looked a bit solemn, walked out from the depths. When he saw the reaction of the girl in front of him, he did not forget to joke humorously. Why, we've only been apart for less than 2 hours, and you don't recognize me so quickly. Mu Shuan came back to his senses, opened his eyes wide, and said uncertainly, I am not seeing wrong. Are you a human or a ghost? Yan Xiu said calmly. You are so young, how come your eyesight is not working well? You need to hurry up and get treatment. Mu Shuan. Familiar recipe, familiar taste, yes, it's that damn guy. After complaining, a huge surprise came to her heart. Even Mu Shuan herself didn't know why she was so happy. You're actually fine, that's great. By the way, Yan Xiu, weren't you being hunted by the heaven and earth devils? Where are they? How did you escape? Tell me quickly, tell me quickly. Yan Xiu did not say anything, but instead turned his gaze to the two extra people. Feeling the subtle pressure they exuded, his heart couldn't help but tighten. Who are these two? Oh, them. Mu Shuan briefly introduced them and said, Don't worry, Yan Xiu, Uncle Zhang and Uncle Dong are not outsiders. They are here to protect me. Yan Xiu. Hello, two seniors. After responding twice, Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui also became extremely curious. Being hunted by the two evil spirits of heaven and earth, they thought that this kid would definitely not escape the disaster. After all, if two warriors were to chase and kill a martial arts apprentice, normally the outcome would be no suspense at all. But this kid was not only unharmed, and it seems like he escaped from the pursuit and managed to get away safely. This surprised both of them. Nothing much, just some tricks. Yan Xiu thought for a moment and said, I have explored the warning area several times before and know the habitats of some second-level beasts. This time, I was chased and had no choice but to escape inside. I used a trick to divert the trouble and let the heaven and earth twins and the second-level beasts kill each other. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui both showed great shock. It's easy to say, divert the trouble to others. But you have to know that no matter it is the twin evils of heaven and earth or the second-order ferocious beasts, they are all at the level of warriors. As a warrior, if you want to implement this plan, how much danger you have to bear. Just thinking about it makes people tremble. They ask themselves, they are at the level of martial artists, and they definitely cannot do it. But this boy not only did this, and it worked. As expected of the young lady's friend, he is truly a rare talent. Thinking of this, the two of them looked at each other with deep appreciation. By the way, kid, do you know where the two evil spirits are now? Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed in Zhang Tianbai's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, These two bastards actually dared to hurt the young lady. This time, they must be killed. Dong Rui also nodded. Yes, this time we came here, in addition to protecting the young lady, there is another thing, which is to completely solve these two troubles. But Yan Xiu's next words shocked the two again. No, they're already dead. Dead? Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui looked at each other in disbelief. Although the two evil spirits were not strong and could only be considered at the lower level among warriors, they were cruel and cunning, and as a couple they were extremely difficult to deal with. When they suddenly heard the news that they were dead, they thought they had heard wrongly. Yan Xiu's idea was simple. The two evil spirits of heaven and earth are already dead. This matter cannot be kept secret for long. It will get out sooner or later. It is better to admit it openly, so there is no concealment in this matter. They were attacked by a second-level beast in the warning area. After a desperate fight, they both died together. Saying. He also covered it up first, then took out the long whip used by the short and fat woman as evidence. Earthly demon whip! Zhang Tianbai exclaimed, having already recognized this weapon. Dong Rui was speechless and somewhat unbelievable. After all, the reason of dying together was too absurd. Wouldn't a warrior run away if he couldn't win? How could he really fight to the death with a second-level beast? But the Earth Demon Whip was right in front of him. They had to believe it again. In the end, the two could only attribute the credit to the kid's clever design, using his knowledge of the security zone to set up a killing trap that the double devils of heaven and earth could not escape. Their evaluation of Yan Xiu was once again raised to an extremely high level, and their mouths were full of praise. It's amazing. He even managed to kill 2 warriors. It's true that heroes emerge young. My little brother's future is definitely limitless. As for whether Yan Xiu personally killed the 2 notorious warriors, they had never thought about this. Because it's too outrageous. It's simply impossible. However, Mu Shuan, who was standing aside, felt something was not right. Was the death of the 2 evil spirits really just caused by being surrounded and attacked by ferocious beasts? She knows. Yan Xiu has the ability to kill enemies across a large realm. After going through such an incident, the 2 naturally no longer had the heart to venture out into the wilderness. After chatting for a while, they set out on the road back to Tianling City. During this period, the eldest lady of the Mu family privately found Yan Xiu and said in a meaningful voice, "In fact, you also took action, right?" Yan Xiu's eyes were deep. "You know too much." Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you going to kill someone to silence them?" Taking the subway train, they quickly returned to Tianling City, and then Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui left because they had other things to do. Yan Xiu Zhe and Mu Shuan came to Wana Pavilion together. Just like last time, the two came to an independent and large enough basement, large enough to accommodate any ferocious beast materials. Requesting for a separate room again. Mu Shuan's beautiful eyes showed anticipation. "I guess what you are going to take out is definitely not the corpse of the 2 evil spirits, right?" Yan Xiu nodded, and with a flick of his arm, he released the black water mystic snake's corpse. Chapter 37, Enlightenment of Truth. After the previous 2 experiences, he was no longer surprised that Yan Xiu took out the corpse of another second-level ferocious beast. He called people over and started to decompose it. It didn't take long. All the materials from the disassembled ferocious beasts have been counted. Z, the same one F_0N is prohibited from being transferred. This F document D, file I94L5KYZ5BYC9J$0 Ya3 Su 839 YELM0, KFFP5, O033 C63B, 1G60 La 6N9, NUD-UNBIXFFDW01 RAX 20 EO7E. AR2 08R3. Black water snake gallbladder 1, black water snake skin 1, black water snake blood 2500 ml, black water snake venom 150 ml, black water snake eyes 2. Not bad, Yan Xiu, this is a great harvest. The total value is 2,180,000. Mu Shuan was a little envious. Even though she was the daughter of the Mu family, more than 2 million was not a small sum of money for her. It was almost a month's pocket money. Yan Xiu. As usual, let's replace them all with blood chi pills. After a pause, Yan Xiu remembered something and quickly added, "Don't forget, I have a 10% discount card." "I remember it. You don't need to remind me again and again." "Thank you." Mu Shuan grumbled, obviously angry. "Say it next time. Be careful or I'll take back your discount card." Yan Xiu frowned. "Can this thing be taken back?" Mu Shuan said proudly. "The final right of interpretation belongs to our store." This card was still very useful to Yan Xiu, saving him a lot of money. In order to keep the discount, he wisely shut his mouth and did not argue with the woman. The transaction was completed quickly, and a total of 30 blood chi pills were exchanged. "You've almost cleared out all the blood energy pills in the store, and you used the 10% discount card for all of them. I'm really losing money." Mu Shuan felt a little regretful. "I shouldn't have given you this 10% discount card. I should have changed it to a 95% or 98% discount card to fool you." After getting the blood chi pill, Yan Xiu ignored the complaints of the eldest lady of the Mu family and turned around to leave. "Hey, wait a minute. Anything else?" Mu Shuan's face was filled with indignation, and she gritted her teeth and said, "This time doesn't count. We weren't even in the wilderness for long when we were chased by the heaven and earth twin devils. It was a bad experience. I want to go to the wilderness with you again." Yan Xiu was going to refuse, but then he changed his mind and felt that it was not a good idea. In order to go to the wilderness with him, he paid a price of a refined grade weapon. But as soon as he arrived, he was involved in a hunt. Not only did he lose a 9 weapons confinement ball, he was almost in danger. It's time to compensate again. Okay, I'll let you know next time I go. I want you to go to the security zone. Mu Shuan stared at Yan Xiu. Don't think I don't know that you have the ability to kill a second-level beast. If you try to fool me again in the safe zone, Yan Xiu. Just do as you please. Mu Shuan spent a long time trying to answer. I just don't want to be with you anymore. Why does it feel a bit cute? Yan Xiu thought about it and said, Okay, but the conditions are still the same. When we get there, you have to listen to me. Is it settled? Finally it worked. I want to see how you, as a martial artist, crossed the realm and killed the second-level ferocious beast. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Mu Shuan's eyes. Seeing that the matter was settled, Yan Xiu was ready to leave. He still had to go back to count the spoils looted from the 2 devils of heaven and earth. Moreover, as long as he broke through to the 7th level of martial artist, he would be able to go to the secret realm for the second test. But after taking 2 steps, he was stopped by Mu Shuan again. Wait a moment. Is there anything else? Yan Xiu frowned. Mu Shuan smiled and said, It's not a big deal. I just want to tell you that in the short term, you shouldn't have to worry about Wang Tianshi causing trouble. Yan Xiu was very puzzled. What do you mean? Although Mu Shuan was still smiling, a hint of coldness flashed across her eyes. Think about it, Mu Yinglong's precious granddaughter was bullied. As a grandfather, of course I have to seek revenge. Killing him may not be enough, but letting him lie down for a while is definitely no problem. Tianling City, Shitian Martial Arts School. A ferocious and violent roar resounded in the room. Waste. The heaven and earth devils are just wastes who grew up eating pig food. They are warriors, but they actually fell into the trap of a martial arts apprentice and were led to the warning area. They were besieged and killed by the second-level beasts. They can't even handle such a small matter. They deserve to die in the wilderness. As one of the vice presidents of the Martial Arts Union, Wang Tianshi naturally had his own channels of information. Not long after, the news of the death of the 2 evil spirits of heaven and earth reached his ears, and he was furious. In fact, when Wang Tianshi first heard about this, he had considerable doubts in his heart. How could a mere second-level martial artist, who was just an ordinary human with a little more strength, possibly fool 2 warriors and use his familiarity with the security zone to set up a plan to kill the 2 evil spirits of heaven and earth? Could it be that Yan Xiu is not as simple as he seems? But later, when Wang Tianshi heard that the boy was followed by Mu Yinglong's granddaughter, the daughter of the Mu family, he was no longer surprised. This Miss Mu came back from Tianling City. It is said that she got a great opportunity and her strength is a mystery, far beyond the 9th level martial artist. It can only be confirmed that she has not yet broken through to the level of a martial artist. If she were there, those 2 idiots, the twin demons, might have really fallen into the trap. But it doesn't matter now. Wang Tianshi's eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. Xiao Yang said that there are many people he hates in the academy, and this Yan Xiu is the one he hates the most. My son is dead, why is the person he hated the most still alive? Wait, Xiaoyang. I will do it myself and ask him to go down and accompany you. The thought emerged in his mind, and Wang Tianshi couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to find this little martial artist named Yan Xiu, and beat him into a pulp with his own hands. However, just as he was about to move, a playful but cold voice suddenly rang out in the room. Xiaowan, you are crazy if you say so. We all understand the pain of losing a child, but why did you drag my granddaughter into this? She almost had an accident. I have no choice but to seek justice for my granddaughter as a grandfather. Wang Tianshi turned around abruptly, and stared at the old figure in front of him, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Mu Yinglong! Mu Yinglong's smile was cold as he said, "My little prince, you have just broken through to the martial arts master level, so you probably don't know what it means to realize the truth. Today, I will let you experience it." The next moment, infinite pressure erupted from this old figure. Did Mu Yinglong go to settle accounts with Wang Tianshi? It seems that I can sleep well in the next few days. But we cannot relax either. We must improve our strength as quickly as possible and reach a level that is strong enough to face martial artists, because the danger will not be over until Wang Tianshi is dealt with. After returning home, Yan Xiu counted the spoils he had obtained from the two devils of heaven and earth, including 2 weapons, a local level technique, a mysterious level martial arts, a small amount of money, and 3 Huiyuan pills. Besides, there is nothing good anymore. Chapter 38 Breakthrough Again. The 2 weapons, one is a whip and the other is a pair of gloves, are the weapons of the twin devils of heaven and earth. Although they have surpassed the scope of ordinary items, they have not reached the refined level. Yan Xiu only took a quick look at the earth-level skills and mysterious martial arts before looking away. With the 2 complementary martial arts skills, Baji Ba Yan Gong and Baji Ba Yan Ji, there is really no need to switch to practicing these rubbish. Just find some time to go to the black market and sell Wang Lu Yang's items together. But the last 3 Huiyuan Dan. This aroused Yan Xiu's considerable interest. No wonder that tall and thin man was able to fight the black water mystic snake in the water for so long. It turns out that he relied on the elixir to support him. Huiyuan pill. It is a second-grade martial arts pill that has the effect of restoring true energy. It is often used in battles among warriors. Each pill is worth hundreds of thousands. These 3 Huiyuan pills were looted from the short and fat woman. The tall and thin man had none. Apparently, they were all consumed in the fight with the black water snake. Pity. Yan Xiu is only a martial artist now and has not yet cultivated his true essence. This Yuan Dan is of no use to him, and he can only put it aside for the time being. It took more than 10 minutes to complete the inventory. After putting all the items back into the small Qiankun ring, Yan Xiu took out 2 jade bottles, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. 30 blood energy pills are enough to push my strength to the level of a 7th level martial artist. If I'm lucky enough and trigger a high multiplier critical strike, it's not impossible to approach the 8th level martial artist. Then we can prepare and enter the secret realm to begin the second test. If it passes, I don't know what kind of reward I can get. The night was deep. Yan Xiu did not delay any longer. He took a blood chi pill first, then practiced the 8 extremes fighting heavenly power, and began to practice once again. Congratulations, you have taken the elixir this time, and it has triggered a 10-fold critical strike bonus. Congratulations, you have triggered a 7-fold critical hit bonus by taking the elixir this time. Congratulations, you have taken the elixir this time, and it has triggered a triple critical hit bonus. Congratulations, the pill you took this time triggered a 20-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, the pill you took this time triggered a 450-fold critical strike bonus. As he took pill after pill and practiced his heavenly cultivation technique, Yan Xiu quickly absorbed the medicinal power, and his blood and energy began to quickly fill up. What surprised him even more was that, this time, taking the pill actually triggered a high multiple critical hit. 450 times the critical strike. It is equivalent to taking 450 blood and energy pills. The strength is also increasing steadily. The power of 52 elephants. The power of 53 elephants. The power of 54 elephants, 7th level warrior, accomplished. The power of 56 elephants. The power of 58 elephants. The power of 60 elephants. The power of 62 elephants finally freezes here. I am only 1 elephant's strength away from breaking through to the 8th level of martial arts. Yan Xiu clenched his fists, his face distorted. He didn't expect that after triggering a 450-fold critical hit, 30 blood pills only increased the power of 12 elephants. This was far below his expectations. Although it becomes increasingly difficult to increase strength the further you advance in your practice, sometimes taking 20 blood chi pills may not necessarily increase your strength by 1 elephant. But Yan Xiu knew clearly that the reason for this was that his martial arts foundation was damaged and his practice was not as good as before. If he had not been injured at the beginning, with so many practice resources poured into him, he would have already broken through to the 9th level of martial artist, and even be able to move towards the realm of warrior. It seems that the damage to the foundation of martial arts is much more serious than I expected. We have to find a way to fix it. Otherwise, the further you advance, the more difficult it will be to practice. Even with the help of the infinite critical strike system, it will be difficult to truly stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. Oh, right. Yan Xiu suddenly thought of something. The senior in the secret realm is mysterious and unpredictable. He can easily send out heaven-level skills. He must have an origin beyond imagination. Perhaps from him, we can know the way to repair the foundation of martial arts. Next time I go to the secret realm, I'll just ask. Have you heard that Shirtian Martial Arts School was smashed? Shirtian Martial Arts School was smashed? The Shirtian Martial Arts School opened by the Vice President of the Martial Arts Union, martial artist Wang Tianshi? Yes, that's it. How is that possible? Wang Tianshi is a martial arts master. Who would dare to destroy his martial arts school? Haha, he's not the only martial artist in Tianling City. The one who smashed the martial arts gym this time was Mu Long, a top 5 martial artist in the entire Tianling City. Mu Long, that's not surprising. This old man from the Mu family has been a martial artist for more than 10 years, and Wang Tianshi has only just achieved a breakthrough. There is really no comparison between the two in terms of strength. Why did Mr. Mu go and smash the Shirtian Martial Arts School? Hey, if you asked me, it must be because Wang Tianshi killed too many people in order to avenge his son, and as a result, he aroused public anger. You are wrong. I have the most accurate information. Oh, what is it? Tell me quickly. The most accurate information is that Wang Tianshi hired the Heaven and Earth Devils to kill a martial artist who had a grudge against his son, but he accidentally dragged Mr. Mu's granddaughter into the matter. Mr. Mu was immediately furious and went to the door to fight. I see. It is said that Mr. Mu did not simply kill Wang Tianshi. After all, the hatred has been formed, and keeping him will eventually be a hidden danger. You don't even need to say that. Mr. Mu originally wanted to kill him, but he failed. Wang Tianshi used some secret method to escape in an instant. Although Wang Tianshi escaped, he is not in good condition. He was seriously injured. He won't be able to fight again in the short term. He deserves it. It's his fault for being so overbearing. In less than a day, Mu Long arrived at the Shirtian Martial Arts Hall and severely injured Wang Tianshi in a nearly crushing manner. The news spread throughout the entire Tianling city. Many people were talking about this matter in the streets and alleys. Yan Xiu naturally also heard the news. While he felt relieved, he also felt regretful. If Mr. Mu could kill Wang Tianshi, he wouldn't have to worry so much. At the same time, in addition to Grandpa Mu attacking the martial arts gym and severely injuring Wang Tianshi, there was another major event that shocked the entire Tianling city. 7 College Competition. That's right, the once-in-5-year 7 College Competition is about to begin. The Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy was immersed in a lively atmosphere that day, with thousands of teachers and students preparing for the academy competition. The reason why it was so grand was because, this time, it was Blue Rain's turn to host the competition. Yan Xiu originally had no intention of going. First, he was not a student in the seated special class. Second, he was not a contestant in the 7th college competition. Third, ever since his experience in the classroom, his sense of belonging to the college had become extremely low. If it weren't for teacher Yang Xiaoxiong, he might have simply dropped out. In contrast, it would be better to go to the secret realm as soon as possible and accept the second test. But in the morning, Yan Xiu learned that teacher Yang would also come to school today, which made him change his mind. Chapter 39 7 Colleges Competition. That afternoon, Blue Rain Academy was bustling with activity. As the competition approached, contestants from other martial arts academies, led by their team leaders, also arrived one after another, attracting a lot of students to watch. Yan Xiu was not interested in the geniuses from other academies. In comparison, he cares more about teacher Yang's situation. Teacher, you look like this. When Yan Xiu arrived at the teacher's office, it was already afternoon. Seeing teacher Yang still wrapped in bandages and looking listless, he couldn't help but frown. Yang Xiaoxiong was optimistic. He looked at himself and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Wang Tianshi was concerned about the dean and didn't dare to kill him. He just used a bit of martial arts. The scene looked horrifying, but the injury was not serious. Besides, the 7th college competition is a big event, so I have to come and help. Yan Xiu was silent for a moment. Teacher Yang, this is the first time you've smiled at me in nearly a year. Yang Xiaoxiong touched his face. Oh, really? Maybe I've been pretending for too long, and I can't pretend anymore. In fact, you are not pretending very well and it is easy for others to see through you, Yan Xiu said silently, feeling very uncomfortable when he saw Yang Xiaoxiong, who was still frowning from time to time. Ever since the beast tied, although Teacher Yang has been strict and harsh, even inhumane, his intentions are actually good for him. It can be said that if it weren't for Mr. Yang, who advocated for the dean, his tuition would not have been delayed for so long, and he would have been expelled long ago. If it weren't for Teacher Yang, who protected him openly and secretly, not only Wang Lu, but also those who had a grudge against him in the past, might have taken action against him long ago and would not have waited until now. Yang Xiaoxiong was after he hit rock bottom. The only person who still cares. But not only did he fail to make any return, but he also attracted Wang Tianshi, causing Yang Xiaoxiong to suffer considerable harm in order to protect himself. Yan Xiu felt more and more guilty, and his voice was also somewhat depressed. Teacher Yang, yes. Stop, take that back. But before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by another voice. Yang Xiaoxiong glared fiercely and said, Don't say sorry, excuse me, or other useless nonsense. You are my student and I am your teacher. It is my duty as a teacher to protect you. As long as this relationship exists, I will stand in front of you even if the King of Heaven comes, let alone Wang Tianshi. Yan Xiu stared blankly at Teacher Yang in front of him, with 1,000 words in his mind, such as I have broken through to the 7th level martial artist, I have found a secret realm, I have the ability to kill a 2nd level beast, etc. But he didn't know how to say it out loud. Okay, stop being sentimental here. Judging from your expression, you may have a lot of cheesy words brewing. Stop it now. I can't stand it. Yang Xiaoxiong waved his hand and said, I have visited you and bought you gifts. If you have nothing else to do, go back and practice. I don't want my student to be a weakling. Yan Xiu took 2 steps back, bowed deeply, and said solemnly, Thanks. After saying that, he turned and left the office. Just as he reached the door, Yan Xiu suddenly stopped, turned around, and said with a very serious expression, Also, Teacher Yang, I am no longer a weakling now. Yang Xiaoxiong smiled faintly and said, Then I'll wait and see. Good. Yan Xiu answered solemnly, then turned and left. He was going to the secret realm to accept the 2nd test. A 7th level martial artist can cross a great realm and kill a 2nd level beast, but this is far from enough to satisfy Yan Xiu. He wants to become stronger and stronger, until he is stronger than Wang Tianshi. Then kill him with your own hands. Seeing Yan Xiu had left, the smile on Yang Xiaoxiong's face immediately disappeared. He frowned and finally sighed. Xiaoxiu, you are still unwilling to give up, but now you are only a 2nd level martial artist, and your martial arts foundation has been damaged. If you continue like this, it will cost you your life. I can still protect you a few more times. Spiritual energy has been revived for more than 5,000 years. With the rise of martial arts, the status of martial artists in the human world has become extremely respected. This has made the Martial Arts Academy extremely transcendent. The 7 Academy competition held every 5 years is a rare grand event in Tianling City. Disciples from martial arts schools, independent practitioners from guilds, folk martial artists, and so on, countless people gathered at Blue Rain Academy just to catch a glimpse of these geniuses. As time went by, contestants from the other 6 martial arts academies, except Blue Rain, also arrived one after another. Among them is Hongyang College. Is this Blue Rain Academy? It looks pretty good. The decorations and equipment are all okay. I just wonder what the contestants are like this time. Is there anyone who can cheer me up? Haha, don't think about it, Lao Lu. You have already reached the perfection of the 9th level martial arts apprentice, and have the strength of 81 elephants. You have also cultivated your earth level martial arts to a small degree, and your skills are even more exquisite. Apart from martial artists, who else can be your opponent? Don't say that. The world is so big, there are so many geniuses. What if there is someone better than me in the 7 major academies? Impossible, impossible. I have also checked the other colleges and found few who are stronger than me, let alone you, Lao Lu. Letting you participate in the 7 colleges competition will simply be a blow to the other contestants. The 2 people who were talking were Lu Yunxing, the number 1 talent of Hongyang College, and Shang Yingming, the number 3 talent of Hongyang College. Oh, he was promoted to the 2nd talent. The 2 seemed to be praising Blue Rain Academy, but when they mentioned the players, there was always a hint of contempt in their words. It's no wonder they are like this, because they have something to be proud of. Shang Yingming has already cultivated the power of 80 elephants. He is only 1 step away from becoming a perfect 9th level martial artist and sprinting towards becoming a warrior. He has also mastered 2 extremely exquisite Earth level martial arts. Although he has only mastered them in a preliminary way and has not yet achieved minor success, their power is already terrifying. Not to mention Lu Yunxing's strength. It is much stronger than the former. Therefore, the 2 of them were very relaxed about this 7 colleges competition. But at this moment, another person suddenly said, "Brother Lu, Brother Sham, what if that person also participates in the competition? After all, Teacher Zhou said that he is very likely a student from one of the 7 colleges." The 3 words, "that person," seemed to have magical power, freezing the relaxed expressions of Lu Yunxing and Shang Yingming. At the same time, a picture appeared in their minds. There was a young man holding a bloody sword, standing next to the 2nd-level ferocious beast, Earth Bear, looking down on everything with cold eyes. After they were silent for a long time. "Haha, if he participates, then we can compete for 2nd place. It's no different from 1st place anyway. Lao Lu is right. That's right. He is the god on the mountain, and we are the people below the mountain. We are not in competition with each other. If he wants to participate, then the 2nd place will be equal to the 1st place." The contestants from Hongyang College all nodded in agreement. They did not think that Lu Yunxing and Shang Yingming were looking for excuses to escape. Because they had all seen the scene where the great Earth Bear was killed. It was clear how terrifying that young man was. At this moment, Shang Yingming suddenly opened his eyes wide, with a look of surprise on his face. He pulled the sleeve of the person next to him and said, Lao Lu, you look over there quickly. It shouldn't be my eyes that are dazzled." Lu Yunxing was a little impatient at first, but when he looked over, he was stunned and rubbed his eyes subconsciously. "It's him, it's really him, the god on the mountain." Right in front of me, I saw a figure moving among the crowd. At first glance, he was not very noticeable, but upon closer inspection, he gave people a feeling of being isolated and independent, and was walking towards the outside of the college. It was Yan Xiu. Chapter 40 Waste? He actually came to the 7th college competition. Isn't this bullying? Shang Yingming opened his eyes wide. Lu Yunxing also showed a bit of bitterness on his face. Who says it's not? Although I just said it lightly, if the god on the mountain really participates in the competition, the worst that can happen is that he will fight for 2nd place. But no matter what he says, who doesn't want to fight for 1st place? So the 2 of them still had some expectations in their hearts. The god on the mountain looked down on this children's playing house competition and did not sign up to participate. But don't think about it now. People have already arrived at the home court of the 7 colleges competition. With this man who can sweep across the wilderness and kill 2nd-level beasts with the power of a martial artist, and is called the God of the Mountain by Teacher Zhou, who can win the 1st place in his hands. This is simply a competition without any suspense. Wait! Shang Yingming suddenly frowned, and found something wrong. Lao Lu, look, it seems that all the students of Lan Yu know him. When the God of the Mountain passed by, they were discussing something. Lu Yunxing narrowed his eyes. It's true. Do you think this talented person is a student of Blue Rain, which is why he is here? It's possible. What to do? It's not that simple. You can find out by asking around. Lao Shang, this matter has to be handed over to you. It's time to show off your beauty. Roll. Although his face was full of disdain, Shang Yingming still consciously used his advantage, smiled, exuded a handsome luster, and came in front of a girl. After a brief greeting, the genius from Hongyang College went straight to the point. "Beautiful and kind girl, do you know the man in white clothes who just walked out? Who is he? Many people around are talking about him, so he must be a famous person." The girl was immediately fascinated when she saw that he was a genius from Hongyang College and he was so handsome. She answered without thinking too much. That guy is called Yan Xiu. He was originally the #1 martial arts genius in Blue Rain, but now he is a notorious loser." Waste? Shang Yingning's heart felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, and Lu Yunxing also opened his eyes wide. He was a ruthless man who used the power of a martial artist to cross great realms to kill enemies and kill second-level ferocious beasts. And you said he was a waste. What kind of lewd words are these? Miss, you are kidding me again. Oh, senior, I didn't lie to you, this is true. The girl became anxious when she saw Shang Yingning's face full of disbelief. During the beast tide a year ago, Yan Xiu was attacked by a second-level beast. Not only did he lose all his cultivation, but his martial arts foundation was also damaged. After a year of training, he barely reached the power of 11 elephants. He has become a waste. This has long been an open secret in Blue Rain. If you don't believe me, go ask other people. Of course they would ask. After all, the god of the mountain was actually a notorious loser in Blue Rain Academy. This was really unbelievable. But after asking several people in a row, I got the same answer. Yan Xiu was indeed Blue Rain's #1 genius. But now it's useless. Did he participate in the 7 colleges competition? Shan Yiming asked about another more concerning question. Lu Yinxing's heart was lifted. Lan Yu's students were full of disdain, saying, "How could he be chosen by the dean when he is just a second-level martial artist with only 11 elephant powers?" The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seems they can now compete for first place. Then, Lu Yunxing and Shang Yingning looked towards Blue Rain Academy with amusement on their faces. He was able to kill a second-level beast at the martial arts apprentice stage, and his combat power was almost comparable to that of a martial artist. Such a brilliant genius turned out to be a waste here. I really don't know when Dean Lan Yu went blind. It seems that the boss has no intention of proving his own strength. He must have been heartbroken after what happened and no longer feels a sense of belonging to this academy. I feel the same way. Otherwise, with the boss's strength, suppressing Blue Rain's so-called #1 genius would be a piece of cake. By the way, didn't Teacher Zhou say that if we find this big guy, we should not make it public but report it to him immediately? Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. The two did not dare to delay and immediately rushed to Teacher Zhou's residence. When they saw Lan Yu's students on the way, they felt a little amusement in their hearts. Even a great guy like the boss didn't notice it. It's time for your martial arts academy to come to an end. Yan Xiu didn't know that he had passed by 2 acquaintances when he left Blue Rain Academy. He had already taken the underground tram and left Tianling City, successfully arriving at the safe area of the wilderness. After more than 20 minutes of travel, he arrived at the cliff again. At the bottom of the cliff, the wind was howling, and there was no end in sight. Should I jump? Yan Xiu frowned. With such a terrifying height, let alone the fact that he was a martial artist, even if a martial artist came and fell down, he would not be able to escape the fate of being smashed to pieces. But the secret realm is right at the bottom, and we have to go there no matter what. Kill another larger beast and use it as a cushion to catch you? But this method is also very risky. If the meat pad deviates and he doesn't fall on it, he will still be smashed to pieces. Just as Yanjing was thinking about how to jump down safely, a vague voice suddenly came into his ears. Didn't I tell you to wait until you become a rank 7 martial artist before coming here to take the second test? Young man, why are you here now? Yan Xiu bowed and said, Senior, I have already broken through to the 7th level of martial arts, so I came here to accept the test. Cough, 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 cough. Suddenly, a violent cough was heard, accompanied by a slightly excited voice. What did you say? You have already broken through to the 7th level of martial arts. Good. Don't lie to me, kid. As for the younger generation's blood and energy, as long as I use the 8 extremes fighting heavenly power, I can tell at a glance. How can I deceive you? Seeing that the mysterious senior didn't believe him, Yan Xiu immediately started practicing his skills. Suddenly, his blood and energy began to boil, and his skin turned red like a burning furnace. The powerful blood and energy brought by the power of 62 elephants also suddenly spread around. Actually, there was a breakthrough. The mysterious senior was silent. When they first met, this kid was only a third-level martial artist. He thought it would take at least a year or half a year to break through to the 7th level. But how long has it been? In less than a month. He actually crossed 4 small realms and broke through to the 7th level of martial artist. Logically speaking, even if you eat the blood she pills as beans, the progress cannot be so fast. After all, it takes some time to digest the medicinal power. But this kid did it. It's just a monster. After a moment of silence, the mysterious elder said hoarsely, "Wait a moment, kid, I will take you to the secret realm." Chapter 41 Pillar of Trial. The invisible force descended, and the surrounding scenery began to change constantly. When Yan Xiu came to his senses, he had arrived at the familiar martial arts secret realm. The lake in front of me is colorful, the mountains and forests are filled with mist, and rich spiritual energy is flowing, as if it were real. The shadow whose face could not be seen appeared again. The look in his eyes is very complicated. This kid's comprehension is amazing. It's okay that he could comprehend the 8 extremes fighting heavenly skill and 8 extremes fighting heavenly strike within a few hours, but I didn't expect his cultivation speed to be so amazing. At that time, I was considered a top genius among humans. But compared with him, it's like living a dog's life. With such extraordinary talent, as long as he survives, he will definitely pass the final test and become his disciple. No, you have to stay calm. You must not lose your composure. If you are underestimated, how can I be his master in the future? Thinking of this, the shadow deliberately said in a slightly calm tone. 21 days, crossing 4 realms? Not bad, a little unexpected. I thought that in such a remote place, I wouldn't find any real genius, but I didn't expect there would be one. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Since you are here, it means you are ready to accept the second test, so let's begin. Having said that, the phantom was about to open the secret realm. Wait a moment. Yan Xiu hurriedly stopped him and said, Senior, before accepting the test, I want to ask 2 questions. The shadow nodded. Go ahead. First of all, may I ask your name, Senior? Yan Xiu said solemnly. Senior, although we are not actually master and disciple, you have taught me, and I am very grateful to you. But until now, I don't even know your name. Whenever I think of this, I can't sleep, so I have this first question. Shuang felt even more satisfied with this younger generation. He has an incredible comprehension, is progressing very quickly in cultivation, and is loyal and righteous. He is an excellent choice in terms of both talent and character. It's a pity that he is only a wisp of divine consciousness and cannot influence the process of selecting a successor, otherwise he would have to use the back door to accept this kid in. Boy, you can call me Tang Mingyuan. This is my real name. As for the nickname, forget it. I have traveled all over the world and have many friends and confidants, but I have also made many enemies. If I let you know now, it may harm you. Is that Tang Mingyuan? Yan Xiu muttered a few words in his mind and took note of them. In fact, he was truly grateful to the senior. If it weren't for the 2 heavenly level skills, 8 extremes fighting heaven and 8 extremes fighting heaven, he wouldn't have been able to mediate with the 2nd level beast. It is even more impossible to survive the pursuit of the 2 evil spirits. Although he had experienced great changes, fallen to the bottom, and was abandoned by everyone, Yan Xiu still remembered those who were truly good to him, including Yang Xiu. This also includes Mr. Tang. The shadow then said, Okay, I have already answered the first question, what is the second question? Yan Xiu's eyes showed nervousness and expectation. He cupped his hands and said, The second thing, may I ask you, senior, if the foundation of martial arts is damaged, how can I repair it? Repairing the foundation of martial arts, wait a minute. The shadow was about to answer, but suddenly realized something was wrong and frowned slightly. Why are you asking about this? Yan Xiu did not hide anything. To answer Senior Tang, a year ago I encountered a sudden change and suffered an unimaginable blow, which damaged my martial arts foundation. My cultivation speed is less than 1/3 of what it was before. As my realm improved, the impact became more serious. I urgently need to repair it, so I asked this question. Wait a moment, what did you say? Your martial arts foundation has been damaged. Yes. Don't worry, let me take a look. An invisible force descended, instantly penetrating every pore of Yan Xiu's body, as if exploring something. It was unknown how long it took for this force to dissipate. The phantom stood in midair, unable to recover for a long time. What did you see? This kid's martial arts foundation was completely destroyed and on the verge of collapse. His martial arts talent was not even 1/3 of what it used to be. Even so, he still made rapid progress and broke through 4 realms in less than a month. He was truly a monster among monsters. The damage to the foundation of martial arts is so outrageous. If the foundation of martial arts is not damaged, that... At this moment, Senior Tang felt a strong urge in his heart. He seized the authority to the main secret realm and gave all the inheritance to this kid. Unfortunately, he simply couldn't do it. How is it, Senior Tang? Yes, it is indeed severely damaged. Like a jade tower with broken pillars, it is shaky and ready to fall. It is hard for you to rely on your remaining talent to cultivate to this level. Is there any way to repair it? The foundation of martial arts is the cornerstone of everything. It is extremely difficult to repair it. Unless you are blessed by heaven and earth and have great fortune, and can change your muscles and cleanse your marrow, there is a slight possibility. However, I don't know how many martial artists are looking for such great fortune. At present, it is extremely rare and difficult to find. Is that so? Yan Xiu clenched his fists tightly, looking a little depressed. In just over a month, he went from being an ordinary person who had lost all his cultivation to breaking through 7 small realms and becoming a 7th-level martial artist. This speed seemed extremely fast, but Yan Xiu knew that his real potential was far more than that. If his martial arts foundation had not been damaged, he might have already broken through to the 9th level of martial artist and made progress towards becoming a martial artist. If we don't repair the foundation of martial arts as soon as possible, then his future path in martial arts will surely be full of ups and downs. So, restoring the foundation of martial arts is Yan Xiu's greatest desire at the moment. But then, Senior Tang changed the subject and said, It just so happens that the secret realm where the final inheritance is located, which is also the place where I am buried, has such a great fortune. It is the final reward after completing all the tests, and it can repair part of your martial arts foundation. Yan Xiu was very surprised. Really? Senior Tang, who was left with only a shadow, nodded and said, I never lie. At this moment, Yan Xiu felt a strong desire in his heart and made a decision. No matter how dangerous it was, no matter how powerful his competitors were, he had to get the final inheritance of Senior Tang. Okay, kid, do you have any other questions? Senior Tang said in a deep voice. If not, I will start the second test. Yan Xiu said. No problem. After a pause, Yan Xiu asked again. May I ask Senior Tang, what is this second test? This test is... Senior Tang paused for a moment, his voice full of anticipation. In 3 days, use the 8 extremes Bo Tianji to attack the trial pillar. If the damage reaches 5%, you will pass the test. After that, the higher the damage, the greater the reward. Next. The colorful lake water was boiling, and a huge blue-gray pillar emerged from the water, with the word, test, engraved on it. Test attack? Yan Xiu looked at the test pillar in front of him, with a strange look on his face. Chapter 42 Grandmaster's Method. Yan Xiu thought of the infinite critical strike system and fell into deep thought. Mr. Tang? Are you sure you want to use this test? Then what reward will there be if the pillar of trial is destroyed? Impossible. Senior Tang rejected it flatly. His voice was firm. The pillar of trial was forged by me during my lifetime using the bones of 37 second-level fierce beasts, as well as extraterrestrial iron and diamond meteorites. It is a very special refined-grade weapon in itself. Don't call him a martial artist. Even a warrior cannot destroy it. I am worried that it is too hard and the person being tested cannot shake it, so I lowered the hardness a little. Otherwise, with my level of cultivation, even a martial artist would not be able to shake it at all. The strange look on Yan Xiu's face became even more intense. What if, Senior Tang, I am lucky enough to destroy it? I have a martial art called Xiaoyu Longbu, which is above the heavenly level and ranked among the Grandmaster's techniques. Originally, this thing could never be used as a reward, but I'll make an exception this time. Senior Tang was clearly very confident about the trial pillar, and his voice was relaxed and carefree. As long as you can destroy the trial pillar, this free and easy dragon step will be given to you as a reward. Grandmaster method? Yan Xiu was shocked. It was mentioned in the compulsory courses of Blue Rain Academy that the Grandmaster was the one who reached the pinnacle of ordinary martial arts and ascended the ladder of gods. He was the truly strongest among humans. He often guarded restricted areas, confronted city-destroying beasts, and protected the safety of one's side. I didn't expect that Senior Tang would be so generous that he would be willing to use the Grandmaster's method above the heavenly level as a bet. Originally, Yan Xiu was just trying it out, but after using the Xiaoyu Dragon Step, he changed his mind and decided to break the pillar of test no matter what. Senior Tang, I will start now. Senior Tang didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at this time. He smiled and replied, Go ahead. 5% is not difficult for you. I look forward to your performance. The next moment, Yan Xiu's eyes were cold. He took out the 7 killings, exuding the power of the 8 extremes, and slashed at the pillar of trial. At the same time, Blue Rain Academy. After a brief opening speech, the 7 college competition began quickly. The geniuses from the 7 martial arts academies all had their own opponents, and as luck would have it, Li Xian's opponent in this round was Lu Yunxing, the number 1 genius from Hongyang College. On the wide arena, under the watchful eyes of the 7 college presidents and judges, the 2 men fought. The 2 sides only fought for 10 minutes. Li Xian suddenly flew backwards, spitting blood, his eyes full of horror, because he was injured by Lu Yunxing's earth-level martial arts. You have actually reached the perfection of the 9th stage martial artist, cultivated the power of 81 elephants, and even cultivated the earth-level martial arts to a small degree of success. Li Xian's voice was full of disbelief. As the top genius in their respective academies, he was defeated by others in just a few moves. This was a big blow to him. Lu Yunxing's eyes showed a bit of disdain. The number 1 genius of Blue Rain Academy. I thought he was so strong, but it turns out that he hasn't even cultivated to perfection as a 9th-level martial artist. I think the other students are not that good either, Just as he said this, Lu Yunxing's voice suddenly stopped, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. But I remembered. The figure holding a bloody sword and looking down with cold eyes. The other students aren't that good either? Once this sentence is uttered, wouldn't it also include the God of the Mountain in the criticism? If he heard this. In fact, Blue Rain Academy is not bad, but you, the number 1 genius, are too useless. You don't deserve the reputation at all. If I were you, I would have found a piece of tofu and killed myself. Driven by an infinite desire to survive, Lu Yunxing quickly spoke, and after he finished speaking, he looked around with lingering fear. Whether it was the 7 deans on the judges' stand or the onlookers, they were all stunned when they heard this. They easily defeated the number 1 genius of Blue Rain Academy, and said that this academy was very good. What are you doing? Is it humiliating? Among them, the face of the dean of Blue Rain College was even more livid. If the dean of Red Sun College had not been right next to him, he would have slammed the table and stood up. I'm not a waste, I'm Li Xian, a true genius. Li Xian couldn't stand this provocation either. His face was ferocious and he was about to attack again like a madman. There was no change in the results. Lu Yunxing easily knocked the Blue Rain Academy's number 1 talent away, causing him to vomit blood and find it difficult to stand up again. Lu Yunxing wanted to sigh. They were both in the Blue Rain Academy, but why was there such a huge gap between this number 1 genius and the God on the Mountain? One was in heaven and the other was in hell. But he soon remembered Mr. Zhou's warning that he must not reveal the true strength of the God on the Mountain. Thousands of words. So they could only shake their heads and sigh. The genius of Blue Rain Academy is not that good, and his eyes are really blind. Dean Lan Yu, who was on the rostrum, had amazing martial arts skills, so he naturally heard Lu Yunxing's words easily. He immediately became furious, stared fiercely at someone beside him, and said, "Old Zhang, how do you teach your students? You say that our Blue Rain Academy is blind. On what basis? Why is our academy blind?" This old Zhang. Naturally, it was the dean of Hongyang College. He had heard teacher Zhou's report long ago and knew that the god on the mountain was in Blue Rain Academy, but was treated as a waste. He had always wanted to poach him, so of course he would not say it out loud. He just smiled meaningfully and said, "My student is right. You, Blue Rain Academy, are really blind." "What did you say, asshole? Do you want to fight? Come on, who's afraid of who?" "I'm not afraid of you. There's an arena nearby. Let's go up and have a fight. Hit me if you want." There was already hatred between the two deans, and now that the atmosphere was tense, they naturally started to argue. The remaining 5 deans on the jury were no longer surprised by this. Just then, "No!" A scream filled with disbelief rang out, and Shang Yingning was knocked off the ring. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were wide open, revealing disbelief. On the stage, a young man with an arrogant look looked down, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "You can't even take one of my moves. You are the second talent of Hongyang Academy, but that's all. I hope your first talent can give me some fun." Shang Yingming was defeated. The competition among the 7 colleges produced an unexpected result. A young martial artist with great strength suddenly appeared and attracted countless people's attention. In the martial arts secret realm, Yan Xiu did not know the progress of the 7 colleges competition, nor was he interested. At this time, he was attacking the Pillar of Trial with all his strength. "Congratulations, you gain 15 times the critical hit bonus for this attack. Congratulations, you gain a triple critical hit bonus for this attack. Congratulations, you gain a 20-fold critical hit bonus for this attack." Chapter 43, Happy Wandering Dragon Step. Where on earth did this kid come from? Senior Tang couldn't help but open his eyes wide. After the previous surprises, he originally thought that no matter what earth-shattering things Yan Xiu did, he would remain calm. But it is obvious. He overestimated his own state of mind and underestimated the other party's shocking ability. This kid is clearly only a 7th-rank martial artist, with a strength of about 60 elephants, but for some reason, every attack he makes can unleash a force far beyond his current limit. 300 elephants, 500 elephants, 800 elephants, and so on and so forth. Coupled with the exquisiteness of the minor achievement 8 extremes body and strike. Every time the sword was drawn, the Pillar of Trial would tremble violently, with a creaking sound, and it would actually crack directly, which made Senior Tang tremble with fear. You should know that this Pillar of Trial was made by him personally. Although the material quality is not high, it is just the bones of a 2nd-level ferocious beast, plus some 2nd-level rare iron ore. However, under the tempering of a powerful force far beyond that of a martial artist, it has already become unimaginably hard. If it was an ordinary 7th level, no, even if it was a 9th level warrior, it would be good enough if he could leave a mark after one strike. But now, Yan Xiu's performance was simply beyond imagination. Senior Tang wanted to maintain his demeanor as a master, and not change his color even when Mount Tai collapsed before his eyes. But seeing this kid getting more and more outrageous. But finally he couldn't help but ask, "Boy, why is your strength increased so strangely? What method did you use?" "Of course this is a talent." Yan Xiu would not reveal the infinite critical strike system, but he knew very well that it would be difficult to deceive Senior Tang if he lied, so he simply lied. "After all, everyone's physique is different. You see, Senior, my physique is a bit special." Senior Tang. "You grandma, you screw your dog fart, are you trying to fool a 3-year-old child? If I hadn't only a wisp of spiritual consciousness left, I would have tied your hands and feet and thrown you into an icy pond to cool down, so that you would learn to respect your elders." Knowing that this kid was unwilling to talk more, Senior Tang had no intention of getting to the bottom of it, and continued to pay attention to the progress of the test. This look. Senior Tang was speechless again. The damage level of the Pillar of Trial had reached 7%. The test that was supposed to last 3 days was completed by Yan Xiu in less than half an hour. Even 2% more. Senior Tang, how is it? Yan Xiu paused for a moment, stretched his muscles, and a smile appeared on his face. It's cracked so badly, the damage to the pillar of trial should be more than 5% now. More than that, now it's 7%. No, it's 7.5%. The sword you just struck caused another 0.5% damage. Senior Tang gritted his teeth. Although he was pleased to have such an enchanting successor, he was angry when he saw his proud look now. Yan Xiu added, If that's the case, then destroying the pillar of trial within 3 days shouldn't be a problem. I'm sorry, Senior, I'm afraid I'm going to make you bleed a lot this time. Kid, don't be complacent. Senior Tang sneered. My trial pillar has a characteristic. The more serious the damage, the harder it becomes. According to your current progress, let alone destroying it, I'm afraid you can't even reach 70%. Oh, really? Yan Xiu gave a strange smile and then swung out another sword. Congratulations, you have gained a 6,700 times critical hit bonus for this attack. Finally triggered a high multiple critical strike. Mr. Tang? I'm sorry. The next moment, a majestic force of the 8 extremes fighting the sky burst out, and the 7 kills fell, instantly piercing through the pillar of trial. Suddenly, there were several times more cracks than before, and dense cracks spread across the field of vision. Degree of damage, 47%. It was not destroyed at all. It is worthy of being the pillar of trial refined by Senior Tang. It is indeed extraordinary. Yan Xiu sighed. This is the first target that can withstand thousands of times of critical strikes. Even though it's just a pillar. In contrast, Senior Tang opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost. You. How's it going, Senior Tang? My attack was pretty powerful, wasn't it? Yan Xiu said with a half smile. It's not too late for you to regret it now. It's okay. I don't mind. Senior Tang gritted his teeth and said, Who do you think I am, brat? Now that I have said it, I will never take it back. And I don't believe that every strike of yours can deliver such terrifying power. Senior. I hope that after a while, your mouth can still be so hard. Yan Xiu's eyes revealed a meaningful look. Time passed quickly and half a day was gone in the blink of an eye. Yan Xiu was lucky. In his subsequent attacks, he triggered 13 high multiplier critical hits, including 10 times more than 100 times and 3 times more than 1,000 times. And every time a high multiple critical hit was triggered, it was like a blow to Senior Tang's heart, causing his shadow to tremble violently. The whole person is becoming more and more silent. But I have to say that this pillar is truly magical. The more cracks it has, the harder it is. A previous critical hit with 1,000 times the force could have caused at least 30% damage, but a subsequent critical hit could only cause 5%, which was considered good. After this period of fierce fighting, the damage level of the pillar of trial has also reached 87%. Senior Tang, it looks like I will pass this test. Yan Xiu chuckled and said, Grandmaster's method, free and easy wandering dragon step, I am looking forward to it. Senior Tang gnashed his teeth and said, Don't be complacent, little brat. The last 10% is when the pillar of trial is at its strongest, and it is dozens of times stronger than the first 90%. You should be able to pass this level first. Just then. Congratulations, you are extremely lucky. This attack gains a 97,000 times critical hit bonus. The 7 killing swords fell. Instantly, the pillar of trial trembled violently, and dense cracks appeared on the surface, extending into the deepest part of the entire pillar. Fragments kept falling, and it looked like it might collapse at any time. This sword, like a heavy hammer, hit Senior Tang's heart hard, causing his entire body to tremble violently. The damage level of the pillar of trial is 99.9%. Senior Tang, sorry to show off my poor performance, Yan Xiu said, raising the 7 kills again. Wait a minute. But just when the sword was about to fall, Senior Tang was horrified and quickly raised his hand to restrain Yan Xiu. Then he pointed again, the lake water boiled, and 2 objects appeared out of thin air and landed in front of Yan Xiu. You win. This is the Zaiyailongbu. Take it quickly. Oh, and take this token with you. When you break through to the warrior level and the time is right, This token will be activated and guide you to the War Emperor secret realm where all my inheritance is. Chapter 44 True Genius. The token of trust was a jade pendant with a knife engraved on it. It was simple and unadorned and didn't look like anything special. The other thing was a stone slab, which gave off a faint aura of oppression. It was obviously not an ordinary object. There were complicated words and patterns on it, which recorded a martial art, which was the Grandmaster's method, the Zaiyayu Dragon Step. Yan Xiu did not take the two items immediately. He stared at the pillar of trial, and was still eager to try. Senior, don't worry. I just need to make the final blow. Wait until I completely destroy this pillar of trial before I go get these two items. Just as he finished speaking, a huge force suddenly emerged and threw Yan Xiu to the ground. He was in pain all over and gasped for breath. It was almost life-threatening. Senior Tang said unhappily, "You little jerk, this pillar of trial is the foundation of the entire secret realm. If it is destroyed, the secret realm will disappear, and I will disappear too. Why, are you afraid that I will die too slowly, so you want to send me off again?" Forehead. Yan Xiu opened his eyes wide. "Senior Tang, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Who would have thought that you are such a wicked kid that you could actually destroy the pillar of trial? Senior Tang felt a lingering fear when he thought of the strange method of amplifying power. Yan Xiu finally stopped. This Senior Tang was very kind to him. Not only did he teach him heavenly skills and martial arts, he also gave him a storage weapon as a reward. Naturally, he couldn't really let the other party die. With a wave of his hand, he put the token and Zaiyayu Longbu back into the small Qiankuan ring. Yan Xiu suddenly became thoughtful. War Emperor's secret realm? Senior Tang, your nickname when you were alive was War Emperor? Don't ask, don't tell, don't expose the inheritance, and don't ask around. Oh, and there's also the free and easy dragon step, Senior Tang said solemnly. If no one recognizes you, you can use it at will, but if someone does, remember, kill them and don't let any of them escape, otherwise you'll be in big trouble. Yan Xiu's heart trembled. I finally understood why Senior Tang said that the Zaiyayu Dragon Step must never be passed on. It turns out that there is a big trouble hidden behind this martial art. Got it, Senior, Yan Xiu said again. By the way, Senior, now that I have passed 2 tests, what about this secret realm? Don't worry, it won't disappear, it's just temporarily closed. Senior Tang suddenly sighed. I was already in despair until you showed up. Boy, hurry up and practice. The time left for you and this world is running out. Yan Xiu frowned. Senior, what do you mean by this? You will know it later. Go ahead. When you break through to become a warrior, go to Tianlong City, which is the base city closest to the War Emperor's secret realm. After Senior Tang finished speaking, he waved his sleeves. In an instant, Yan Xiu felt the world spinning and the scene in front of him kept changing. When his vision returned, he was back on the cliff. There was a faint voice echoing in my ears. Boy, I look forward to your growth and to meeting you next time. On the other side, Blue Rain Academy. As the 7 colleges competition was halfway through, the competition for rankings became increasingly fierce. The most powerful one was the young martial arts apprentice who had become an unexpected success. He defeated almost all the top talents of the colleges except Lu Yunxing, who he had not yet met. Lu Yunxing ranked 2nd, also maintaining an undefeated fighting skill and able to defeat all opponents easily. But anyone with eyes can see that there is still a big gap between the top talent of Hongyang Academy and the unexpected young strongman. On the contrary, the performance of the host Blue Rain Academy was not ideal, and it was ranked very low, almost to the last place. This made Dean Lan Yu look very unhappy. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, Ren Sha Dai, these students of the Seed Special class who were placed with high hopes, all suffered a great blow, were in low spirits, and found it difficult to cheer up. Damn it! Li Xian punched the wall hard. I never thought we would lose so badly. Where did these monsters come from? The Luo brothers and sisters also fell silent. At this moment, Luo Shi suddenly said, If Yan Xiu was still here, maybe he could fight those monsters. Li Xian and Luo Qinghe knew that the Yan Xiu that Luo Shi mentioned was the Yan Xiu whose cultivation had not been lost, whose martial arts talent had not been damaged, who was extremely talented, who dominated the entire Blue Rain Academy, and who had a myriad of halos. Instead of the useless Yan Xiu. The two clenched their fists tightly. When Yan Xiu was still around, they were jealous, envious, and wanted to knock this so-called best friend off the altar and divide the halo he had. But when the big competition arrived, facing many powerful geniuses who were far superior to themselves, the cruel reality made them realize that they were just them and could never become that Yan Xiu. So at this moment, they also missed the time when Yan Xiu was still alive. Meanwhile, in another place in Blue Rain Academy, the unexpected young genius also met. No, it should be said that he met Lu Yunxing, the #1 genius of Hongyang Academy. My name is Xiaxing. The boy was not very old, even much younger than Lu Yunxing, but his tone was full of arrogance. The surname is Xia. Lu Yunxing's face changed. What is your relationship with President Xia? The young Xiaxing said calmly. He is my great-grandfather. As expected, no wonder Xiaxing was so young, only 13 or 14 years old, but was able to defeat so many geniuses in Tianling City. It turned out that he was the strongest person in Tianling City, the great-grandson of the president of the Martial Arts Union. Lu Yunxing, I know you. You are different from the so-called geniuses in other academies. You are a true young tiger and a true genius. You are also the most powerful among all the top geniuses in all academies. Xiaxing's eyes were full of fighting spirit. I have never fought with you. As long as I defeat you, I will be the most powerful genius of the younger generation in Tianling City. A genius? If it had been more than half a month ago, when Lu Yunxing heard this, he would have definitely developed a strong desire to fight, accept the challenge of the talented young man Xiaxing, and have a hearty duel. But now he won't. Instead, the scene that happened in the security zone came to my mind. There was a young man holding a sword, and with the strength of a martial artist, he crossed the great realm and killed the second-level ferocious beast. Earth sub-bear. He looked down on everyone with cold eyes, disregarding everything, and his demeanor was supreme. Compared with him, what kind of genius or prodigy am I? Ha ha ha, Xiaxing, you think we are all geniuses, but you are wrong. We are just a little better than ordinary people, but in fact we are still ordinary people, ordinary people. Xiaxing frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Ordinary people? Lu Yunxing smiled in relief and said, Don't disbelieve me. I have seen a true genius. Really, when you meet him, you will know how ridiculous our self-proclaimed geniuses are. One is the god on the mountain, and the other is the man below the mountain. The gap between the two. It can't be made up for in any way. Chapter 45 Martial Arts. A self-proclaimed genius? God on the mountain? A gap that can't be bridged no matter what? Xiaxing's mind was full of question marks. He was stunned for a moment before frowning and saying, You mean, there is such a genius in this world, and as long as we stand in front of him, you and I will become pale in comparison? Without waiting for Lu Yunxing to speak, Xiaxing retorted in a rather emotional tone. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My great-grandfather said that I have a strong talent for martial arts. Even compared with the geniuses in Tianling City, I am not inferior at all. There is no genius stronger than me in Tianling City. I understand, Lu Yunxing. You must have known in your heart that you would not be my opponent in the upcoming duel, so you deliberately made up this illusory genius of a god on the mountain. It's just to undermine my self-confidence and find the flaw, right? Pity. Your little trick has no effect on me at all. After saying this, Xiaxing continued to sneer, his expression revealing full confidence. As the great-grandson of the strongest man in Tianling City, he is extremely conceited. Once he makes up his mind about something, he will not change his opinion easily. Lu Yunxing smiled and shook his head lightly, without any intention of making excuses. If you don't believe it, forget it, Xiaxing. When you meet him one day, I hope you can still be so confident. After that, the #1 genius of Hongyang College had no intention of continuing to pester Xiaxing, so he passed by Xiaxing and left. Before he had gone far, a voice full of fighting intent came from behind. God on the mountain? Haha, if there really is such a genius, I really want to meet him and defeat him with my own hands. No, when you really see it, you won't think so. Lu Yunxing suddenly envied Xiaxing. At least he was still a frog at the bottom of the well, thinking that the sky he saw was the whole world, but he didn't climb up the edge of the well to look outside and know how vast the real world was. On the other side, in the wilderness. At this time, Yan Xiu did not know that the two strongest geniuses ranked first and second in the 7 colleges competition had a very profound conversation related to him. After leaving the secret realm, he rushed to the warning area without stopping. There was enough water and food in the small Qianqun ring to allow him to easily support 4 or 5 days, so he didn't have to go back to the city for supplies. That's right. Yan Xiu wants to use the 2nd-level ferocious beast to practice the master's method. Zaiyayu Dragon Step. It's just like practicing Baji Bati and Ji. About an hour or so, he came to the wall of sword energy. It was already dark at this time, and the starry sky was twinkling, outlining a brilliant Milky Way. Yan Xiu did not enter the security zone immediately. Instead, he set up camp near the giant sword. It didn't take long before a tent was built. He then took out a martial arts slate from the small Qianqun ring, stood in front of him, and began to comprehend it carefully. I hope that in one night, I can gain a preliminary understanding of the subtleties of the Zaiyayu Longbu. Yan Xiu's eyes showed a hint of expectation. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts this time has triggered a 30-fold critical strike bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts this time has triggered a 15x critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts this time has triggered a triple critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts this time has triggered a triple critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts this time has triggered a 1,200-fold critical strike bonus. When Yan Xiu really began to comprehend the Zaiyayu Longbu, he finally understood how huge the gap was between the heavenly level skills and the master's skills. Back in the secret realm, he mastered the 2 heavenly level martial arts, 8 extremes fighting the sky and 8 extremes fighting the sky, in just a few hours, which was quite easy. However, now it is the turn of Xiaoyaoyu Longbu. The situation is completely different. After a night passed, Yan Xiu's luck was pretty good. The number of critical hits increased a lot compared to before. There were 5 times more than 1,000 times, more than 10 times more than 100 times, and countless times more than 10 times. But even so, he had only managed to grasp the basics of this Grand Master's method and had not comprehended even 1/5 of its essence. The further he read, the more obscure and difficult it became to understand. Heavenly Grand Master, only 1 level difference, how could the gap be so huge? It is indeed a divine method. Yan Xiu couldn't help but marvel at this. He had heard from Teacher Yang that the realm of Grand Master was the gate to the mysterious female, like the ladder to the gods. Below the Grand Master were the ordinary martial artists, and above the Grand Master were the divine martial artists, implying the realm of martial arts reaching the gods. Although he had heard of relevant martial arts knowledge before, the martial arts masters were too far away from him, so he did not have any feelings about them. Until I really came into contact with the Grand Master's method. Yan Xiu finally understood what a lofty realm the so-called mastery of martial arts was. Although I have only understood the basics, I can still use it. Let's give it a try first. Yan Xiu stood up, with some anticipation in his eyes. Then, he used the Zaiyayu Dragon Step and took a step forward. A shocking thing happened. On the surface, Yan Xiu just took a leisurely step, but somehow, he appeared 10 meters away. This Zaiyayu Dragon Step seems to transcend the limitations of time and space. With 1 step, you can go anywhere. Even Yan Xiu himself was very surprised. A dragon soars into the sky, roaming freely in the world, unstoppable by wind and rain, transforming the natural world into something far away, becoming a transcendent dragon. It turns out that the description in the summary is not an exaggeration at all. This is because I haven't condensed my true essence yet. I'm not a warrior, so I can only rely on the most basic blood energy to perform. If you break through the warrior, its magic is at least 10 times more amazing. Plus the blessing of the infinite critical hit system. The world is so big, if I really want to escape, who can stop me? At this moment, Yan Xiu felt extremely happy, and even the haze in his heart caused by being targeted by Wang Tianshi was dispelled a lot. At the same time, he also realized the importance of the Grandmaster's law. The method of martial arts to become a god is so exquisite that, let alone the former enemies of Senior Tang, even those martial arts masters, if they knew about it, would certainly covet it and want to snatch it madly. So, not only those who recognize the Zaiyailongbu should be killed. Even those who recognize that this is the Grand Master's method must be silenced and absolutely not allowed to stay. I have already mastered the Zaiyayu Dragon Step. Next, I should hone it in actual combat to prepare for the true practice of this Grand Master martial art. The next morning, Yan Xiu quickly packed up the tent, passed through the wall of sword energy, and came to the security area. The object he chose this time was. It is one of the more powerful second-level lower-grade beasts, and its name is Mist Hidden Lion. Chapter 46, Arrogant Xiaxing. Wilderness Warning Area. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts this time has triggered a 20-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts this time has triggered a 55-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts this time has triggered a 7-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts this time has triggered an 18-fold critical strike bonus. A figure was struggling with a terrifying second-level beast. This person's movements were strange, as if he had transcended the boundaries of space and could freely travel within a radius of 10 meters. Finally, after his physical strength reached its limit, he saw that he was powerless against the second-level beast in front of him, so he took the initiative to retreat. Relying on the exquisiteness of the Zaiyayu Dragon Step, I am now able to fight against the blue-winged wolf, but I still mainly rely on dodging. It is difficult to find a chance to counterattack in more than 10 minutes. But, as long as I use the Zaiyayu Dragon Step, this second-order fierce beast, which is wind-friendly and extremely good at speed, won't be able to do anything to me in a short period of time. If I have enough blood and energy to continue the fight, my chances of winning will be even better. After all, the blue-winged wolf doesn't have a critical hit. And I do. That's right. This person is Yan Xiu. During this time, he was in the alert area, honing his martial arts skills in battles with many second-level beasts, starting with the Mist Hidden Lion, and gradually upgrading to stronger beasts. Until now, under the support of Zaiyailongbu, he was already able to barely engage in short-term combat with the extremely fast green-winged wolf, which Yan Xiu regarded as the biggest threat. The two martial arts, Zaiyailongbu and Baji Boxianji, are also improving rapidly with the help of the infinite critical strike system. After this period of training, the 8 Extremes Batian strike has reached a new level. Every time he strikes, his Batian spirit becomes more powerful, and his blood contains extremely domineering strength, far exceeding that of before. Now, a casual strike can easily shatter fine iron and stone, and the power is extremely terrifying. But this is the limit. Yan Xiu was only a martial arts apprentice after all, not yet a martial artist. He had not yet condensed his true essence, so it was impossible for him to practice the heavenly level skills to a high level. The reason why I can cultivate to this level is still due to the infinite critical strike system. Put this outside. It was already extremely shocking. On the contrary, the Zaiyailongbu has made extremely rapid progress from 0 to 1. He is now able to move freely within a radius of 10 meters, as free as a dragon. The wind cannot stop him, the rain cannot stop him, and space cannot limit him. Even the green-winged wolf, which was naturally friendly to the wind element, could not hurt Yan Xiu, who was performing the Zaiyayu Dragon Step, in a short period of time. But it is the same as the situation of Baji Batianji. Due to the lack of true essence, or even the power of a higher realm, the progress of this master's martial arts has been extremely slow. Even if it triggers a critical strike of more than 1,000 times, there will be no qualitative leap. We have almost finished practicing both martial arts, and our food and water are running out. It's time to go back. Pity. This time when I came to the warning area, I only focused on practicing the Zaiyayu Dragon Step, and didn't kill any second-level ferocious beasts. Otherwise, the blood energy pills I exchanged for them should be enough to break through to the 8th level martial arts apprentice. But it doesn't matter, I'll just come back next time. Just right. It's time to decide the outcome with the blue-winged wolf. As the first second-level ferocious beast encountered after entering the warning area, Yan Xiu had a great obsession with the green-winged wolf. He always felt that as long as he killed it, he would have achieved a great accomplishment. After passing through the wall of sword chi and returning to the security zone, Yan Xiu suddenly thought of something while rushing to the underground railway station. By the way, as of today, the 7 colleges competition should be coming to an end. Do you want to go and take a look? Yan Xiu thought for a moment. Finally decided to go and have a look. After all, he was once the #1 genius of Blue Rain Academy. According to his original destiny, he should have been one of the contestants. Unfortunately, fate played a joke on him and made him a waste, and he has no chance to participate in the 7th Academy competition ever since. Although he no longer cares much about the 7 colleges competition, he is still somewhat interested in it. Just treat it as entertainment. Then let's go and take a look. I don't know which college will be the champion this time. On the other side, Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy. After 2 days of progress, the 7 colleges competition finally came to an end. The first and second place were still Xiaxing from Zilei College and Li Hongyang from Hongyang College. However, the competition for the third place was extremely fierce, with Shang Yingning, Li Xian, etc., and the rankings often fluctuated. But no one cares who comes in third. Everyone is more concerned about who comes in first. At noon that day, after 2 days of competition, Lu Yunxing and Xiaxing finally stood on the same stage. The result of their battle today will determine who will be the first. The area below the ring was packed with people, forming a sharp contrast to the other empty and desolate arenas. Come on, Lu Yunxing, kill this arrogant guy. Lu Yunxing, come on, you are the best. Xiaxing, you defeated him in one move. You are the youngest and most brilliant genius among the younger generation in Tianling City. Come on, Xiaxing, come on. Supporters from both sides were also shouting in the audience, cheering for the contestants. In the ring, Lu Yunxing and Xiaxing looked at each other, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Lu Yunxing, I originally regarded you as my destined enemy, my most powerful opponent, but you have disappointed me so much. You are the #1 genius of Hongyang Academy, a brilliant and talented genius, but you were actually frightened by another genius. You are not worthy of being my opponent. Why, do you believe now that there really is a god on the mountain? It's not that I believe it, but I have to believe it. If you made up a non-existent genius just to undermine my confidence, then you are even less worthy of being my opponent than you who are scared and do whatever it takes to win. It's not fiction. The god on the mountain really exists. If there really is such a person, just wait and see. After I defeat you, I will defeat him and achieve the path of invincibility. Haha, I really envy your confidence now. Lu Yunxing shook his head and smiled bitterly. I hope you can still maintain this mentality when you really meet that person. Xiaxing sneered and said, Lu Yunxing, you are not worthy to be my opponent now. Wait until I defeat you, and then I will go meet the genius you mentioned. Soon. With the referee's command, the battle between the 2 top talents of the academy began. It must be said that although Xiaxing was much younger, his martial arts realm was more profound and much stronger than Lu Yunxing. The 2 sides fought for less than half a minute. With bursts of exclamations from the crowd, a figure flew backwards. It was Lu Yunxing. And the winner was Xiaxing from Zilei Academy. Chapter 47. Who are you? Xiaxing was very disappointed. Although he won the first place in the 7 colleges competition. Although it can be obtained in the afternoon, it is a generous reward exclusively for the champion. But Xiaxing was still very disappointed. As the great-grandson of the strongest man in Tianling City, he calls himself a top genius, and his goal is to become invincible. He doesn't really care about the ranking in the 7 colleges competition. There was only one reason why he came to participate. That was that among the contestants this time, there was a genius who even his great-grandfather had praised and was regarded as one of the future guardians of Tianling City. Lu Yunxing and Xiaxing participated in this competition among 7 colleges composed of a group of mediocre people just to defeat him and prove himself. Unexpectedly, Lu Yunxing not only did not have the arrogance of a genius, but instead called himself an ordinary person. He was also in awe of a so-called mountain god, a strange guy, and had long lost his invincibility. In Xiaxing's opinion, how can such a person be worthy of being my opponent? He is not even worthy to carry his own shoes. What kind of name is God of the Mountain? If there is a genius who is equal to me or even stronger than me, then I can believe it. But just standing in front of him, I feel like an ordinary person. Hee hee. You must be joking. How could such a guy exist in this world? When I meet the so-called God on the mountain and defeat him, you will understand, Lu Yunxing, that the reason you are terrified and in awe of him is not because he is so strong, but because you are too useless. At this time, Xiaxing was walking on a small path in Blue Rain Academy. There was no one around, only the gentle breeze blowing. He came here accidentally just to relax and take a walk. What a coincidence. Just then, another person appeared on the opposite path, and the two sides soon collided with each other. The road was originally narrow, and could only allow one person to pass through. Now two people were walking in the south and north respectively, and they just happened to bump into each other. Naturally, one of them had to give way before they could continue to move forward. Can you each give way halfway? Otherwise, none of us can get through. The man had a handsome face, was wearing white clothes, and had a faint smile on his face, but for some reason, he always gave people a sense of coldness in the warm sun, as if he was keeping people away from him. Saying. He even moved half of his body aside. Xiaxing frowned. You don't know who I am? Oh, you are famous. The man showed an interested expression. So, little boy, who are you? I'm Xiaxing. Not so, I haven't heard of it. The first place winner of the 7 colleges competition, Xiaxing, don't you know? Didn't you come to see the 7 colleges competition? Xiaxing was very depressed. The 7 colleges competition was a rare event in Tianling City. There were countless martial artists participating. As the first place winner, he should have been famous long ago. How come this person in front of me? But he looked indifferent. When the man heard this, he frowned slightly, with a look of great disappointment. The 7th Academy competition has already ended? Alas, I didn't expect to be a step too late. Saying. The man shook his head and sighed, then turned around and prepared to leave. This made Xia very angry. He didn't like false reputation, but he couldn't stand being ignored like this. This hateful guy in front of me clearly knew that he was the first in the 7 colleges competition. Not only was he not shocked or nervous, but he shook his head lightly and wanted to turn around and leave, as if this championship was just a very ordinary little thing. Such a contemptuous attitude. This made Xiaxing angry. Etc. The man turned around, looking a little confused. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Xiaxing said excitedly. I am the champion, didn't you hear clearly? I heard it clearly. The man nodded, then asked in confusion. Then what? Then what? He actually said then? Contempt, blatant contempt. Even when facing Lu Yunxing, he had never suffered such a great humiliation. Xiaxing's expression twisted slightly, and he said harshly. You can act so relaxed in front of the champion of the 7th Academy competition. You must be very strong. Let me see it for myself. After that, Xiaxing didn't care about the other party's consent. He immediately clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and launched an attack. He only used 50% of his strength in this punch, ensuring that he could retract the attack at any time. Although he was annoyed by the opponent's contempt, Xiaxing was a child after all, and he didn't want to kill him, but just wanted to teach him a lesson. But the next moment, Xiaxing, who had been calm and composed at first, suddenly had his pupils constricted and his face changed drastically, as if something incredible had happened. Gone? How is that possible? Yes, the person in front of me suddenly disappeared. A breeze blew past, and there was no trace of him, as if he had never existed. But how is this possible? The person just now was right in front of him, absolutely true, and his energy and spirit were all locked on him. How could he disappear for no reason? How he did it? Just when Xiaxing felt extremely incredible, a calm but somewhat indifferent voice came from behind him. I'm here? It's actually behind. When? Xiaxing had no time to be shocked, because at the same time as the sound appeared, a strong sense of crisis also surged into his heart. His scalp was numb and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He knew that he could not hold back any longer. He used all his strength and wanted to fight back. Before he could turn around, he saw a finger pressed against his forehead at some point. I hope you have better luck and don't die. Immediately afterwards, a powerful force surged from the fingertips, breaking the strength in Xiaxing's body and the defensive martial arts he had just activated, instantly knocking him far away. He felt severe pain all over his body and almost fainted. You didn't get shot in the head. You deserve to be the first place in the 7th college competition. You're really lucky. Feng Qingyin's calm voice came again. If this sentence were uttered by someone else, it would definitely be considered as a mockery, contempt, an expression of disdain. But for some reason, when the person in front of me said it, it sounded very calm and natural, as if he was saying, 1 + 1 = 2. As if he was saying that you are really lucky. You. At this moment, Xiaxing was incoherent and suffered an extremely huge blow in his heart. When that person attacked just now, there was no fluctuation of true energy from his body, which meant that the other party was most likely at the same level as himself, and both belonged to the category of martial arts apprentices. But the results are completely different. Just one finger, and he was defeated by this man. He casually blew himself away as if he were dusting himself off. It was like a dream. I don't know how much time passed, but Xiaxing finally spoke clearly. Who are you? Chapter 48 Blind? Who I am. The man was stunned for half a second, then sighed. I guess I'm considered a waste in this academy. Waste trash? Xiaxing opened his eyes wide and almost vomited blood. Come on, brother, you defeated the ruthless guy who won the first place in the 7 colleges competition with just one finger. If you are a waste, then what am I? And what are all the geniuses in Tianling City? Don't act rashly in the future. Not everyone has a good temper like me. After the man finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait a moment? Xiaxing wanted to stop him. He had too many questions in his mind about this ridiculously strong and mysterious young man. But the opponent was too fast. Every step seemed to transcend the distance of time and space. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the horizon, and his figure could no longer be seen. Xiaxing stared blankly in the direction where the man left, feeling as if he was dreaming. Who is that person? How can he be so strong? Obviously, he is ridiculously strong, so why would he call himself a waste? At this moment, Xiaxing had too many questions that lingered in his mind. Alas, he has become stronger than last time. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Xiaxing turned around abruptly, staring at the person who had just spoken. Lu Yunxing, have you been here all this time? Lu Yunxing shook his head slightly. I just heard the noise not long ago, not all the time. After a pause, the number 1 genius of Hongyang College chuckled. His expression seemed to be somewhat playful and teasing, and asked, How is it? How do you feel when facing this person? Xiaxing was extremely angry at first, but soon became frustrated, and his voice did not hide his depressed mood at all. It's very sad and frustrating. I never thought that I would be defeated so easily by another martial artist. You are lucky to have seen it. When I first saw him, the shock I felt was dozens of times stronger than what you are feeling now. Dozens of times? Because he killed a second-order ferocious beast with his own hands right in front of me. What? He killed a second-level beast. How is that possible? Xiaxing opened his eyes wide. A second-level ferocious beast, it was on the same level as a warrior. He knew very well how big the gap was between a martial apprentice and a warrior. So his first reaction was, I just don't believe it. Lu Yunxing also shook his head and sighed. Don't believe it, let alone you. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. After being silent for an unknown period of time, Xiaxing slowly raised his head with a hint of bitterness in his eyes. He is the god on the mountain you mentioned, right? Good. Why does he say he is trash? I'm not a worm in the stomach of the god on the mountain, so how could I possibly know? But I do have a guess. It may be related to his experience at Blue Rain Academy. Experience? You can find out about this yourself. His name is Yan Xiu and he is quite famous in Blue Rain. But I advise you to keep it a secret after knowing the truth and not reveal the true strength of this big man. Why? This is just my bad taste. Lu Yunxing certainly wouldn't say that Hongyang College was trying to poach this big guy, so he said with a smile. Don't you think it's interesting that there is such a huge treasure in Lanyu College, but they didn't know about it, and it was discovered by us outsiders first? Xiaxing thought for a moment, then nodded, agreeing with what he said. One last question. Xiaxing stared at the man in front of him. Why do you call him the god of the mountain? Lu Yunxing said. This is what my teacher said. He said that the big guy is the god on the mountain, and we are just people below the mountain. There is no competition between gods and humans. Why should we compare ourselves with a god and deny ourselves? God on the mountain and people under the mountain? It turns out that this inexplicable name represents this meaning. Xiaxing left quickly. After this battle, he no longer had the arrogance and high spirits as before. Instead, he looked like a young man who had suffered a great blow. Lao Lu, is it really okay for you to tell this kid about the god on the mountain? Shortly after he left, another figure appeared. It was Shang Yingming. Lu Yunxing looked at the direction Xiaxing left, shook his head slightly and said, The god on the mountain has already contacted him, and he can't hide it anymore, so he might as well say it out loud. Shang Yingming frowned. But what if Purple Thunder Academy also wants to poach people? Then it's up to each of us to do what we can. Anyway, as long as the god of the mountain is no longer in Blue Rain Academy. Lu Yunxing showed disdain on his face. Even such a brilliant genius can be beaten into waste. Such an academy is not worthy of the god of the mountain. Yan Xiu was on his way out of Blue Rain Academy. Thinking back to the brief fight just now. The first place winner of the 7 colleges competition is very young. He looks only 12 or 13 years old, and he is very strong. He should have reached the limit of a martial artist and cultivated the power of 81 elephants. As long as he takes another half step, sinks his chi into his dantian, and condenses his true essence, he will be able to break through to become a martial artist. He was just a little too impetuous. He suddenly attacked before we could even say a few words. Never mind. Since we can't watch the finals, let's go back and have a good rest for a day before preparing to go to the wilderness. Now my strength has reached 62 elephants. If I can refine 1 elephant strength, I will be able to break through to the 8th level martial arts apprentice. If I kill a 2nd level fierce beast, the blood energy pills I can exchange for will be enough. It's decided then. After quickly making a decision in his mind, Yan Xiu turned a corner and left the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy. Afternoon. The award ceremony for the 7th Academy's competition officially began amid the attention of the public. What puzzled everyone was that, as the first place winner, Xiaxing was not as happy as expected. On the contrary, he was very depressed and dispirited. He didn't even have the strength to walk, as if he had suffered some kind of blow. This made everyone unable to help but talk about it and guess what was going on. On the other side, Dean Lan Yu's face was also very ugly. As the host, their performance was very poor, ranking 6th, almost at the bottom, which made him lose face. Just then, the Dean of Purple Thunder Academy came over and sighed inexplicably. Old Li? You are really good at hiding. Dean Lan Yu was completely confused and didn't understand the meaning of these words at all. Dean Hongyang suddenly interrupted and said, It's not that he can hide, he's just blind. As for how he became blind, don't ask me, I don't know either, ha ha ha. He's blind. Dean Zile seemed to be thinking about something, with a hint of amusement in his expression. Could it be that he doesn't know? What do you think? That's pretty blind, ha ha. Listening to the two people's sarcastic remarks, Dean Lan Yu was furious. Finally, he couldn't help it and said angrily, What the hell are you two talking about? Chapter 49, Martial Arts Secret Realm. Wilderness Warning Area. Ouch. The howling of angry wolves rang out, and in the forest, 2 figures, a man and a wolf, were seen intertwining and fighting each other. The strong gale even flattened the area within a radius of dozens of meters. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally. Congratulations, you have gained a 3,200 times critical hit bonus for this attack. The 7 killing swords fell and slashed the wolf's head. With a loud bang, the little wolf, which was only about 1 meter tall and had green hair all over its body, fell to the ground and its head rolled off. It was already deader than dead. Ha! Finally killed this wolf! Yan Xiu also let out a long sigh and a smile appeared on his face. If it was before the second test, Yan Xiu would never have dared to fight with the green wind wolf. After all, this second-level ferocious beast was naturally friendly to the wind element, and was known for its speed, and its sharp claws could easily tear open his flesh. But now it's different. With the blessing of Zaiyayu Dragon Step and the guaranteed triple bonus of the critical strike system, Yan Xiu was barely able to dodge the attack of the green wind wolf. For him, as long as you can gain the upper hand in speed and find time to attack, killing your opponent is just a matter of time. It's time to go back. After putting the Qifeng wolf back into the small Qiankuing ring, Yan Xiu felt satisfied and left the warning area. After returning to Tianling City, Yan Xiu immediately went to the Wanyao Pavilion and prepared to sell the body of the Qifeng wolf in exchange for blood sheep pills to take his strength to the next level. But what surprised him was, Mu Shuan was not in the store today. Could it be that something happened? Yan Xiu thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. It's good for me to have some peace and quiet when she's not here." Just then a customer left and the counter became vacant, so Yan Xiu sat down immediately. "Hello, Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by a voice with a hint of laughter. "Little girl, leave this to me, you can go and entertain other guests." Oh, yes, sir." The female receptionist was obviously very nervous and spoke haltingly. She quickly stood up and gave up her seat. Yan Xiu looked in the direction of the voice. His brows furrowed slightly. The other person was an old man with gray hair but firm skin, looking quite detached and immortal. He just sat in front of me, but he seemed to blend in with the surrounding environment, demonstrating the way of martial arts. "Moving along? Tisk, it's so boring to be guessed." This is not difficult to guess, Yan Xiu thought to himself, but he was not too surprised. Or maybe he had a premonition that sooner or later, when he met Mu Shuan, he would have to deal with the vice president of the Martial Arts Union, one of the few martial artists in Tianling City, and the old man of the Mu family. "It is my honor to be received by Mr. Mu personally." When Mu Yinglong heard this, he couldn't help but blew his beard and glared. "What are you thinking, kid? You still want me to receive you in person? I came to see you for something else." Yanjing said calmly. "Please speak, senior." He was still very grateful to the old man of the Mu family. Whatever the reason. If he had not taken action and severely injured Wang Tianshi, he would probably have been shrouded in the shadow of death during this period of time, not daring to move around casually, let alone go to the wilderness to accept the second test and obtain the master's method of Zaiyayu Longbu. Mu Yinglong looked around and said, "This is not the place to talk. Come with me." "Good." After leaving the hall, under the guidance of Mu Yinglong, the two soon arrived at an extremely luxurious room. Yan Xiu looked at the familiar decoration inside and subconsciously said, "Has this VIP room been cleaned? The speed is quite fast, isn't it?" Mu Yinglong suddenly opened his eyes wide. "So it was you, kid, who released the corpse of the second-level beast into this room. Pay me 129,006 for the cleaning fee of this room. Hurry and pay me." Yan Xiu. "Senior, why don't I understand what you are saying?" Mu Yinglong. No wonder my precious granddaughter would grit her teeth every time she mentioned this guy. It's really infuriating. "Boy, now that we have met, I don't want to hide anything. I have investigated you." Then Mu Yinglong told him Yan Xiu's past in detail, including the tragic death of his parents in the beast's hide and the destruction of his cultivation. Yan Xiu frowned. Although he had long expected that the Mu family would investigate him behind his back because he was too close to Mu Shuan, he still felt uncomfortable when he heard it now. But, thinking that Mu Yinglong had helped him a lot by injuring Wang Tianshi, he felt much more relieved. Mu Yinglong continued, "I haven't investigated your secrets, nor am I interested in them. Don't worry about that. The reason I asked you to come here this time is to talk to my precious granddaughter." Before the martial artist could finish his words, Yan Xiu interrupted him and said, "Your precious granddaughter and I have nothing to do with each other. You don't have to force me to break up. Of course, if you are willing to pay a huge breakup fee, I won't mind." If eyes could kill, Yan Xiu would have died several times. Mu Yinglong gnashed his teeth and said, "Boy, whoever wants to talk about this, don't be too narcissistic. My granddaughter is very picky. She definitely, should, maybe, almost, will not be interested in you." But the further he spoke, the softer his voice became. Thinking of how his precious granddaughter had behaved when she mentioned this kid in the past, he no longer felt as confident. Yan Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, then became curious. "Oh, what's that?" Mu Yinglong said in a deep voice. "Do you know what the result of the 7 colleges competition is related to?" Yan Xiu thought for a moment. "It concerns the ranking of the 7 major colleges in Tianling City." "Yes, but that's only one aspect. There's another thing you probably haven't heard of," Mu Yinglong said solemnly. "The result of the 7 colleges competition also determines the number of people who can enter the martial arts secret realm." Martial arts secret realm? Yan Xiu's pupils constricted slightly. It was the first time that he heard news about the secret realm from someone else. Martial arts secret realm? This secret realm is located in the territory of Tianling City. It is one of the public secret realms that has been made public. It opens once every 5 years. Each time, 300 members who are no older than 18 years old and have not yet broken through the warrior realm can enter. Among these places, 2/3 belong to Tianling City, and the remaining 1/3 is divided among the major subordinate base cities. Yan Xiu seemed to be thinking. "How many places are there in Tianling City?" 15. Mu Yinglong said. 10 of them will be decided by the rankings of the 7 colleges competition, and the remaining 5 will be recommended by the 5 vice presidents of the Martial Arts Union. It just so happens that I have 2 places, one for Mu Shuan, and as for the other. Chapter 50 Betting. Yan Xiu pointed at himself. Mu Yinglong glared at him angrily. "You are so boring. You should at least pretend to be confused, nervous, and expectant. What's the point of just saying it directly like that?" This martial arts master didn't seem as majestic as imagined, but rather a little eccentric. Yan Xiu thought to himself, then frowned again. "Senior, don't the 5 vice presidents each have 1 quota? How come you have 2? What's so strange about this? I just beat up Wang Tianshi, so naturally I took the quota from him." Mu Yinglong was very casual, as if beating up this powerful martial artist was a natural thing to do. "Let's not talk about this useless thing for now, kid, since you have already guessed it. I will get straight to the point." "Good. This place in my hand is indeed prepared for you, but there is a condition." Yan Xiu frowned. "Conditions? What conditions?" Mu Yinglong said seriously. "Protect my precious granddaughter and don't let her be bullied." Yan Xiu suddenly felt extremely reluctant and almost refused on the spot. Mu Yinglong glared at him unhappily. "What's with that expression on your face, kid? To tell you the truth, my granddaughter is quite capable. She is much stronger than Mr. Xia's great-grandson, the first in the 7 colleges competition. I called you here just to be on the safe side." Yan Xiu was still very hesitant. He couldn't say that he disliked Mu Shuan, but after this year's experience, he would instinctively resist any attempt to get closer to her. Mu Yinglong then added quietly, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that the rating of the martial arts secret realm is not low. There are great fortunes in it, and it is not impossible that there are even spiritual objects that can repair the foundation of martial arts. If you're not interested, forget it. I am so old, I don't like to force others. I'll look for it again." Yan Xiu stood up suddenly, his expression extremely sincere. "Senior, please be sure to leave this errand to me." Mu Yinglong. It's not that Yan Xiu is too utilitarian, it's just that the spiritual objects that can restore the foundation of martial arts are attractive enough. His current cultivation progress seems to be quite fast. In just 1 month, he has broken through to the 7th level martial artist. However, only Yan Xiu himself knows how much he has been delayed because of his damaged martial arts foundation, and what kind of constraints he will encounter in his future practice. So, as long as it involves things that can repair the foundation of martial arts, let alone protecting Mu Shuan. Even if it means asking him to kill gods, Yan Xiu will try. Mu Yinglong sighed and said, I say, kid, when I told you that you wanted to go with my precious granddaughter, you were extremely reluctant. But when I told you that there were spiritual objects that could repair the foundation of martial arts, you jumped up all of a sudden. Can't you just pretend? Why do you have to act so real? Then senior, how about we do it again? Yan Xiu also felt that it was a bit unkind, so he asked tentatively. Mu Yinglong. Get lost. In the following communication, Mu Yinglong also roughly explained the process of going to the martial arts secret realm. The time is 3 days later, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, to gather at the Underground Rail Center. At that time, Mu Yinglong will be the recommender and personally send Yan Xiu to board the special train to Tianlong City. Yan Xiu also solemnly stated that he would definitely help take good care of Mu Shuan. Mu Yinglong felt strange after hearing this. I always feel like I'm inviting a wolf into the house. By the way, you came to the store this time to sell the materials of the fierce beasts and exchange them for money to sell the elixirs. Mu Yinglong said, My granddaughter is not here, so let this old man receive you personally. Take out all the materials you have. Yan Xiu nodded. Okay, senior. Seeing the boy in front of him about to wave his hand and deploy his storage weapon, Mu Yinglong somehow had a bad feeling in his heart, as if he had overlooked something. Suddenly he remembered something, his face changed drastically, and he hurried to stop it. Wait a minute, kid. Unfortunately, it was too late. The metaspace opened and a 1-meter-tall green wind wolf appeared in the VIP room. Blood immediately flowed and a fishy smell spread. Along with it, there was a wailing sound. No, my VIP room! Soon the inventory of the blue wind wolf's corpse was completed, with a total value of 2.12 million, much higher than that of the earth bear. But this time Yan Xiu only got 2 million. Because 120,000 of them were deducted by Mu Yinglong as the cost of cleaning the VIP room. Of course, he couldn't take the remaining 2 million with him. He used it all to buy blood-chi pills, a total of 27 pills, which were placed in a jade bottle. When Yan Xiu left the Wana Pavilion, he could vaguely see Mu Yinglong's gnashing teeth. Mr. Mu is such a fool. He is already so old, but he still loses his temper. He just soiled the VIP room, but he still deducted money. That's almost 1.5 blood-chi pills. He really lost a lot. On the other side. Until the boy left and disappeared from his sight, the anger on Mu Yinglong's face disappeared, and instead he showed a smile. Another complete corpse of a second-level beast. It seems that this kid does have the ability to cross great realms to kill enemies and slay warriors. It is highly likely that he killed the twin devils of heaven and earth. Next, the martial artist recalled the information he had recently collected. He was once the top genius of Blue Rain Academy, but because of the beast-tide attack, he not only lost all his cultivation, but also his martial arts foundation was damaged, making it difficult for him to make any further progress. This year, I was betrayed by my best friend. This year I have been met with countless cold stares and ridicules. But suddenly I got a great opportunity. I was able to rise from the bottom, and be reborn from the ashes. Until now, with the power of a martial artist, I have crossed a great realm and killed the second-order ferocious beast. It can be predicted that as long as this child does not die young, he will surely soar into the sky in the future, surpassing all things and becoming the most powerful martial artist. Help him solve some problems and give him a place, so that you can be a guardian of the Tao. Plus his relationship with your precious granddaughter. In this way, as long as he rises in the future, he will never forget the Mu family of Tianling City, and we can also have an extra guarantee in today's world. Then, he called Mu Shuan again. Hey, my dear granddaughter, what do you think about going to the martial arts secret realm? What, you don't want to go? Fine, Grandpa won't force you. It's just that the guy named Yan Xiu also wants to go, and I thought you were willing. What, you changed your mind? Fine, Grandpa will apply for you right away. Night. As soon as Yan Xiu returned home, he immediately started practicing. Congratulations, the pill you took this time triggered a 20-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, you have triggered a 15x critical hit bonus by taking the elixir this time. Congratulations, you have triggered a 5-fold critical hit bonus by taking the elixir this time. Congratulations, you have taken the elixir this time, and it has triggered a triple critical hit bonus. Chapter 51, The Swordsman. Yan Xiu was only 1 elephant's strength away from becoming an 8th-level martial artist. As the medicinal power dissolved, with the help of the infinite critical hit system, he was able to take the final step easily. The power of 63 elephants, 8th-level warrior, breakthrough. This is not over yet. As the 27 blood chi pills were digested one after another, Yan Xiu's strength was also rising steadily. The power of 65 elephants. The power of 67 elephants. Eventually it reaches the power of 69 elephants. The boiling blood gradually calmed down. Yan Xiu exhaled, slowly opened his eyes, felt the tremendous power in his body, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 69 elephant powers, triple critical strike guaranteed, which means that now every strike I make can have the power of 207 elephants. At 8 extremes Batian strike and Zayayulong Budat. If I meet a warrior again, even if I don't trigger a high critical hit, I can still handle it. The training is over. Yan Xiu thought of the martial arts secret realm again. He was not sure whether there was really a great fortune in there. Mu Yinglong only said that it was possible, but even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to strive for it. Repair the foundation of martial arts. It is his biggest goal at the moment. We're leaving in 3 days. Yan Xiu's eyes showed some anticipation. I haven't been to Tianlong City yet. I heard that it is dozens of times more prosperous than Tianling City. I wonder what the scenery there is like. In the next 3 days, Yan Xiu did not go to the wilderness warning area to hunt the 2nd-level ferocious beasts. One is that he wants to save his energy to prepare for the next trip to the martial arts secret realm. The other is that he is worried that he might get injured in the battle with the 2nd-level beast, which would affect his performance in the secret realm. The third and most important point. I heard that Wang Tianshi had issued a commission to hunt me down in the black market, and it hadn't been rescinded yet. This meant that there might still be warriors keeping an eye on me. In order to avoid encountering these warriors, Yan Xiu even tried not to go out as much as possible, and concentrated on studying the Zayayulongbu at home. In a blink of an eye, the day to set off for Tianlong City arrived. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Yan Xiu arrived at the subway central station as scheduled. The Mu family's grandfather and grandson have arrived. The old man was sitting in the VIP room with his eyes closed. On the contrary, Mu Shuan was looking around as if looking for something. When she saw Yan Xiu walking in, her eyes lit up and she stood up to greet him. But then she thought of something and sat down again, pretending nothing had happened. What does this mean? Yan Xiu was stunned, but he didn't worry too much. Since the other person didn't mean to say hello, he naturally wouldn't make things awkward for himself. Why not find a seat and wait? There were not many people in the subway station at this time, and the top 10 contestants in the 7 colleges competition had not appeared, making the waiting room a little deserted. As time passed, Mu Shuan could no longer sit still. She stood up and walked fiercely in front of Yan Xiu, with a bit of hostility on her face. Hey, you saw me, why don't you come and say hello? Yan Xiu frowned. Weren't you the one who ignored me first? It was you who broke your promise first and made me angry. Mu Shuan was immediately furious when he heard this. Yan Xiu looked confused. When did I break my word? Let me ask you, have you been to the wilderness warning zone again recently? Mu Shuan sneered, her beautiful eyes fixed on the young man in front of her. Otherwise, where did the corpse of the green wind wolf come from? Don't tell me that you just happened to pick it up while walking around. Yan Xiu covered his face, speechless. I don't care. You promised to take me to the wilderness hunting area. For this, I paid a 7-killing sword. After this martial arts performance is over and you return from Tianlong City, you must fulfill your promise. Mu Shuan's voice was trembling when she spoke, and she was obviously very angry. Yan Xiu was going to take the second test and to the security zone for training. He hadn't thought of the daughter of the Mu family. He knew he was in the wrong, so he had no choice but to agree. Okay, when I come back this time, I'll take you to the wilderness together. Is it a deal? It's a deal. A liar is a puppy. You're just a kid, and a puppy, Okay, since I promise, I will definitely not break my promise. In the VIP room, although Mu Long closed his eyes to rest, he could still easily hear the conversation between the two people with his powerful martial arts skills. The corners of his mouth twitched. Although he valued Yan Xiu's potential and made an investment in him, he also hoped to establish a good relationship with this kid. But seeing his granddaughter happy and angry for him, I felt really bad, as if the cabbages in my own garden were being eaten away. My granddaughter won't be so easily moved. 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 Mu Long kept repeating this sentence like a tape recorder. As time went by, more and more contestants arrived at the underground railway station. The first to appear were a boy and a girl, who looked quite arrogant. Behind them, they were followed by a middle-aged man and a middle-aged graceful woman. It's Ren Sha and Wang Qian, Mu Shuan said calmly. It seems that they are indeed valued by the seniors of the heroic sword couple. They were even given a place in the martial arts secret realm. Yan Xiu naturally knew that the heroic couple and the twin swords were two of the 5 vice presidents of the Tianling City Martial Arts Union, and they were also a couple. The man's name is Lin Buhui. The woman's name is Wang Yan. They are all rare martial artists in Tianling City. But I have never heard of those two young people. Are Ren Sha and Wang Qian the children of the two seniors? I guess so, said Mu Shuan. Yan Xiu frowned. Is it? What do you mean? The two elders were severely injured in the battle with the enemy in their early years and could not have their own children for the rest of their lives. Ren Sha and Wang Qian were both adopted later. If that's the case, then it's perfectly normal for the two seniors to give the quota to the adopted son or daughter. Why do you look like you're not satisfied? Because Ren Sha and Wang Qian both have very ordinary martial arts talents. After more than 10 years of training, they have barely broken through to the 7th level of martial arts apprentice. This time Yan Xiu finally understood why Mu Shuan's words always revealed a hint of contempt. A 7th level martial artist could be considered a genius in the academy, but he obviously couldn't get a spot in the martial arts secret realm. With such strength, even if he really went to Tianling City, he probably wouldn't get a good ranking, which would be a waste of resources. But in order to raise his adopted sons and daughters, they still gave such precious places to Ren Sha and Wang Qian instead of giving them to martial artists with greater potential and who were in greater need of them. No wonder Mu Shuan was dissatisfied. Chapter 52 Encounter. After giving some instructions, the chivalrous swordsman left Ren Sha and Wang Qian and went to the VIP room. After saying hello to Mu Long, he also found a seat and closed his eyes to rest. Although Ren Sha and Wang Qian were not strong, they were obviously very arrogant. They forcibly drove away a group of people nearby and sat in that position themselves. Everything seemed to be natural. Yan Xiu just glanced at it calmly. I didn't plan to care. In the world of martial arts, the strong prey on the weak, and there are many injustices in the world. It is impossible for him to control them all. Not to mention, who has ever helped me when I was looked down upon and ridiculed by others? As time went by, more teams arrived, including Baiwa Academy, Limbing Academy, etc. Blue Rain Academy was the third to arrive. The team was led by another teacher, whose surname was Song. He was rigid and could not distinguish right from wrong. Following behind him were Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and Ren Sha Dai. In fact, in the 7 colleges competition, only Li Xian won the top 10 position and had the opportunity to go to the martial arts secret realm. As for the others, they were just here to run with him. Several people also saw Yan Xiu and were all startled. Hey, how could Yan Xiu be here? Only contestants who are going to Tianling City to participate in the martial arts secret realm can board this special train. Logically speaking, this loser should not be qualified. Could it be that he is here to send someone off as well? Wait, that's not right. Look at what he has in his hand. That's a pass to Tianling City. He also wants to go to the martial arts secret realm. The pass to Tianling City was given by Mu Long when Yan Xiu first arrived at the underground track center. As a high-level base city, Tianling City is not accessible to anyone at will. Residents of lower-level cities must apply to enter the city. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment I couldn't believe it. At this moment, Li Xian suddenly saw the beautiful figure with Yan Xiu. He was distracted for a moment, then he thought of something. His expression couldn't help but twist, and his eyes were full of jealousy. The eldest lady of the Mu family, Mu Shuan? The expressions of the others also changed color. They knew that Mu Shuan had come to Blue Rain Academy to look for Yan Xiu and behaved quite intimately with him. When they thought about how he was just a waste but had the qualifications to enter the martial arts secret realm, they immediately realized something. They felt disdain, jealousy, contempt, etc. I know. It must be that Mu Shuan begged her grandfather to give a quota to Yan Xiu so that he could have the opportunity to go to Tianlong City. Yes, that's definitely the case. Otherwise, with Yan Xiu's realm as a second-level martial artist and only the power of 11 elephants, how could he possibly have this qualification? This loser, knowing that he will never achieve anything in martial arts, actually turns to a woman and eats her as a gigolo. He is not a real man. I don't know what it is about him that can attract Mu Shuan. I think this Miss Mu has been deceived. Everyone was talking about it, and they all felt that they had discovered the truth. The reason why Yan Xiu got the chance to go to Tianlong City and participate in the secret martial arts performance was because he was a gigolo at Mu Shuan's expense. Among them, Ren Sha and Luo Shi had particularly complicated feelings. Although they had drawn a line in their hearts, when Yan lost all his cultivation and became a waste, they felt very uncomfortable when they saw the person they once admired with another woman who was far better than themselves. Women's minds are sometimes so complicated. I may not like this man and I may despise him, but if he gets too close to other women, I will always feel uncomfortable. Although Li Xian and the others lowered their voices deliberately, the people present were all martial arts practitioners, and their hearing was naturally extraordinary, so how could they hide it from their ears? Mu Shuan smiled, with a hint of pride in her eyes. I never thought that the mighty killing sword would eat my clothes one day. I am honored. Yan Xiu had a blank expression on his face. So you want to be my woman? What? Of course it's just on the surface, Yan Xiu said calmly. If I'm your gigolo, then our relationship will naturally develop towards gigolo status. Mu Shuan was panicking now. She just wanted to put some pressure on Yan Xiu and make this abominable guy not be so complacent, but she didn't think about getting herself involved. No, I don't have that idea. Knowing that she was not good at making excuses, and that the more she explained, the worse it would be, Mu Shuan simply chose to change the subject. Speaking of which, Yan Xiu, you are not angry when they ridicule you like this? Yan Xiu shook his head. Maybe in the past, but not now. Why? Because I'm used to it. Used to it? Mu Shuan stared blankly at the calm face in front of her. Somehow, her heart was deeply touched again. As time went by, it wasn't long before the contestants from Hongyang College arrived. In this 7-college competition, Hongyang College achieved remarkable results and became the second-ranked martial arts college in Tianling City. Not only that, 2 contestants entered the top 10, namely Lu Yunxing and Shang Yingning. One of them was second and the other was 7th. Teacher Zhou still led the team, and soon everyone walked into the waiting room. Old road, old road, old road. Suddenly, a hurried voice sounded, and Shang Yingming kept fiddling with the arms of the people around him, as if he had discovered something big. Lu Yunxing shook his hands impatiently. Stop shaking, tell me what's going on. Look over there. Which way? Lu Yunxing turned his head and was shocked when he saw it. Mountain, the god on the mountain? He is also going to the martial arts secret realm? Obviously, yes. Shang Yingming nodded, and then said nervously. Lao Lu, what should we do now? What else can I do? Of course I'll go up and say hello. Yes, say hello. The 2 of them first informed the team leader. Teacher Zhou naturally would not refuse. He knew very well that the dean had already made up his mind to poach people and let his students get closer to him, which would pave the way for the future. Soon the 2 of them arrived in front of Yan Xiu. There was a hint of respect in his voice. Brother, we meet again. This must be my sister-in-law. She is so beautiful. Hello, sister-in-law. Mu Shuan's face immediately turned red, and she glared at him fiercely and said, Don't talk nonsense, the two of you. He and I are just friends. We are not that kind of relationship. Yan Xiu's tone was calm. Yes, we are friends. Lu Yunxing and Shang Yingming also showed an expression of sudden enlightenment in their eyes, with a meaningful look in their eyes. Oh, so you are friends? Not far away. When Li Xian and others saw this scene, they opened their eyes wide again, their hearts filled with disbelief. Lu Yunxing, the second-ranked genius in the 7 colleges competition. Shang Yingming, the genius who ranked 7th in the 7 colleges competition. They actually took the initiative to greet Yan Xiu? Chapter 53, Living Off Others. The person who felt most uncomfortable here was Li Xian. In the 7th Academy competition, he was defeated by Lu Yunxing and Shang Yingming respectively, and the defeat was very miserable. Even though several days have passed, he can still clearly remember the disdain in the eyes of these two people. Although it is not stated explicitly. But Li Xian knew. In their hearts, they have never taken Blue Rain's #1 talent seriously. Li Xian didn't feel uncomfortable at first. After all, he lost in the ring and was not as skilled as his opponent. He had to endure the resentment in his heart. But now he saw something. Those two who never took themselves seriously, the 2nd and 7th place winners of the 7 colleges competition, actually took the initiative to talk to Yan Xiu, a loser. And judging by the warmth they showed, it seemed like they were actively trying to please him. Why? Why did that loser win the favor of Miss Mu and be praised by the 2nd and 7th place winners of the 7 colleges competition? Li Xian's expression was slightly ferocious. I am already filled with jealousy beyond words. I see. These two people must be so enthusiastic towards Yan Xiu because of Mu Shuan. Otherwise, he is just a waste and there is no way he would be treated like this. Luo Qing, his face was not looking good either. Compared to Li Xian, he was also hit hard. It should be like this. Luo Qing has stared at the front. I heard that the eldest lady of the Mu family did not study at the Martial Arts Academy in Tianling City, but suspected that she entered Tianlong City and became a student of Songqing Advanced Martial Arts Academy. Perhaps this is the reason why Lu Yunxing and Shang Yingming took the initiative to please her. Your martial arts foundation has been destroyed, so you rely on women for a living, Yan Xiu. How shameless. Right. Ren Sha and Luo Shi also clenched their fists tightly, and without thinking about whether the logic was valid, they believed in the two people's guess. At this time, another person appeared, about 12 or 13 years old, with a defiant face and a strong aura. When the martial artists from the 7 academies in front saw him, their faces changed and they all made way for him. Li Xian and the others were also somewhat shocked. They recognized that this child was the first-place winner of the 7th college competition. Summer life. But what happened next surprised everyone present again. Xiaxing, who originally had a defiant look on his face, looked as if he had seen a ghost when he looked at a certain place. He was horrified and no longer had any arrogance on his body. Instead, he came to another person obediently like a child who had done something wrong and whispered. You're here too? Xiaxing actually went to say hello to Yan Xiu. Moreover, he is so humble, almost no different from Lu Yunxing and Shang Yingming. Li Xian opened his eyes wide, his heart filled with shock. He didn't understand. Could it be that the daughter of the Mu family really had such a strong deterrent power that even the first-place winner of the 7 colleges competition had to lower his proud head? Not only him. Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and Ren Sha all had expressions of horror on their faces, finding it difficult to comprehend the scene before them. Although Yan Xiu was not sure how much of a shock Xiaxing, Lu Yunxing and Shang Yingming coming to greet him had caused to the people around them, he could still vaguely sense it from the changes in their eyes. He didn't want to attract attention. Or maybe he no longer likes being in the spotlight after experiencing that disaster a year ago. Facing the greetings from the three, he just waved his hand casually. I'm glad to see you too. Okay, if there's nothing else, go back. I also need to close my eyes and rest for a while. Xiaxing, Lu Yunxing, Shang Yingming. They all felt a little uncomfortable. As the top talents of the younger generation in Tianling City, they had never been treated so perfunctorily before. But when he thought about how powerful the man in front of him was, who could use the power of a martial artist to cross a great realm and kill a second-level ferocious beast, and defeat the first place in the 7 colleges competition with just one finger, the discomfort in his heart disappeared. Little brother, there's one more thing. Lu Yunxing wanted to leave, but at the critical moment, he suddenly remembered something and said quickly, "Our dean wants to meet with you. I wonder when it is convenient for you." Xiaxing was afraid of being a little slow, so he hurriedly said, Oh, bro, my dean also wants to meet you. When can we meet?" Just finished speaking. Xiaxing and Lu Yunxing glared at each other fiercely, and their eyes collided, producing intense sparks. "The deans of Hongyang College and Zile College both want to see me?" Yan Xiu was thoughtful, thinking that his true strength should not be a secret in front of them, and he roughly guessed in his heart what their purpose was in looking for him. "Think for a moment." Yan Xiu did not refuse, but said ambiguously, "Let's find a time after we return from Tianlong City." "Yeah, okay." After getting the accurate answer, Xiaxing and Lu Yunxing left contentedly. Along the way, the two were still on edge with each other. If you didn't know, you would think they were mortal enemies. Time passed slowly, and before long, the special train to Tianlong City pulled into the station. This special train is not ordinary. It can travel through dangerous wilderness and go back and forth between 2 base cities. It is a high-quality military train in itself. It can even block the attacks of disaster-level beasts. Because it consumes a lot of energy to start at once, it can only be started for important matters. The special train was not empty, because geniuses from other base cities had already boarded the train, and Tianling City was just one of the stops. After identity verification, soon everyone got on the bus one after another. Yan Xiu's position was relatively far back, and it was about 10 minutes later that it was his turn. There was a warrior exuding a powerful aura, standing at the door of the car, checking passes and identities. After confirming that there was no problem, he made way half a space. Yan Xiu then planned to get in the car. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Yan Xiu, when you rejected me, I thought you were so manly, but it turns out you are just a man who lives off others." The one who spoke was Ren Sha. At this moment, her face was distorted and she felt very unwilling. Why? Why didn't I get the chance to go to Tianlong City and participate in the martial arts secret realm, while this loser got the chance by relying on a woman? Yan Xiu turned his head at this time and looked at the woman in front of him with an expressionless face. "Don't make me kill you!" In a trance, Ren Sha felt her soul was frozen, as if she would die in the next moment. When I came to my senses, Yan Xiu had already boarded the train and disappeared, and the bone-chilling coldness just now seemed like an illusion. What did he just say? He wants to kill me! Just a second-level martial artist. How can he have the courage to do this? And why was that rubbish so scary just now? Chapter 54, Tianlong City. That person just now was... Mu Shuan was right next to him, so she naturally heard what was said just now. She felt inexplicably angry. Yan Xiu said calmly, "I was once a suitor, but I rejected him." So she turned from love to hate? That's not the case. On the contrary, after I was crippled, she was extremely glad that I didn't agree to it. After a pause, Yan Xiu casually looked out the window. Maybe I took up a place in the martial arts secret realm and was going to Tianlong City, which stimulated her. Mu Shuan seemed to be thinking about something. For some reason, she felt a little happy in her heart. So, she doesn't know your true strength. They probably don't know. Yan Xiu shook his head. I've never deliberately told anyone about my affairs. Just at this moment, Yan Xiu suddenly stared at the girl in front of him and asked a very sharp question. If one day, I no longer have the power to kill enemies across realms, or even lose all my cultivation and become a waste, will you still have the same attitude towards me as you do now? Mu Shuan had thought about this question a long time ago and already had the answer, so he subconsciously gave an answer. Yan Xiu waved his hand and interrupted him, saying, Forget it, it's not important. Mu Shuan said angrily, Hey, I haven't said it yet, why is it not important? Yan Xiu's eyes were as calm as water. Anyone can say it, so it doesn't matter. What really matters is what you will do when the moment comes. Mu Shuan was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Soon the train was shut down, and driven by the mighty power of heaven and earth, it quickly left the center of the underground track, left Tianling City, and headed towards the next stop. Tianling City is not the last stop. Next, we will go to other base cities to pick up the remaining qualified candidates for the martial arts secret realm. The teacher leading the team in Tianling City is named Zhang Qingming. He is not a martial artist, but a warrior. The reason why a martial artist is not needed to lead the team is because the strong men at this level are the backbone of ordinary base cities. In order to prevent a beast tide from happening, they will not leave easily. The space in the train is very large. The contestants from each base city will be arranged in a carriage with a space of 40 square meters. The environment is also extremely comfortable. Yan Xiu was only interested in the great fortune in the martial arts secret realm. That could repair the foundation of martial arts, so he was not very active. At most, he would occasionally chat with Mu Shuan. On the other hand, Xiaxing, Lu Yunxing and Shang Yiming, the three of them, didn't know if they had discussed it beforehand, but soon after they got on the train, they all surrounded Yan Xiu, chatting one after another, making small talk, not caring whether it would be annoying or not. Their main purpose was to make their presence felt. Why? Li Xian clenched his fists tightly. He was the only person from Blue Rain College who boarded the train. As they were in the same compartment, he naturally saw the geniuses who had shone brightly in the 7 colleges competition. They all surrounded Yan Xiu, their faces revealing attentiveness. This made him even more unacceptable. Why are you all surrounding that loser? I am the #1 genius in Blue Rain Academy. I am. Pity. No one cared about Li Xian's feelings, and even ignored his existence. Time passed by little. No one had ever been to Tianling City, but they had heard of it. They were full of expectations for this advanced base city. Mu Shuan. Yan Xiu, when we get to Tianling City, do you need a tour guide? Yan Xiu. Who is the tour guide? Of course it's me. Have you been to Tianling City? What do you mean by I've been there? Mu Shuan's voice was a little unpleasant. I'm just a student studying at the Tsenqing Advanced Martial Arts Academy in Tianling City. I just returned to Tianling City temporarily due to some special reasons. Yan Xiu was surprised. He really didn't expect that Mu Shuan actually had such an identity. So you are familiar with Tianling City? Of course. Mu Shuan's face was slightly proud. I have been training in Tianling City for 2 years. I know the place well, but I know it pretty well. Next. Mu Shuan's face showed some anticipation again. How about it, do you want me to be your tour guide? As long as you asked me, I will agree to take you to have fun in Tianling City. Well, please act as a tour guide for once. Yan Xiu said this calmly. This actually stunned Mu Shuan. She originally thought that this guy was arrogant, and would not easily agree. She never thought that he would not play by the rules. You agreed so readily. What else? Yan Xiu said. It's not a big loss anyway. Obviously, she won, but for some reason, Mu Shuan felt like she lost. She was fuming. I was thinking about how to make a comeback. At this moment, the sound of quarreling suddenly came from the front, and soon, the quarrel turned into a fight, and someone started fighting. It was Ren Sha and Wang Qian. These two guys, for some reason, got into a conflict with the other carriages and started fighting. The two were badly beaten. They were originally only 7th-rank martial artists, and only because of their adoptive parents who held high positions did they fight for the qualification to enter the secret martial arts realm. The people in the other carriages were all geniuses from different base cities, and their qualifications were earned through hard work, so they were naturally no match for them, and a tragedy was about to happen. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. It was from the leader, Zhang Qingming. He could not stand by and watch Ren Sha and Wang Qian die tragically, otherwise he would not be able to explain to the swordsman couple. But soon another voice came. Brother, it's just a sparring match between the juniors, there's no need for us to take action. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Qingming and blocked the burst of true energy. Although he was smiling, his expression was full of anger. The strange thing is, none of the geniuses in Tianling City had any intention of helping Ren Sha and Wang Qian. It seems that they are not popular with others? Yan Xiu thought thoughtfully. Mu Shuan's eyes also flashed with disgust. These two people usually rely on the favor of the swordsman couple to do whatever they want in Tianling City. Their reputation has long been extremely bad. This conflict was probably caused by them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have angered the leader of the other teams so much. It would be strange if anyone was willing to help them. I see. In the end, the two sides did not fight because a ray of energy fell from the train and suppressed everyone, and martial artists from Tianling City came forward to warn both sides. Just looking at the resentful looks on Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian's faces, they were obviously very dissatisfied. Yan Xiu didn't like being noticed in the first place, so he naturally had no intention of getting involved. He just wanted to get to the martial arts secret realm as soon as possible to find a great fortune that could repair the foundation of his martial arts. Time passes slowly. After about 2 hours, we finally arrived at Tianling City. Chapter 55 Tsunqing Martial Arts Academy. When the train arrived at Tianling City, it was already evening. The night was falling and the stars were twinkling, which was a rare scenery. Yan Xiu stared in front of him in a daze. He had to admit that Tianling City was indeed a high-level base city. Near the subway station, countless high-rise buildings rose from the ground like a forest. Occasionally, he could see aircraft flying in the sky. The neon lights and the starry night were shining. It was simply incomparable to Tianling City. Just one look at it is enough to give people a great shock. Take a good look. This may be your only chance to come to Tianling City. The martial artist in charge of the train had a hint of contempt in his eyes and did not look down on these country bumpkins. Soon everyone left the station, and an agency specifically responsible for the secret realm arranged accommodation for them. The place where several people live is a hotel with hundreds of floors. It looks luxurious, but it is actually very common in Tianling City. In order to accommodate these warriors who came from ordinary base cities, the secret realm organization even booked 3 floors, which shows that it is quite wealthy. Tianlingcheng was arranged on the 73rd floor. Lu Yunxing and his friends had never seen such a prosperous scene before. They looked left and right, and overlooked the entire Tianling City from the large floor-to-ceiling windows. They were suddenly shocked. Is this an advanced base city? It's so cool. Compared to here, our Tianling City is like a country bumpkin, too backward, there is no comparison at all. It would be nice if I could settle down here. Forget about it. The requirements for settling in a high-level base city are extremely strict. One must be an extremely talented person, or break through to the great martial master level before the age of 50. I'm afraid we can't do that at all. Yan Xiu was also fascinated. There are tall buildings in Tianling City, but they are only 50 or 60 stories high at most. One of them is the Martial Arts Union building, and it is the only one. However, in Tianling City, 100-story buildings can be seen everywhere. There is even a building that is like a divine pillar, towering into the clouds. Looking up from here, people feel insignificant. Just when they were immersed in it, the quarrel was heard again. I scolded you. What? Do you know who I am? If you offend me, you will all end up in a miserable situation. Yo, Tianling City is so domineering. Why, you have to cross cities to kill people? We have offended you today. We want to see how you take revenge. Soon the quarrel escalated into a fight again. A group of people surrounded Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian and beat them up. Xia Xinglu, Yunxing, Shang Yingning and others nearby had no intention of intervening, and there was a hint of disgust in their eyes. Even Zhang Qingming, the warrior leading the team, did not care this time. It was obvious that he was annoyed by the repeated provocations of these two plebeians. Yan Xiu naturally didn't care, and he didn't even have the interest to watch. He quickly looked away. Miss Mu, didn't you say you would be my tour guide and take me to Tianling City? You shouldn't go back on your word, right? Of course not. Do you think I'm as untrustworthy as you? Mu Shuan glared at him fiercely. Soon the two left the hotel. Li Xian happened to see this scene. His eyes were blazing with anger, and jealousy rose again. He couldn't understand why that loser could get the favor of Miss Mu. Although they said they were going to have fun, Mu Shuan didn't actually take Yan Xiu to too many places. The first reason was that tomorrow was the day when the martial arts secret realm would open, and time was tight, so there was no extra free time. The second reason was that Tianling City was too big, and it was almost impossible to visit all the places in one day. However, Mu Shuan brought Yan Xiu to a special place. It was composed of 10 towering buildings, like a city within a city, a very magnificent place. This is the Tsangqing Martial Arts Academy. It is also the only higher martial arts academy in the entire Tianlong city, including its subordinate ordinary-based cities. How about it? Isn't it very impressive? Yan Xiu nodded honestly. It is indeed very impressive. I will probably be able to finish my work soon, and I will also return here to continue my studies. Mu Shuan paused, and suddenly smiled. I know you will definitely come, I will wait for you here. Yan Xiu didn't say anything. Although he was interested in Tsangqing Martial Arts Academy, he didn't come here for anyone. Mu Shuan also realized his thoughts, curled her lips, and said unhappily, Really, you have a heart of stone. No wonder you have no friends. Let's go, the tour is over, let's go back to the hotel to rest. Good. The next morning, everyone gathered at the gate. According to the arrangement of the Secret Realm organization, a special car would come to pick them up to go to the Martial Arts Secret Realm. Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian were not here. I heard from others that they were beaten badly yesterday and could not participate in the secret martial arts performance at all. This was because the other party did not want to make a big deal out of it and did not kill them. Otherwise, it would be unknown whether they could survive. Now the swordsman couple are going crazy. Their son was beaten like this, and the key is that they can't get revenge. Ha ha. Someone laughed, feeling inexplicably refreshed in his heart. But some people were worried. The swordsman couple dotes on these 2 adopted children the most. They were beaten like this. Do you think the 2 seniors will take their anger out on us who are traveling with them? Forehead. The laughter stopped abruptly, and fear appeared on the man's face. The chivalrous and swordsman couple were well known for their doting on their 2 adopted sons and daughters. If they knew that they were beaten like this and no one was willing to help, they might really take their anger out on their companions. Not long after, the car to pick everyone up arrived. It was a suspended extended bus that could accommodate more than 130 people, just enough space. Mu Shuan was sitting next to Yan Xiu. In her spare time, she did not forget to joke. How are you? Are you nervous? There's nothing to be nervous about. Just do your best. Yan Xiu was indeed quite relaxed. With the infinite critical strike system at his disposal, he was invincible as long as there were no warriors participating. The Martial Arts Secret Realm is not in Tianlong City, but in the wilderness, a dangerous area numbered 19256. However, this area had already been cleared by the people from the Secret Realm organization of Tianlong City. With a great martial artist in charge, the safety of the young talents could be absolutely guaranteed. The car drove through the wilderness and soon left the safe zone, entered the warning zone, and then entered the danger zone. Listening to the terrifying howls outside that seemed to penetrate the bone marrow, the warriors in the car all turned pale, fearing that a 3rd-level ferocious beast would suddenly attack. With their strength, I'm afraid it's not enough to fill the gaps in other people's teeth. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 minutes passed. Just when everyone was trembling with fear, the maglev bus stopped and the staff of the Secret Realm agency in charge of leading the bus also shouted. We have arrived at the Martial Arts Secret Realm. Everyone please get off the bus. Chapter 56 Contempt. Everyone got off the maglev bus one after another. Roar. There was an extremely terrifying roar coming from the depths of the forest far away, which revealed a terrifying pressure and made many people feel a chill in their bones. Someone said in a deep voice, It's a 3rd-level beast. Yan Xiu was also a little nervous. The place where the martial arts secret realm is located is in a dangerous area, where 3rd-level ferocious beasts roam. Those are ferocious beasts that only martial artists can contend with. But soon his nerves relaxed again, and he saw that there was more than one martial artist in charge nearby, and in a temporary tent not far away, there was an even more mysterious aura permeating, giving off an inexplicable pressure, and it was obvious that there were even stronger people. In addition, there are also martial artists protecting the maglev bus. His situation. It can be said to be quite safe. Are we the first to arrive? Yan Xiu showed some surprise on his face. They saw that the place in front of them was very empty. Apart from these warriors who came from ordinary base cities, there was no one else there, making it seem a bit deserted. Mu Shuan said with a bit of self-mockery on her face. It's normal. We came from an ordinary base city. We are country folk with the lowest status, so we should be the first to arrive. We can't let the genius of Tianlong City wait for us. This was heard by people nearby, who were somewhat dissatisfied. We are all martial artists, and no one is necessarily worse than anyone else. Why can't we arrive together? Why do we have to wait for them? But soon another person retorted. We are from an ordinary base city. In terms of status, we are inferior to others. There is nothing we can do even if we don't accept it. Although Xiaxing, Lu Yunxing and Shang Yingming knew that this was the reality, they still felt very uncomfortable. Yan Xiu didn't have so many feelings. In this year, he had received countless cold stares and ridicules, and he had long since calmed down about such things. Soon, 2 more maglev buses arrived under the escort of martial artists. The doors opened and young martial artists came out one after another. They were all relatively young, around 18 years old at most, and they were dressed differently, some in dojo uniforms, some in training uniforms, etc. What surprised Yan Xiu a little was that each of these warriors has strong blood and powerful strength, and it is very likely that they have reached the 9th level. You know, such a genius is rare in Tianling City. But in Tianlong City. But he easily found more than 100 people. As a student studying at Sengqing College, Mu Shuan naturally knew the origins of these people and patiently explained. These are all disciples from the major martial arts halls, dojos, and martial arts classes in Tianlong City. They are all geniuses who only appear once in 1,000 people. Including Xiaxing, Lu Yunxing, Shang Yiming. All the geniuses who came from ordinary base cities felt awe in their hearts and felt a sense of threat from these people. On the other side, more than 100 local contestants also saw the ordinary base city candidates who had already arrived, and there was a hint of disdain in their eyes. As native residents of Tianlong City, they have a natural contempt for people from ordinary base cities. Hey, what are you looking at? Someone couldn't stand the look and started cursing on the spot. The result was an even more disdainful look. Of course it's a look of contempt. Can't you see that? You are blind. That's right, a country bumpkin just looks down on you. Say it again if you dare. Just say it, a country bumpkin just looks down on you. A fierce conflict broke out between the two sides immediately. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the martial artist in charge of the secret realm showed up, releasing a wave of pressure that shocked both sides. Remember, be honest. It is a great fortune that I can give you the opportunity to enter the secret realm and have a chance to encounter adventures. Don't be ungrateful. If anyone dares to make trouble again, don't blame me for throwing him out. Although these words were directed at both parties, the martial artist's gaze seemed to be on the martial artists who came from the ordinary base city. The meaning was self-evident. The faces of the geniuses in many ordinary base cities suddenly became extremely ugly. Some were extremely angry, some clenched their teeth, and some clenched their fists, but in the end, no one dared to rage again. After all, this is a dangerous area outside, with third-level ferocious beasts roaming around. If you are really thrown out, the consequences can be imagined. A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. No matter how many grievances they had no choice but to give up. This made the local warriors look even more disdainful, and some even said, "Is this just a genius from an ordinary base city? Haha, I am dying of laughter. The countryside is the countryside, even geniuses are so cheap." The martial artists who were responsible for maintaining order and protecting the safety of the personnel seemed not to have heard anything. No one spoke anymore, because they knew that anger and resentment were meaningless. Yan Xiu had been watching coldly. He did not feel much about the ridicule of the geniuses of Tianlong City. He knew in his heart that if he really met them in the wild, killing them would be just a matter of moving his fingers. Why should we be angry because of the ant's madness? And it made me sick with anger. But he did discover one thing. By the way, what about Sengqing's students? Are they among these people? As he spoke, Yan Xiu's mind emerged. The martial arts university consisting of 10 skyscrapers, extremely magnificent and grand, like a city within a city. Mu Shuan looked calm and shook her head, saying, How could the students of Tsang Qing's preparatory class come with these people? They are geniuses who have stood out from the hundreds of thousands of martial artists in Tianlong City. They are seeds among seeds. Just like they despise us, the students of Tsang Qing also despise them. There was doubt in Yan Xiu's eyes. Preparatory class? They are the students who are close to the Tsangqing Martial Arts Academy but have not yet become formal warriors. They are taken in as seeds. Mu Shuan explained for a while, then suddenly thought of something and said, "In a sense, I am also a student in the preparatory class, but in fact, it is a little different." Yan Xiu smiled and said, "So, Miss Tsang Qing's genius, you actually despise those geniuses in Tianlong City, right?" "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. I'm not that kind of person." Although she said so, Mu Shuan revealed a faint smile, which betrayed her mood. Yan Xiu was slightly speechless. I didn't expect that this Miss Mu had some dark attributes. Just as the two were talking, a loud roar was heard, and a suspended aircraft suddenly appeared in the sky, stopping at a height of 30 or 40 meters. Then, one after another, young figures jumped down from it, and everyone's face showed arrogance that looked down on everything. Mu Shuan smiled and said, "Look, Tsang Qing's students have arrived." Chapter 57, 10th Level Martial Apprentice. There weren't many people coming from the Tsangqing Martial Arts Academy, about 7 or 8, both men and women, and there was nothing unusual on their faces. Wherever they went, the geniuses of Tianlong City, who had been so arrogant just now, all made way for them, looking very panic-stricken, as if they were afraid that they would be blamed if they couldn't dodge in time. Not long after, these blue geniuses noticed the qualified people coming from ordinary base cities, and they all frowned, with a hint of disgust in their expressions. I really don't know what the Secret Realm organization is thinking. The martial arts Secret Realm clearly belongs to Tianlong City, so why do they want to let the rubbish from the base below to mix in and squeeze out the original quota? I agree. It is extremely difficult for martial artists from ordinary bases to even break through to become a martial artist. They are not worth training at all. Those old men are just too merciful. They always think that they can't ignore the lives of ordinary base cities. In my opinion, they should just let them fend for themselves. The strong can survive in any environment, but the useless should be destroyed. Hee hee. These words were 100 times more vicious than what those people said just now. Not only did they bluntly say that people coming out of ordinary base cities were trash, they also indicated that they were not worth training at all and should be left to fend for themselves. This made all the people in the ordinary base cities unable to restrain themselves. They glared at us, and some even fought back without caring about the consequences. You were just born in a good place, what's so great about that? We are all martial artists, and if we really fight, you may not be as strong as us. This statement also attracted the approval of the crowd. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, the martial artist who was maintaining order frowned, a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes, and he burst out with his aura, ready to suppress these people who came from the ordinary base city. One of the geniuses from the Tsangqing Martial Arts Academy spoke up at this time and pleaded, "Senior, since these people from ordinary base cities are unwilling to accept the fact, let us have a competition with them so that we don't lose sight of our own status. It just so happens that there is still some time before the martial arts secret realm opens." This martial artist had always looked down on people from ordinary base cities, and was biased towards them intentionally or unintentionally. Now that he heard this, there was no reason for him to refuse, so he nodded casually. "Okay, but hurry up, and don't kill him, or you won't be able to explain yourself." No. Soon, the people from Tianlong City made way, leaving a large area of space. They looked at the people from the ordinary base cities with a hint of gloating in their eyes. Yan Xiu was very surprised when he saw this scene. As a martial arts master, he is willing to listen to a martial arts apprentice. What's so strange about this? Mu Shuan's face didn't show any surprise. They are all the top seeds in the preparatory class of the Tsangqing Martial Arts Academy. They have unlimited future prospects. Moreover, they all have martial arts family backgrounds. I'm just giving them face. It doesn't cost me anything. So that's how it is. Yan Xiu nodded. Suddenly he thought that Mu Shuan was also Tsang Qing's student, and maybe he knew these people, so he couldn't help but ask. Do you know who they are? I have heard of him. He is quite famous in the preparatory class. Mu Shuan's tone was a little casual. It can be seen that she doesn't care much about these people. The person who just spoke is called Jiang Shaoli. The ones behind him are Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng Bai Sisi, Wang Tianyi, etc. They are considered the strongest among the martial artists in Tianlong City. The strongest group. It seems that these geniuses are indeed extraordinary. How do they compare with you? Yan Xiu changed the subject and suddenly looked at the girl beside him. Mu Shuan was a little slow to react. What? Yan Xiu smiled and said, I mean, among these strongest martial artists in Tianlong City, who is stronger than you? You are trying to trick me, right? Humph, I refuse to answer this question. Mu Shuan glared, not knowing what angered her. She said with puffy cheeks, You just need to know that among martial artists, I am no worse than anyone else. After a pause, Mu Shuan added, Except for you, a pervert. At this time, some geniuses from ordinary base cities could not bear it anymore and stepped onto the open field to challenge Zhang Qin's genius. This person is quite powerful, a 9th-rank martial artist who is close to perfection and has also cultivated Earth-level martial arts. Even in Tianling City, he can already look down on the younger generation. Seeing this man's power, many people also ignited hope. Someone else shouted, Kill these arrogant guys and let them know that we, who come from ordinary base cities, are not so easy to bully. Pity. The fight hadn't lasted half a minute when a figure flew out of the arena and hit the tree trunk hard. He vomited blood and was obviously seriously injured. Among those present, the genius named Jiang Shaoli had a calm expression, as if defeating a top genius from an ordinary base city was a matter of course. The sound without any ripples in the calmness also echoed around. Is this what you call a genius? Haha, I don't think he's that great. If he were in Chongqing, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. Everyone. Silence, a long silence. Everyone opened their eyes wide, their faces filled with disbelief and unwillingness. The man just now was already very strong. His strength was close to the perfection of the 9th level, and he had also learned Earth-level martial arts. However, in front of the genius of Chongqing Martial Arts Academy, he couldn't even last a few rounds and was defeated on the spot. The whole process could be described as a crushing defeat. They don't understand. They are both 9th level martial artists. Why is the gap so huge? Yan Xiu didn't understand, so he asked. There's something wrong with this guy named Jiang Shaoli. Although he's still at the martial arts apprentice stage, his strength has already exceeded the limit of 81 phases. What's going on? What's so strange about this? Haven't you heard that there are 10th level warriors above the 9th level? Mu Shuan answered casually. 10th level martial artist? Yan Xiu was stunned and suddenly thought of a very unpopular knowledge. Although theoretically there are only 9 stages of martial artists, from the power of 1 elephant to the power of 81 elephants, but in reality, above the 9th stage martial artists, there is also a 10th stage martial artists. The 10th level martial artists are those whose strength has broken through the 82 elephants, but have not yet condensed their true essence. There is no upper limit to their strength, which means that a 10th level martial artist can have the strength of 100 elephants, 1,000 elephants, 10,000 elephants, or 100,000 elephants. However, most martial artists, after breaking through to the 9th level, are able to draw violent spiritual energy into their bodies, sink it into their dantian, and condense their true essence. Very few of them can restrain themselves from breaking through and continue to hone their strength. Therefore, the 10th level martial artist. This is very rare in the martial arts world. Chapter 58 Arrogance and Disdain. Yan Xiu had never thought about it in this regard before, but now that he remembered the realm of a 10th level martial artist, he finally understood why Jiang Shaoli could defeat a decent 9th level martial artist so easily. Mu Shuan showed a puzzled expression. That's not right. You have the strength to kill a 2nd level beast, and your strength should have exceeded the limit of 81 elephants long ago. How come you don't know about the 10th level martial arts apprentice? I forgot, I didn't think of it for a while, Yan Xiu said casually. Not only Yan Xiu, but everyone else also thought of the realm of the 10th order martial artist. Their faces turned ugly, and some of them couldn't control the fear in their hearts and subconsciously took 2 steps back. When Jiang Shaoli saw this scene, the disdain on his face became even stronger. Why is this all you have? I just made a move and you're already so scared that you dare not look at me. Trash is trash, you can only be called a genius in a small place. People in ordinary base cities were blushing after hearing what he said. If eyes could kill, Jiang Shaoli would have been cut into pieces long ago. But still no one dared to go on stage. A 10th level warrior has already exceeded the limit of 81 elephants, and 100 elephants, or 1,000 elephants are all possible. They know very well that they are no match for them, and there will be no other possibility except asking for humiliation if they go up. Someone even said indignantly, "You are using the strength of a 10th level martial artist to fight against us 9th level martial artists. What kind of ability is that?" Jiang Shaoli said calmly. "I became a 10th level martial artist through my own training. It is part of my strength. How can it not be considered a skill?" The man was speechless. Perhaps because he felt that it was boring to use the strength of a 10th level martial artist, Jiang Shaoli thought for a moment, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "How about this? Don't say that I'm bullying you. In the following battles I will suppress my strength to the level of a 9th level martial artist. This should be fine, right?" As soon as these words came out, the people in the originally silent primary base city all showed strong fighting spirit. "I'll do it." Soon, a man jumped several meters into the air and landed in the middle of the field. He was a burly young man, probably a martial artist practicing external skills. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he raised his fist and punched towards Jiang Shaoli. The two sides soon came to blows. Unfortunately, the gap between this man and Jiang Shaoli is not only in terms of strength, but also in combat experience, martial arts perception, martial arts skills, and skills, etc. After only a few rounds of fighting, the man was knocked out. Jiang Shaoli showed disdain. Rubbish. In the following time, because the genius of Sanqing Martial Arts Academy was willing to lower his strength to the level of a 9th level martial artist, and because his words were so harsh, the people in the ordinary base cities were excited and took turns to challenge him. As a result, he was severely beaten by Jiang Shaoli. Not only Jiang Shaoli, but occasionally other Sanqing geniuses would come on the field to stretch their muscles when they were in the mood, and beat the people in ordinary base cities until they cried out in pain. After more than 20 battles, they had not won a single one. Not even the upper hand. Ahem, these geniuses from the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy have such weird powers. They seem soft, but they actually have extremely strong combat power. Not to mention that they have maintained their realm at the 9th level. Even if they were at the 8th level, I would not be their opponent. Shang Yingming covered his chest, his face distorted by the pain. Just now, he had fought with Sun Qing's genius, but he was beaten down in just 3 moves. His defeat was very miserable. Lu Yunxing said harshly, "We are both martial artists, but I don't believe the difference is that big." But the gap was so huge that Lu Yunxing was knocked down within a minute of entering the game. He was stronger than Shang Yingming, but not much better. When Xiaxing saw this scene, he knew he was no match for his opponent, and wisely chose not to rush forward. "Yan Xiu, are you interested in fighting with these Sanqing geniuses?" A half-smiley voice came, and there was a hint of instigation in Mu Shuan's eyes. As soon as these words came out, Xiaxing, Lu Yunxing, and Shang Yingming's eyes lit up as they all looked at this god of the mountain with hopeful eyes. They know better than anyone else the strength of this boss. That is the one who can, with the strength of a martial artist, cross a great realm and kill a 2nd-level ferocious beast, which can be said to be in existence that defies the heaven. Even though several geniuses from Sanqing Academy were equally powerful and had broken through to the 10th-level martial arts apprentice, they were able to easily defeat a group of powerful enemies with only the strength of a 9th-level martial arts apprentice. But if they were to face a 2nd-level beast, they would also have to flee in panic. No. You may not even be able to escape. Therefore, Xiaxing and others knew very well that as long as this big guy was willing to go on stage, even if all the geniuses of the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy came together, they would not be able to defeat him alone. Yan Xiu shook his head and said, "Forget it. It is indeed satisfying to defeat Sun Qing, but there will be a lot of troubles afterwards. There is no benefit, so why bother to vent your anger for a moment?" Xiaxing and others were very disappointed, but they did not dare to force it. Not far away, Li Xian also saw this scene and was greatly puzzled. Why are Lu Yunxing and the others surrounding Yan Xiu? Do they think this loser has the ability to defeat Sung Qing's genius? No, it's impossible. Yan Xiu has long lost all his cultivation, his martial arts foundation has been damaged, and he has become completely useless. How could he possibly have the strength to defeat those people? Oh, by the way, it is rumored that Mu Shuan's identity is extremely mysterious. She may have already enrolled in the martial arts academy of Tianlong City. Her strength is also unfathomable. They may be begging the daughter of the Mu family to help. Yes. That must be it. The number one genius of Blue Rain Academy was burning with jealousy. He didn't understand why Mu Shuan, who was so pretty, so beautiful, so powerful, and had a good background, would fall for Yan Xiu, a loser. Rather than yourself. About half an hour later, Sung Qing's geniuses casually sent away the people from an ordinary base city and were about to continue accepting challenges and have fun with these trash. But at this moment, a stream of energy appeared, separating the two sides, and a voice without any emotion was heard. It's almost over. The secret realm is about to open. Everyone's heart trembled, even Sung Qing's several geniuses showed a little respect on their faces, because the person who spoke was none other than the only great martial artist present who was responsible for protecting the safety of many geniuses. Jiang Shili laughed. Not bad, not bad. I enjoyed myself a lot. Although you guys are useless in terms of strength, you are still good as playmates. The other geniuses in Sung Qing also smiled and mocked without disguising. Yes, yes. Although their strength is not that good, it is still good for me to warm up. That's all the trash can do. Ha! Chapter 59 Entering the Secret Realm. The people in the primary base city glared at him, feeling deeply frustrated. It was said that the 10th level martial artist was too bullying, so he suppressed the strength of the 9th level martial artist, which could be said to be a relief. But even so, after dozens of rounds of fighting, he did not hurt the other party. What else is there to say? Boom! Not long after, a huge roar was heard, the earth shook all around, and a strong light appeared, and the people who were looking after it could hardly open their eyes. When their vision returned, everyone looked forward, horror in their eyes. The building that originally had a slightly ancient style but had long since collapsed suddenly underwent a huge change. A stone tablet stood in front of him, 10 meters high and 3 meters wide, with densely packed small characters engraved on it. Behind the stone tablet, there is also an extremely huge light gate, which looks like the gate of the giant king's court in mythology, which makes people's hearts unconsciously shocked. Just when everyone was shocked, a faint voice came. The martial arts secret realm is one of the few controllable king-level secret realms, controlled by Tianlong City. Only martial artists under the age of 18 are allowed to enter. There is no danger. People who explore the secret realm will be teleported to a place similar to a giant tower, where illusory enemies will appear. Defeating them will earn you rewards and open the door to the next level. The higher the level, the stronger the illusory enemies and the better the rewards. The one who spoke was the great martial artist. He was explaining to everyone the rules of the secret martial arts realm. Infinite challenge mechanism. Yan Xiu's expression couldn't help but become strange, and subconsciously, he thought of Senior Tang. What is this stone slab? Someone asked at this time, with curiosity on his face. Yan Xiu also subconsciously looked over and saw many names and the number of layers behind the names. The first one was called Lihani, and the number of layers was displayed as 113, which was 30 more than the second one. The great martial artist also replied. This is the martial arts performance stone tablet, the foundation of the martial arts performance secret realm. It will automatically record the results of the top 100 and make them public. Looking at the tall stone slab in front of them, everyone's eyes were filled with passion, wanting to get good grades and be on the list. But when they thought of the geniuses of the Changqing Martial Arts Academy, and the strong strength they had demonstrated, they all sighed and no longer held much hope. Who is Lihani who is ranked first? How could he be so much higher than the second place? Speaking of Lihani, the great martial artist showed a trace of nostalgia on his face. He was the top genius of Tianlong City 100 years ago. He was like the blazing sun across the sky. Even the geniuses of Shangjing, Tianjing, and Du Heng were eclipsed by him. Later, he even made it to. Never mind. You can't meet him anyway. You just need to know that he was a legendary genius, that's all. Would even the geniuses of Shangjing, Tianjing, and Du Heng pale in comparison to him? Everyone's face showed shock. Although I have never met him, I have already developed great admiration for him in my heart. Yan Xiu's heart was not much moved. Instead, he was thinking whether he could surpass Li Hani and become the first on the martial arts stele. Because I haven't entered the martial arts secret realm yet, I don't know how strong those imaginary enemies are. This made it impossible for him to make accurate judgments. Line up and go in. As the responsible martial arts master gave orders, many martial artists entered the light gate one after another. The first group were naturally the geniuses of the Tsengqing Martial Arts Academy. I chose not to break through as a warrior and suppressed my realm for nearly a year, all for the purpose of performing in the martial arts secret realm. This time, my name will definitely be left on the monument. Jiang Shaoli's face showed full of fighting spirit as he stepped through the light gate. Following closely behind him was Zhang Dingyuan, with a smile on his handsome face. I will definitely surpass Jiang Shaoli this time and enter the ranking of the martial arts stele, and be above him. Soon all the geniuses from the Tsengqing Martial Arts Academy entered. Next came the geniuses from various martial arts halls, martial arts classes, and training courses in Tianlong City. Although they did not expect to be on the list, they also wanted to get more rewards, so they were all very motivated. The last person to take a turn. They are the selected candidates from various ordinary base cities. Boss, I'll go in first. I hope that when I come out, I'll see that the name Li Hani on the martial arts stele has been taken down and replaced with your name, so that we can fight for our Tianling city. Needless to say, the boss is the god of the mountain, it's easy for him to crush Li Hani. Lu Yunxing and Shang Yingning talked to each other, obviously both had great expectations. Yan Xiu frowned. God on the mountain? Lu Yunxing. Shang Yingning. The two of them didn't dare to say it. This was a nickname they gave to him. Although it didn't mean to be derogatory, if the boss didn't like it, they would be in trouble. Nothing, sir, you must have heard it wrong. Hey, it's our turn now, big man, we'll see you later. Then they hurried into the martial arts secret realm, fearing that if they delayed any longer, they would be caught by the boss. Yan Xiu didn't understand what was going on, and he didn't intend to think about it. He just thought the two were joking. He shook his head and then turned his head away. When I come out later, I should be able to see your name on the martial arts slab. What's the point of being on the list? Won't I still be below you in the end? Mu Shuan glared at him unhappily, then rushed into the light gate. Yan Xiu murmured, Why, you don't want to be under me? He immediately shook his head and looked at the light gate in front of him, with an extremely strong heat flashing in his eyes. He didn't care whether he could leave his name on the martial arts stele, nor did he care whether he could surpass Li Hani. What Yan Xiu really cared about was whether there was a great opportunity in the martial arts secret realm that could repair the foundation of martial arts. If there really is such an opportunity, I must get it, even if it means breaking through the martial arts secret realm. Yan Xiu's voice was almost inaudible, and his eyes gradually became sharp, like a magic sword, and he walked straight into the secret realm. The strong light faded away, and when Yan Xiu opened his eyes again, he found himself in an extremely spacious room, which was over 1,000 square meters in size. The walls were covered with blue bricks, and there were oil lamps emitting faint light on the walls, which was a bit like the style of a coliseum. Yan Xiu looked around. The 300 young warriors who had come in earlier had all disappeared. They must have been teleported to a similar room. This surprised him. Could it be that in the martial arts secret realm, there are 300 such giant towers, corresponding to 300 young martial artists? This is too exaggerated. Chapter 60, 47th Floor. Although Yan Xiu did not understand the principles of the secret realm, he knew by thinking about it that it was impossible for there to be 300 giant towers for 300 warriors to pass through. There must be some mystery here. Maybe it has something to do with the person who created the secret realm. But Yan Xiu was just thinking about it, and had no intention of going deeper into it. He came here this time just to open up the secret realm of martial arts, and get the great fortune that could repair the foundation of martial arts. He didn't care about anything else. According to the great martial master, As long as you enter the secret realm, illusory enemies will automatically appear in the giant tower. I just don't know what these enemies look like. Yan Xiu was still thinking about it when something strange happened. I saw spiritual energy gathering in the center of the room. In a flash, the shadow of a gray wolf appeared in front of me, baring its teeth and with ferocious eyes, as if it were a living thing. A first-order, low-grade ferocious beast, the gray wolf. Yan Xiu was dumbfounded. So the illusory enemy was actually constructed with spiritual energy. Such a method can be said to be a move that takes away the good fortune of heaven and earth. How high must the realm of the person who created the martial arts secret realm be? Ouch. The howling of wolves sounded, and the illusory gray wolf didn't care whether the challenger was in a trance or not. It pounced on him and bit his throat. The sword light appeared in the air. And then, nothing happened. The gray wolf's head was chopped off by Qi Sha, and the shadow immediately dissipated and turned into a cloud of smoke, as if it had never appeared. An illusory voice sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first level. Reward 3 portions of blood Qi powder. Immediately afterwards, 3 blood and energy particles appeared in front of Yan Xiu, being dragged by an invisible force and floating in the air. Yan Xiu put the reward back into the small Qianquan ring, and he immediately felt motivated. Although the blood Qi powder is not valuable, only 10,000 yuan per copy, and is of little help to high-level martial artists, you have to know that this is only the reward for the first level. There are also the second, third, and fourth levels. The further you go, the greater the rewards. If one could reach the 100th level like Li Hani, he might be able to get the great fortune to repair the foundation of his martial arts. Boom! At this moment, accompanied by a roar, a stone door opened, revealing a road leading to a higher level. Yan Xiu grinned. Senior who created the martial arts secret realm, I don't know how strong you set the enemies in the later levels to be, but I can be sure that you definitely didn't expect that there would be a cheater coming to break through. Hee, I'm sorry for what happened next. I hope your spirit in heaven will not be too distressed. Passing through the stone gate and walking up the steps, Yan Xiu suddenly thought of another possibility. Well, the senior who created the martial arts secret realm may not be dead yet. If I say this, wouldn't I be cursing him? It's a sin. The illusory enemies on the second level were also first-grade low-grade beasts, but their number had tripled. Naturally, there were no surprises and they were easily killed by Yan Xiu, who was rewarded with 10 portions of blood Qi powder. The illusory enemies on the third level are 4 first-order low-grade ferocious beasts, and each of them is extremely powerful, close to the level of a 4th-order martial artist. However, it is still not difficult for Yan Xiu. Even if the critical strike system is not triggered, he can easily kill them with his own strength and be rewarded with an ordinary martial weapon. The 4th level's illusory enemies turned into 1st-level mid-grade beasts, and there were 2 of them. 5th floor, 6th floor, 7th floor, 8th floor. Although the difficulty was slowly increasing, Yan Xiu was still very relaxed, and he killed it easily without any effort. At the same time, outside. As time went by, more and more geniuses who failed in the challenge were teleported to the Xingwu secret realm. In less than 10 minutes, 60 to 70 people had been eliminated. Damn it, the 23rd floor is too difficult. It is actually besieged by 11 first-level superior beasts. Except for a true warrior, who can get through it. Is this considered difficult? You haven't reached the 27th level yet. The illusory enemy is actually a martial artist with the power of 78 elephants, proficient in Earth-level martial arts, and a phantom that never makes mistakes in battle. When you face him, you will know what true despair is. Is it so outrageous? The 27th level is so strong, how did Li Hani get to the 100th level? Could it be that he has already broken through to the warrior level? Impossible. The rule of the martial arts secret realm is that you must be under 18 years old, a martial arts apprentice. This is absolutely impossible to violate. Could it be that Li Hani has found a loophole and is suppressing his realm first, and then breaking through to become a warrior after entering the secret realm? Haha, it's a nice idea, but you think it's easy to break through to the martial arts realm. You absorb violent spiritual energy into your dantian and condense your true essence. If you're not careful, your body may explode and you'll die. Which martial artist would break through to the martial arts realm if not in an absolutely safe place? Who would be so stupid as to break through in a secret realm full of dangers? Hiss, if that's the case, then how terrifying would Lihani be if he fought with more than 100 layers of defense? Everyone was talking about it, and they were all amazed. Only by experiencing the difficulty of the martial arts secret realm can one understand how powerful the geniuses on the list are. 19th floor, I just made it to the 19th floor. Li Xian also came out, and he was one of the first batch. He was kneeling on the ground in despair. He had suffered a great blow, and was unable to accept the reality. Not long after, Shang Yingming also came out. He had passed the 26th floor. His performance was mediocre and not outstanding, but he had tried his best. Therefore, he did not feel unbalanced. He just looked at the stone tablet with a hint of expectation in his eyes. I don't know when the big boss will be on the list, but it should be soon. As for the martial artists who were responsible for maintaining order, and the great martial artist who was protecting everyone from attacks by the third-level beasts, they all closed their eyes and rested, with no emotion on their faces. Perhaps only fluctuations in the rankings on the martial arts stele would attract their attention. In the martial arts secret realm, the 47th floor. This time, the illusory enemy turned out to be a warrior who not only possesses the power of 120 elephants, but is also proficient in heaven-level martial arts. Even if he breaks through the 9th level boundary and enters the level of a 10th level martial artist, I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat him. Although he said so, there was no wave in Yan Xiu's voice. He casually swung the 7 kills and killed the illusory enemy easily without much effort. The ethereal voice sounded again. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 47th level. Reward, a top-grade blood energy pill. Top-grade blood energy pill? A smile appeared on Yan Xiu's face. Although it only had the words, top quality, added to it, the effect of this top-quality blood chi pill was more than 5 or 6 times stronger than that of ordinary blood chi pills. Moreover, the medicinal power was strong and pure, without any side effects. The value is huge. Each one is around 800,000. At this time, as the illusory enemy turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated, the stone door leading to the next level opened. Yan Xiu put away the reward and planned to go in. But just as I took a step forward, I suddenly thought of something. The person ranked 100th on the martial arts stele seems to have finally cleared level 47. So, as long as I reach one more level, I can climb onto the martial arts stele. Chapter 61 List. Yan Xiu was just thinking about it casually and didn't dwell on it too much, but just as he was about to move on to the next level, he suddenly thought of something. Ever since he entered the martial arts secret realm, he had been defeating imaginary enemies one by one with his sword, and there was almost no delay unless he encountered one with a tough life and strong defense. This resulted in him being able to climb from the first floor to the 47th floor in less than 10 minutes. He didn't know how fast Zhang Qing's Jiang Shaoli and others were. But it definitely won't be faster than myself. If we were to enter the 48th floor now, we would definitely notice changes in the ranking on the martial arts stele. When the time comes, the Tianlong City martial artists outside will see that in just a few minutes, someone has reached the 48th level, and that this is a martial artist they have never heard of before, who came from an ordinary base city. It will definitely cause a huge sensation. I have experienced falling from the top of a mountain to the bottom of a valley. Yan Xiu was very resistant to leaving, knowing that fame would bring benefits, but also dangers. Instead, the best choice was to avoid attracting anyone's attention and focus on practicing martial arts to make himself stronger. Stay here for a while? Wait until someone reaches the 48th floor, climb up the martial arts stele first, and then continue to challenge the levels? Yan Xiu shook his head and quickly dismissed the idea. Not to mention that in the secret realm, there is no way to know the ranking changes of the martial arts stele, and we can only wait and see when it will end. Just take the rules of the secret realm as an example. Challengers are not allowed to stay on the same level for too long. Besides, he is aiming for the great fortune that can repair the foundation of martial arts, so the number of levels he has passed must be very high, even exceeding Lihani, and by then he will eventually cause a sensation. A little earlier, a little later. There is no difference at all. Forget it. If I really can't be hidden and it's bound to cause a sensation, then I won't hide it. The worst that can happen is that I can hide outside and no one can find me. Muttering to himself, Yan Xiu quickly made a decision, stepped calmly, and entered the next floor. The same room, with bluestone walls and flickering lights. An illusory voice sounded in my ears. You have reached the 48th floor. Congratulations, you have reached the 48th floor and are in the top 100. Your place will be recorded on the martial arts steel dot. Please state your name. Hey, wait? Yes, why didn't I think of that? The secret realm is just a secret realm. It's not an omniscient and omnipotent God who can see through the identities of everyone. The name given to help must be provided by the person himself. Yan Xiu suddenly showed a wicked smile on his face and said, My name is Jiang Shali. Outside world. The great martial artist was still in the tent, resting with his eyes closed, but in fact he was alert to his surroundings, fearing that a single mistake would cause a third-level ferocious beast to break into the secret realm and cause a tragedy. The martial artists who were responsible for maintaining order gathered together and started talking to each other. Do you think there will be any changes in the ranking of the martial arts monument this time? Needless to say, the ranking has been maintained for 10 years, so there must be some changes this time. I think Song Qing and his group are pretty good. They have all broken through to the level of rank 10 martial artists, and they have mastered extremely powerful martial arts. There is no doubt that they will be in the top 100. There are some good talents among the martial artists in Tianlong City. Although they are not as good as those geniuses in Sengqing, as long as they are cautious, they have a chance to make it into the top 100. Hey, don't be so confident. The last time the martial arts secret realm was opened, many talented people came, but in the end, none of them even made it to the 47th floor. That's true. During the chat, a martial artist casually raised his eyes, but with just a quick glance, his pupils couldn't help but dilate, showing great shock. Look, the ranking of the martial arts steel has changed. Old Zhao, stop joking. You still like to joke at your age. Haha, you thought I would be fooled. Old Zhao, your lie this time is not very technical. It has only been a short time since the opening of the martial arts secret realm. How is it possible that someone could reach the 47th floor or above? The remaining martial artists all sneered and didn't believe it at all in their hearts. It's no wonder they think so. The martial arts secret realm has only been open for more than 10 minutes. Even the first 20 levels are not too difficult and can be easily passed. However, starting from the 21st level, it is already the level of an 8th level martial artist. The difficulty increases as you go up. By the 47th level, it has reached the level of a 10th level martial artist. Even Jiang Shaoli, the youngster from Sengqing Martial Arts Academy that they were most optimistic about, could not have made it past the 47th level in such a short time. 40 floors is enough. So they just thought that Lao Shao was joking. Bullshit, who was kidding you? The ranking on the martial arts steel really has changed. If you don't believe me, just look. Old Zhao blurted out, his eyes red, and he looked like he was ready to fight. Seeing this, the other martial artists also realized that something was wrong and turned their attention to the martial arts steel. This look. He immediately took a breath of cold air. At the bottom of the martial arts steel, the 100th name has become Jiang Shaoli. Is that kid so amazing? It's only been over 10 minutes, and he's already reached the 47th floor. I never knew he had such terrifying strength. He must be hiding his incompetence. Just now, he was fighting with the people from the ordinary base city, so he must not have used much strength. I really didn't realize just now that he has such strength. He really hides it very well. But this is amazing. He cleared the 47th floor in just over 10 minutes. By the way, do you think he has a chance of breaking Li Honey's record? Very likely. Is it possible that Tianlong City will produce another Li Honey? The martial artists were extremely excited, as if they were witnessing the rise of a legend. Even the only great martial artist was alarmed. He appeared in front of the martial arts steel at some point and stared at the rankings. Although he didn't say anything, one could still see his excitement. Only Xiaxing, Lu Yunxing, and Shang Yiming who had just come out of the secret realm. Something is not right. The first person to enter the rankings is not the god of the mountain? That's not right. With the boss's ability to kill a second-level beast, He should have been ranked long ago. Why haven't we seen him in such a long time? Also, I have fought with that Sangqing genius. Although he is very strong, he should not have the strength to reach the 47th level in more than 10 minutes. But the martial arts steel shouldn't be wrong. What on earth is going on? On the other side, in the martial arts secret realm, the 39th floor, Jiang Shaoli was fighting with an imaginary enemy, mainly dodging and not attacking easily. The two sides' figures were intertwined and the fight was fierce. Finally, Jiang Shaoli used his killing move. Chapter 62, second place. This move is called Wind-Splitting Fist and is an Earth-level martial art known for its high speed and high lethality, but it also consumes a lot of energy and blood. Even though Jiang Shaoli has already broken through to the 10th level martial artist, he will not use it easily. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Jiang Shaoli was indeed a genius in Sangqing. The timing and angle of his moves were all calculated precisely and were just right. The imaginary enemy had no time to react and was completely blown up, turning into a wisp of green smoke. It's over. It's okay. The consumption is not too great. I don't know what level Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng and the others have reached. They should be faster than me. After all, in order to preserve my energy and prepare for a higher level, I didn't use my full strength. Otherwise, it would have reached at least the 41st floor. But it doesn't matter. In the martial arts secret realm, the competition is never about who can clear it the fastest. Everything depends on the number of levels you pass in the end to determine your ranking. At this point, Jiang Shaoli clenched his fists tightly, with fire burning in his eyes. 47th floor on the list? That's not my goal. I want to at least get into the top 50, no top 30. I can definitely do it. Yan Xiu was of course unaware of the disturbances in the outside world. At this moment, after using Jiang Shaoli's name, he had completely let go, not caring about the consequences of exerting his full strength. Yan Xiu's experience has now reached 69 elephants, with a triple critical strike, which means that every strike has the power of 207 elephants. If the multiple is higher, then there is no upper limit to the power. Even if he didn't use the 8 extreme strike, killing opponents of his current level with strength alone would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Not to mention using martial arts. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 49th level. Reward, 5 top-grade blood energy pills. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 52nd level. Reward, a top-grade ordinary weapon. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 56th level. Reward, a set of Earth-level skills. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 59th level. Reward, 7 top-grade blood energy pills. Yan Xiu was enjoying the killing, but people outside were not calm. It took more than 10 minutes to reach the 47th floor. Although many martial artists were shocked, it was still within their understanding. After all, Tianlong City was a high-level base city and had produced geniuses like Li Hani, so its ability to withstand pressure was still very strong. But now, they watched as Jiang Shaoli's ranking soared like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he jumped to 91st place. In the blink of an eye, he jumped to 83rd place. In the blink of an eye, he jumped to 74th place. The speed was even faster than when he was not on the list. Finally, I couldn't hold it anymore. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. A million things are wrong. I can understand Jiang Shaoli's strength, and I can also understand that he cleared the 47th floor in just over 10 minutes, but what's going on now? Is this reasonable? The speed of clearing the level is as fast as drinking water? Could it be that there is something wrong with the martial arts secret realm? The enemies in the later levels are not as strong as those in the earlier levels. Impossible. A martial artist was about to reject the idea, but when he saw the ranking soaring like a rocket, he began to waver. It should be possible, but it's impossible. The martial arts secret realm has been around for hundreds of years and there has never been a problem. Another martial artist sneered. How do you explain this situation now? How can I explain it? Of course I can explain it. Not only the martial artists, but also the eliminated martial artists were whispering to each other, marveling at Jiang Shaoli's terrifying strength, and were glad that the other party had held back, otherwise they would have been blown up if the other party had just moved his finger. Only Xia and his companions frowned, looking at the rocket-like rising rankings, feeling that something was wrong. Don't you think that this speed of increase doesn't seem like something that Jiang Shaoli can do, but instead seems a bit like something that a big boss can do? I think so. That's not right. We have been in the martial arts secret realm for so many years, it's impossible that they would get the name wrong. It clearly says Jiang Shaoli. After all, none of us has ever reached the 47th floor. Entering the rankings, perhaps there is some mystery that we don't know about. Now that you mention it, I remember. Lu Yunxing suddenly thought of something, staring at the martial arts stele, and slowly frowned. With the ability of the boss to surpass the realm and kill the second-level beast, he should have been on the list a long time ago. How come there is no movement at all? Hearing this, others also reacted and came up with some outrageous but extremely bold guesses in their minds. At this time, another name appeared on the martial arts stele. Her name was Mu Shuan. Unfortunately, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Shaoli, whose ranking was rising rapidly, and no one noticed this rising star at all. It's only the 83rd level, but its strength has reached the power of 1,000 elephants. It's already somewhat as strong as the second level? Yan Xiu's face was slightly solemn. When he tried to break through the level, he was no longer as casual as before. But only slightly. Relying on the Grandmaster's technique Zai Yayalongbu, plus the bonus of critical strike, he could easily dodge the attack of the illusory enemy, and as sword after sword fell, after triggering a 30 times critical strike, he could easily kill it. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 83rd level. Reward, Heaven level skills Silver Dragon Fighting Chi. It's actually a heavenly level technique? Yan Xiu was delighted, but then he felt that it was a bit tasteless and a pity to throw it away. After all, the two techniques were incompatible. If he wanted to switch to practicing Silver Dragon Fighting Chi, he had to give up 8 extremes Batian Gong. However, Baji Batian Gong and Baji Batian Strike are a complete set of martial arts that complement each other. If you transfer to another repair shop, it's really not worth it. Oh, by the way, I remember the second place only made it to level 82. I think he has been surpassed by me now. I don't know what the reaction outside is. Yan Xiu muttered to himself, feeling quite excited. Outside world. When everyone saw that Jiang Shaoli had successfully sold out the 83-story mark and climbed to the second place, they were extremely excited, as if they had witnessed the birth of a myth. Even the only great martial artist shook his head and sighed. Jiang Shaoli's talent is 1 in a million. He will definitely be ranked above the Grandmaster in the future and reach the top of Tianlong City. He may even have the hope of breaking through to a higher realm. This is truly a blessing for the human race, a blessing for the human race. The calmest people here are Xia and his companions from Tianling City. If they were just suspicious before, it is now almost certain that the Jiang Shaoli who reached the top is the god of the mountain, but they don't know what method he used to change his identity. As for the basis, it's very simple. Sung Qin's Jiang Shaoli doesn't deserve such a high ranking. Chapter 63, 113th Floor. In the secret realm of martial arts performance. I cleared the 47th level, but I'm not on the list. Jiang Shaoli frowned, a little confused. Before coming to the martial arts secret realm, he had conducted a detailed investigation here and knew that as long as he was on the list, a prompt would appear, asking the challenger to say his name. Jiang Shaoli thought for a moment, and soon his expression relaxed. I see. Someone else must have made the list, squeezing out the last person, causing the number of gatekeepers to increase. It must be Zhang Dingyuan and his group. Among all the martial artists in the martial arts secret realm, they are the only ones who have this strength. Oh, it's okay. I will surpass the rest one by one. Then, Jiang Shaoli advanced step by step, not seeking speed, but only to kill the gatekeeper with the least consumption. After half an hour of fighting, he finally succeeded in reaching the 51st floor and successfully heard the prompt sound. Name? Of course it's Jiang Shaoli, wait. Jiang Shaoli suddenly felt that just putting his own name like this was too ordinary, and there was no sense of ceremony at all. Then an interesting idea came to my mind. Why don't I have a nickname? When I get out, Zhang Dingyuan and the others will definitely think that I didn't make it into the top 100, and they will definitely gloat over my misfortune. I'll tell you the nickname later. Let these people know that not only am I on the list, but I'm ranked much higher than them. Their faces must be very ugly. Interesting, ha ha, let's do it. Jiang Shaoli excitedly gave himself the name, Li Xiao, and then reported it. As time went by, the martial arts disciples who entered the martial arts secret realm were gradually eliminated and teleported out. Some were angry, some were regretful, and some were satisfied. But soon they all did the same thing. That is to focus on the martial arts stele. At this time, the second person on the martial arts stele had been replaced. The three characters, Jiang Shaoli, were at the top, very eye-catching, and were still climbing up little by little. I don't know how long it took. A martial artist was teleported out, his face full of regret. Damn it, I spent too much energy in the beginning, and I was a little exhausted at the end. In the end, I only made it to the 43rd floor. If I wasn't so anxious, and went slower, and saved some energy, the result would definitely be better. This person is one of the geniuses of Sengqing Martial Arts Academy, named Wang Tianyi. After expressing his regret, he originally wanted to look for his companions, but when he looked around, he suddenly found something wrong. At this moment, everyone was looking in one direction, with shocked expressions and focused eyes, as if they had seen something extremely shocking. Some people couldn't even close their mouths. What happened? Wang Tianyi followed the crowd's gaze and looked towards the martial arts stele. Seeing this, he was also stunned, with disbelief in his eyes. Jiang Shaoli, second place? How is it possible? How could he have the strength to reach the 83rd floor in such a short time? No, let alone the 83rd floor, he may not be able to get through even the 63rd floor. What on earth is going on? In the secret realm of martial arts performance. Since reaching the 83rd floor, Yan Xiu's speed has slowed down. He is no longer as swift as before, and each time he makes a move, he is much more cautious. Relying on the Zaiyayu Dragon Step and the 8 Extremes Batian Strike, although the illusory enemy is becoming stronger and stronger, it is still within the range that can be dealt with. Just like that, step by step, he soon reached the 99th floor. The imaginary enemy had also turned into a second order, mid-grade ferocious beast, and 2 of them appeared at once. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 99th level. Reward, refined grade weapon small divine hedgehog armor. To the 99th floor. The rewards have reached the refined level of weapons. Yan Xiu did not put it into the small Qianquan ring, but put it on directly. He still had to continue fighting, and having more ability to protect himself would make things easier. Speaking of which, a second-level mid-grade beast has already appeared on the 99th floor. How terrifying must the 113th be? Li Honey should also be at the martial arts disciple level. He doesn't have a critical hit system, but he can still hit it. How amazing! Yan Xiu felt a little admiration in his heart, calmed himself down, and then moved towards the 100th floor. Outside world. Hiss, the 100th floor. Li Tianyi took a breath. The strength that Jiang Shaoli usually shows is not much stronger than ours. I didn't expect that he hid so deeply. The real him is so terrifying. Zhang Dingyuan also opened his eyes wide, feeling a deep sense of frustration in his heart. 100 floors, how did he do it? I heard that when it came to the 83rd floor, it was already as strong as a second-level beast. Could it be that he was able to cross the realm and kill a second-level beast with the power of a martial artist? The expressions of Lu Meng and Bai Sisi beside them also kept changing. They had all just come out of the martial arts secret realm. Due to their lack of strength, they did not make it into the top 100, and they felt a little disappointed about it. Soon they saw that Li Tianyi was staring at the martial arts stele, as if he was paying attention to something extremely important. Out of curiosity, Zhang Dingyuan and his companions also looked over. It didn't matter what they saw. They immediately saw the name of the second-ranked one, whose level was still slowly rising. Jiang Shaoli. They were completely stunned and their minds were blank. I just can't understand how a good friend who I spend every day with could suddenly burst out with such terrifying strength, and even be able to reach the 100th level of the martial arts secret realm. At the same time, on the 56th floor of the martial arts secret realm, the real Jiang Shaoli was fighting with the imaginary enemy. At this moment, he was pale, wounded, and his breathing was disordered. His situation was obviously extremely difficult. Facing fierce attacks, he almost suffered serious injuries several times. Almost, just a little bit more. I am Sanqing's genius. The 56th level is not my limit. Die. With roar, Jiang Shaoli pounced on him with murderous intent. Martial Arts Secret Realm, 112th floor. A small beast tide composed of 4 second-level middle-grade ferocious beasts and 100 first-level low-grade ferocious beasts. Although Yan Xiu was smiling, his expression was already a little ferocious, with ruthlessness in his eyes. In front of him, there were 4 phantoms of ferocious beasts emitting extremely strong auras, standing in front of him. There were the gas wolf, the killing lion, the purple-winged beast, etc. They were surrounded by the phantoms of hundreds of first-level ferocious beasts, baring their fangs and claws, staring at the human challenger in front of them. Yan Xiu also picked up the 7 killing swords and slowly pointed them in front of him, revealing a strong fighting spirit. As long as I kill you, I will reach the 113th floor like Li Hani. Chapter 64, 9 Transformations of the Divine Sky. Figures intersect and the battle begins. For second order, mid-grade ferocious beasts and hundreds of first order, high-grade ferocious beasts. This scene sounds terrifying, but in reality, when a real fight breaks out, they are far less threatening than a single second order, high-grade ferocious beast. Before coming to the martial arts secret realm, Yan Xiu never knew his true strength. That's right. I just don't know. Although he also went to the warning area and fought with the second-level beasts, the targets he chose were always of the lower quality, and he would not look for beasts that would pose a threat to him. After all, there is only one life. Although fighting on the brink of life and death will improve your strength the fastest, this extreme method can also easily lead to premature death. And this time, on the 112th floor of the martial arts secret realm, Yan Xiu really went all out, using all his strength to activate the 8 extremes fighting heavenly skill, continuously performing the 8 extremes fighting heavenly strike and the Zaiyayu dragon step, leaving no room for himself at all. Congratulations, you gain a 10-fold critical hit bonus for this attack. Congratulations, you gain a 30 times critical hit bonus for this attack. Congratulations, you gain a 15-fold critical hit bonus for this attack. Congratulations, you have gained a 3,100-fold critical hit bonus for this attack. Triple crit is just a guarantee. In comparison, the number of times a 10-fold crit is triggered is greater, and 20 or 30 times is not uncommon. After blessing. Whether it is the 8 extreme strike or the Zaiyayu dragon step, they have been amplified to an incredible strength. Brush. As the sword flashed, the shadow of a second-level, mid-grade ferocious beast was instantly chopped off, and it soon disappeared with a painful wail. The subsequent development was like a domino effect, causing a chain reaction. Yan Xiu's figure kept flashing in the field. Every time he appeared, he was more than 10 meters away from the previous location. He killed several ferocious beasts, and then quickly disappeared. Repeatedly. Under the magic of Zaiyayu Longbu, it was a one-sided massacre. I don't know how long it has been. Yan Xiu stopped swinging the sword in his hand and breathed heavily, but soon he smiled again. In the empty room, there was no longer any illusory enemy existing. The phantoms of hundreds of first-level ferocious beasts and 4 second-level ferocious beasts were all wiped out by him. The reminder sound came as expected. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 112th level. Reward, Grand Master's Technique 9 Transformations of the Divine Sky. He actually rewarded Grand Master Technique? Yan Xiu was delighted and wanted to study it immediately. The martial arts secret realm is a small world of its own with independent rules. There is no time limit before killing the imaginary enemy, but once the battle is over and the level is passed, the challenger must go to the next level within 1 minute, otherwise he will be pushed out by an invisible force. This is also the reason why people who enter the martial arts secret realm do not rest after passing 1 level, but instead enter the next level. Therefore, even if Yan Xiu wanted to delve deeper into the 9 transformations of the divine sky, he had to wait until the martial arts secret realm was over. The 113th floor, the level where Li Hani fell. Yan Xiu's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Let me see who the opponent is inside. At the same time, outside. Mu Shuan came out of the martial arts secret realm with a smug smile on her face. This time, she could almost be said to have performed above her normal level, making it all the way to the 80th floor, almost surpassing her original third place. Unfortunately, the shadow leopard on the 80th floor extremely restrained her abilities in some aspects, and because of excessive consumption, she ultimately failed. Hee, I have reached the 80th floor. If Yan Xiu knew about this, he would definitely be shocked. By the way, has this guy come out? With his strength, he should be able to fight to the 90th floor or above. Even the 100th floor is not impossible. Muttering to himself, Mu Shuan turned his gaze to the martial arts slab. He couldn't help but frown when he saw it. Jiang Shaoli reached the 112th floor. How is this possible? It's no wonder Mu Shuan felt strange. Although she was not familiar with this Cengqing genius, she had seen him fight in competitions, so she knew how strong this person was. It was impossible for him to reach such a high level. After thinking about it, Mu Shuan understood and was speechless. I know. It must be this guy Yan Xiu. He didn't want to attract too much attention, so he changed his name to Jiang Shaoli in order to escape. At this moment, there was a cry of surprise. Again, it's risen again. Oh my god, Jiang Shaoli actually broke through the 112th floor and tied with Li Hani for first place. Could it be possible that another myth will appear in Tianlong City? Mu Shuan looked carefully and saw that the martial arts style had changed again. Behind the three characters, Jiang Shaoli, the words 113th floor suddenly appeared. Mu Shuan was silent for a long time. This guy is too evil. Not far away, many martial artists were also very excited. The great martial artist who usually kept his emotions to himself also lost his composure and said yes repeatedly. At this time, the real Jiang Shaoli is still struggling on the 57th floor. 113th floor. The violent spiritual energy, pulled by the invisible force, quickly formed a phantom, and when the illusory enemy gradually took shape, Yan Xiu subconsciously narrowed his eyes. It is the second-level top-grade ferocious beast, the Wind Tiger. Middle grade and top grade, seemingly only one word different, but the meanings they represent are completely different. A second-level upper-grade ferocious beast can easily kill 5 or 6 second-level mid-grade ferocious beasts, or even more. Even high-level warriors may not be its match. This also solved the doubt in Yan Xiu's mind. No wonder Li Hani stopped at this stage. As a martial artist, he fought against a second-level upper-grade beast. Just thinking about it makes people feel desperate. Roar. A roar full of tyranny was heard, and the Wind Tiger took shape, 7 meters tall, surrounded by strong winds. Just the sight of it gave people a huge sense of pressure. Yan Xiu also revealed a strong desire to fight and confidence. A second-level superior beast that is naturally wind affinity? It is indeed very difficult to deal with, and stronger than any I have encountered before, but as long as your speed is not as fast as the Zaiyayu Dragon Step, then whoever wins in the end, it must be me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Xiu disappeared from the spot in an instant. A sword light slashed down. Bring it on. Outside world. Regardless of whether it was the great martial artist, the numerous martial artists, or the martial artists who had been eliminated from the martial arts secret realm, they were all staring at the martial arts steel and the words Jiang Shaoli. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Finally, the rankings have changed. Chapter 65 Corpse. Li Hani fell behind. The one at the top now is Jiang Shaoli, on the 114th floor. And he is still in the martial arts secret realm and has not come out yet. Everyone was extremely excited, as if they were witnessing a myth. The martial artists were shaking with excitement. Even the great martial artist with the highest level of cultivation and the most stable mind could not help but shed tears, sighing. Such a young man, so handsome and extraordinary. After the excitement, there was a lot of discussion. Do you think Jiang Shaoli can reach a higher level? Of course he can. He hasn't come out of the martial arts secret realm yet, which means that the 113th floor is still not his limit. That may not be the case. You don't know how impressive Li Hani was 100 years ago. As a martial artist, he crossed the Great Realm, killed a second-level beast, and resisted the siege of 3 warriors without losing. Even the big shots in the capital praised him as a pillar of mankind. But he only reached the 113th level. It will be difficult for Yan Xiu to climb further. He will probably have to stop at the 115th level. That's not necessarily true. Although Li Hani is amazing, Yan Xiu is obviously stronger. He may be able to pass the higher levels. That's what I think. No matter what, after today, Yan Xiu will become a new legend, shocking the entire Tianlong city, no, the entire human federation. The other side. Mu Shuan, Xiaxing, Lu Yunxin and others, listening to the discussions around them, couldn't help but feel a strong sense of ridiculousness. Do you think that is Yan Xiu? Wrong, that's the god on the mountain? It is said that the god is worthy of being a god. He actually broke the record of the martial arts secret realm, forcefully took the first place, and became a new myth. Just at this moment, Lu Yunxing thought of something, slapped his head, and quickly looked around. Hey, it's been so long, and that fake Li Gui hasn't come out of the martial arts secret realm yet. What is he doing in there? Confusion was also evident on the faces of the others. Logically speaking, as long as the real Yan Xiu came out, the Yan Xiu who was ranked first would naturally be exposed. After all, the real master has left the martial arts secret realm. Even a fool knows that Yan Xiu, who is currently ranked number 1, is not Yan Xiu at all. But the real Yan Xiu didn't come out, causing the misunderstanding to continue. I do know something about Yan Xiu. Mu Shuan's face showed a bit of strangeness. When he was in Sangqing Martial Arts Academy, he was famous for his steady and cautious approach. Perhaps it was because of this reason that he was delayed for a long time and has not come out yet. Xiaxing was surprised. This is too steady. Is there really such a person? Lu Yunxing believed it and nodded in approval. The world is so big, and there are so many different kinds of people. It's not uncommon to find a genius who is so steady that he can't be any more steady. Just as the few people were talking, another exclamation was heard. Passed, Yan Xiu passed again. Everyone's expressions froze and they looked over. Sure enough, the number of floors behind Yan Xiu's name on the martial arts stele had become 115. 58th floor. Yan Xiu was struggling with the imaginary enemy, while making an analysis. If I use my secret martial arts now, I can end the fight within 2 minutes, but the cost of my own energy will be several times higher. On the contrary, if I fight and move around, I can not only use the 9-wood health-preserving technique to quickly recover my physical strength, but also consume the opponent's energy. It's a 2-pronged approach, but it will take more time. There's no time limit anyway, so take your time and don't rush. The most important thing is to clear as many levels as possible. Yan Xiu's speed of breaking through the barriers also slowed down, but he was still very strong. 115 floors. 116 floors. 117th floor. 118 floors. 119th floor. The sword flashed, and the 7 kills slashed forward, while the 8 extremes fighting the sky carried with it an incomparable dominance as it slashed towards the illusory enemy. Congratulations, you have gained a 7,800-fold attack bonus for this attack. Boom. 3 second-grade top-grade ferocious beasts fell to the ground, and with a wail, they quickly turned into ashes. Hey, what's going on? Since the 115th floor, the movements of the illusory enemy have become increasingly stiff. Yan Xiu frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. After the previous battle, he had a rough estimate of his own strength. If you encounter a second-level high-quality ferocious beast, you can rely on the Zaiyayu Dragon Step to barely deal with it. As long as you trigger a high multiple critical strike before its blood is exhausted, you can kill it. But if you encounter 2 second-level high-quality ferocious beasts, you have to run away, unless you are extremely lucky and 2 consecutive attacks can trigger a critical hit thousands of times higher, otherwise you may not be able to withstand a single encounter. If there were 3 second-level top-grade ferocious beasts, it would be uncertain whether I could escape. But since reaching the 115th floor, the illusory enemy gave him a very wrong feeling. The movements were no longer as precise as before, like a machine, without any mistakes. On the contrary, each movement was not only extremely stiff, but also full of loopholes. Occasionally, he would freeze in place. It is for this reason that only then was Yan Xiu able to successfully kill 3 second-level high-quality beasts, and successfully pass the 119th level. This also gave Yan Xiu a feeling that this martial arts secret realm has not been completed yet. Starting from the 115th floor, the illusory enemies behind it are in an incomplete state. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 119th level. Reward, the 5th grade medicine Shishao pill. Just as Yan Xiu was thinking, the illusory voice came again, and the reward appeared in front of him. Shishao pill? Never heard of it. Although Yan Xiu didn't know, he knew that since it was the reward for the 119th floor, it must be of the best quality, so he solemnly placed it in the small Qianqun ring and put it together with the rewards after the 100th floor. Looking at the various rewards in the subspace that were dazzling and emitting divine light, Yan Xiu felt extremely satisfied and excited. As long as you leave the martial arts secret realm, find a place to retreat for a while. Relying on such huge resources, one's own strength will inevitably undergo earth-shaking changes. Well, go on. Yan Xiu calmed himself down and continued walking towards the next floor. But just as he stepped through the stone gate, a strong white light appeared before his eyes. Yan Xiu was caught off guard and subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was no longer in that huge room, but in a dark space with countless light spots around him, like a starry sky. And in front of me, a long-decayed corpse was sitting on a stone chair, supporting its chin. Although it was unknown how long it had been dead, it still exuded a strong sense of oppression. Chapter 66 Notes. There is a corpse on the 120th floor? Yan Xiu's heart moved. He wanted to go forward and check, but he was worried. Although he didn't know how many years had passed since the man died and his body had decayed, he still exuded a powerful aura. I am worried that if I touch it rashly, something bad might happen or something dangerous might occur. Moreover, Yan Xiu had a vague guess about the identity of the corpse. The other party is likely to be the builder of the martial arts secret realm. After thinking for a moment, Yan Xiu decided not to act rashly. After all, he should be the first martial artist to reach the 120th floor since the appearance of the martial arts secret realm. As for before, even the strongest Li Hani only reached the 113th floor. In other words, no one has ever come to the 120th floor. No one knows how dangerous this level, where the creator of the martial arts secret realm is buried, is. But as time goes by little, Yan Xiu couldn't sit still any longer. The 120th floor was not a room made of bluestone bricks, but more like a temple in the starry sky. Unlike the other levels, several minutes had passed, but no violent spiritual energy had gathered to outline the illusory enemy. It's like a lake here. If you don't drop a stone, there won't be any ripples. So, the most crucial place is still there. Yan Xiu looked forward again. He did not hesitate anymore, but bowed his hands and said respectfully, Senior, I am Yan Xiu, a martial arts secret realm challenger. I have no intention of disturbing your sleep, but now I am trapped here and have no other choice. Please forgive me, please forgive me. Something surprising happened. The corpse seemed to be able to hear what was said. The pressure emanating from it slowly faded away, and the aura around it also became much softer. Yan Xiu thought for a moment, bowed 3 times to the corpse, and then slowly walked over. The distance between the two sides is not far. It only takes a dozen steps to get there. But out of caution, Yan Xiu was still extremely careful. He took every step very slowly and was nervous, so that he could react immediately if any unexpected event occurred. What made him feel relieved was, until he arrived in front of the corpse, the danger he was guarding against did not appear again. Instead, in the crack on the inner side of the stone base, I saw a notebook. Notebook? Yan Xiu's heart moved, and he hesitated for a moment, then bowed 3 times to the corpse again, and then reached out for the letter. Still going smoothly. Nothing unexpected happened in the middle. Yan Xiu's anxious heart finally relaxed a little. It seems that there is no illusory enemy on the 120th floor, and no test has been arranged. I don't know whether the senior doesn't want to mess up his burial place, or he didn't have time to build it. He looked at the notebook and had a feeling that the answer he wanted might be found here. Yan Xiu slowly opened the notebook. Soon the above content came into view. A letter to those who come after me. I have fought bloody battles in Linyuan Royal City for decades, killing countless natural disaster-level beasts. Even the king of beasts was killed by me. Linyuan Royal City? Yan Xiu felt confused. He had never heard of such a place in the world. But the following content made him shudder. A disaster-level beast is an extremely terrifying existence, one level higher than a city-destroying beast. Wherever it goes, it is like a natural disaster. Even a high-level base city like Tianlong City would find it difficult to resist without support. Not to mention the king of ferocious beasts who is obviously above the disaster level. Such an existence was not even recorded in the textbooks, and he had never even heard of it. If the records in the notebook are true, then this senior not only killed countless disaster-level beasts, but also killed 2 beast kings. What a style. But even such a strong man, it will actually fall. Linyuan Royal City? What kind of place is that? Yan Xiu was deeply touched, and at the same time, he developed a great curiosity about this place. Keep moving your gaze downward. It's a pity, hateful, and sad. After years of bloody battles, I also suffered a lot of injuries and was almost on the verge of death. It is a pity that my martial arts heritage, which is all-encompassing, has been buried. So at the last moment of life, I left Linyuan Royal City and returned to my hometown to build a secret realm and look for a genius who can inherit the legacy. According to my conception, the secret realm is called martial arts and has a total of 300 floors. The entry requirements are that you are at a level not higher than a warrior and are under 25 years old. Helpless, helpless, helpless. I didn't expect that the injuries on my body would be so serious. I only built the 115th floor, but my life fire has been burned out. I am now at the end of my strength. This level of difficulty is too easy for a warrior. It is impossible to find a true genius. No way. I can only modify the restrictions, demoting warriors to apprentices and lowering the age to 18. The gatekeepers from the 115th to the 119th floors have been almost constructed, but they still have major flaws. But it would be a pity to throw them away, so I decided to keep them. Yan Xiu suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that there was something wrong with the imaginary enemy starting from the 115th floor. The movements were very stiff and the fighting style was very simple. It turned out that he had guessed it right, the level had not been completed yet. As for the martial arts secret realm, when it was first designed, it was not open to martial artists, but to martial artists of a higher level. It's a pity that the predecessor who built the secret realm has reached the end of his life and is no longer able to continue, so he has to stop at the 120th floor and limit himself to the martial arts realm. Yan Xiu continued reading. My heritage is all-encompassing, and its essence lies in the word shock. Pity. The martial arts disciples' realm is too low. Even a martial artist cannot directly observe the principles. If one tries to comprehend them by force, he may even suffer backlash. If possible, I would prefer that my successor be a martial artist. We've strayed off topic. For a true inheritance, martial artists and apprentices cannot practice directly, they must first practice the prerequisite skills. Young man, you can burn the notes, and the inheritance will naturally flow into your sea of consciousness. However, my true method of cultivation will be sealed up, and it will not be truly unsealed until you break through to become a martial artist. Practice hard, young man. Disaster is approaching, Linyuan Royal City is in danger, and there is not much time left for this world. This is the end of the message in the notebook. Yan Xiu stared at the object in his hand. His face did not show much joy, but a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Chapter 67 Jiang Shaoli's Confusion. The inheritance obtained after burning the notebook is obviously the 120th floor, and it is also the final reward of the entire martial arts secret realm. This reward cannot be said to be bad, but it was far from what he expected. Because compared to the inheritance of a martial arts master, he hoped to obtain a great opportunity to repair the foundation of martial arts. In the martial arts secret realm, Obviously, there is none of that. Forget it. Senior Tang said that things that can repair the foundation of martial arts are rare and great fortunes. They are extremely hard to find in the world. It is normal that there are no such things in the martial arts secret realm. I didn't hold out much hope. Now, not only have we obtained many resources, but we have also received the final inheritance from our predecessors. This can be considered a great harvest. There would be nothing to be dissatisfied with. Yan Xiu shook his head and did not burn the note immediately. Instead, he put it in a separate corner of the small Qianquan ring, intending to accept the inheritance after he returned. It was at this time that the corpse sitting on the stone seat suddenly began to wither and dissipated into ashes. There seemed to be a hint of smile on the dying face. Yan Xiu watched this scene, and suddenly some enlightenment came to his mind. The martial arts secret realm may still exist in the future. But this 120th level, which is the final reward, will never be available again. Because this martial arts master has found a suitable successor. Don't worry, senior. I will become a supreme martial artist in the future and go to Linyuan Royal City to seek justice for you. After saying this, Yan Xiu bowed again and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. The 120th floor, the 120th floor. This is too outrageous. This is simply a monster. What level do you think Jiang Shaoli will eventually reach? It's hard to say. Although Jiang Shaoli's speed of breaking through the levels has slowed down a lot since the 100th level, he is still very strong and has not been stuck for a long time. I think he can at least break through another 10 levels. That's too conservative. I think we have to get to the 15th floor at least. No matter how many levels we can reach in the end, there is no doubt that we are witnessing the birth of a myth. Outside the martial arts secret realm, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement, and the words they spoke revealed their undisguised admiration. When a person performs well enough, others may be jealous, envious, resentful, etc. But when this person is no longer simply excellent, but a monstrous being far superior to everyone else, shining like a genius, then all the jealousy, envy, and resentment will turn into admiration. This naturally includes several people from the Tsangqing Martial Arts Academy. They originally thought that even if Jiang Shaoli was stronger than them, he would not be much stronger. He would have no problem performing the Wushi Bei and would have a chance to break into the top 80, but that was all. Although there is a gap between them, it is not too big. But I never expected that. Jiang Shaoli was hiding so deeply, and his real strength was so terrifying, that he easily rushed to the top of the martial arts stele. At that time, they were in a complicated mood. I'm a little happy for my friend, but more than that, I hope all this is fake. As time goes by, when they saw Jiang Shaoli easily beat the second place, they no longer felt jealousy, but admiration. When they saw Jiang Shaoli surpass Li Hani and become the first place, they were even more excited, as if they were participating in a major historical event. When Jiang Shaoli reached the 120th floor, they only had one thought left. Become classmates with this person. I am so lucky. But just when Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng and the others were immersed in joy, a slightly puzzled voice suddenly came. What are you all looking at? You are so focused that you didn't even notice that I came out of the martial arts secret realm. Jiang Shaoli appeared beside his companions at some point. He was not in a very good mood at the moment. On the 59th floor, facing a ferocious beast with a strength of nearly 270,000, although he racked his brains and used all means, he still failed in the end and did not kill it. In fact, being able to pass the 59th floor had greatly exceeded his expectations. What a pity! I just don't know how to be satisfied. After coming out of the martial arts secret realm, Jiang Shaoli originally planned to put on a show. After all, when he stepped onto the martial arts stele, he did not use his real name, and others would definitely think that he was not on the list. Brew it again, and create a better atmosphere. The answer is revealed at the last moment. It makes me happy just thinking about it. But what surprised him was, these guys didn't notice him. Instead, their eyes were fixed in one direction, as if their souls had been hooked away. What made Jiang Shaoli feel even more horrified was, the moment he spoke, Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng, Bai Sisi and others all turned their gazes to him, with weirdness in their eyes. This is not the end. Then, the people around seemed to have heard the news and all looked over. Jiang Shaoli shuddered, touched his face subconsciously, and said, "Well, something happened." Before he could finish his words, the atmosphere at the scene exploded. "Jiang Shaoli is out, Jiang Shaoli is out." "Really? Where is it? Let me see it. I want a photo. I want a hug. I want a kiss. Wow, a living monster, where is he? Where is he? I need an autograph. When Monster Jiang rises, who knows how much this thing might be worth?" "Good idea, count me in too." Jiang Shaoli's whole body stiffened and his mind was a little confused. Why are these people so excited? Could it be that someone has guessed that I used the nickname Li Xiao? But I only made it through the 59th level, barely enough to get to the top 80. Is it necessary to be so crazy? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Jiang Shaoli always felt that the reactions of the people around him revealed something sinister. Lao Zhang, Xiao Lu Yu. He wanted to figure out what had happened. But before he could finish his words, several figures rushed over. The one leading the group exuded an indescribable mystical aura. Every time he moved, he exuded a divine aura like new starlight, which seemed like divine power. It was in the secret realm of martial arts performance. The only great martial artist. As soon as several martial arts masters appeared, their expressions revealed great excitement. Amazing talent, extraordinary talent, like a myth. I never thought that my Tianlong city would produce another person like this. Heaven is so kind to me. Heaven is so kind to me. Ha ha ha, my Tianlong city is finally going to produce another Lihani. No, a genius who is more dazzling than Lihani, shining brightly throughout the ages, and destined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. Even the usually stern great martial master couldn't help but said excitedly, good boy, I have reported your story back to Tianlong City. The Grand Masters are very happy and said that they will personally guide you in the future. No, they will even use their connections to send you to Shangjing." Chapter 68. Who is the monster? Jiang Shaoli was stunned. Completely and totally stunned. As for the fact that others guessed that Li Xiao was himself and were shocked by climbing onto the martial arts stele, although he felt it was outrageous, he could still accept it a little bit in his heart. After all, the last time the martial arts secret realm was opened, no one made it to the top 100. This time I rushed in and did quite well, which caused quite a stir in a small circle, so it was not surprising. But now this scene. But it was completely beyond his understanding. You know, other martial artists are fine, but the great martial artist in front of him is a strong man from the top martial arts family in Tianlong City. He was a genius in Sungqing Academy when he was young. He also participated in the martial arts secret realm, and ranked around 70th, which is much better than his own results. Even he was so excited. This makes no sense at all? Not to mention that judging from the other party's appearance, he also notified several masters at the top of Tianlong City to personally guide him in the future. Although Jiang Shaoli was confident, he also knew his own limitations. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more bizarre, he quickly said, "Seniors, Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng and the others, what is going on?" Zhang Dingyuan's voice was somewhat complicated. "Ask me? We should ask you what's going on, Jiang Shaoli. I didn't expect you to be so good at hiding it, even from your best friend." Bai Cici's pretty face also showed some regret. "If you had been more honest earlier and told me your true strength, I wouldn't have rejected your confession." The great martial artist also patted him on the shoulder and said, "It has come to this point, and you are still so humble and modest. That's good, but kid, there is no need for that now. With the talent you have shown, all the masters in Tianlong City will protect you, and no one will dare to do anything to you." Jiang Shaoli was going crazy. The attitudes of the people around him at this moment made him feel weird and terrifying. He almost yelled, "Tell me clearly, what's going on?" At this time, a casual voice came from the crowd. "You can tell by looking at the martial arts stele." Martial arts stele? Jiang Shaoli was startled, and then quickly looked towards the huge stone tablet in front of him. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he looked at it he was stunned. First place, Jiang Shaoli, number of floors, 120. 120 floors? Jiang Shaoli finally understood why his friend said he was a real hidden genius, and why the great martial arts master said that the martial arts master of Tianlong City would personally instruct him. It turned out that his name had surpassed Li Hani's and was hanging high on the top of the martial arts stele. But that's not me at all. Jiang Shaoli knew very well that he could not bear this reputation, nor could he bear it, because that was not who he was, and he did not have such extraordinary talent and the strength to break through the 120th floor. If this matter were to be reported to the martial arts master and exposed, it would be a catastrophe. My fellow seniors, Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng, Bai Sisi, you are wrong, you are all wrong. The Jiang Shaoli on the martial arts stele is not me at all. How could I possibly have such strength? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, with disbelief showing on their faces. Zhang Dingyuan frowned deeply. But that's clearly your name? Just because it's my name, does it mean I am really me? Jiang Shaoli was already a little exasperated when he spoke. You can choose your own name on the martial arts stele. Yes, I am on the list, but it's not my real name. It's Li Xiao, the one ranked 81st. You see, that's me, not the Jiang Shaoli who's ranked first. Quiet. The surroundings fell into incomparable silence. Everyone opened their eyes wide. They didn't expect that Jiang Shaoli was not Jiang Shaoli. The genius who surpassed Li Hani was someone else. The great martial artist frowned deeply as he discovered something was wrong. Although Jiang Shaoli had broken through to the level of a 10th-rank martial artist, his strength was not exaggerated, only around 120 elephants. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to reach the 120th level no matter what. Don't say 102. Even if it was 70 floors, it would be impossible. Could it be that there really is an extremely terrifying young monster hiding among the martial artists participating in the secret martial arts performance, borrowing the fake name of Jiang Shaoli, and unwilling to reveal his identity? But at this time, someone discovered the problem. Look, the name of the first person, Jiang Shaoli, on the martial arts stele is still lit, which means he is still in the secret realm and has not come out at all. The others also suddenly realized. Yes, if the real Jiang Shaoli has come out, then the number one Jiang Shaoli is definitely not Jiang Shaoli. I knew it. Although Jiang Shaoli can be considered a genius, it's already difficult for him to make it to the martial arts stele. How could he surpass Li Hani and reach the 120th floor in one go? I don't know who this monster is. I have never seen him in Tianlong City. Don't think about it. Since he uses a fake name, he definitely doesn't want to show his face. Maybe he's the apprentice of some old monster? Just as everyone was discussing, a very intimidating voice came. Everyone present, tell me your name and count who has not yet appeared in the Wumi realm. The one who spoke was the only great martial artist. At this moment, he was very anxious and wanted to find the mysterious genius by taking inventory. But just as he was about to do so, the name of the person ranked first on the martial arts stele, Jiang Shaoli, dimmed. That mysterious demon came out from the secret realm. On the other side, Mu Shuan, Xiaxing, Lu Yunxing and others knew from the beginning that Jiang Shaoli, who was ranked first, was not Jiang Shaoli at all, but Yan Xiu, the god of the mountain, so they watched coldly from beginning to end, just like spectators. Especially Xiaxing and Lu Yunxing. They were all defeated by Jiang Shaoli before, and they were very convinced in their hearts. But when they thought of his domineering attitude, they didn't like him. Now seeing that he was misunderstood as a demon who surpassed Li Hani and became the number one on the martial arts stele, he explained in a panic, fearing that there would be even the slightest misunderstanding, and his evil taste in his heart was greatly satisfied. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded. Hey, what are you guys looking at? Yan Xiu, who had come out of the martial arts secret realm, had arrived beside everyone at some point. As soon as I saw it was him. Mu Shuan, Xiaxing, Lu Yunxing, and Shang Yingning all showed great weirdness on their faces. Among them, Xiaxing was young and impatient, and he couldn't help but ask on the spot. Boss, the person ranked first on the martial arts stele must be you, right? Chapter 69, Grandmaster appears. Several other people also cast their gazes over, with admiration revealed in their eyes. Although they knew that this big man was extremely powerful, he was able to cross a great realm with the power of a martial artist and kill a second-level beast, and he could be called the god of the mountain. But I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. He reached the 120th level of the martial arts secret realm and ranked first, surpassing the legendary genius Li Hani. This sounds like a myth. It's not me, you misunderstood. Yan Xiu shook his head without hesitation and denied it. This was a decision he had made before leaving the martial arts secret realm. He would never admit that he was the one who ranked first on the martial arts stele and surpassed Li Hani. The reason is simple. The impact of this incident was really huge. Not only did it make it difficult for the great martial artists on the scene to remain calm, but even the strongest martial arts masters in Tianlong City would be unable to sit still after hearing the news. If it is exposed, it is conceivable that this would cause a huge sensation around him and be watched by countless people. Not only that. You should know that in the martial arts secret realm, you will get a reward every time you pass a level, and the more times you pass the levels, the richer the reward. 120 floors. What a generous reward that would be. Even the master of martial arts would be jealous and covetous. Yan Xiu would not kill all the martial arts masters of Tianlong City with one stroke and label them as despicable villains who were greedy for money. But I will not change my destiny. Bet on their kindness. So no matter what, Yan Xiu would never admit that he was the first person on the martial arts stele. After a pause, Yan Xiu added calmly, I am only an 8th-rank martial artist with a mere 69 elephant strength. I have long since left the martial arts secret realm. How could I possibly be the Jiang Shaoli on the martial arts ranking list? Xiaxing, Lu Yunxing, and Shang Yingming were speechless. The power of just 69 elephants. An 8th-level martial artist? If we hadn't seen you kill a 2nd-level beast with our own eyes, and defeated Xiaxing, who won the first place in the 7 colleges competition, with just one finger, we might have believed it. But seeing that Yan Xiu had no intention of admitting it, although they didn't know why, they were tactful and didn't ask any more questions. On the contrary, Mu Shuan didn't say anything from beginning to end. She just looked at Yan Xiu with a meaningful smile on her face. At this time, the great martial artist could no longer sit still. He swept his eyes over all the martial artists and said loudly, The genius who ranked first on the martial arts stele, please show up and see me. Silence, a long silence, no one spoke. Jiang Shaoli couldn't sit still any longer. He was extremely confident in his own strength, and believed that he was the strongest among the martial artists who entered the martial arts secret realm this time. Otherwise, he would not have been so high-profile and temporarily set up a competition arena to compete with the martial artists who came from ordinary base cities. But I never expected that. Among the martial artists who came this time, there was such a terrifying monster who not only overwhelmed Li Hani, but also defeated him to the 120th level. The key is, the other party also used his own name. Humiliation? Warning? Jiang Shaoli couldn't guess, but the only thing he was sure of was that he had been too high-profile before, which made this evildoer unhappy, so he used his own name. This made him feel stressed out, as if there was a mountain hanging over his heart. Jiang Shaoli said in a deep voice, Brother, no, big brother, since you used my name, you should let me see you in person. Everyone at the scene, including the martial artists who were there to maintain order, felt a little nervous, waiting for the man who had reached the 120th floor, overpowering Li Hani and becoming the first on the martial arts stele. Pity. There was silence at the scene, and no one showed up. Just at this time, a whistling sound was heard, and 4 aircrafts were seen cutting through the sky and hovering above the martial arts secret realm. On each aircraft stood a person, with an aura as deep as the abyss. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but just a wisp of their breath could bring a great sense of oppression to everyone. The martial arts masters of Tianlong City have arrived. A majestic voice also came from the sky. Who is the first person on the martial arts stele? Please show yourself. Please rest assured. Since we are here, we will definitely guarantee your safety. As long as we are here, no one will covet the reward you have obtained, and no one will hurt you. Yes, I can swear on my martial arts. You are a genius who surpasses Li Hani. You should receive the best training from Tianlong City. Please show yourself and move forward. Envy, great envy. At this moment, everyone's heart is filled with this emotion. You have to know that this is the promise of the martial arts master. What is a martial arts master? To reach the level of martial arts is to transcend the realm of ordinary martial arts and enter the realm of divine martial arts. In a sense, it is no longer within the realm of ordinary people. And the people who made the promise were not just one, but four, so you can imagine how significant that was. Not only did the martial artists have difficulty staying calm, even the top talents of Sungqing Martial Arts Academy had deep admiration in their eyes at this moment. Even Jiang Shaoli, listening to the thunderous voice in the sky, felt a little regretful, thinking that if he didn't clarify, then the person chosen by the four martial arts masters. Could it be me? Unfortunately, faced with such attractive conditions, the mysterious genius ranked first on the martial arts stele remained unmoved and had no intention of revealing his identity. Seeing this scene, everyone started talking. The martial arts master has made a promise, but that person is still unwilling to show up. Oh my god, being chosen by four martial arts masters, what a great opportunity this is. If it were me, I wouldn't even have to think about it, and would just reveal my identity directly. Someone said disdainfully. So you are just a martial artist who can't make the rankings, not the number one monster. What do you mean? The man asked angrily. The other party still sneered. Don't you think about it? That person has surpassed Li Hani and become the number one genius on the martial arts stone tablet. He was instructed by the martial arts master and even accepted as a disciple. For others, it may be a great opportunity, but for that monster, it may not be worth it. The man was speechless. Time passed bit by bit, and the four martial arts masters stood on the aircraft 10,000 meters in the sky, like gods high above, and the scene was silent, with no sign of anyone coming forward. I don't know how long it has been. Finally, the great martial artist could no longer sit still. After receiving the instructions, he glanced at everyone present and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, everyone. We have to keep you here for a while. Grandmaster Sun has ordered that we spend an hour thoroughly checking everyone's cultivation and invite out the genius. Chapter 70 End. Suddenly there was a commotion at the scene. Among the many martial artists, some were calm, some were nervous, some were guilty, and some were looking forward to it. In Tianlong City, in order to find the genius ranked number one on the martial arts stele, they could not care about those things. The martial artists blocked the surroundings, the grandmasters watched from the sky, and the great martial artists personally tested the true blood of every martial artist. The power of 81 elephants? It's not him. Hey, he actually has the power of 100 images and has broken through to the level of a 10th order martial artist? Not bad, but unfortunately it's not him. This must be the kid from the Wang family. So many resources have been poured into him, but he has only cultivated the power of 79 elephants so far. He is simply living a life of futility. It didn't take long to check all the younger generation of Tianlong City, including several people from Sungqing Martial Arts Academy. The result was naturally that there was no discovery at all. Could it be among those candidates from ordinary base cities? A thought arose in the great martial master's mind, which was somewhat unbelievable and even unacceptable. After all, in his eyes, ordinary base cities can only be regarded as rural areas. How could a genius who surpasses Li Hani be born in those remote places? Believe it or not. In order to find the person, the great martial artist did not stop there, but walked up to the geniuses in the ordinary base city and explored their blood and qi. Xiaxing, Lu Yunxing, Shang Yingning, etc., quickly finished the inspection, and the great martial artist did not show any fluctuations on his face. When it was Mu Shuan's turn, he showed some suspicion. He looked him up and down, no one knew what he was thinking. He shook his head slightly, said, "You are not him," and walked towards the next person. It didn't take long. The great martial artist arrived in front of Yan Xiu. When Xiaxing and his companions saw this scene, they immediately broke into a sweat. Yan Xiu himself seemed very calm, and did not forget to greet. "Hello, senior." There was no extra expression on the great martial artist's face. He responded softly and began to probe his cultivation. Soon, disgust appeared on his face. Without saying another word, he quickly walked away. Xiaxing and his companions were bewildered. This is a top genius who, with the strength of a martial artist, crossed a great realm and killed a second-level ferocious beast. He is known as the God of the Mountain. Although he has not admitted it, it is very likely that he is the man who reached the 120th level of the martial arts secret realm and overwhelmed Li Hani. But a great martial artist didn't even notice anything wrong and just checked and left in a hurry? Yan Xiu was very calm and was not at all surprised by the result. The reason is very simple. Without the blessing of the infinite critical hit system, he would only be an 8th-rank martial artist with the power of 69 elephants. At most, he could practice heaven-level techniques to make his blood more vigorous, which was more magical than ordinary cultivation methods. But such a genius! It is not uncommon in Tianlong City. It would be strange if a great martial arts master could find out that Yan Xiu was ranked first on the martial arts stele. It is precisely because of this that he was not at all panicked when facing the comprehensive inspection of Tianlong City. Not much effort. The great martial artist checked all the geniuses who had entered the martial arts secret realm, and the result was undoubtedly that nothing was found. This made him look very ugly. One even suspected that there was an error in the martial arts secret realm, and that the person ranked first did not actually exist. Impossible. There has never been a problem in the martial arts secret realm in the past 100 years, and this time will be no exception. Upon hearing this conjecture, a martial arts master immediately rejected it. At the same time, everyone present saw that the martial arts master was sitting in the sky, and the great martial arts master took action himself, but still got nothing. This immediately caused quite a stir. Every martial artist was talking about it. Even the geniuses of the Tsunqing Martial Arts Academy couldn't control their emotions. Whenever they thought of the record of the 120th floor, they couldn't help but sigh. As time passed, the 4 martial arts masters in the sky finally couldn't sit still anymore and spoke again. "My dear friend who has reached the 120th floor, please show yourself. I guarantee your safety with my character as a martial arts master." "That's right. With us 4 great masters here, you don't have to worry about anything. I am willing to give you a Grand Master's Law and 1 billion federal coins as a reward. Please show yourself." There is actually a Grand Master method? Upon hearing such generous conditions, everyone present gasped, their eyes burning with excitement, wishing they could admit it immediately. There are even martial artists who are considering whether to impersonate. But this thought was quickly extinguished. He knew his own capabilities and understood that it was impossible to hide anything from the Grandmaster. There was still a long silence at the scene, and no one responded. "Alas, since you are unwilling to show up, then forget it." A martial arts master sighed and finally gave up. "I can promise here that no matter when, as long as you are willing, the gate of Tianlong City will be open to you at any time." Another martial arts master said with a hint of disdain in his voice. "Really? You are hiding your head but showing your tail. I don't know what you are hiding." As the voice fell, flying vehicles also cut through the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It turned out that the martial arts masters of Tianlong City had lost their patience, and chose to leave one after another. Yan Xiu let out a long sigh. He was originally worried that those martial arts masters would not stop until they found him, and might even imprison everyone. Fortunately, they are not so crazy as to do this. Seeing that the genius ranked first on the martial arts stele refused to show up, they all gave up. Soon after the Grandmasters left, the great martial master's voice came with a sigh. "The martial arts secret realm has been closed. A special martial master will lead the team to send you back to Tianlong City." He still couldn't understand why the genius who surpassed Li Hani concealed his identity. Soon, everyone got on the hovercraft one after another. This time, Tsunqing's geniuses were no longer arrogant. They got on the hovercraft obediently along with everyone else. After sitting down, Jiang Shaoli still couldn't help feeling a lingering fear. "What's wrong, Lao Jiang?" Zhang Dingyuan beside him teased. "You are really lucky. That big guy didn't use anyone else's name, but yours. It made you very popular." Lu Meng, Bai Sisi and others also expressed their agreement. Jiang Shaoli said unhappily, "Come on, you're lucky, do you think this is a good thing?" As soon as these words came out, everyone looked confused and didn't understand why Jiang Shaoli said that. Jiang Shaoli smiled bitterly and said, That person used my name to warn me not to be so arrogant in the future. Otherwise, why do you think he didn't just give me a nickname, but used my real name instead? Several people were also surprised, but soon figured out the connection. Zhang Dingyuan looked out the window at the martial artists who were getting on the bus one after another, and couldn't help muttering to himself. I never thought that the opening of the martial arts secret realm would attract such a genius. Do you think this mysterious boss is from Tianlong City, or is he from one of those ordinary base cities? Chapter 71, Taking Stock of Harvest. Similar conversations did not only happen between the geniuses of the Tsingqing Martial Arts Academy. Anyone who had entered the martial arts secret realm, whether they were from Tianlong City or from an ordinary base city, was wondering who the mysterious monster was. As the demon himself. Yan Xiu had already sat on the floating bus with a smile on his face. Speaking of this time entering the martial arts secret realm, the harvest was really good, including elixirs, martial arts techniques, martial arts weapons, materials, etc., the value of which is immeasurable. More importantly, he also inherited the legacy of the creator of the martial arts secret realm. You have to know that he is from Linyuan King City. He kills natural disaster level beasts like butchering dogs. He can kill the king of beasts with his strength. He is so powerful that it is difficult to describe in words. His heritage. It may not even be worse than Senior Tang's. After returning to Tianling City, I will find a secluded place, accept the inheritance from that mysterious senior, and take stock of my gains this time. Anticipation emerged in Yan Xiu's eyes. Just then, there were footsteps suddenly heard, accompanied by a faint fragrance, and Mu Shuan sat down next to him. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, countless gazes came over, mostly from men, with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Among them, Li Xian's eyes were full of fire, and he was jealous to the extreme. Despite being the center of attention, Mu Shuan was not affected at all. She had already gotten used to it, and said with a wronged look on her face, Hey Yan Xiu, give me some advice. Reasoning? Yan Xiu was confused. He didn't know what the Mu family's daughter was up to. What are you talking about? I have passed the 80th level of the martial arts secret realm, and am now ranked 3rd. This result can already be called a genius, right? But why do all the people focus on the monster ranked 1st, and don't even take a second look at me? When Mu Shuan said this, he was still furious, and stared at the hateful guy in front of him. What? She actually made it to the 80th level of the martial arts secret realm? Yan Xiu was very shocked. Although Mu Shuan had said earlier that she was not weak and would not be a burden even if she went to the warning area, he did not take it too seriously. I didn't expect it to be true. On the 80th level of the secret realm, the illusory enemy is already close to the power of 1,000 elephants. After all, it is the limit of a second-level ferocious beast. That is to say, the daughter of the Mu family may well have the strength to fight against a second-level ferocious beast, or even a warrior. Mu Shuan noticed Yan Xiu's reaction and was immediately furious. Didn't you even notice that the 3rd place on the martial arts deal has been replaced with my name? Forehead. Yan Xiu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He was so focused on having reached the 1st place that he didn't really pay attention to the changes in the rankings. After gritting his teeth for a while, Mu Shuan also sighed, his voice full of helplessness. Forget it, everyone is only concerned about the monster who reached the 120th floor. Even the great martial artist in charge of the martial arts secret realm and the martial arts master who arrived later are like this, not to mention you. After saying this, Mu Shuan also took a deep look at Yan Xiu in front of him, with a meaningful look in her eyes. Yan Xiu remained silent and played dumb to the end. Since ancient times, the 3rd has no human rights. Mu Shuan slowly stood up. She was not sitting in this position. Don't forget, after returning to Tianling City, take me to the security zone. This is what you promised me. Yan Xiu nodded. Good. Yan Xiu did not return to the hotel. Instead, he was taken directly to the underground rail center of Tianling City by a maglev bus, and then took a cross-city train back to Tianling. This made him feel very sorry. He wanted to take this opportunity to sell Wang Lu's things, but he didn't expect that he would come back in such a hurry. On the way back, there was no trouble. Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian had been taught a lesson before and had behaved themselves a lot better now. They did not cause any noise on the train this time. Soon we returned to the subway station. After saying goodbye to Mu Shuan and nodding to Xiaxing, Lu Yunxing and Shang Yingming, Yan Xiu left the subway station. He didn't go home. Instead, take another subway train and head into the wilderness. Although my family is safe, Wang Tian sure is hostile to me now. Maybe someone is watching me. It would be too risky to take out the gains from the martial arts secret realm directly. I'd better go to the wilderness and find a place that will be safer. On the other side, Li Xian looked around, looking for Yan Xiu's trace. During this journey, every time he thought of the intimacy between Mu Shuan and that loser, the jealousy in his heart could not be stopped from burning. However, he could not make trouble in front of everyone, so he kept waiting for the opportunity. Now I am back in Tianling City. He planned to follow Yan Xiu secretly, wait until they got to a deserted place, and then give him a severe lesson so that he would stay away from Mu Shuan in the future. But after looking around for a long time, Li Xian did not see Yan Xiu, which made him dumbfounded. Hey, where are the people? The wilderness, a safe zone, some hidden place. Yan Xiu set up a temporary tent with ease, and cleared out all the first-level ferocious beasts around him. Only then did he take out the gains from the martial arts secret realm, one by one. Suddenly, the entire tent was filled with magical colors. After more than 10 minutes, Yan Xiu finally finished the inventory. There are 32 weapons in total, of which 27 are ordinary items, 4 are refined items, and 1 is a treasure level above refined items, which is a reward from the 115th floor. There are 43 pills, 21 of which are blood chi powder, 17 are blood chi pills, 10 are top-grade blood chi pills, and the rest are great medicines such as shishao pills and zixio pills. There are a total of 45 sets of martial arts techniques, most of which are at the 4th level of Xianhuang Gitian. There are 2 sets of Grandmaster techniques. One is the 9 changes of the Divine Sky, and the other is called the Sui Yugong. After counting these, Yan Xiu did not start practicing impatiently, but slowly took out a note from the small Qiankun ring, with a serious look on his face. Although he can only obtain the preliminary inheritance before breaking through to the martial master level, he is after all the creator of that secret realm, so he must be extraordinary. Then let's get started. Yan Xiu threw the letter into the fire. As the flames spread, the notebook turned into ashes, and a white ball of light floated in the air. Is this the inheritance? It's really magical. I don't know how that senior did it. While thinking in my heart, Yan Xiu did not delay and slowly went deep into the light ball. When the two touch each other, the ball of light suddenly dissolved like liquid and merged into Yan Xiu's body. Next, an extremely powerful technique appeared in my mind. Chapter 72 Breakthrough to the 10th Level Martial Apprentice. About 10 minutes passed, and Yan Xiu digested the information in his mind. The previous inheritance is divided into 2 parts, cultivation method and martial arts, and both are Grandmaster methods, respectively called Dragon Blood 100 Refining and 9 Shock Dragon Hands. Dragon Blood Refining, refining blood and energy 100 times, integrating them into one, transforming them into dragon power, causing a qualitative change in strength. 9 Shaking Dragon Hands, based on dragon power, it unleashes the power of shock to destroy all enemies. Although Baji Fighting Heavenly Power and Baji Fighting Heavenly Strength are magical enough, they cannot be compared with these 2 Grandmaster techniques. Not only that, Yan Xiu could also feel that there was another, even larger amount of information sealed deep in his memory, which contained some unspeakable legal principles. Just thinking about it briefly made him feel a palpitation in his heart. I can't imagine. If this huge amount of information breaks out, the destructive power it carries will cause great harm to Yan Xiu. Maybe he will become a fool, or even explode and die. No wonder that senior didn't directly impart the complete inheritance, but instead set up the prerequisites first. It turns out that the true inheritance is really not something a martial artist can bear. Yan Xiu was still frightened. Then excitement welled up in my heart. Although the 8 extremes fighting heavenly power and 8 extremes fighting heavenly strength are strong, they are obviously not comparable to the Dragon Blood 100 refinements and the 9 Shocking Dragon Hands. Yan Xiu will naturally not let them go and immediately switch to practicing. Congratulations, you have gained a 10-fold critical hit bonus during this training. Congratulations, you have gained a 20-fold critical hit bonus during this training. Congratulations, you have gained a triple critical hit bonus during this training. Congratulations, you have gained a 5-fold critical hit bonus during this training. Congratulations, you have gained a 2,100-fold critical strike bonus during this training. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Yan Xiu had devoted almost his entire body and soul to the practice of Dragon Blood 100 Refinements and 9 Shocking Dragon Hands. His luck was very good, triggering a total of 15,000-fold critical hits and 100 and 400-fold critical hits. As for double-digit critical hits, there are countless of them. The entry was smooth. 2/3 of Yan Xiu's body strength has been transformed into dragon strength. Although the strength has not changed, its characteristics have become more domineering, just like a real dragon descending to the world. Yan Xiu once tried to throw a punch, and he actually heard a faint dragon roar. The progress of 9 Shocks Dragon Hand is better than the previous one. All the principles have been understood and almost fully comprehended, but the mastery is still a little lacking. But there is no problem in performing it. Besides, in his spare time, Yan Xiu also practiced the Shattering Ghost technique. Although this martial art was a master's technique, it was extremely evil. It could burn one's own blood and energy, and burst out several times the power in a short period of time. It is somewhat similar to the heavenly demon disintegration method. According to the description of the technique, if one cultivates it to perfection, one can even sacrifice the flesh and blood of others as a price to help oneself enter the shattered ghost state, and the upper limit of the power increase will soar to dozens or even hundreds of times. That senior was able to kill the 2 kings of ferocious beasts, perhaps relying on this technique. Yan Xiu shook his head, feeling a little regretful. That senior was obviously a much stronger person than the martial arts grandmaster, and the cultivation resources in his hands were definitely not limited to the grandmaster's methods. Logically speaking, he should have higher level skills. I don't know if it's because the martial arts secret realm has not been completed. Or maybe he did it on purpose. Apart from the inheritance itself, there are no rewards above the grandmaster level in the 120-story level. Shaking his head, Yan Xiu quickly suppressed his distracting thoughts, took out all the blood chi powder, blood chi pills, top-grade blood chi pills, etc., and arranged them in front of him, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Then let's break through. Yan Xiu immediately devoted himself to cultivation again. Congratulations, you have gained 17 times the critical strike bonus from taking the elixir this time. Congratulations, you get a 30 times critical hit bonus from taking the elixir this time. Congratulations, you get a 5-fold critical hit bonus from taking this elixir. Congratulations, you get a 50-fold critical hit bonus from taking the elixir this time. Congratulations, you have gained a 1,700-fold critical hit bonus from taking this elixir. Maybe it was because of my luck, most of the critical hits had a multiplier of more than 10, occasionally 100 times, and even 1,000 times 3 times. On the contrary, the lowest guaranteed triple was only triggered 3 or 4 times. As the elixir dissolved and merged into his flesh and blood, Yan Xiu's strength began to rise steadily. The power of 71 elephants. The power of 72 elephants, a 9th-level martial artist. The power of 75 elephants. The power of 78 elephants. The power of 80 elephants. The power of 81 elephants, the 9th-level martial artist is perfected. The power of 82 elephants, a 10th-level martial artist. This is not over yet. 85 elephants, 88 elephants, 92 elephants, 96 elephants. Relying on the powerful effect of the top-grade blood energy pill, coupled with several thousand-fold critical strikes, Yan Xiu actually broke through the limit of the 9th-level warrior in one breath and became a 10th-level warrior. And the strength finally stops at 100. When the practice was over, it was already dark. Yan Xiu opened his eyes with a look of joy on his face. With the power of 100 elephants, combined with dragon strength, free-flowing dragon steps, and 9 trembling dragon hands, and with the blessing of the infinite critical strike system, even if I encounter a true second-level superior beast, I should be able to kill it as long as I am careful. My strength now is at least dozens of times stronger than before. As long as you refine the true essence, become a warrior. With these trump cards, I may be able to fight against the martial master. Yan Xiu's ears moved and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Outside the tent, at some point, 6 figures came close to the tent under the cover of darkness. The leader was a man with a scar on his face. He stared at the tent in front of him. Xiaoanzi, you really saw it. There is a colorful light in this tent. It seems to be emitted by the top-grade martial soldiers. The person who was called said flatteringly. Brother Dao, I wouldn't dare to lie to anyone, not even you. Do you want to die? This is absolutely true. I've been waiting here for an hour, and there's absolutely no mistake. After hearing this, Brother Dao's eyes also revealed a hint of greed. At this time, a companion said worriedly, Brother Dao, there is obviously someone practicing in this tent. What if it is a tough guy? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. What a tough guy! No matter how tough he is, can he be as tough as Brother Dao? Brother Dao is a warrior who has condensed his true energy and has sunk his chi into his dantian. Who can be his opponent in the safe zone? Not bad, not bad. Brother Dao is here. Who cares who he is? Just kill him and take away all the treasures. After being flattered, Brother Dao was full of confidence. He showed a cruel smile on his face and said, That's right, whoever he is. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. A faint voice suddenly came from behind. You are Wild Hunters? Chapter 73 Wilderness Hunter. In an instant, Brother Dao got goosebumps all over his body, and a chill ran from his spine to the top of his head. He didn't notice at all when there was a person behind him. Who? Brother Dao turned around abruptly and saw the person coming. It was a handsome young man standing not far away, as if blending into the night. He was looking at him with a dim gaze. Yan Xiu looked at the people in front of him with great interest. He had encountered wilderness hunters before and had fought them twice. The first impression he made was that they were cunning and cruel. When these people encounter a tough problem, they will turn around and run away without hesitation at all. But at the same time, if they see huge profits, they will go crazy for it, and do whatever it takes, even if it means losing a few front teeth, they will still bite off the meat. I didn't expect that during this training, I would be targeted by a few wilderness hunters, and they would sneak up on me quietly. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is what you want to do by surrounding my tent. Yan Xiu's voice was dim, and his eyes narrowed slightly. What are you doing? Ha 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 ha. A sneering voice came, and a pockmarked man walked up to him, his eyes full of ferocity and threats. Boy, since you know that we are wilderness hunters, just hand over all your treasures. If I am happy, I may be able to spare your life. Otherwise, he. Saying. He also swung his long sword twice, causing a gust of wind. Brother Dao originally wanted to stop his men, because he was really scared by the other party's unpredictable movements. But he changed his mind and decided to use his men to test the opponent's strength. If he was very strong, he would retreat. But if it's not as strong as I imagined. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in Brother Dao's eyes, and he had already imagined how to deal with this kid. But at this moment, a cold light appeared, and under the illumination of the moonlight, accompanied by an extremely terrifying dragon roar, it drew an extremely beautiful arc. Thoughts solidified at this moment, as if time and space were frozen. Next, the wild hunter who was shouting just now had his head dropped, his eyes filled with fear. Seeing this scene, Brother Dao's pupils instantly constricted and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. The sword just now was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. It was also too domineering. The dragon's roar was so loud that even he was frightened. Yan Xiu's expression remained calm and composed. Killing a mere martial artist was too easy for him now. If he didn't want to test out the dragon power, he wouldn't even need to draw his sword. He could kill with just one finger. Now, do you still want my baby? Many wilderness hunters looked horrified and frightened. The man who had just shouted was no ordinary wilderness hunter. He had already broken through the 9th order martial arts apprentice level, practiced Xian level skills, and possessed Xian level martial arts. His strength was not inferior to that of the top geniuses in the academy. But I didn't expect the target this time to be so terrifying. Just a sword. He was easily killed. On the contrary, at this time, Dao Ji's eyes gradually calmed down, and a smile appeared on his lips. Good swordsmanship, little brother, you can kill Xiaoqi with one sword. I have to say that your strength is terrifying enough, but… Having said that, Brother Dao paused for a moment, then slowly said, If I'm not mistaken, you haven't yet cultivated your true essence, so you're not a warrior. Am I right? Yan Xiu's expression was cold. He said, Right. After hearing this answer, many wilderness hunters who were originally very nervous breathed a sigh of relief. Some of them even had ferocious looks on their faces again, looking up and down at the boy in front of them, as if they were looking at a fat sheep. Brother Dao stopped pretending and took a step forward. A majestic aura emanated from his body, causing a gust of wind. That is the power of true energy. Little brother, you should know how huge the gap is between a warrior and a martial artist. You are indeed very strong, and that sword move was truly amazing. No matter how talented you are still just a martial artist. Hand over the treasure and I'll let you go. We'll just be friends. Otherwise… Yan Xiu looked indifferent. What else? There was a ruthless look in Dao Ji's eyes. Then don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out and slapped out with one palm, and a tremendous amount of true energy surged out. Yan Xiu's expression remained unchanged. He activated the 9-shock dragon hand and also threw a punch. The dragon's roar resounded through the heaven and earth. The next moment, Brother Dao's expression changed drastically. He felt that the strength of the young man in front of him was as unfathomable as the vast ocean. In front of this power, his true energy was as fragile as thin paper and was torn apart easily. The fist landed on him, causing Dao Ge to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backwards. You! Dao Ge, who fell to the ground, no longer had the confidence he had before. He looked at Yan Xiu in front of him in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. You are actually a 10th level martial artist, and your strength is at least 1,000? How is this possible? Yan Xiu's face remained calm. The critical hit multiplier that was triggered just now was actually not very high, only about 5 times. The reason why it caused such horrific lethality was entirely due to the mystery of the 9-shock dragon hand. When the other wilderness hunters saw that their leader, a warrior, was defeated in one move, they were horrified and fled in all directions. A hint of coldness flashed across Yan Xiu's eyes. I want to run. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he had come to the side of a wilderness hunter, and in the other's endlessly terrified eyes, he swung his sword and killed him. And this is just the beginning. In the wilderness shrouded in darkness, Yan Xiu's expression remained calm. He used the free and easy dragon steps to easily catch up with all the fleeing wilderness hunters. With one sword each, he killed them all. When Yan Xiu comes back, the wilderness hunter with a scar on his face had disappeared, leaving only a trace of blood in his place. Run away? Yan Xiu raised a cold smile. Can you run away? 100 meters away, Dao Ge was running madly in the forest, his face full of fear. He couldn't understand how there could be such a terrifying martial artist in the world. With just strength, a single strike shattered his true energy. He had never even heard of such a thing. Run quickly, as long as I escape to that place, I will be safe. At this moment, a faint voice came from behind. Where do you want to escape to? Dao Ji's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously turned around and threw a punch, but before he could move, a palm landed on him, accompanied by a dragon roar, and the violent force instantly shattered all his tendons and veins. Next, a figure also appeared in the darkness. Chapter 74 Brother, Sister. No, you can't kill me. I'm from the evil god cult. If you kill me, you will die too. Brother Dao kept backing away, his eyes filled with fear. The evil god cult? Yan Xiu frowned slightly. He had never heard of such a force in the martial arts world. But soon he smiled and said, As long as you die, how will the evil god cult know that I was the one who killed him? The next moment, the sword light fell. Brother Dao opened his eyes wide, and slowly fell to the ground. Yan Xiu took a deep look. Then left. Early morning, Wana Pavilion. There were not many guests today, and the hall seemed a little deserted. Mu Shuan was resting his chin on his hand, yawning out of boredom. Occasionally, when he thought of something, he would show a gnashing teeth expression. 2 days already? That damn guy just said hello and disappeared. I haven't seen him for 2 days. What on earth did he do? You haven't forgotten the agreement between us, have you? Or he's going to cheat. Thinking of this, Mu Shuan immediately became nervous and was considering whether to rush directly to the security area and catch that hateful guy. Just as I was thinking about it, a voice suddenly came. Hello? This counter is temporarily closed. Please go somewhere else. Mu Shuan was going crazy and had no time to deal with customers. He immediately waved his hand. Soon the voice sounded again, but there was a hint of teasing in the words. Really? Then I'll leave. Etc. Mu Shuan suddenly realized something was wrong, and quickly raised her head. Sure enough, Yan Xiu was standing in front of her with a somewhat evil smile on his face. You did it on purpose just now, and you even changed your voice on purpose? Yan Xiu had indeed lowered his voice deliberately just now. There was no other way. Mu Shuan was supporting her chin with a dazed look. She was so beautiful that even though he had the urge to do something to her, he couldn't restrain himself. Certainly. He would never admit such a thing, and quickly shook his head and said, No, I've been digesting the benefits gained from the martial arts secret realm recently. I haven't had any water for 2 days, so my throat is a little dry. I didn't use that voice on purpose. Even ghosts wouldn't believe this, let alone the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Seeing Mu Shuan staring at him intently, with her eyes gradually becoming dangerous, Yan Xiu quickly changed the subject. By the way, Miss Mu, I am here to fulfill my promise. Fulfill your promise? Mu Shuan immediately forgot about being teased just now, and her expression was full of surprise. Are you taking me to the security zone? It was indeed easy to fool. Yan Xiu raised a smile and nodded. Of course, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to rush back to the city from the wilderness. That's great. Mu Shuan immediately stood up, grabbed Yan Xiu, and rushed out impatiently. What are you waiting for? Let's go quickly and don't waste time. Being held by a hand as delicate as warm jade, Yan Xiu's expression froze. He felt a little uncomfortable and subconsciously wanted to break free. But the soft feeling is so comfortable that I can't bear to let go. He immediately gave up resistance. As the eldest daughter of the Mu family, Mu Shuan naturally did not have to ask for leave like ordinary employees did when she wanted to go out. She casually greeted her supervisor and ran outside. After leaving Wana Pavilion, the two continued on their way and soon arrived at the center of the underground rail. While waiting, Mu Shuan suddenly thought of something and looked a little unhappy. Yan Xiu, what did you call me when we were in the Wana Pavilion? Yan Xiu was startled. Miss Mu, what's wrong? No, of course not. Mu Shuan said seriously. We can be considered friends anyway. There is no use of Mr. or Miss between friends. Yan Xiu frowned and instinctively wanted to deny it. But thinking about the help the Mu family had given him during this period, as well as Mu Shuan's performance when facing the pursuit of the two evil spirits, he was a little shaken. After hesitating for a moment, he said, What should it be called? Of course I call you Shuan, Mu Shuan suddenly paused, blushed, and quickly shook her head and said, No, Shuan is too intimate. Our relationship hasn't reached that point yet. So what should I call you, right? Mu Shuan suddenly thought of something, stared at Yan Xiu, and said with sparkling eyes, From today on, I will call you brother, and you will call me sister? Yan Xiu. Weren't they good friends? How did they become brother and sister? Why, you don't want to. Seeing that the person in front of him didn't say anything, Mu Shuan couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Yan Xiu came back to his senses and suddenly revealed a wicked smile. In fact, besides this, there is another name that I think is more appropriate. What? You can call me Daddy. Mu Shuan went completely crazy. Yan Xiu, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. The chase lasted for an hour. Mu Shuan's face was flushed and her eyes were full of fire. She looked quite cute. Okay, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry, and I won't do it again. Yan Xiu also knew that he was in the wrong, so he quickly waved his hands and apologized sincerely. Mu Shuan said angrily. Just an apology? Then what shall I do? Yan Xiu spread his hands. The words had already been spoken, and there was no way he could turn back time and take them back. Mu Shuan seemed to be thinking about something. If you want me to forgive you, it's not impossible, but you have to answer a question for me. What? The first place in the martial arts secret realm, is it you? Yan Xiu's expression suddenly became strange. Mu Shuan asked. Why, you don't want to say it? That's not the case. Yan Xiu shook his head, and then his expression became even weirder. It's just that, sister, didn't you know about this a long time ago? Mu Shuan said as a matter of course. How can it be the same? Guessing is one thing, and admitting it is another. Pause. The daughter of the Mu family suddenly showed a smile full of evil taste on her face and said, Is that so, brother? Heaven has its own way of dealing with things, and no one can escape it. Yan Xiu finally witnessed it today. Not long after, the special train to the wilderness arrived. The two got on quickly. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the door, they saw an acquaintance head-on. The other person was wearing a tight combat suit, with short hair scattered casually, and had a very beautiful appearance. It was Ren Sha. There were 3 men and 2 women around her, and they were obviously traveling together to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Ren Sha also saw Yan Xiu, and even more so saw Mu Shuan, who was beside her and had an ethereal temperament and stunning appearance. For some reason, a nameless anger arose in her heart. She came to Mu Shuan and asked angrily, Why? Yan Xiu is just a piece of trash, and you are the high and mighty eldest daughter of the Mu family. Why do you want to be with this piece of trash? Chapter 75 Bringing Girls. Ren Sha was hysterical and filled with anger. She didn't understand how the eldest daughter of the Mu family could degenerate into hanging out with this piece of trash. When her companions saw this scene, they were stunned. They had never seen Ren Sha like this before. The 3 boys originally had a good impression of her, but now they subconsciously distanced themselves from her, as if it was a very shameful thing to have anything to do with Ren Sha at this moment. Pop! A loud slap was heard, and the entire carriage fell silent in an instant. Ren Sha covered her face with her hands, her eyes filled with disbelief. You hit me? I'm going to hit you. Mu Shuan had a blank expression on her face, which was completely different from her behavior when she was with Yan Xiu. I, Mu Shuan, am free to make friends with anyone I want. Why do I need you to tell me what to do? But he is Yan Xiu. Then what? If you make friends with a loser, aren't you afraid of losing face and being gossiped about behind your back? Pop. As soon as Ren Sha finished speaking, she was slapped hard in the face again. Mu Shuan was really angry. Being able to reach the 80th level of the martial arts secret realm, her strength was definitely among the best among martial artists. Ren Sha was only a 7th level martial artist, so how could she be her opponent? Snap, 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 snap. After slapping him once, Mu Shuan was still not satisfied and slapped him several more times. Forget it. After all, you are the eldest daughter of the Mu family. In Tianling City, you are also considered a daughter of a famous family. It will have a bad influence if the news gets out. There is no need to dirty your hands. Yan Xiu shook his head. He didn't want Mu Shuan's reputation to be affected because of Ren Sha. Mu Shuan put down her hand and stopped slapping him. But she was not worried about her reputation being affected, but that Ren Sha was already crying, squatting on the ground, with tears and snot, and her face was as swollen as a pig's head. At this time, more and more people gathered around, and some people recognized the identity of the daughter of the Mu family. Mu Shuan frowned. Although she didn't care about what others said, she didn't want to cause trouble for Yan Xiu, so she planned to leave. But when she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something. I remember you. Your name is Ren Sha. You once pursued Yan Xiu, right? Ren Sha nodded, fear in her eyes. When she was slapped just now, she wanted to stop it, but when she really started to do it, she realized how powerful the daughter of the Mu family was, and she was not able to resist her at all. "Let's go, Brother Yan." Mu Shuan didn't say anything else, but just looked at Ren Sha deeply, his eyes containing disdain, pity, etc. It was this look that broke Ren Sha's defense immediately. She ignored the pain on her face and shouted, "Why do you feel sorry for me? You should be the one who feels sorry for me, Mu Shuan. You are the most pitiful person for treating a loser as your friend." Mu Shuan said nothing, and turned around with Yan Xiu and disappeared into the crowd, leaving Ren Sha crying there. The subway train soon drove into the wilderness, and the two got off and headed towards the wilderness. While on the way, Yan Xiu kept his eyes on Mu Shuan, looking her up and down, with a strange look on his face. "Just say what you want to say, don't look at me like that." Mu Shuan felt frightened by being stared at, and got goosebumps all over her body. Yan Xiu said with a tut-tut sound, "It's nothing serious. I just didn't expect that the daughter of the Mu family would have such a, well, how should I put it, yes, such a violent side." Mu Shuan glared at him unhappily. "I just want to vent your anger." "Thanks." "Hey, you can say thank you?" "Forget it, I take back what I said and just pretend nothing happened." "No, I've already thanked you, how can I take it back?" Seeing Mu Shuan's angry look, Yan Xiu laughed from the bottom of his heart for a rare moment. Being called a waste by Ren Sha, Yan Xiu would be lying if he said he wasn't angry. He was not a saint, and it was impossible for him to remain calm in the face of honor or disgrace. He originally planned to take direct action and teach this woman a lesson. But I didn't expect that. The daughter of the Mu family actually took action first, and slapped Ren Sha twice in front of everyone. Yan Xiu felt warm in his heart at that moment. As for Mu Shuan, I went from resisting him at first to accepting him now. The ferocious beasts roaming in the safe zone were not strong, only at the first level, so they naturally posed no threat to Yan Xiu and Mu Shuan. The two of them were very fast, and it didn't take them long to reach the border of the safe zone. What came into view were several huge swords, and the sword energy wall that separates the safe area from the warning area. Mu Shuan looked a little serious and said, "Once you pass this area, you will reach the activity range of the second-level beasts." It's no wonder that she would be cautious. Although there is only one level difference between a second-level ferocious beast and a first-level ferocious beast, they are two completely different concepts, and their strength is also very different. Although she can be considered a genius among the younger generation, having reached the 80th level of the martial arts secret realm, she can contend with some of the weaker second-level inferior beasts. But after all, he has not yet condensed his true essence. If he really encounters a second-level ferocious beast, he will be in danger. Then Mu Shuan turned her gaze to the young man beside her, pursed her lips and revealed a faint smile. "But if you are here, I won't have to worry too much about my safety, right, Brother Yan?" Yan Xiu felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have agreed to treat the young lady from the Mu family as brother or sister when they were on the subway train. Very goosebumps. "Let's go." Yan Xiu glared at him unhappily, then stepped forward. Mu Shuan stuck out her tongue and quickly followed. The two of them walked one in front and one behind, and soon they crossed the wall of sword energy and entered the warning area. Mu Shuan had been to the warning area before, but at that time he was protected by two warriors, Uncle Zhang and Uncle Dong. He was also careful enough not to go too deep or get involved in danger. He would avoid those second-level beasts whenever possible, so he didn't really know much about this area. Now that she is following Yan Xiu without the protection of other warriors, it feels quite exciting for the daughter of the Mu family. Brother Yan, where are we going now?" Seeing that Yan Xiu was not exploring cautiously, but moving towards a certain direction with a very purposeful approach, Mu Shuan became extremely curious and asked a question immediately. Yan Xiu didn't think much and replied, "There is a second-level beast 3 kilometers away from here. My target this time is it." "Oh, what kind of ferocious beast is it?" Mu Shuan blinked, feeling even more excited. Yan Xiu said, "Fire Red Fox." Chapter 76 Fiery Red Fox. Fiery Red Fox? Mu Shuan suspected that she had heard it wrong. You have to know that this is not an ordinary second-level ferocious beast, but a mid-level second-level one. Its combat power is so strong that even a 5th-level warrior would find it difficult to deal with it. But Yan Xiu now said that he wanted to challenge this terrifying beast. Mu Shuan couldn't help but open her eyes wide. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Yan Xiu looked a little confused. Mu Shuan said unhappily. What's wrong? What else could it be? Do you know what kind of vicious beast the fire red fox is? Go and challenge it. Yan Xiu nodded and said, Of course I know. A 2nd-level mid-grade beast is capable of fighting against a 5th-level warrior. It is considered an extremely difficult creature to deal with in the warning zone. Knowing that you are still going to conquer it? So, what's the problem? Of course there is a problem, and it's a big problem. Okay, Brother Yan, that's a 2nd-level middle-grade beast, and it's a fiery red fox with fire elemental abilities. You may have a secret method to save your life, but what about me? Even if I don't hold you back, I'm still a martial artist. If I'm really targeted by that guy, will I still be alive? That depends on your ability, sister. After all, you said it yourself, so you won't hold me back. But... Mu Shuan was so angry that she was about to say something when she suddenly realized that although Yan Xiu's tone was calm, there was a curve at the corner of his mouth and a hint of teasing in his eyes. She immediately realized that this guy said that on purpose. Mu Shuan couldn't help but glared. Hey, old Yan, this is a warning area. It's dangerous everywhere. Can you be serious and stop joking? Just to liven up the atmosphere. Yan Xiu shrugged his shoulders, then said with a hint of mischief on his face. Why, you don't want to call me brother this time? Call you sister. After being indignant, Mu Shuan took 2 deep breaths and finally calmed down her inner excitement. Then she felt a great sense of anticipation. Although she had long known that Yan Xiu could cross a great realm and kill a 2nd-level beast, and even the twin evil spirits of heaven and earth, it was very likely that they would die in his hands. But it is still unclear what method is used and what the process is. Now I finally get to see it. If it's not the fiery red fox, then which beast are you going to fight? When Yan Xiu heard this, he was surprised. When did I say that I wasn't fighting the fiery red fox? Mu Shuan opened her eyes wide. But the expression you had just now, weren't you teasing me? I was teasing you, but I was teasing you with a mere fiery red fox. I won't put you in danger. Yan Xiu's voice was filled with laughter. Didn't I say I changed my target? As they were talking, the two came to a forest of scattered red maple leaves. There are maple trees all over the area that are glowing red. The falling maple leaves dye the scene in front of you red. Before you get close, a wave of hot air comes over you, making you feel hot. Not far away, a fox was living under the largest maple tree. It was 2 meters tall, with fiery red fur all over its body, and was in a deep sleep. Although it had not yet approached, it gave people a great sense of oppression. A 2nd-level, mid-grade vicious beast, the fire red fox. Mu Shuan felt his throat dry, his heart pounding, and his nerves were tense to the extreme. She didn't expect that Yan Xiu's target was actually this fire red fox, and he came to the territory of this ferocious beast quietly. It was obvious from his posture that he was serious. Retreat quickly, leave quickly while the fire red fox is still sleeping. Mu Shuan shook the arm beside him. Although she knew that Yan Xiu had reached the 120th level of the martial arts secret realm, surpassing Li Hani and becoming the first person to do so in 100 years, she did not know at what level the higher level, imaginary enemy, was. In addition, the gap between martial apprentices and warriors is like a fall from the sky, and the same is true for the gap between martial apprentices and 2nd-level fierce beasts. This view has been deeply rooted in people's minds. A mid-grade 2nd-level fire red fox is countless times stronger than an ordinary low-grade 2nd-level beast. So Mu Shuan's first reaction was, run quickly. The faster you run, the better. But she stopped talking halfway, her eyes became solemn, and she even trembled slightly. She held her breath and didn't make a sound. Because the flaming fox has woken up. Its golden vertical eyes were now fixed on 2 humans not far away. Its aura gradually became violent, with ferocity revealed in its eyes and flames faintly emitted from its mouth. This 2nd-level, mid-grade ferocious beast has not only awakened, but has also set its sights on the 2 people in front of it. What should I do? What should I do? Damn Yan Xiu, why couldn't he just choose an ordinary second-level low-grade ferocious beast? Instead, he had to target such a difficult object right from the start. Never mind. If there is really no other way later, we will have to use that trump card, so that both of us will have a chance to escape. Just as Mu Shuan was thinking, a voice with a hint of laughter came. Don't be nervous, don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who would put myself in danger. The reason I chose the fire red fox is that I am absolutely sure. You mean you can kill a second-level mid-grade ferocious beast? Mu Shuan stared at Yan Xiu's indifferent face, undoubtedly filled with horror. Yan Xiu cannot be denied. When he was in the secret martial arts realm, he had already killed more than one second-level mid-grade ferocious beast. Now he has broken through to the 10th-level martial artist, has the strength of 100 elephants, and has mastered the 100 refinements of dragon blood, 9 shocks of the dragon hand, shattering the ghost and other master techniques. His strength is more than 10 times stronger than before. If Yan Xiu had not been with Mu Shuan this time, and was worried that choosing a beast that was too powerful would put her in danger, he would have been ready to choose a second-level top-grade beast. The fire red fox may be invincible to other warriors. But in Yan Xiu's case, I'm 99% sure. A second-level, mid-grade beast? Yan Xiu smiled, but his eyes were fixed on the fiery red fox in front of him. I did kill a lot of them in the martial arts secret realm, but there are really none in reality, so I decided to give it a try. While talking, the fiery red fox had already launched an attack. This second-level, medium-grade beast was seen spitting flames from its mouth. The temperature was extremely high, and wherever it went, the trees were instantly reduced to ashes. Before it reached the front, an even hotter air wave was already blowing in its face. If you use the Zai Dragon Step, the power of 100 elephants, coupled with the dragon power characteristics and the infinite critical strike system, you can easily avoid this wave of fire. But if that were the case, Mu Shuan would be in danger, and it would not be in line with Yan Xiu's purpose of challenging the fiery red fox. He looked slightly solemn, and took out the refined weapon 7 kills from his small Qianquan ring. Chapter 77 Mu Shuan's Shock. It's the red fox fire, Yan Xiu, get out of the way quickly! Seeing the wave of flames sweeping over him, Mu Shuan tensed up and shouted subconsciously. It's no wonder that she was nervous. The fire of the red fox was not an ordinary flame. It was the fire element of the red fox that was refined from the heaven and earth and hidden in the 5 palaces. The temperature was high enough to reach thousands, which could even melt steel bars, let alone humans. However, what shocked Mu Shuan was, facing the surging flames, Yan Xiu not only did not try to dodge, but instead took out the 7 killing swords from his storage weapons and slowly raised it up. Could it be that he was going to resist the red fox's fire? An incredible thought came to Mu Shuan's mind. Next, brush. The 7 killing swords fell down. Although Yan Xiu looked down on the fire red fox psychologically, he was not careless in his attitude. He used all his strength to activate the dragon power, attached the secret of the 9 shocking dragon hands to the 7 kills, and slashed fiercely at the overwhelming flames. Congratulations, you have gained a 20-fold critical hit bonus for this attack. It actually triggered a 20-fold critical hit, little fox, you are so unlucky. Yan Xiu sneered. The next moment, the dragon's roar resounded throughout the heaven and earth, and the sword light appeared at the same time. The flames, like waves, were split into 2 by a huge force and swept to both sides, destroying countless maple trees. Yan Xiu's figure stood in the middle, at the forefront of the flames, and under the sunlight he looked like a god. I didn't see it wrong. Yan Xiu actually split the red fox fire directly? Mu Shuan opened his eyes wide, staring at the scene in disbelief. Although she had guessed that since Yan Xiu dared to provoke the fire red fox, he must be fully confident. But I didn't expect it to be so full. The fire of the red fox is a terrifying flame that even a 6th-level warrior would find difficult to deal with. They can only dodge and dare not resist it head-on. But now, Yan Xiu relied on the 7 killings in his hand to cut through the wave of flames. Is this really something a martial artist can do? If she had not been able to feel the flames on both sides emitting terrifyingly high temperatures, burning her so hard that she felt a little painful, she would have even suspected that she was dreaming. After cutting through the waves of flames, Yan Xiu naturally would not give the enemy a chance to breathe. He used the free and easy dragon steps to pursue the enemy, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the fiery red fox. Fear was also revealed in the fiery red fox's violent golden eyes. It had not expected that the humans who came this time would be so terrifying. Ouch! The roar resounded, and the second-level intermediate-grade ferocious beast subconsciously wanted to release the red fox fire again. Too slow! A calm voice was heard, and then a sword light suddenly pierced through the sky and earth and turned into a sword pillar, with the faint sound of a dragon's roar resounding. Oh! It was the same sound made by the fiery red fox, but this time it was not a roar, but a shrill scream. It turned out that the sword light he had just taken started from its jaw and went all the way to its abdomen. Then a large amount of blood gushed out and fell to the ground, actually igniting the red maple leaf. Being so badly hit, the flame in the mouth of the fiery red fox was naturally suppressed, and only a wisp of smoke came out. Ah! A wailing sound came from the mouth of the fire red fox. This second-level intermediate-grade ferocious beast was scared, really scared, because it felt the threat of death from the human in front of it. Without hesitation, the fiery red fox turned and ran, trying to escape from here. Want to run away? Yan Xiu sneered. Can you run away? Then, he once again displayed his master's technique, the free and easy wandering dragon step, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the fiery red fox. As the dragon's roar rang out again, another huge gash appeared on its body. There was no suspense in the ensuing battle. Even in its prime, the fiery red fox was no match for Yan Xiu, not to mention that it now had several large cuts on its body and was severely injured. As the 7 kills fell, the heart of the fire red fox was pierced. With a wail, this second-level intermediate-grade ferocious beast fell to the ground with a thump, reaching the end of its life. You killed the fiery red fox? A second-level, mid-grade beast? Mu Shuan opened her eyes wide, her voice filled with shock. In her opinion, even if Yan Xiu had the power to deal with this fiery red fox, he would have to fight with it for hundreds of rounds and go through a tough battle before he could finally kill it. But the fact is, from beginning to end, Yan Xiu only used 4 sword strikes without using any strength at all, and easily killed this second-level, intermediate-grade ferocious beast that even 5th-level warriors found difficult to deal with. Otherwise, I'll play with this little fox for a while, and then kill it. Yan Xiu's eyes were strange. I didn't expect you to be such a cruel woman. Mu Shuan gritted her teeth. If she couldn't defeat him, she would have beaten up the hateful guy in front of her. Yan Xiu, tell me honestly, are you really a martial arts disciple? As he spoke, a look of doubt appeared in Mu Shuan's eyes. It's no wonder she thought so. Yan Xiu's performance was really too exaggerated. With the strength of a martial artist, he easily killed a second-order medium-grade ferocious beast. This can no longer be described as a simple leap across realms. It's simply against the will of heaven. That's why Mu Shuan suspected that Yan Xiu had already broken through to the level of a warrior, and had just practiced a secret method to conceal his true energy, or had acquired a weapon with corresponding functions. Yan Xiu shrugged his shoulders. Not yet, but I have already broken through the limit of a 9th-level warrior and condensed the power of 100 elephants. Mu Shuan found it hard to accept the reality that he had not actually made a breakthrough to the martial arts apprentice level. He looked up and down at the person in front of him with a gloomy gaze. Yan Xiu had just put the corpse of the flaming red fox back into the small universe ring. Being stared at like that, he couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body, and subconsciously asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing." Mu Shuan's voice was filled with dead silence. "I was just checking to see if you are a human being." Yan Xiu was offended. Mu Shuan obviously hadn't finished expressing her shock yet. She opened her mouth and was about to say something. But at this moment, Yan Xiu's eyes suddenly focused, and he quickly protected the daughter of the Mu family behind him, and at the same time raised his hand, signaling her not to speak first. What happened? Although Mu Shuan felt strange, she also knew that something big must have happened to make Yan Xiu so cautious. The next moment, something unexpected happened. Birds and beasts in the surrounding forests were startled and flew away. Countless first-level ferocious beasts were in Taochuan in panic. Then the ground began to shake, and an extremely terrifying aura came over, and a huge figure also appeared. It is 3 meters tall, has 8 claws, is dark green in color, and has extremely creepy eyeballs. Seeing this ferocious beast, Mu Shuan's expression suddenly changed. 100 killer poisonous spider? Chapter 78. Something is wrong. The 100 killings poison spider is also a second-level mid-grade ferocious beast, but unlike the fire red fox, the latter is as powerful as a 5th-level warrior, or even weaker to some extent, but the former has the strength of a 6th-level peak warrior, and because of its toxicity and the characteristics of its spider silk, even some 7th-level warriors are unwilling to provoke it. The strength of the two is several times different. Don't second-level ferocious beasts have the concept of territory? This is clearly the territory of the fire red fox. Why would the 100-killing spider come here? Mu Shuan knew this knowledge, and when he saw the huge spider shadow approaching, he became very nervous. Yan Xiu was eager to try it out. Wait here first. Don't move. Remember to protect yourself. You're going to kill the 100-kill spider? Of course. Yan Xiu smiled faintly. I was just thinking about which beast to choose as my next target, but I didn't expect it to come to my door. How could I let it go? Mu Shuan opened his mouth and originally wanted to say that this was the 100-killing spider, the most ferocious and violent of the second-level intermediate-grade ferocious beasts. Even a 7th-level warrior would find it difficult to deal with. But when he thought of the scene where Yan Xiu killed the fire red fox with 4 swords, he gave up the idea. Worried about this guy. It would be better to think about where to hide so as not to be affected. Even as he was speaking, Yan Xiu had already made his move, still using the old 3 sets of skills, dragon power characteristics, 9 shocks dragon hands, and free and easy wandering dragon steps. Along with the sound of a dragon's roar, the sword flashed fiercely towards the 100-killing poison spider. Congratulations, you have gained a 3,200-fold critical hit bonus for this attack. Boom. There was a loud bang and the ground shook, as if a mountain had fallen down. Mu Shuan was also worried about being affected by the battle, so she hid behind the huge maple tree where the fire red fox had previously lived. Naturally, she also felt the strong vibration. Yan Xiu must have been fighting with the 100-killing poison spider. This 100-killings poison spider is much stronger than the fire red fox. Its silk is very tough and sharp, and can easily cut through even fine steel. Its venom is extremely corrosive, and can turn a warrior into thick water in 10 seconds. That guy was very strong, but he only used 4 swords to kill the fire red fox. But it will take at least half an hour to deal with this 100-kill spider. Forehead. I'm not too close to where I am now. It doesn't look that safe. How about staying further away? When Mu Shuan was thinking, a big hand suddenly clasped her shoulder, and then a faint voice came. What are you mumbling about here? Oh, I'll go. Mu Shuan was startled and instinctively swung out her palm, but the other party dodged it easily. Yan Xiu said angrily. Miss Mu, are you going to kill someone? No, I was just thinking about something, and you suddenly tapped my shoulder, which scared me. Mu Shuan felt a little guilty, but then she felt something was wrong. Hey, that's not right, weren't you fighting the 100-killing spiders? Why are you here? Yan Xiu said calmly. The 100-killings virus has been resolved. Solved? Mu Shuan opened his eyes wide. If I calculated correctly, you two should have just started fighting. Don't lie to me, I'm not that easy to fool. After that, the eldest daughter of the Mu family put her hands on her hips, held her head high, and looked like she was very smart. Yan Xiu silently stepped aside, raised his hand, pointed to a place, and said, The body of the 100-killings poison spider is right there. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Mu Shuan looked over and her pupils constricted again. Not far away, the poisonous spider with such terrifying momentum that scared the birds and beasts away and caused the earth to tremble had fallen to the ground, its body cut in half. Green, corrosive blood seeped into the ground, making a sizzling sound. The 100-kill poison spider was actually killed. From appearance to end, less than a minute passed, which was even faster than the speed of killing the fire red fox. How did this guy do it? This 100-kill poison spider is even stronger than the fiery red fox. How did you kill it so quickly? Yan Xiu said calmly. Because this 100 killings poison spider has bad luck. Bad luck? Mu Shuan couldn't wrap his mind around it. He couldn't understand what luck had to do with killing this second-level, mid-grade ferocious beast. Yan Xiu sighed that this poisonous spider had really bad luck. It triggered a 3,200-fold critical strike just after it struck out with its first sword. This kind of thing was very rare since he had obtained the infinite critical strike system. Rustle, rustle, rustle! At this moment, another ominous aura came, making the maple leaves restless and the animals and birds fly away in fright. Then a huge King Kong figure appeared, roaring loudly and rushing towards the two of them. Mu Shuan was extremely puzzled. A second-level, mid-grade beast, the roaring King Kong? How come there is another one? Perhaps they were attracted here by the noise made by the previous battle. Second-level ferocious beasts have a strong sense of territory, and now two of them have appeared in succession, and Yan Xiu is a little confused. But if you don't understand, then don't understand. No matter how many appear, just kill them all. It saves time searching back and forth. Kill! In the following period of time, a total of 5 second-level intermediate-grade ferocious beasts appeared, with strength ranging from 4th-level warriors to 6th-level warriors. After a few minutes of fighting, they were all solved by Yan Xiu without any danger. Naturally, we also gained a lot in terms of materials. Because the body of the second-level ferocious beast was too huge, the small Qianquan ring could no longer hold it. It had no choice but to pick out the most valuable part and put it into the subspace, and discard the rest. But even so, the harvest this time is much greater than all the previous visits to the warning zone combined. However, Yan Xiu was not happy about this. Instead, he frowned and felt uneasy. Weird, so weird. Logically speaking, a second-level beast already has a sense of territory. Even if it is attracted by a battle, it will not easily leave, let alone the appearance of 5 second-level medium-grade beasts in succession. But now not only did he appear, but there was also a hint of frenzy in his movements. Just as Yan Xiu was deep in thought, a light and uneasy voice came. Brother Yan, something is not right. I have been to the warning area several times before, but I have never seen a second-level beast so active. Something is a little off. Yan Xiu narrowed his eyes, a frightening light flashing in his pupils. I do have a guess in my mind, but I'm not sure yet, and I need to confirm it. Mu Shuan's face also showed a bit of solemnity. Maybe we think the same thing. Roar. At this moment, another terrifying roar rang out, and a huge shadow pressed down. Looking up, I saw a giant made of stone, like a small mountain. A second-level, top-grade ferocious beast, the stone giant.